Volume 10, Chapter 901, The Final Inquiry. Madame Magician silently breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lumion receive the last lucky coin. Although the Major Arcana card holder had roughly confirmed through prophecy, divination, and psychological analysis that things would develop this way, the subject involved was an ancient angel, the son of a true god. No one could be certain the result would necessarily unfold as expected. If there had been a deviation, they would have had to formulate a new plan. Madame Magician produced a small golden bottle inscribed with mysterious symbols from somewhere and smiled at Isaac Eggers, saying, "Mr. Isaac, this is some excess water from the Samaritan Women's Spring. It's something produced by corruption from the power at the source of the river Styx. It has multiple effects, including repairing souls, inducing sleep, bringing complete death or true dreams, and granting lucidity in dreams. We'd like to ask for your help in making it manifest only one of two qualities, either inducing sleep or granting lucidity in dreams and enhancing that effect." Repairing souls. Lumion paid no attention to the fact that there was leftover Samaritan Women's Spring water from what he had previously collected. His focus was entirely on the repairing souls effect. Could this gradually make Aurora's soul fragments whole again? No problem, said Isaac, taking the small golden bottle containing the Samaritan Women's Spring water. Madame Magician, seeming to sense Lumion's thoughts, casually explained to him, "The Samaritan Women's Spring water does indeed have the effect of repairing souls, but is limited to repair only. Just as limb regeneration abilities can regrow lost arms and legs, but can't grow a whole new person from an arm or leg. That falls under the domain of the Great Mother." She had previously answered the question of what exactly the fake demoness of Black was, believing that neither she nor the one with the most accurate divination results knew the precise answer. This implied that the relevant secrets must involve the special mirror world. "Even some repair effects are good," Lumion said softly after a moment of silence. At this point, a blurry, upright, terrifying giant snake appeared behind Isaac, almost touching the illusory sky. Pale white flames burned in the giant snake's eye sockets. It seemed to have a pair of thick, exaggerated wings on its back. Its body was covered in large, dark green scales that appeared black, with what looked like white feathers protruding from between the scales. Although Lumion couldn't clearly see the appearance of each feather and scale or the strange symbols they bore, just directly gazing at this phantom image gave him the sensation of rapidly dying, his skin withering and shriveling. This was damage that mirror substitution couldn't transfer. Fortunately, the illusory winged giant snake quickly coiled itself, wrapping layer upon layer around the golden bottle that couldn't even fill one of its eye sockets. Then, the terrifying giant snake rapidly faded, instantly shrinking into the golden bottle. Lumion gradually returned to normal. Isaac handed the golden bottle back to the magician. "Anyone who touches the spring water in the bottle will fall into a long sleep, myself included. It will have a slight effect on true gods, but not much, unless that deity is already very weak or in a state of slumber. If you want someone who has fallen asleep because of this to wake up, you'll need to collect some more water from the Samaritan Women's Spring and process it in a similar way, but with the opposite effect, or seek help from a true god with the corresponding authority." Lumion was not surprised that the processed Samaritan Women's Spring water would only have a weak effect on true gods. Even the remnant soul of the Blood Emperor could occasionally wake up and cause trouble in the mysterious river that was the source of the Samaritan Women's Spring, let alone this secondary derivative. Madame Magician handed the golden bottle to Lumion. "This might be useful in the dream, but it's uncertain." Lumion nodded slightly and placed the bottle of processed Samaritan Women's Spring water into his traveler's bag. Madame Magician then turned to Isaac and curtsied. "Thank you for your help. We've achieved all our objectives today. Is there anything you need us to do?" Isaac cast his gaze towards the oil paintings on both sides of the corridor and said, with a somewhat dazed expression, "Nothing at present. I've been asleep for several years. I want to walk around and see the changes in this world." Madame Magician didn't say more and left with Lumion after bidding farewell. Before being enveloped by starlight, Lumion turned his head for a glance and saw the former Death Consul, with eyes full of world weariness, standing silently in front of an oil painting, wordlessly caressing its surface with his fingers. In the evening, except for Lugano, who was informed he would have a period of vacation to arrange freely, Lumion, Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig all gathered in the apartment on Rue de la Gauche in Quartier de l'Observatoire. Madame Magician, wearing a cream-colored high-collar dress with gold embroidery and a wide-brimmed hat for sun protection, stood by the window and said to the 5 lucky coin holders, "I must emphasize once again the potential risks. In Mr. Fool's dream, if you die, you will die in reality. If you lose control or go mad, you will lose control or go mad in reality. If you are directly corrupted by that celestial worthy or some other entity, you will also suffer corruption in reality. If you develop psychological illnesses or experience intense emotional fluctuations, your sleeping body in reality will bear corresponding problems. Mere injury or fatigue has very little effect on reality. You can quickly recover by leaving the dream and briefly waking up, or by spending time healing within the dream. In that dream world, you can use all your abilities, but their effects will be limited to the level of Sequence 7. The essence of this limitation is that Mr. Fool's self-awareness has not yet recovered. In other words, if the Mr. Fool in the dream realizes that beyond your abilities can achieve effects corresponding to Sequence 6, your levels will recover to that sequence accordingly. Similarly, except for special items like the Samaritan women's spring water, your other equipment in the dream is essentially derived from your consciousness, and is also limited. The good news is that those hostile entities and beyonders driven by the celestial worthy who enter Mr. Fool's dream through other methods will be subject to similar restrictions. However, that celestial worthy can manage the dream to some extent and in certain aspects. Unless it's the final moment, you'd better avoid the celestial worthy and have no contact with him. At this point, Lumion raised a question. In Mr. Fool's dream, what identity and form does the celestial worthy exist in? If this could be clarified, they could effectively avoid that celestial worthy. Madame Magician shook her head. If we knew that, the previous lucky coin holders wouldn't have been kicked out of a dream so quickly or had their actions restricted. Confirming the celestial worthy's identity in the dream is a key point of your mission this time. Madame Magician spoke about other matters related to the dream, and finally asked, seriously, "Now, you can make your own choices. Are you willing to hold Mr. Fool's coins and enter his true dream, attempting to awaken him? If you're unwilling, we won't force you, but you'll need to follow the guidance of spirituality and pass on the lucky coins in your possession as soon as possible. If you're willing, after the matter is concluded, whether Mr. Fool is successfully awakened or not, we will reward you generously." "I have no problem with it." Lumion, wearing a cloak but without the hood, was the first to answer. "Me too." Jenna was the second. Franca and Anthony followed, also willing. The only one hesitating was Ludwig, this little boy with a red bow ties. Expression changed several times, resisting something unknown. Finally, he looked at Franca and Jenna and said through gritted teeth, "I'm willing to go into the dream. Although the food eaten in the dream is fake and illusory, at least there's no studying and exams." Franca, who had already digested the affliction potion, glanced amusingly at Ludwig and whispered in Jenna's ear, "This child really isn't smart enough." As soon as I heard Madame Magician's descriptions earlier, I clearly came to a conclusion. If you digest a potion in Mr. Fool's dream, it will happen in reality too. Jenna responded quietly. "Let's tell Ludwig this fact after we enter Mr. Fool's dream." At this moment, Madame Magician nodded slightly and said, "I'm very glad you've made this choice. Let me remind you one last time, try to delay being kicked out of the dream as much as possible. Once you've been kicked out more than 3 times, subsequent entries will either result in immediate ejection or complete restriction, leaving you as mere observers." "Yes, Madame Magician." Lumion and the others stood up one after another. Specks of brilliant starlight fell, enveloping them. In the blink of an eye, the 5 appeared inside a luxurious villa. "This is also in Trier. Choose your own rooms, but don't be next to each other in case one person is discovered and affects the others nearby," Madame Magician briefly introduced. "All right." Having made the decision, Franca was no longer hesitant and eager to try. After Lumion and the others had settled on their rooms, Madame Magician said to them as they returned to the corridor, Now go to bed and sleep while holding your lucky coins. Is that all it takes? Franca asked in confusion. Isn't that too simple? Madam Magician chuckled. No, this is just the first step. Miss Justice will need to intervene later. Lumion and the others didn't ask further. They returned to their chosen rooms, gripped their shiny lucky coins, lay down on the firm yet springy beds, and covered themselves with soft blankets that smelled of sunshine. Chapter 902, The Platform. Before Lumion had a chance to fall asleep through cogitation, his vision suddenly went dark. His consciousness felt as if it was being pulled by an invisible force, plummeting straight into the depths of the earth. He instinctively resisted for a moment, then experienced a sensation of leaping out of a dark seabed to the surface. His vision was immediately illuminated by a twilight-like radiance shining through a giant glass pane divided into countless small squares, bringing limited light to the darkness. In this dim light, Lumion saw a black steam locomotive with 2 oil lamps hanging from it, a domed platform, and at the edge of the platform near the steam train stood Madam Magician in her cream-colored dress with gold embroidery and wide-brimmed sun hat. Beside Madam Magician stood a lady in a simple green dress with a golden retriever crouching at her feet. Upon seeing the lady in green, Lumion felt surprise and confusion. Another? Demoness? Does the Tarot Club have other demonesses? She's so beautiful, Lumion heard Franca whisper in admiration. But she doesn't seem like a demoness. Her aura is different, unless she's already a Sequence 3 demoness of unaging. Hearing this, Lumion noticed similar issues. The lady in green had lustrous golden hair, partly tied up in a bun with the rest flowing smoothly down. Her emerald eyes were like the most beautiful gems, yet deep enough to seemingly reflect the innermost consciousness of all who beheld them. Her features were exceptionally delicate, her beauty comparable to the demoness's, with an elegant air tinged with a girl's purity and clarity. Such an aura was very rare among demonesses below Sequence 3, at least neither Lumion nor Franca had ever seen it before. Moreover, Lumion found that looking at this lady didn't invoke the desire he usually felt when facing demonesses. Instead, he felt a sense of peace, warmth, and steadiness. This familiar feeling triggered Lumion's spiritual intuition, evoking certain memories. Combined with what Madam Magician had said earlier, he quickly came to a conclusion. Good evening, Madam Justice. The elegant green-clad lady, with a hint of girlishness, must be the Major Arcana card Justice, one of his psychiatrists. Good evening, Madam Justice. Anthony was the second to speak. After Franca and Jenna politely greeted Madam Justice, Franca's eyes suddenly widened. She pointed at Lumion and said, H, how did you turn back into a man? Lumion reflexively examined himself and found he wasn't wearing the black cloak. The swells in his chest had subsided, and his white shirt, black vest, and dark trousers fit as they used to. Meanwhile, Franca was still wearing her lace-flowered blouse and cream-colored riding pants, with a small red jacket. Her chest was prominent and her ponytail swayed gently. She looked every bit a demoness. At this moment, Madam Justice said with a soft laugh, This is entering a true dream, which is different from normal dreaming. Using a dream charm causes the body to dematerialize and directly enter the dream. Whatever you look like in reality is how you appear in the dream. Normal dreams depend on real-time perception. Your dream image might be your current self, your past self, or even an altered self. But in a true dream, if you can maintain consciousness, what appears will be your subconscious self-perception. In other words, 7 of Wands' subconscious still considers himself male. I see, Lumion felt a mix of joy and disappointment. Franca blurted out, Then what about me? Why am I still... She suddenly closed her mouth, looking as if she had been struck by lightning, losing part of her soul. Madam Justice gently comforted her. Accepting the present doesn't mean forgetting the past. As long as you remember who your past self was and what kind of life that self lived, reconciling with your current body won't lead you to lose control. The acting principles of the demoness sect may not suit everyone, it depends on one's personality and experiences. Remember, everyone is special. Franca opened her mouth but couldn't speak, her emotions still somewhat dejected and low. Jenna quietly reached out her right hand and grasped Franca's palm. Even if this had been Lumion not long after arriving in Trier, he wouldn't have mocked Franca for claiming to be a man while unconsciously considering herself a woman, let alone now. He turned his attention to survey the platform. It wasn't much different from a typical steam train station, with an overpass high, above and stairs leading to different platforms. At the edge of the overpass, a tall figure leaned against the railing, gazing this way. His black trench coat fluttered slightly, and he seemed to be wearing red gloves. On the stairs leading to this platform, the lady in the gloomy, intricate dress, carrying 4 heads, was openly observing below. In contrast, halfway up the stairs to another platform stood a little boy with a mercury-colored bow tie. At the end of those stairs, Mr. Isaac Eggers, whom Lumion had met not long ago, held his hat in hand, silently watching the black steam locomotive. 1700 ords. On the stairs leading to this platform, the lady in the gloomy, intricate dress, carrying 4 heads, was openly observing below. In contrast, halfway up the stairs, to another platform stood a little boy with a mercury-colored bow tie. At the end of those stairs, Mr. Isaac Eggers, whom Lumion had met not long ago, held his hat in hand, silently watching the black steam locomotive. On the waiting chairs of Mr. Isaac Eggers' platform sat the Knight of Swords, Marek and the Temperance faction demigod Sharon, facing Lumion and the others, motionless like puppets brought in to serve as an audience. Lumion brought his gaze back and noticed that the golden retriever beside Madame Justice was wearing glasses and carrying a small brown bag, looking very gentle and scholarly. Lumion suddenly recalled the dog and female figure he had seen after his first psychological treatment at Mason Café. So that was Madame Justice. It's a pity Madame Susie isn't participating in this. Mission to Mr. Fool's dream, otherwise I could thank her in person. Lumion regretfully returned his gaze to Madame Justice and Madame Magician. Madame Justice smiled at him and said, "Because you've actually become a demoness of despair, and your subconscious knows this, you can freely switch between your subconscious self-image and your current true appearance. This might help you create perfect disguises in the dream and play a crucial role in key scenes." "Why can't I do that?" Franca silently wailed. Lumion nodded with understanding. Lie can't create good disguises? Because it can only perform at a sequence 7 level, and the sequence 6 faceless of the seer pathway is needed to adjust appearance and physique? Yes, Lie at sequence 7 level can only modify appearances to a certain extent, equivalent to the best makeup techniques. Madame Justice nodded slightly, then turned her head to the golden retriever beside her. "Susie, do you have anything you want to tell them?" Susie Lumion's eyebrows twitched as he suddenly shifted his gaze to the bespectacled golden retriever with the small bag. The dog spoke in a voice familiar to him. "What I need to tell you is that Mr. Fool is very vigilant and cautious. He's not easily trusting of others." Hearing the golden retriever speak, everyone except Anthony and Ludwig looked shocked and surprised if the golden retriever hadn't been called Susie. Lumion certainly wouldn't have been so astonished by an animal speaking human language. After a brief silence, Lumion adjusted his mindset and said sincerely, "Thank you for your reminder, and also for your previous treatment, Madame Susie, and thank you too, Madame Justice. Having seen a child eating devil eyeballs, what's so strange about a talking dog? If they were Trierian, this might not even be unusual. Maybe they just liked being dogs and found a way to transform themselves into dogs." Lumion then asked Madame Magician and Madame Justice, "I have one more question. What is Mr. Fool's identity in the dream?" Awakening Mr. Fool would surely require interacting with him in the dream. Madame Justice and Madame Magician exchanged a glance before producing a brownish-yellow envelope tied with thin cotton string. "This contains information about Mr. Fool's dream identity, but you can only open it once you've truly entered that dream. It also contains cash, identity documents, and maps prepared for you." Lumion took the envelope and pointed at the iron-black steam locomotive stopped beside their platform. "We take this?" "Yes. After you board, I'll have it travel to the edge of this dream world. You must hold tightly to your lucky coins. When the train reaches the edge of the dream world, they will help you enter Mr. Fool's dream. The first time must be this complicated, but afterwards you'll be able to enter and exit that dream normally using the lucky coins. Madam Justice explained briefly. Lumion looked at Jenna, Franca, Anthony, and Ludwig, then nodded to the two major arcana card holders. We can board now. The black steam locomotive was no different from the common types seen in Trier. Lumion and the other four occupied 2 rows of seats on the same side, while the other passengers around them were blurry and indistinct shadows, as if the creator of this dream had been too lazy to elaborate on them. Through the window they saw Madam Magician, Madam Justice and the others waving to them. As they instinctively waved back, Lumion and the others heard a shrill sound. Ooh! With the whistle's cry, a clanking noise began, slow at first then quickening, changing from gentle to frequent. The scenery outside the window gradually receded. The iron-black steam locomotive carrying Lumion, Franca, Jenna, Anthony and Ludwig left the platform, heading towards a distant horizon shrouded in dreamlike fog. Chapter 903, Everything's Familiar. After the platform had disappeared from view, Lumion observed the conditions inside the train carriage. The seats were made of wood, the windows were narrow, and the lighting was insufficient. The other passengers seemed to be conversing, but there was no sound, as if they were performing a silent play. Jenna and Anthony, experiencing something like this for the first time, were also quietly examining their surroundings. Ludwig was painfully yet intently eating imaginary delicious snacks, while Franca was in low spirits, leaning against the carriage and gazing at the scenery outside. Vast pastures and lush fields were quickly receding, interspersed with old castles and quaint villages, beautiful like an oil painting. Gradually Franca saw palaces formed of frost, houses flying above the clouds, and pairs of crystal shoes dancing in a distant square. The scenery outside the steam train began to become dreamlike, as if various fairy tales were merging together. Before long the iron-black steam locomotive entered the fog, and nothing could be seen clearly outside the windows. Lumion, Franca and the others instinctively gripped their lucky coins tightly. No one spoke, maintaining silence, worried that any unnecessary movement might prevent them from entering Mr. Fool's dream. In the thick, dreamlike fog, the iron-black steam locomotive that had emerged from fantasy continued to race forward with a clanking sound. At some point, Lumion felt the clanking of the train wheels hitting the rail joints grow fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Suddenly, they heard a female voice. Does anyone want anything? Boxed meals, snacks, ice cream, beverages, local specialties, beef jerky? Franca sat up straight, her expression both shocked and bewildered. She abruptly stood up, turned around, and looked towards the entrance of the carriage. She saw a woman wearing a white shirt and a purple-red long dress, with a small purple-red soft hat, pushing a multi-layered metal cart towards them. The cart had colorful items arranged on different levels, beverages in peculiar bottles, and stacked boxed meals. Whoa! Franca's gaze instinctively swept to both sides of the multi-layered cart, finding that the previously shadowy passengers had become very clear. They were wearing clothes that often appeared in her dreams, either quietly spending time on different brands of phones, or conversing softly with companions, with occasional sounds of children crying. This was a scene Franca had dreamed of seeing again, but encountering it at this moment, in this setting, made her shiver with an inexplicable fear. Is this Mr. Fool's dream? What's wrong? Lumion stood up as well, asking in a low voice. He had already noticed the changes in the carriage, even the seats and backrests had become soft, as if wrapped in thick, blue-dyed cotton. He also noticed that the passengers' clothing, style, and way of speaking were distinctly different from his group. But this wasn't the reason for Franca's dramatic change in expression. This is a dream, after all. Nothing should be surprising. Franca's lips quivered a few times. She looked back at Anthony, who was sitting in the row in front with Ludwig, then lowered her voice and said to Lumion and Jenna, "It's exactly the same as a similar scene from my world." Lumion immediately understood why Franca had reacted that way earlier. He deliberately said in a nonchalant tone, "Have you forgotten about the celestial worthy? He also comes from that world. Isn't it normal for corresponding scenes to appear in a dream he's involved in?" "You're right," Franca showed a self-deprecating smile. "I was too excited, too scared, and overlooked this point. Indeed, this is very normal. This is also the sleeping dream of that celestial worthy. Jenna also stood up, looked around for a few seconds, and said, "So, does this mean we've entered Mr. Fool's dream?" As she spoke, she opened her right palm and found that beneath the shiny lucky coin was a train ticket that read, Ningbei, Yangdu, Du. Although Jenna only recognized the numbers on the ticket, it didn't prevent her from understanding the meaning of those strange characters. Similarly, the passengers sitting across the aisle understood her in Tizian, turning their heads to look at them curiously. However, upon noticing their strange attire, they seemed to find it normal and turned away. According to Madam Magician's previous explanation, in Mr. Fool's dream, there was no need to worry about language barriers or unfamiliar text. This was essentially communicating with Mr. Fool's subconscious, and Mr. Fool knew all languages. Of course, being able to intuitively understand the meaning of unfamiliar text didn't mean one could comprehend it deeply. Jenna had been worried about this issue before, but Madam Magician had reassured them. Now Jenna finally understood why Madam Magician wasn't concerned about this problem. These characters were familiar to Franca, and she could serve as the most reliable translator. It should be. Lumion cautiously put away the lucky coin, holding only the train ticket. After noticing that other passengers could understand their speech, Jenna asked Franca in a very low voice, "What are those things the people are holding?" "It's that." They look very strange. Lumion immediately used the bottle of fiction to enclose their 2 rows of seats, using the window as support, but keeping the barrier transparent. Franca suddenly became energetic, completely forgetting her previous dejection and shock. She introduced with a smile, "Those are cell phones, products of scientific development. They integrate telegraph communication, theatrical performance, mirror messaging, and other effects. They have even more functions that you can't imagine. Later, I'll get a few and teach you how to use them in detail. It's too difficult to explain clearly now." As she spoke, Franca's face was full of pride. "That's a t-shirt, those are jeans, those are sneakers." Just as she said this, Ludwig started shouting, "I want a boxed meal, I want snacks, I want ice cream, I want beverages, I want beef jerky." The little boy was salivating, completely forgetting the fact that food in dreams was all imaginary. Madam Magician reminded us to try to obey the law," Franca looked at Lumion. "I remember there was cash in the envelope Madam Justice gave us." Lumion opened the envelope and took out a stack of brand new bright red banknotes and deactivated the bottle of fiction. 2,000 per person, he told his companions. "That's okay." Franca nodded, then looked at Ludwig with a worried expression. "This child's meal expenses for one day would probably be over 1,000, and that's assuming he didn't eat anything good. There will always be ways to make money." Lumion spent 200 to get 5 boxed meals. Franca hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's give them all to Ludwig. Although I'd love to relive the taste of familiar food, we shouldn't waste money here. There will be better choices later." After piling all 5 boxed meals in front of Ludwig, Jenna asked in a low voice, "Can we look at Mr. Fool's identity information in the dream now?" She noticed that many passengers around were sneaking glances at her and Franca, so she sat back down. Lumion considered for a moment and said, "We haven't reached our destination yet. Let's wait a bit longer. We'll look at it after we get off at our destination station." Caution is paramount. As he spoke, Lumion took out a mirror and tossed it into the gap between Ludwig and the backrest. He was using mirror illusion magic to conceal the exaggerated situation of Ludwig being able to eat 5 boxed meals in one go and still only be half full. He had noticed earlier that someone was secretly pointing what Franca called a phone in their direction. His spiritual intuition told him it would be better not to let abnormal matters appear in front of the public. "Doesn't this train make any clanking noises?" Jenna and Franca started chatting, casually. Franca said with a boastful tone, "Of course not. This is the latest train model, and it's incredibly fast." She pointed to the display screen at the front of the carriage, which showed the real-time speed using numbers and symbols familiar to Jenna. "Thank you, Emperor Roselle." Franca enthusiastically explained all the details that confused Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony, occasionally correcting their misconceptions, such as, "Is this place even more open than Trier? I see people can expose their arms and legs." No, we're far behind, Trier. This is just freedom of dressing, and it doesn't offend others in public places. It's a manifestation of being cultured and civilized. In private, it's not as open as Trier at all. Won't our current appearance be too strange? Don't worry. Just say we're going to a comic convention. What's a comic convention? During this exchange, the train finally emerged from the fog, and a magnificent city with countless towering buildings appeared ahead. Each of these buildings seemed to rival mountains in height, their surfaces covered with glass curtain walls that gleamed golden in the sunlight. Lumion and Jenna instinctively held their breath, as if approaching the realm of gods. It was a miracle on earth, a city on the mountain top. Franca also stopped her explanation, her lake blue eyes fixed on the city, her expression a mix of nostalgia and sadness. The train gradually slowed down, entered the city, and finally stopped at a clean, bright and spacious platform. The other passengers in this carriage suddenly disappeared, as if the dream weaver could no longer maintain them. Lumion and Franca exchanged glances with the others, then led Ludwig off the train, followed by the strangely dressed Jenna, Franca, and Anthony. Along with the numerous passengers from other carriages, they took self-operating escalators to leave the platform, under the guidance of their guide, Franca. They made their way out of the station to the square outside, with no one speaking along the way. Seeing the surrounding people gradually dispersing and the area becoming more open, Lumion took out the brownish-yellow envelope given by Madame Justice. He extracted the documents related to Mr. Fool's dream identity and spread them out for his companions to see. Franca immediately saw a name written in her native language at the top of the document. Joel Mingrui, Chapter 904, The Driver. After quickly reading through the information, Jenna remarked in disbelief. Mr. Fool's identity in the dream is so ordinary, there's no sign at all of him being a great existence. What should we do next? Franca looked at Lumion. Find an opportunity to make contact with Mr. Fool? The document had already roughly outlined Zhou Mingrui's, that is, Mr. Fool's dream identity's daily routine. As long as Lumion and the others weren't too unlucky, they could soon see and interact with Mr. Fool. Earlier, when she saw the name Zhou Mingrui, Franca's heart had suddenly skipped a beat. She hadn't expected that the name Mr. Fool used in the dream wasn't in the style of the northern and southern continents, but rather very close to the style of her country before she transmigrated. Of course, this was consistent with the current city's situation, but if the name, Zhou Mingrui, belonged to the celestial worthy rather than Mr. Fool, Franca would understand and accept it more easily, because the title, The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings, itself was in the style of her country before her transmigration. Could it be that the celestial worthy has gained the upper hand to the extent that Mr. Fool's dream city is the same as my motherland, and even took a name like Zhou Mingrui? As Franca muttered internally, Lumion thought for a few seconds and said, Let's not contact Mr. Fool yet. We'll observe the people and events around him for a few days. As the team leader, Lumion didn't just give orders, he briefly explained. Mr. Fool himself is certainly under close monitoring by that celestial worthy. If we rashly contact him, it will be easy for the celestial worthy to detect anomalies, lock onto our identities, and kick us out of the dream. Additionally, although Madame Justice's information includes Mr. Fool's daily routine and the people he frequently interacts with, I still want to observe for a while myself. This isn't about distrusting the abilities and intellect of the Major, Arcana card holders, but I feel they know too much background information which might interfere with their judgment, preventing them from discovering subtle hidden issues. Cognitive bias? Franca summarized Lumion's meaning using a term very much in the style of the current dream world. Lumion nodded. Some people mentioned in the information might no longer be in contact with Mr. Fool, but I'll still observe them to look for possible commonalities and differences. Then let's first go rent a place to settle down in one of these areas marked on the map, Jenna said, holding a city map taken from the brownish-yellow envelope. The marked locations were all residential areas close enough to Mr. Fool's current residence to overlook that area, but not too close. I have no objections, Franca said instinctively. Then I'll get a taxi first. As she spoke, she reached into the pocket of her red jacket, fumbling for a few moments before realizing something. No phone, she immediately suggested. Let's buy 5 phones nearby for a few hundred each. No, 4 phones and 1 children's smartwatch. Without phones, life in this city will be very difficult and inconvenient. Sometimes, what can be done with a phone doesn't need to be done with beyond our abilities. The latter is more likely to lead to our identities being exposed. I think the previous lucky coin holders might not have paid attention to this aspect and were in a hurry to contact Mr. Fool, which is why they were quickly discovered by the celestial worthy and kicked out of the dream. All right. Lumion nodded slightly, holding Ludwig's hand as the boy ate a sausage. He looked around and asked, "So, where should we go to buy them?" Franca chuckled. "Lend me the lie earring for a moment." After putting on the silver-white earring, she adjusted her hair color and eye color, slightly modifying her nose bridge and facial contours. In an instant she blended in with the passers-by around her, though still with a hint of mixed-race features. At this moment a slightly chubby young man passed by. Franca approached him in a few steps and smiled. "Could you help me with something?" The young man, dazzled by her bright smile and beautiful face, blurted out, "What is it?" Franca said a bit embarrassedly. "I lost my phone. Could you, The chubby young man instinctively took out his own phone, then came to his senses and asked warily, "You're not going to ask to borrow my phone to make a call, are you? Such an old scam." Franca sighed and replied, "I just wanted to borrow some money for food." Before the man could respond, she smiled again. "Just kidding. How could I use such a cliché scam? I just wanted to ask if there's a mall or phone store nearby. If you don't know, could you help me check on your phone?" Sounds harmless, with the phone in my hands the entire time. The man cautiously searched and earnestly gave Franca directions. Franca waved with a smile. "Thanks." The man's eyes glazed over again, and he asked as if struck by inspiration, "Do you want to be a celebrity? Or maybe a live streamer? Are you a talent scout? Or from a multi-channel network MCN company?" Franca asked curiously. It had been a long time since she had chatted with someone like this. The man came to his senses and said with an awkward smile, "Neither, but if I could sign you I'd become a talent scout or start an MCN company." "Beautiful. Can I get your number?" Franca finally understood that this guy was indirectly complimenting her looks. Everything before was just a setup. This was the real point. Tisk tisk people these days, even when I used to play murder mystery games, there weren't so many tricks. Franca inwardly sighed and said with a sincere face, "Didn't I tell you? I lost my phone, so I'll have to change my number later too." With that, she didn't give him a chance to harbor any hopes, waved goodbye, and jogged back to where Lumion and the others were. The chubby young man watched her go and muttered to himself enviously, "A group of oticus." Half an hour later, Franca led Lumion and the others out of the nearest mall to the roadside. They had used the ID documents and cash provided by Madam Justice to buy 4 phones, 1 off-brand children's smartwatch, and 5 SIM cards, spending a total of 2,400. But except for Franca, who was constantly tapping her screen, and Ludwig, who occasionally licked his children's smartwatch, Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony were just holding theirs like bricks, not knowing how to use them yet. "I'll teach you once we've settled in," Franca said, having linked the ID documents and associated bank cards with the corresponding apps. Instead of going to a nearby branch or ATM to deposit money, she directly took out a microloan and started to call a car. Just then, a motorcycle roared past, almost grazing her, the wind from its passing slapping her face. Franca angrily looked at the motorcycle, cursing under her breath. "Racing on the street? Are you in a hurry to be reborn?" As soon as she finished speaking, the motorcycle swerved to avoid a light truck from a moving company, only to find a hole dug for road repairs ahead, surrounded by yellow metal barriers. The motorcycle desperately swung its tail and crashed into a nearby utility pole, making the concrete pillar visibly shake. With this commotion, motorcycle parts flew in all directions. Franca watched in astonishment, murmuring, "It's not my fault." Although demonesses were indeed skilled at curses, they didn't work through mere words. Just as she was about to call for an ambulance to see if the motorcyclist could be saved, the helmetless rider stood up without a scratch, pushing the severely deformed motorcycle away from the scene. "He's fine after that?" Franca blurted out in shock. A thought immediately flashed through her mind, and she whispered in unison with Lumion. "Beyond her?" Lumion immediately said to Jenna and the others. "Let's go take a look." Taking advantage of the green light, they crossed the intersection to the accident site, seeing that even the utility pole was slightly deformed and cracked. Lumion cast his gaze to the ground, crouched down, and pulled out a rather ordinary-looking white paper figurine from a nearby flower bed. The paper figurine was already tattered. "Paper figurine substitutes. Was that motorcyclist from the Seer pathway?" Franca quickly deduced. Jenna frowned slightly and said, "One of the celestial worthy's subordinates?" "Possibly. Let's use dream divination later to recall his appearance." Lumion nodded, stuffing the paper figurine back into its original position and quietly using a demoness's black flame to erase any traces he might have left. Franca grumbled. "That guy didn't look anything like a Beyonder from the Seer pathway, racing on the street and even crashing. All the Seers I know are cautious and cunning, full of schemes." As she complained, she used her phone to book a car. Soon a white sedan stopped in front of them. Although Franca had already explained what internal combustion engine cars and electric cars were when they actually got in, Jenna and Lumion were still a bit shocked. The ordinary electric car, similar to a hired carriage, felt luxurious, as if the words civilization and technology were written everywhere. Anthony sat in the front passenger seat, while Jenna, Franca, and Lumion holding. Ludwig squeezed into the back. Even so, the space didn't feel too cramped. The cold air from the air conditioner dispersed the summer heat as the vehicle carried Franca, who couldn't conveniently explain things in such a setting, and the silent Lumion and others to their destination in just over 20 minutes. As they got out of the car, Anthony gave Lumion a meaningful look, gesturing for him to look at the driver. Lumion walked to the front door of the vehicle and peered in, noticing that the driver had a wide forehead, a gaunt face, slightly curly black hair, nearly pure black eyes, and a monocle that looked as if it were carved from crystal in his right eye socket. Ammon. The driver, who resembled Ammon, seemed to recognize Lumion. He smiled and waved, then started the car and vanished at the end of the road. "Ammon?" Franca and Jenna had also seen the driver's appearance. "How did he get in? Is it a false image created by Mr. Fool in the dream?" "It should be real. He clearly recognized me." Lumion replied gravely. Franca exhaled and said reassuringly, "It's okay. Madam Magician said that in the matter of putting the celestial worthy to sleep and awakening Mr. Fool, that individual is on the same side as us." Lumion looked at the intersection where the car had disappeared and said in a low voice, "But Madam Magician also said that that individual probably doesn't want Mr. Fool to wake up too early." Chapter 905. New Arrival. On the top floor of an old building without an elevator, Franca looked at the slightly musty rental apartment and grumbled. In this location, for such a rundown place, even renting the entire unit cost 2,000 red. The rental apartment had 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a living room that doubled as a dining room. Each room was very small. The master bedroom had a balcony, and the building was over 30 years old. Even for such a rental, Franca had to use a demoness's instigation and leverage, her social skills to negotiate the price down to under 2,500 from the female landlord, with only 1 month's deposit and rent instead of the usual 3 months. "It's fine," Jenna said, fairly satisfied with their current accommodation. It was much better than where her family lived before her mother passed away. Lumion glanced at the cash in his hand and said to Franca, "We only have 3,000 left. Even with what you borrowed, it's not even 6,000. We still need to buy some ordinary clothes. We can't go out looking so eye-catching every day." "It's okay," said Franca, now in a familiar environment and no longer as worried as before. She smiled calmly and confidently. "I can borrow again from each app, and so can you all. Added up, it's enough to support Ludwig for several months. Given such a long time, are you afraid we can't earn money? Is borrowing money so easy here?" Jenna asked in surprise. In trial, whether pawning items at a pawn shop or borrowing from loan sharks, it wasn't a simple matter. The corresponding items or people had to have some value. But just now she saw Franca tap her phone a few times and successfully borrow a sum of money. Was it like this for everyone, or did the beautiful demoness get special treatment? Franca pursed her lips and remarked, "It is quite easy. Even the poorest people have some remaining value. If all else fails, they can be taken to have their organs sold." Obviously, she didn't like how easy online loans were, but now she had to take out a bunch of microloans to support Ludwig and the whole team, so she couldn't say the rest of what she was thinking. Lumion took out the golden box that Madame Magician had returned from the traveller's bag and asked thoughtfully, "Are there places here that buy gold?" The space contained in his traveller's bag had also significantly shrunk, now only equivalent to a storage room. He couldn't stock up too much food for Ludwig. "There are, but they're strictly regulated. We'll see if there are any illegal channels later," said Franca, who was well read and had some understanding of gold trading. "Illegal channels?" Lumion said pensively. "When we try to sell gold through such channels, won't they see us as outsiders, easy to bully, afraid to report to the police on such matters, and just take our gold without paying?" Franca gave Lumion the side-eye. "You want to fish again? This is called receiving gifts from kind-hearted people." Lumion smiled. "For this kind of black-on-black crime, they probably won't report to the police. It shouldn't affect our law-abiding image, right?" Through long-term daily influence from Aurora and Franca, and being in the corresponding environment, Lumion had gradually become proficient in using certain words and sentences. "Can't you just find a proper job?" Franca said with a laugh. "A job would only interfere with our observation of the people and events around Mr. Fool," Lumion reasoned. "That's not necessarily true," Franca instinctively retorted. "What if that job could help you become Mr. Fool's colleague? Wouldn't that make observation more convenient?" "That's true." Lumion's gaze moved from Franca's face to Jenna and Anthony, as if considering who should apply for the corresponding job. "Speaking of which, the company Mr. Fool works for was started by Emperor Roselle," Franca recalled the contents of the document. "The Emperor's real name wouldn't happen to be Huang Tao, would it? According to the major arcana cardholders, it would occasionally be the Emperor's own projection, but most of the time it's a fake person woven by Mr. Fool in the dream. Well, now only the latter possibility remains. Who knows how long it will be before the Emperor gets a chance to resurrect?" As she spoke, Franca suddenly laughed. "The Emperor's eldest daughter, Princess Bernadette, is named Bernie Huang in Mr. Fool's dream. Ha ha ha, what a cute name. Is this Mr. Fool's sense of humor?" "You should restrain yourself a bit. Bernie Huang, no. Princess Bernadette often projects her consciousness here. She seems to have an item similar to the lucky coin," Jenna reminded Franca with a smile. She had just read the corresponding description in the document. By now, Lumion had made his decision. I or Anthony will apply for the job. If a demoness enters the Emperor's company, it might cause quite a few troubles and make it hard to keep a low profile. Franca and Jenna nodded heavily, both remembering the Emperor's words of wisdom. Lumion brought the topic back to the gold matter. "If I sell this golden box in the dream, will my golden box in reality disappear? If not, couldn't we sell it over and over by leaving the dream and returning?" Franca, Jenna, and Anthony were momentarily speechless. Is this the influence of Amon's boon? After a few seconds, Lumion mused. "It probably won't work. Mr. Fool is a great existence who controls errors and loopholes. He wouldn't leave such an obvious problem. I suspect selling gold in the dream is equivalent to sacrificing it to him." "I think so too," Franca agreed. As they spoke, dozens of quiet and eerie black flames gathered around the two demonesses and a male-appearing Lumion. These 20 to 30 black flames flew to various parts of the room, burning away any possible insects. Originally, Lumion could have engulfed the entire house in the demoness's black flames to complete the cleaning, but now he could only exert the standard of a sequence 7. After finishing the cleaning, Franca began teaching Lumion and the others how to use their phones and guiding Ludwig on how to play with his children's smartwatch. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. "I'm hungry." Ludwig's voice suddenly rang out. Franca lifted her gaze from her phone, looked at the sky that had already turned to dusk, and sincerely exclaimed, "Phones are so much fun. Time flies so fast." The amazed Lumion, Jenna, and the others put away their phones and went out to find a restaurant to avoid Ludwig causing trouble out of extreme hunger. They hadn't even allocated who would sleep in which room yet. After leaving the old residential complex, Franca glanced at the row of shops by the roadside and said with a smile, "Based on my previous observations, this city's prototype is one I once toured. The cooking standards of these street-side small shops might be even higher than big restaurants and more suitable for people like us who can't afford high-end places. Let's eat at this one first, lest Ludwig can't wait. Tay!" She was pointing to a small restaurant just to the left of the residential complex. Business seemed decent, with several tables set up on the sidewalk. Before going out, Lumion and the others had already adjusted their hair color and eye color using the lie earring, and modified their facial features. Although they still attracted hidden or bold glances as handsome men and beautiful women, at least they didn't stand out as obviously foreign to their surroundings. Franca chose one of the tables on the sidewalk, took the menu, and asked with a smile, "The specialty is spicy food. Can you handle it? Didn't you say before that the essence of spiciness is a kind of pain? What's there to not handle?" Lumion replied nonchalantly. Franca gave him a challenging look, then turned to Jenna with a smile and said, "Not everything is spicy. There are sweet and sour dishes, and some that focus on umami flavors. Two dishes I really like, Kung Pao chicken and Yushang shredded pork, can be made non-spicy. The proportion of sour, sweet, and other flavors might be different in each restaurant. It takes luck to find the type that suits your taste best. The two most satisfying times I've had were once in a time-honored restaurant and once in a hole-in-the-wall place like this. The Kung Pao chicken in the time-honored restaurant was adjusted to a lychee paste flavor, using only chicken thigh meat, tender and not dry. The Yushang shredded pork in that hole-in-the-wall place only used chopped scallions as a side vegetable, with sweet, sour, salty, and pickled pepper flavors all mixed into the sauce and stir-fried with the meat. This is different from the common practice, but very appetizing and delicious. Should we order a few bottles of beer? We rarely have a full team dinner like this. Although I don't like bottled beer, I can make do with it." Ever since introducing phones on the train, Franca had maintained an excited state, as if back on her home turf, constantly introducing and sharing, with a gleam in her eyes like a hint of sunlight. Lumion didn't mind this fellow showing such enthusiastic host-like attitude, taking over all the things a team leader should say. Instead, he was infected with a sense of calm, relaxation, and joy because of it. Summer nights darkened late, and even now, just after 7 o'clock, the sky was still somewhat bright. The breeze blowing past the tables and chairs on the roadside brought a hint of coolness from inside the restaurant and other shops, making the eating and drinking crowd increasingly lively. Some were laughing loudly, some were eating while fiddling with their phones, completely without the restraint of sitting on the sidewalk. Jenna observed intently for a while, then said softly to Franca, "There's a strange sense of relaxation." She had seen people eating by the roadside in Quartier du Jardin Botanique and the Market District before, but never had a similar feeling. "This is one of the things I miss about the past," said Franca, her eyes bright, having already ordered the food. At this moment, a woman with smooth, glossy black hair tied in a simple ponytail, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and fitness shorts, dragging sandals, came to the entrance of the small restaurant and said to the busy owner, "How long do I have to wait for takeout?" "Sia, you're late today," the owner commented in a familiar tone. Before Miss Sia could answer, someone suddenly shouted from nearby, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" A figure ran past the tables and chairs, tightly gripping a diamond necklace. As he ran past Miss Sia, she suddenly raised her foot and delivered a side kick. Bang! The thief was kicked several meters away, falling to the ground in pain, momentarily unable to get up. "This gal is quite fierce," Franca said, her eyes full of admiration. Lumion looked at Miss Sia's profile and said in a low voice, "Is that Sia Tass, the one who shares an apartment with Mr. Fool?" Chapter 906, Suspicious Details. "Sia Tass?" Franca quickly examined the face and ears of the woman surnamed Sia, partially hidden by her glossy black hair. According to information provided by the major Arcana card holders, Sia Tass, who currently rented the same apartment as Mr. Fool, was an ancient elf in reality. Her boyfriend Mobet was a viscount from the Fourth Epoch Solomon Empire and a member of the Zoroast family. Both of them have been dead for many years. Franca quickly withdrew her gaze, not letting Sia Tass notice her observation. This was the professionalism of an assassin. As for her previous blatant staring, she wasn't worried about being suspected at all. Sia Tass's action of kicking away the thief had drawn everyone's attention. Franca lowered her voice and said to Lumion and the others, "Her ears are slightly pointed, and her facial features are consistent with local residents. It should be Sia Tass. Damn it. Could the ancestors of the elven race really be transmigrators? Except for a few minor details, Sia Tass could pass as a local in this city without any flaws. She even wanted to chat with Sia Tass." Lumion glanced at Ludwig, who was gnawing on the end of his chopsticks, and said thoughtfully, "Could Sia Tass be that celestial worthy, or could she be a beyond a subordinate of that celestial worthy?" Both Franca and Jenna were stunned by this question. "It doesn't seem likely." Franca resisted the urge to look at Sia Tass again. Jenna pondered for a moment and then suggested, "The Sia Tass in the dream should be a fake person, woven by Mr. Fool's subconscious, based on memories. A fake person could also be that celestial worthy, or could be used by that celestial worthy," Lumion said with a smile. For some reason, seeing his smile, both Franca and Jenna's hearts beat a little faster. They felt that his male form had lost some of its handsome aura compared to before, but gained more beauty. When he smiled, it was like sunlight shining on his face. Oh right, although Lumion's subconscious is still male, the modifications to his body by the potion has long been recognized and remembered by his subconscious. In situations not involving gender identity, the enhancement of appearance and increase in charm from the demoness pathway would definitely be reflected in the dream. What should this be called, an incubus? Franca first had a sudden realization, then started complaining internally. Lumion continued. "Sia Tass is one of the closest people to Mr. Fool, living in another room in the same rental apartment. Why couldn't such a person be that celestial worthy? Why couldn't she be controlled by that celestial worthy in some way, becoming his puppet, being used by him? The closer someone is to Mr. Fool, the more suspicious they are." "Right." Anthony rarely took the initiative to share his own views. In the information, the Oracle mentioned that Sia Tass and Mobet only had contact with Mr. Fool's Angel of Redemption, the incarnation walking on Earth, that great adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, and they are already dead. To Mr. Fool, they are neither important nor special. Why would the ones living with Mr. Fool, so close to him, be these two, and not other fake people, such as the dream counterparts of some major arcana card holders? It is indeed worth suspecting. Franca and Jenna both nodded slowly. Lumion immediately added, "I mainly wanted to make one point clear. At this stage, we should focus on observation, supplemented by analyzing the content of the information and collecting information. We absolutely must not contact Mr. Fool, and we should try not to contact these people around Mr. Fool. The closer they are to Mr. Fool, the less we should contact them. But if we don't make contact, how can we conduct further investigations later? How can we determine the identity of the celestial worthy? How can we gradually awaken Mr. Fool?" Franca raised a question. Lumion chuckled. "We're just not making contact at this stage. After we complete the observation work, we will make contact with purpose and plan. That will also be a form of probing." "Probing?" Jenna and Franca vaguely grasped Lumion's idea. They were about to inquire further when the cold dishes were ready and brought to their table along with several bottles of beer. After the waiter left, Franca picked up her chopsticks, easily opened the bottle caps, and poured a glass for everyone except Ludwig. Children can only drink soda and dairy products. Franca tapped her glass full of golden liquid on the table and said with a smile, "The past cannot be retrieved, the future cannot be known. Let's toast to the fact that we're all still together now and can enjoy life." Lumion shook his head with a smile, but still clinked glasses with Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. Then he tilted his head back and gulped down the glass of beer. Franca was the first to finish drinking. She wiped her mouth and saw Lumien's Adam's apple moving as he drank, with a little beer seeping from the corner of his mouth. She suddenly froze. Damn, why do I find his Adam's apple movement so sexy? Is this what an incubus is like? Anthony glanced at Franco and Jenna drinking boldly and their unconscious small movements, then at the men and women around furtively looking at them and Lumien. He silently sighed and tried to make himself even less noticeable. Ludwig had already started quickly eating the cold dishes like garlic pork slices, cold sliced pork head meat, spicy shredded pig ears, smashed cucumber, and mixed shredded vegetables. Lumien took an inconspicuous mirror from his pocket and placed it in a corner of the table. Franca quickly came to her senses and once again filled up the beer for each team member except for the child. She raised her glass again and said, "Cheers to past experiences and future hopes." Her passionate tone and high spirits gave Jenna and Lumien a slightly tipsy feeling, while Anthony felt like he was back in his military camp days. Amidst the crisp clinking sounds, they temporarily set aside their inner depression and worries about this mission, just enjoying the present moment. In the rental apartment. "We spent 600?" Jenna asked, sounding a bit pained. They had spent 1/10 of their funds in just one meal. "It's actually not expensive. This fellow eats like 10 people or more, and we also drank alcohol." Franca waved her hand. "It's fine. I'll arrange a few more microloans as backup, and you should each get one too. We still need to go out and buy some t-shirts, casual pants, jeans, sneakers. How about we find time to go to the wholesale market tomorrow?" At times like this, brand, fit, and design didn't matter. Cost-effectiveness was the top priority. Lumien took out the remaining food from the traveler's bag, which had shrunk in space, and while placing them on the dining table, he said, "We also need to replenish food for Ludwig. He needs to eat every 2 to 3 hours. Franca pointed to the rooms. "Anthony, you choose first." Anthony didn't hesitate and chose the smallest bedroom, which was also not on the same side as the other two. Franca turned to Lumien. "You'll sleep in the master bedroom with Ludwig?" "The second bedroom will do. Except for his big appetite, he's a normal kid in other aspects. He won't be cramped sleeping in the second bedroom's bed." Lumien understood that one of his tasks was to keep an eye on Ludwig, not letting him leave the dream prematurely out of fear and refusing to come back. "All right, Jenna and I will sleep in the master bedroom." Franca smiled. In the time that followed, she borrowed another 10,000 in microloans, with Lumien, Jenna, and Anthony each getting 3,000. After doing this, Franca, with great willpower, put down her phone, turned on the light, and carefully read the information related to Mr. Fool, which he had only quickly browsed before. Lumien and the others each occupied a position, equally focused on reading. Before they knew it, the night grew deeper. Ludwig's another cry of hunger brought them back to alertness, and they stopped reading and discussing. Even just reading the information about Mr. Fool provided by the Major Arcana cardholders, I feel like my head is in a daze, gradually losing myself. Is this the status of a great existence? Lumien seriously assessed his previous state and solemnly said, "When we study this information again later, we shouldn't exceed half an hour each time." He raised his right hand and rubbed his temples, finding that the consumption of spirituality was also significant. Franca stood up and looked out the window. "Let's go eat barbecue outside Mr. Fool's neighborhood. Although Mr. Fool doesn't come out for late-night snacks every day, at least we can observe the people who frequently appear around the neighborhood." Jenna was about to respond when she suddenly noticed the scenery outside the balcony. She unconsciously walked over and gazed out beyond the residential area, across the street. The bright and warm lights shone out from countless buildings and windows like the Milky Way had fallen to the ground, but with an added human touch. This night view was more vast and dreamlike than that of Trier and the new city, of silver, seeming to carry more dreams. Lumien also focused his gaze for a while, until Ludwig tugged at the sleeve of his shirt. "Let's go." He withdrew his gaze and headed towards the door. Franca said to Jenna, "Later, we'll find a tall building with a good view to take another look." After leaving the neighborhood, they followed the map and circled around to the outside of Mr. Fool's neighborhood. They casually chose a barbecue stand and inconspicuously observed the people and events around them. Just as the grilled beef arrived, Franca noticed that Lumien's gaze was fixed in one direction for a long time, not moving. "What's wrong?" she asked curiously. Lumion pointed with his chin in that direction. I see the oracle. The oracle? Franca and Jenna looked in that direction and saw a hooligan with yellowish eyebrows and hair color. The man was holding a stack of flyers. Oracle Danitz, Jenna asked for confirmation. Lumion nodded slowly. I don't know if it's a consciousness projection or a fake person in the dream. Seemingly sensing their gaze, Mr. Fool's Oracle Danitz suddenly turned around and looked over. Then he quickly walked up to Lumion and the others, glanced at Ludwig, and asked with a smile, would you be interested in dream tutoring classes? Tutoring classes, Ludwig's pupils suddenly dilated. Crack! He bit through the bamboo skewer. Chapter 907, Corpse. Lumion examined Oracle Danitz's deep blue eyes for a few seconds, then gave Jenna a meaningful look. Now Franca no longer needed to digest the affliction potion. Jenna instantly understood Lumion's intention and asked Oracle Danitz with a smile, do you have any courses suitable for children? She pointed at Ludwig, causing him to tremble and turn pale. This made Jenna feel the obvious digestion of the affliction potion. Danitz's eyes lit up, and he said with a big smile, of course we do. From foreign language education and logic courses for 3-year-olds to vocational training for adults, we have it all. As he spoke, his gaze couldn't help but move back and forth between Jenna and Franca's faces a few times, seemingly stung by their beauty. Many celebrities with makeup and photo editing might not be this beautiful. Jenna took the flyer and looked at it carefully, then said with a smile, when we have time, I'll bring the child to take a look. She kept in mind the plan Lumion had made, focusing on observation for now and not rushing to make contact. Hearing Jenna's words, Ludwig's face showed obvious bitterness. He could only grab a handful of grilled beef skewers and fiercely tear off more than a dozen pieces of meat sprinkled with chili powder and cumin to soothe his inner wounds. Or I remember to mention my name for a discount. Danitz marveled at how such a young beauty already had such a big child, assuming she must have not studied well in high school and was taken home by some hooligan to have a child before finishing school. He then gave his name. My surname is Da, and my given name is Nietzsche. After saying this, his gaze lingered on Jenna and Franca's faces before he unhesitatingly turned around to continue looking for targets to distribute flyers. He should be a fake person in the dream woven by Mr. Fool's subconscious. Anthony, who had been observing silently, made his judgment. Lumion nodded, then added, indeed, he didn't show any special qualities an oracle should have, and he obviously didn't recognize me. At this point, Lumion smiled. Since he's woven by Mr. Fool's subconscious, it shows that in Mr. Fool's perception, the oracle is someone who likes women but won't be confused by them, with relatively strong willpower in this aspect. This conclusion was drawn from Danitz's behavior of being attracted by the beauty of the two demonesses, yet not flirting, not lingering, and not talking too much. It might not be strong willpower, but professional ethics that prevent him from flirting with women while working, or he might have so many likes and is willing to restrain himself for, Franca said, eventually showing an ambiguous smile. Does this mean what's written in the Adventurer series is true? The rumors at sea say the same. Lumion confirmed Franca's guess. In the time that followed, the four of them mainly observed and didn't eat much, while Ludwig turned his grief into appetite, eventually causing them to spend 400. Franca put the last piece of grilled eggplant into her mouth, chewed a few times, and stood up somewhat reluctantly, saying, it's time to go back. This was truly a nostalgic taste. As they circled back to their own neighborhood, Jenna glanced at the bright street lamps on both sides, then at the pedestrians walking in the summer night breeze in the dark night. She had the illusion that it wasn't near dawn now, but just the beginning of the night. In Trier, before becoming a beyonder, she only dared to walk on the streets at midnight, relying on her reputation as the Red Boots mistress and her concealed revolver. Even so, she didn't dare to walk too far home and usually had to stay at Franca's place. But in this metropolis in Mr. Fool's dream, people seemed accustomed to enjoying the deep night on the streets. Franca had already integrated into such an environment, as if returning to her past life. She was looking around quite comfortably when she suddenly noticed a human figure hanging on the outer wall of a building at the edge of an alley leading to an old neighborhood, gently swaying in a place where the street lamps couldn't illuminate. With a demoness's supervision and night vision, Franca instantly saw the appearance of that figure clearly. Yellowish eyebrows, hair of the same color, a red headband wrapped around the forehead, deep blue eyes bulging out, frozen in pain and despair. Not very deep, facial features already distorted, mouth half open, tongue sticking out, Danitz, Oracle Danitz. He was hanging on the outer wall of the building, with a brownish-yellow hemp rope around his neck. He had been hanged. The man who was distributing tutoring flyers to Lumion and the others just over an hour ago had been hanged. As Franca's pupils suddenly dilated, Lumion and Jenna also noticed the corpse, hanging in mid-air, gently swaying. The Oracle is dead? Murdered? Jenna blurted out in confusion. Who did this? Was it a natural development of the dream, or was it done by that celestial, worthy subordinates? After confirming that the corpse was indeed Oracle Danitz, Franca exhaled and said, "It's good that he's just a fake person in the dream, so the Oracle in reality won't die along with him." Hearing these words, Lumion's heart stirred. He walked into the alley and came to the front of Danitz's suspended corpse. During the process, he continuously observed his surroundings and took out a mirror to perform a quick and simple divination to confirm whether the murderer had already left, and if anyone was paying attention to this place. Before he got really close, he could already smell the stench of loss of bowel and bladder control. Combined with other details, he determined that the Oracle had indeed been hanged to death. Lumion condensed ice blocks on the wall to create protrusions, then nimbly climbed up to reach the same height as Danitz's corpse. He then put the Oracle, along with the hemp rope, into the mirror he had just used for divination. "You want to bury the Oracle?" Franca asked curiously after Lumion jumped down from the wall, melted all the ice blocks, and dried the wet marks with crimson flames. Lumion looked around and said in a lowered voice, "To conduct an experiment." "What experiment?" Jenna, holding the depressed Ludwig's hand, asked curiously. Lumion chuckled. "Based on the contents of the information and the details we've observed so far, we all know that this dream evolved from Mr. Fool's subconscious. If we hide the Oracle's corpse and don't let Mr. Fool discover or hear about such an incident, does that mean the Oracle's death doesn't exist? And tomorrow night the Oracle will still be distributing flyers in that area with many night food stalls? Come to think of it, it's really possible." Franca quickly recalled the dream-themed movies and novels she had seen before her transmigration. If that's the case, we can find ways to use this point. Major events that Mr. Fool's dream identity doesn't know about or hasn't heard of are equivalent to non-existent, never having happened, Lumion said with a smile. "But what if the Oracle doesn't appear tomorrow night, or if the police have obtained information about his disappearance?" Jenna knew Lumion wouldn't have overlooked this question after all. There were only two possible outcomes for the experiment. Lumion said with a smile on his lips, "There might be two reasons. First, each fake person in the dream, besides coming from Mr. Fool's memories and cognition, also has his subconscious integrated into them, so any event that happens in the dream will be known and recorded by Mr. Fool's subconscious." Seeing that Franca and the others seemed unable to grasp the point he wanted to make, Lumion gave an example. The information mentions that Mr. Fool was an ancient existence awakening from slumber, collecting power and secrets through his incarnation walking on Earth, gradually reviving. His incarnation experienced the advancement from Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker to Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries. To prepare for the ritual, he established a town called Utopia, where every resident was Mr. Secrets through his incarnation, walking on Earth. Fool's marionette. Each marionette had its own destiny trajectory, all played by Mr. Fool, interacting with each other, portraying reality. Isn't this very similar to the current real dream? Except for the consciousness projections from the outside, the remaining dream fake people are likely Mr. Fool's subdivided subconscious, combined with the images from his memories to portray. In other words, except for us, every person and every animal in the dream might be Mr. Fool. If we really want to contact Mr. Fool, we might not need to find his dream identity. This could be one of our approaches to contact Mr. Fool in the future while bypassing the celestial worthies monitoring. Was utopia mentioned in that information? Franca was stunned for a moment. Did Mr. Fool use this term? She raised her hand to rub her head, showing slight pain and confusion. It might have been there, but by the time I reached the later parts, I was already dazed. I seemed to be communicating with you, but actually had no idea what I was saying. It was indeed there, and the approach I just mentioned wasn't thought up by me either. It was proposed by the major arcana card holders, but they no longer have the chance to verify it. Lumion nodded. Everyone is Mr. Fool. Jenna recalled the sea of people they encountered after leaving the train carriage and the bustling scenes they had seen before, finding it hard to believe for a moment. Lumion continued. As for the second reason, if the Oracle's death was carried out by the celestial worthy subordinates, that celestial worthy can also control and influence the dream, and would certainly let Mr. Fool's subconscious know about this incident. But the question is, what's the point of dealing with such a fake person? Even if they wanted to shake Mr. Fool's will by targeting his emotional weak points, they shouldn't have chosen the Oracle. From the information, the Oracle hasn't established any close relationship with Mr. Fool in the dream, not even qualifying as a friend. Strange. Franca murmured in agreement. They quickly dealt with the scene using the demoness's black flames, left the alley, and walked towards the old neighborhood where they were renting. As they approached the main gate, they suddenly heard someone frantically calling out in a low voice from the side near some green trees. Spare me. Please spare me. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Lumion turned his gaze towards the source and saw that it was a local man, not someone with Northern Continent facial features like Oracle Danitz. Chapter 908, Hospital. Seeing the local man curled up by the green trees, crying out in a near breakdown state, Franca seriously considered whether to help call the police. Lumion pondered for a few seconds, then gave Anthony a meaningful look. Anthony immediately walked into the shadowed area and used placate on the target. The local man in his 40s finally calmed down, as if emerging from a nightmare that had tormented him for a long time. Lumion approached and asked pointedly, "What happened?" Having encountered the strange death of Oracle Danitz not long ago and now meeting a mentally collapsed man, he intuitively felt this shouldn't be simple either, and might hide some crucial information. The man raised his head and looked at Lumion and the others. He was about to speak when he suddenly saw Franca and Jenna. His expression twisted and he cried out in extreme terror. "Female ghost! A female ghost!" His voice was exceptionally shrill, filled with fear, alerting even the security guard at the entrance of the old neighborhood, who came over with a flashlight to check. Lumion quickly threw out his mirror, creating his own mirror maze. Franca glanced at him, seeing that he had reacted in time, and withdrew her right hand from her pocket. At the same time, Franca muttered to herself, "How do I look? Like a female ghost? How do Jenna and I look like female ghosts?" The security guard, holding a brightly shining flashlight, came over and circled the green trees twice, saying with a puzzled face, "The sound was clearly coming from here. Why can't I see anyone?" He listened carefully again, feeling that the voice shouting, "Female ghost," had become somewhat distant, unable to discern exactly where it was coming from. The security guard suddenly shuddered. Could there really be female ghosts? He decided not to deal with this matter anymore, only to help report it to the police. As soon as he had this new idea, he immediately ran back towards the security room at the entrance. Although the mirror maze was only at sequence 7 level, the current dark environment with few people still allowed Lumion to successfully deceive the security guard. 457. He had Franca and Jenna retreat to the edge of the mirror maze, not to be seen by the collapsed man, and signaled Anthony to do another round of placate. Although the mirror maze was only at sequence 7 level, the current dark environment, with few people still allowed Lumion to successfully deceive the security guard. He had Franca and Jenna retreat to the edge of the mirror maze, not to be seen by the collapsed man, and signaled Anthony to do another round of placate. The mentally broken local man calmed down once again, and Anthony asked, gently and calmly, "What happened? Perhaps I can help you." For some reason the man felt that Anthony before him was very trustworthy, making him feel very at ease. He took a breath and said, I encountered a Jiangxi. Jiangxi. Lumian could roughly understand this belonged to a type of undead creature, perhaps a unique term for zombies in this dream world. The man was silent for a few seconds, looked at Anthony, and received an affirmative nod from him. He gathered his courage and stammered, I am a hospital orderly. I just took a corpse to the morgue. That corpse was too beautiful, unbelievably beautiful. Her ears were a bit small, very cute, enchanting, just like those expensive jewelry in gold shops. She wasn't wearing any clothes. I couldn't resist. I told my co-worker to go ahead. Then I climbed on top, bit her ear, and had my way with her for quite a while. Hearing this, Franca couldn't help but raise her right hand to face palm, bringing shame to the motherland. Perverts are everywhere. It's about relative proportions. It didn't feel like a dead person at all. The man rambled on, as if still savoring the experience. Gradually his eyes bulged. Just as I pulled up my pants, that corpse's eyes opened. They opened. Female ghost, a female ghost. After listening intently, Lumian turned his head and said to Franca and Jenna, if even a corpse has such great allure, could it be a demoness? It's possible. Franca nodded. Jenna then proposed another possibility. The corpse of a sex addict or a baby Cupid might also have this effect. She had a very deep impression of the Scrooge pathway. Lumian looked outside the mirror maze, seeing no sign of police yet, so he had Anthony placate the orderly once more, then used dream divination to draw a sketch. The woman in the sketch was clearly not a local, more like someone from the northern continent, with striking features but a sacred aura, not feeling like a corpse at all. Additionally, it was evident that the orderly had the strongest impression of the female corpse's small, delicate ears and long, beautiful neck, mixed with intense desire. She does look a bit like a demoness, said Franca, standing at the edge of the mirror maze, with rich experience in identifying demonesses. Lumian pondered for a moment, then asked the male orderly, which hospital do you work at? The male orderly didn't hide anything from Anthony. I live nearby, but I work at Mushi Hospital. Mushi Hospital. Franca's eyelid twitched. What's wrong? Lumian, Jenna, and Anthony didn't understand why Franca would react this way. The hospital's name seemed normal. Doesn't it mean gazing at the dawn in the distance? Franca organized her thoughts and said, this is one of the manifestations of you being able to understand the meaning of corresponding words, but not truly grasping what they symbolize. In my native language, Mushu and Mother Tree are near homophones, and you should know very well what Mother Tree represents. Without waiting for Lumian and the others to respond, Franca said in a deep voice, Mother Tree of Desire. Can the Mother Tree of Desire also infiltrate its power into this dream a bit? Lumian slightly furrowed his brow. If the Mother Tree has appeared, how far away is the Mother? Jenna obviously thought of this aspect too, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, then the possibility of it being a baby Cupid corpse has increased. Lumian had Anthony further question the male orderly about any unusual occurrences at Mushu Hospital, but didn't get any useful answers. They didn't waste any more time. Anthony used hypnosis to make the male orderly forget about the recent soothing and questioning, and had him walk out of the mirror maze on his own, heading towards another street. Dispelling the mirror maze and watching the orderly's retreating figure, Lumian thoughtfully said, that corpse definitely has issues, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have problems, nor does it mean everything else at Mushu Hospital is normal. Jenna strongly agreed. That intense desire to violate even a female corpse seems very much like the corruption of a sex addict. Of course, it could also be that he was enchanted by the female corpse to the point of losing control. The group discussed the recent events as they walked into their rented apartment complex. Franca suddenly sighed. We've only been here half a day and already encountered 2 bizarre incidents not mentioned in the information, right? Correct, Lumian confirmed. He then smiled and said, perhaps this is how much weight the 2 calamity pathways carry. When I switched back to the hunter pathway, I could almost be an incomplete human-shaped corpse wax candle. Maybe I could complete the corresponding secret deed rituals without relying on anything. My spiritual intuition tells me that we might encounter that resurrected female corpse before long. Then we should take turns keeping watch starting tonight. Franca immediately said, dying in the dream could mean real death. It's indeed worth being so vigilant, Lumion nodded approvingly. Tomorrow morning, we'll secretly observe outside Mr. Fool's company to recognize people first. Late at night in the master bedroom, Jenna suddenly woke up and saw Franca hugging a thin blanket she had taken out of the traveler's bag, sitting against the headboard in the darkness, as if she had turned into a statue. What are you thinking about? Jenna slowly sat up and asked carefully. Franca gazed at the wall opposite, which had been painted by darkness, and answered in a voice like sleep-talking. Why would Mr. Fool name his marionette town Utopia? Is there something wrong with this name? Jenna didn't quite understand what Franca was concerned about. After a few seconds of silence, Franca said, That's a term specific to the world I transmigrated from, meaning a non-existent country, an imaginary country. Why would Mr. Fool use it? Jenna roughly understood Franca's thoughts. She said in a gentle voice, The major arcana card holders mentioned in the information that Mr. Fool has been collecting Emperor Rozel's diaries. Maybe this term was in one of the diaries, or maybe Mr. Fool learned about this term during his long-term confrontation with the celestial worthy. Or, well, didn't you say the ancient sun god might also be a transmigrator? Why couldn't Mr. Fool be one? That's what I'm suspecting. The more I think about Mr. Fool's origins mentioned in the information and the experiences of his avatars, the more I suspect. Franca's voice became so low it lost its weight. Don't suspect, verify. Jenna comforted Franca in her own way. When we awaken Mr. Fool, you can ask this question, whether he's a transmigrator or not. After confronting the celestial worthy for so many years, he must know the secret of your transmigration. He might even be able to help you return. For now, don't think too much about it. Focus on awakening Mr. Fool. Franca slowly exhaled and said, Right, thinking too much now is useless. We can't verify anything for the time being. For me, awakening Mr. Fool is no longer just a task from the Tarot Club, no longer just something that must be done to survive the apocalypse. After chatting for a while longer, Franca lay back down, inhaling Jenna's scent, and fell into a deep sleep, both mentally and physically exhausted. After Franca was completely asleep, Jenna carefully got up, opened the master bedroom door, and walked into the living room that doubled as a dining room. Lumion, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, was sitting by the wooden dining table, staring blankly at the window in the direction of the shoe cabinet. It's my turn to keep watch. You can go rest now, Jenna said with a smile. Lumion withdrew his gaze and stood up. What were you and Franca talking about just now? Jenna summarized the key points of Franca's doubts and her own comfort. Lumion nodded slightly and said, Right, give her a goal, motivate her to act, and not think too much for now. When it's daylight, I'll find a chance to consult Anthony again to see if we need to do anything else. Jenna turned her gaze to the window in the direction of the shoe cabinet and asked, curiously, What were you thinking about just now? Lumion looked in that direction as well. What met his eyes was the scene inside, the neighborhood. At this moment, only 2 or 3 households in each building still had light spilling out, while the rest were in darkness. Lumion's thoughts seemed to drift away again. He answered in a low voice, I was wondering if Aurora used to live in a city like this. Chapter 909, Case Investigation. The next morning, after cleaning up in the master bedroom bathroom, Franca walked into the living room and immediately saw plastic bags piled on the wooden dining table. Those semi-transparent white plastic bags contained various foods like fried dough sticks, sesame balls, steamed dumplings, xiaolongbao, and regular steamed buns. Next to them were cups of soy milk and bottles of milk. The aroma permeating the air felt both familiar and tempting to Franca. She blurted out in surprise, Who bought all this? Don't you need me as a guide to help with communication anymore? Is this really a foreigner? Who's been here for less than 24 hours? Lumion smiled and pointed to himself. Of course it was me. Franca looked him up and down. He bought so much breakfast at once. Didn't the shopkeeper find it strange? It's not like I'd bought them all from one place, Lumian said, glancing at Ludwig, who had bitten off half a sesame ball, revealing some of the red bean paste filling inside. He smiled and continued. Later, one shopkeeper did ask when he saw me carrying so much food. How did you answer? Franca asked vigilantly. Lumian chuckled. I said I was doing multi-level marketing. Franca's mouth gaped slightly, at a loss for words. The shopkeeper had the same reaction, then asked if I was joking. Lumian maintained his smile. I said yes. I was actually preparing breakfast for a company team-building event. Where did you learn these terms? Franca asked, looking slightly bewildered. Lumian chuckled in response. Ore mentioned them before, and I asked about them, but I still didn't understand what they meant. Last night, I finally figured it out online. Your learning ability is quite amazing, Franca said, her lip twitching slightly. He's already surfing the internet so quickly. Good thing this guy hasn't learned to use food delivery apps to order breakfast directly yet, otherwise what use would I be as a guide? Lumian said in an Aurora-like smug tone. I've already applied for a QQ number and a backup WeChat account. Once we finish the observation phase of our work, I'll try adding Mr. Fool. 1437. Franca thought about how this guy was now essentially a genuine beauty, who could switch to a beautiful female form at any time. She couldn't help but quip. Mr. Fool will think you're selling tea leaves and won't add you at all, Lumian said, in an Aurora-like smug tone. I've already applied for a QQ number and a backup WeChat account. Once we finish the observation phase of our work, I'll try adding Mr. Fool. Franca thought about how this guy was now essentially a genuine beauty, who could switch to a beautiful female form at any time. She couldn't help but quip. Mr. Fool will think you're selling tea leaves and won't add you at all. What? Lumian was a bit confused. Finally, something you don't know. Franca pulled out a chair and sat down, then tore open the soy milk seal, broke off half a dough stick, and dropped it into soak. After doing this, she began educating Lumian and Anthony, who was silently eating breakfast. On some internet common sense, Jenna had taken the second half of the night watch and was still catching up on sleep. Towards the end, Franca pondered for a moment and said to Lumian, although you're adapting and integrating very well, I still don't think you should have made that kind of joke when buying breakfast. That kind of joke leaves a strong impression, and you're quite handsome now, so the breakfast shop owner has definitely remembered you. This isn't very conducive to our current plan of hiding our identities and observing quietly. If we weren't concerned about this, afraid of becoming too famous and attracting the celestial worthies' attention, we could even start a live stream to make money, and take Ludwig to eat at buffets. Lumian thought about it seriously. Indeed, I'll be more careful. We'll have Anthony go buy things from now on. At this point, Lumian sincerely praised Franca. You're even more attentive than me when it comes to these things. Franca used chopsticks to pick up a section of dough sticks soaked in sweet soy milk, stuffed it in her mouth, chewed and swallowed, then half closed her eyes and sighed with both intoxication and satisfaction. This is it, she paused, then said proudly. Of course, I've seriously acted as an assassin before. I'm definitely not the kind of assassin who thinks killing everyone who sees me equals successful stealth. They chatted idly for a while, and Jenna also got up and started eating the breakfast Lumian had put in the traveller's bag earlier, which Ludwig hadn't discovered. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lumian and Franca went to open the door one after the other, and saw two people in police uniforms standing outside. The leader had a receding hairline and grey eyes, while the one behind him had black hair and green eyes, looking very handsome but with a lazy, carefree air about him. Franca's pupils suddenly dilated. She recognized the young police officer with emerald eyes. It was the Major Arcana card holder, Mr. Starr. Franca was about to greet him happily when she suddenly realized Mr. Starr had been locked onto by the celestial worthy and would be kicked out shortly after entering the dream each time. The one before her should only be the dream image of Mr. Starr woven by Mr. Fool's subconscious. Good morning, my name is Deng. I am the police officer responsible for this area. The grey-eyed policeman smiled and asked, You just moved in yesterday, right? US. Lumian didn't hide it. The police here even know we just arrived yesterday. The police in Trio were never this efficient, Officer Deng said amiably. Do you have a temporary residence permit? Captain, it's called a residence permit now. The young police officer behind him, with black hair and green eyes, who was suspected to be the dream image of the Major Arcana cardholder, Mr. Starr, reminded him helplessly. He seemed to have reminded him many times before. I forgot. Officer Deng laughed self-deprecatingly. We haven't had time to get one yet. Franca quickly answered, afraid that Lumion wouldn't know what a residence permit was. Then when you have time, go to the police station across from New City Garden to get one. If you young lovers get married later and have children, you'll need this to enroll them in public kindergartens. Officer Deng reminded them in a casual manner. Fast-forwarding to marriage and children already, Franca found it both amusing and helpless. Captain. Mr. Starr behind Officer Deng reminded him once again. Officer Deng smiled. I almost forgot. We came to ask you something today. Call all your friends over. When Jenna came to the entrance area holding Ludwig's hand, along with Anthony, Officer Deng took out a photo. Have you seen this person? The man in the photo had dyed his hair and eyebrows a burnt yellow color, with unremarkable facial features. It was clearly Oracle Danitz. We've seen him, Lumion answered, pretending to think. He handed out flyers to us last night. What was his name again? He turned his gaze to Jenna. Jenna, holding Ludwig's hand, said, his surname was Da. I don't remember his full name. He wanted to recommend a suitable tutoring class for children. I was planning to go check it out when I have time. Seeing Lumion and Jenna speaking like an old married couple with a child, Officer Deng's gaze swept back and forth between the two of them, and between Lumion and Franca, young people these days. Did something happen to him? Lumion asked curiously, taking the initiative. Officer Deng explained briefly. He didn't return to his residence last night. His roommate reported him missing, and we're investigating everyone he had contact with last night. Franca and Jenna resisted the urge to look at Lumion, while Lumion spoke the truest words. He gave us flyers, chatted for a bit, then left. Officer Deng and Mr. Starr asked a few more details and made notes. After they left and everyone sat back at the dining table, Franca looked at Lumion and asked with concern, is the Oracle's body still in that mirror? Lumion took out the corresponding mirror and checked. It's still there. There was still a mirror world here, and Lumion could still freely enter and exit, but he could now directly narrow the range of different mirrors to within 500 meters. For mirrors he had already mastered locating, the distance between them couldn't exceed 10 kilometers when wanting to traverse, otherwise there was a risk of getting lost in the void tunnel. Jenna nodded. Then we can rule out the first guess from yesterday. Critical things that Mr. Fool's dream identity doesn't know about or hasn't heard of will also become real and evolve further. The remaining two guesses were that all the NPCs in the dream had part of Mr. Fool's subconscious integrated into them, and that the Oracle's death was done by the Celestial Worthy's subordinates. These two were not completely opposed and could both be true. Lumion offered a curt acknowledgement. If it was done by the Celestial Worthy's subordinates, the disappearance of the body would puzzle them as well. Besides the police, there should be people investigating the Oracle's whereabouts. We need to be careful. After discussing this for a while, Lumion looked at the long-stopped wall clock, then at the sky outside. It seems to be getting late. Franca took out her phone, lit up the screen, looked at it, and said, It's time to go out, Mr. Fool. Should be heading to the company soon. Lumion thought for a moment and said to Franca, I'm worried we'll encounter Ammon again if we take a taxi. Last night I found out online that there's also the option of renting a car. Although it will cost more, it's safer and more discreet. Do you know how to drive? I have a driver's license, Franca blinked and said. The identity documents provided by Madam Justice also include a driver's license. I'm asking if you know how to drive. Lumion emphasized, amused. Franca flew into a rage out of humiliation. I got my license in college, but before I graduated, I came to Intis. Where would I have had a car to drive? If you ask me if I know how to drive, I can only answer that I have a license. She felt that Anthony, who was currently experiencing the dream world, should have already guessed that she came from a different world. Before Lumion could ask again, she said confidently, "With the beyond his eyesight, hearing, reaction time, and physical coordination, plus my driving knowledge, I don't think driving will be a problem." "Didn't you quickly master how to use chopsticks yesterday?" "Then let's rent a car." Lumion made the decision. Although Franca felt the pain of spending money, thinking that she could borrow more, she suppressed that feeling. By the due date, we might have completed the mission and left the dream, in a temporary parking spot across from a large building. Sitting in a grey sedan, Lumion and the others intently observed the white-collar workers entering the building, some hurried and some leisurely, through the tinted car windows. Chapter 910, First Encounter. When it came to observation, although Lumion was already a demigod, all his abilities were suppressed to the Sequence 7 level. He felt he wasn't as professional as a spectator, so he gave the backseat position closest to the target building to Anthony. Lumion relied on his eagle-like vision from the demoness pathway and a hunter's sensitivity to visual clues to observe from afar. In the front seat, Franca had finally managed to complete her parallel parking. She rested her elbow on the car door, watching the target area while secretly feeling proud. Jenna turned around, leaning forward and squeezing her head above Franca's shoulder, also watching intently. As time passed minute by minute, Franca suddenly smelled the aroma of meat stewed with spices until tender. She turned her head and saw Ludwig quietly munching on a meat sandwich in the far corner of the back seat. "It hasn't been 2 hours since breakfast, right?" Franca blurted out. "Why is he eating again?" Lumion simply replied, "No, it hasn't." I'm thinking, is this his eating frequency and portion size in reality too? Franca muttered. She didn't have a direct understanding of how much Ludwig could eat before, only a financial concept. But in the days before entering the dream, she often helped Jenna supervise Ludwig's homework and test papers. The two demonesses got to witness what it meant to be a glutton, leaving an extremely deep impression. Franca continued. In the dream, aren't all special abilities limited to Sequence 7 level? But he doesn't seem to be eating any less. Hearing this, Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony's gazes suddenly turned to Ludwig. Ludwig quickly stuffed the entire meat sandwich in his mouth and mumbled, "Because it's delicious." "You'd rather be stuffed than not eat?" Lumion raised an eyebrow. Uh-huh. Ludwig nodded vigorously. Seeing Ludwig like this, Jenna couldn't help but laugh. "It is really delicious." Lumion thought for a moment and decided to indulge Ludwig for a couple of days, as he himself was eating more than usual. "It's really good, isn't it?" Franca became proud again. "What I can't figure out is how none of you got diarrhea. Jenna and Anthony were even clamoring that it was spicy while eating. My digestive system has endured the burning of flames, and ascetic has strong resistance to extreme environments." Lumion indicated that spiciness was no trouble for a hunter who liked self-harm like him. Swallowing a ball of fire was an exaggeration for others, but for him, it was an occasional objective description. Anthony continued observing the entrance and exit of the building, calmly saying, "The mythical creature form of spectator is a mind dragon." Although there wasn't much improvement in combat abilities, one's physical toughness would significantly increase. Just as Jenna was about to describe her feelings, Anthony and Lumion said in unison, "Mr. Fool is here." Jenna hurriedly returned to her previous posture, turning her gaze to the dark-tinted car window. She saw a young man wearing a black short-sleeved polo shirt, light-colored casual pants, and a pair of brownish sneakers. He was holding a cup of soy milk and carrying a bag of steamed buns, taking a few steps up the stairs towards the building. This man had short black hair that was simply styled, deep brown eyes behind a pair of non-prescription glasses. His face was much thinner compared to the portrait in their files, with soft contours giving him a somewhat handsome appearance. He was precisely Lumion and the others' target, the dream image of Mr. Fool, Zhou Mingrui. After Zhou Mingrui's figure disappeared into the building lobby, Franca took a breath and said, "Compared to the original sketch, Mr. Fool has lost quite a bit of weight and become a little better looking." Could the Major Arcana cardholder's speculation be correct, that he was somehow misled by the celestial worthy into drinking the assassin potion? Is the celestial worthy trying to use gender change to cause cognitive issues for Mr. Fool, and thereby achieve victory? The major arcana cardholders mentioned in the files that one of the most important phase goals for Lumien's team was to prevent Zhou Minggui, who was suspected to have drunk the assassin potion, from truly becoming a witch. Does the assassin potion also improve appearance? Lumien asked Franca and Jenna. He had switched from the hunter pathway to the demoness pathway and hadn't experienced the assassin sequence in detail. It mainly adjusts body shape to make the user more suitable as an assassin, which brings about a slight change in appearance, but very little, Franca recalled. Mr. Fool, Zhou Minggui probably succeeded in passive weight loss, becoming better looking mainly due to slimming down, and secondarily due to the minor improvements from the assassin potion. She felt it was better to refer to the target as Zhou Minggui for now. Constantly using Mr. Fool made her nervous and afraid to discuss. Lumien nodded and asked Anthony. Did you notice anything? Anthony said. Mr. Fool's steps up the stairs were very light, consistent with the description of the assassin potion. Mr. Fool is wearing non-prescription glasses to conceal eyes that are no longer nearsighted, indicating he doesn't want to change his life in the short term and will continue working. Mr. Fool's emotional state seems good. He probably hasn't encountered any major incidents yet. Can't tell if he's taken the instigator potion yet. After hearing Anthony's observations, Lumien thoughtfully said, continue observing and recording the people mentioned in our files, and those showing certain abnormalities. Okay, Jenna responded first, then pointed across the street. That's Roseanne. In reality, she's a civilian staff member of the Church of Avonite, married with children. In the dream, she's Zhou Minggui's colleague. Currently uncertain if there's anything abnormal, Franca followed up. That one, wearing a white tailcoat with a bow tie and long silver hair in 30-degree heat, is Vice President Wu from the company next to Zhou Minggui's, suspected to be... At this point, Franca glanced sideways at Lumien and saw that his expression remained calm, his gaze not changing much. Only then did she continue. Suspected to be Ouroboros, the angel of fate of the Aurora Order, a king from ancient times. According to their files, the company next to Mr. Fool should be a projection of the Aurora Order in the dream. Until 10 a.m., Lumien and the others finished their first round of observation, matching many people with the information in their files, but not discovering any truly suspicious individuals. Roselle Emperor, CEO Huang didn't come, Franca said with some disappointment. Roselle Emperor's image in the dream was the CEO of the Intis group where Mr. Fool worked, a business tycoon, a domineering boss. Before Lumien could respond, Franca chuckled to herself. He's probably still in bed with some actress, streamer, or singer. Lumien was also a bit disappointed, but there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He, who had never attended university, was already preparing to apply for a security guard position at the Intis group. Now let's go buy clothes, Lumien said, looking down at his still normal shirt and trousers, then glancing at Jenna's blue waist cinching long dress with classical charm. At this point Ludwig raised a question. What's for lunch? Franca, currently responsible for the entire team's income, immediately said, who eats out every day? Later, we'll go to a large supermarket and buy dozens of kilos of noodles and some side dishes. I'll cook noodles for you, all you can eat. As soon as she finished speaking, Franca saw the smile and anticipation disappear from Ludwig's face, replaced by a slightly aggrieved expression. She felt no pity or guilt, but instead secretly patted her thigh. Damn, I should have let Jenna say those 2 sentences. What a great opportunity to digest the affliction potion. After finalizing their itinerary, Franca carefully drove the car out onto the wide road. Inside a large shopping mall, Lumien and the others, with their appearance completely transformed, took the elevator from the underground parking lot to the first floor. Franca looked at Jenna again, feeling that the simple combination of a white patterned t-shirt, light blue jeans, white sneakers and ankle-length socks of the same color gave her a fresh and clean look. It retained a youthful, student-like air, while adding a hint of natural allure in her glances, attracting the gaze of many passers-by. It's the type I used to like, no, still like. And Jenna with heavy makeup is another style altogether. Franca didn't hide her admiration. Her tall stature and striking features made the ordinary black t-shirt and wide-leg pants look mature and confident, causing many people to only dare steal quick glances. Lumion still wore a shirt with black pants, but with a more casual and relaxed feel. Walking together with the two demonesses, they looked as beautiful as a painting. Their clothes were all very cheap. Franca had given up on the bulk-priced ones and opted for the 10 yuan items, buying a lot. Lumion's gaze swept every corner of the mall, feeling it was spacious, bright, and clean, even more impressive than the most luxurious department store in Trier. Franca had no intention of letting Lumion, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig wander around here. She headed straight for the escalator going down to the basement, planning to enter the supermarket. Money needs to be saved. As soon as Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, they were dazzled by the wide array of goods inside, the artistic displays, and the soft yet bright lighting. Franca suddenly paused, instinctively turning her head towards Ludwig. She found the little boy's gaze already fixed, his eyes filled with burning desire. "Let's go back," Franca blurted out. "I'll buy the stuff online and have it delivered." In a place like a supermarket, kids simply can't control themselves. Hearing Franca's words, Ludwig's expression immediately fell. After learning the reason, Lumion and Jenna both agreed with Franca's decision. Turning around and walking a few steps, Lumion's peripheral vision suddenly caught a figure. The figure had their heads slightly lowered, black hair hanging down, faintly, revealing small and delicate ears. She quickly disappeared into the depths of the supermarket. Lumion suddenly stopped and said in a low voice to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, "I may have seen that reanimated female corpse. But, Chapter 911, A Way to Make Money. Reanimated female corpse." Franca and the others were all startled. Last night, Lumion had said he intuitively believed that before long they would encounter that reanimated female corpse. As a result, they ran into her today. "Where?" Jenna asked in a lowered voice. Lumion looked towards the escalator without showing any outward sign of abnormality. "In the supermarket." He didn't immediately turn around to track the reanimated female corpse, because Franca casually glanced at a corner of the ceiling, then carelessly looked around. The first action was to remind Lumion that there were multiple cameras here, while the latter behavior implied that there were many people around, many phones, and if he were to cause any commotion, it would likely be filmed as a short video uploaded online and become a trending topic. If that happened, it would likely catch the celestial worthy's attention. Although Lumion could use mirror maze and other illusions to affect cameras and phones, this wasn't a scenario he had preset. He would have to chase all the way, and couldn't use mirror magic every few steps. It was only because they lived in a rather dilapidated area of the old town that there were quite a few cameras on the main roads and at the entrances of various residential areas. Once in quiet alleys that few people usually walked, there wasn't much surveillance. Otherwise, Lumion's act of moving Oracle Danitz's corpse would have been recorded long ago. Franca would certainly have stopped him first at that time, telling him to find a blind spot in the surveillance to take out the mirror, create a mirror maze step by step before approaching the corpse. Hearing his godfather's answer that the reanimated female corpse was in the supermarket, Ludwig's eyes lit up, and he raised his short arm. "Let's go chase her." "Kid, you have gotten a bit smarter, even knowing how to take advantage of this situation. I can't tell if you want to use this as an excuse to go into the supermarket, to get food, or if you think that female corpse might be more delicious." Franca silently grumbled, turning her gaze to Jenna. Jenna intuitively understood Franca's hint and said with a smile, "We can't track with so many people. Anthony and I will take Ludwig back to the car first. You and Lumion go into the supermarket to find her." The expression of expectation and desire on Ludwig's face suddenly froze. "All right." Franca took out the car keys and tossed them to Jenna. "I also want to contribute to the team." Ludwig hadn't finished speaking before, being dragged away by Jenna, disappointment and pain evident in his expression. Franca quickly turned around, grabbed a shopping cart from nearby, and pushed it towards the supermarket. Lumion followed beside her, his gaze naturally sweeping over the displays and rows of shelves. While searching for traces of the reanimated female corpse, Franca began picking out items. Grab that can of lard and get some light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, MSG, chili oil. She ordered Lumion around without hesitation, while also constantly putting some kitchen items into the shopping cart herself. Although cooking at home wastes time, it saves a lot of money. Later they could go to the frozen goods wholesale market to buy some cheap items. The only problem was that the refrigerator in the rental apartment was too small, unable to hold more than a few days' worth of food. So you can buy things this way. Lumion experienced for the first time the joy of picking up goods himself without needing to find a salesperson. He interestedly placed a bottle of alcohol into the shopping cart. "This is cooking wine. Well, we need it anyway." Franca glanced amusedly at this regular customer of Old Tavern. The two chatted and laughed, moving through the supermarket in a harmonious atmosphere, no different from other families shopping around them. Under this disguise, Lumion and Franca confirmed the situation in every corner of the supermarket, but found no trace of the reanimated female corpse. She may have already left. Let's check out first. Franca looked at the dozens of pounds of freshly made noodles and a 10-kilogram bag of rice on top of the shopping cart, genuinely delighted at how much money they could save on meals in the coming days. Lumion nodded. "We'll take turns cooking later." Franca patted Lumion's shoulder with a smile. "I'm looking forward to your culinary skills." This trip, the two bought nearly 500 yuan worth of goods, most of which were inexpensive ingredients that could fill stomachs. After leaving the supermarket exit, Lumion and Franca quickly scanned around, but still didn't see any sign of the reanimated female corpse. Almost simultaneously, Franca noticed a shop with the words "Lottery" written on it. Her heart suddenly stirred, and she turned her head to look at Lumion, asking with full expectation, "Can you still use your abilities to magnified fate and compelling fate?" "Of course." Lumion cast his gaze towards the shop Franca had just been looking at. "But only at the sequence 7 level. I can't influence relatively crucial and important fates unless their probability of occurrence is already very high." A smile gradually blossomed on Franca's face, attracting the gazes of several passers-by, both men and women. "Let's go buy some lottery tickets," she said with a firm tone, concealing her joy. Is she wanting me to magnify the fate stream of her winning, or forcibly compel fate in that direction? Lumion had long known what lottery meant. In the past, Aurore would occasionally give him gifts in the form of lottery tickets on major holidays, with a 100% win rate. Let's give it a try. Lumion's subtext was to buy a small amount first, and even if compelling fate was ineffective in Mr. Fool's dream, they wouldn't lose too much. Franca rubbed her hands together and walked towards the lottery booth with a bright and clear smile. Before transmigrating, she would buy 10 to 20 yuan worth of lottery tickets every week or two, purely for entertainment, but never had returns exceeding the principal. Now, I've come with good luck. She didn't directly buy lottery tickets like the double color ball, but instead spent 50 yuan on different versions of scratch cards. As she paid and made her selections, Lumion's eyes took on a silver-white color with black. He reached out to Franca, embracing her shoulders in a couple-like gesture, using this to complete his touch on the river of fate. The corresponding stream was magnified. Franca instinctively twisted her body, not quite comfortable with such an embrace, especially in public, but she quickly returned to a normal state, allowing Lumion to embrace her shoulders. Her eyes had already lit up. She scratched off the corresponding numbers. "This is worth 50 yuan. While Lumion was paying attention to the various grand prize information being announced at the lottery booth, Franca finished scratching all the lottery tickets, winning a total of 2,000. Ha ha! Ha! She laughed silently and smugly. Finally made a profit. Beyond her powers are great. After cashing in the prizes, Franca said to Lumion in an exceptionally cheerful mood, "I'm going to buy a few double colorball tickets." At this point she lowered her voice. "Don't worry about those fate streams for the grand prize. A third or second prize would be fine." Lumion nodded gently. Franca immediately thought of some numbers and bought 5 entries. As they walked towards the nearest direct elevator, Lumion asked Franca with a smile, "Why don't you want to win the first prize? I see the first prize money is worth a lot, and you could even win dozens at once." Franca wrinkled her nose and said, "Didn't you say that currently you can only influence fates that aren't too crucial or important? That kind of overnight wealth probably can't be achieved. Besides, even if you could really make me win, the final result might not be what I bought. Fates has long been predetermined." After complaining of it, Franca asked with concern, "Did magnified fate just now succeed?" Lumion chuckled. "No." "My money," Franca blurted out, then immediately comforted herself. "Good thing it wasn't much," Lumion explained simply. "I only realized this wasn't an instant win lottery when you were buying. The results won't come out for several days. The corresponding fate streams are complex and intricate with too many variables. I couldn't clearly see which one led to the winning fate. I could only magnify the one with special characteristics. What the final result will be, I don't know either. We can only pray for Mr. Fool's blessing." Franca expressed understanding. Seeing that the direct elevator was about to arrive, Lumion looked left and right and asked thoughtfully, "We're under surveillance, so that reanimated female corpse should be too. Is there any way to check the Moore's surveillance footage to see what she came here to do?" "We're not the police. We don't have that authority," Franca instinctively replied. "Sneak in at night and look through it ourselves?" Lumion suggested. Franca said with amusement, "The Major Arcana cardholders told us to obey the law as much as possible. Why do you always want to dance on the edge of breaking the law?" "It's fine if we don't get caught," Lumion said with a smile. "We can't just report it to the police and let them investigate, can we? Wouldn't that turn it back into a confrontation between Mr. Fool and the Celestial Worthy? We need to use the police, not rely on them." Franca thought for a few seconds and said, "We'll see how it goes tonight." In the rented apartment on the 6th floor, Franca looked at Ludwig, his head buried in a large bowl, chopsticks constantly, moving, and proudly boasted to Lumion and the others. "My cooking skills aren't bad, right? This child is quite easy to feed. Noodles, seasonings, and a topping with a bit of minced meat satisfied him. He doesn't have to go out to eat good food. It's quite good, but I hope we're not only capable of making noodles." Lumion took a sip of the noodle soup and put down his chopsticks. "I also hope your culinary skills are as good as you say." Franca responded with a smile. Just as Lumion was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He quickly took out a mirror from his pocket, the mirror that contained Oracle, Danitz's corpse. At this moment, a pale hand without luster was reflected on the surface of the mirror. This hand was reaching out from the darkness towards the outside of the mirror. Black flames restraining madness and violence immediately condensed on both sides of Lumion. They fell onto that mirror like meteors. With a slight explosive sound, the mirror suddenly shattered into pieces, enveloped by the black flames, rapidly losing its limited spirituality. Crackling sounds continued to ring out as the mirror fragments fell to the ground, breaking into even smaller pieces. The pale hand was no longer visible on the surface of these fragments. Has the Oracle's corpse reanimated? Jenna looked at this scene and asked in astonishment. Chapter 912. Tracking. Lumion looked at the dull, dark mirror fragments on the ground, relying on his spiritual perception for a few seconds before saying, "There's a problem with the Oracle's corpse, but I don't know why," Franca asked uncertainly. "Now that the mirror is broken, has the Oracle's corpse fallen into the depths of the mirror world, lost in its turbulent flows?" Each mirror had a corresponding area behind it. They were connected by illusory, dark tunnels, forming the mirror world. Once a mirror broke, the corresponding area behind it immediately disintegrated. If things placed there couldn't escape in time through the spider web-like tunnels, they would be swallowed by the turbulent flows of the mirror world and dragged into its depths. The environment and hidden dangers there were fatal to beyonders without a complete mythical creature form. When a mirror broke, it essentially formed more but smaller mirrors. However, from a mystical concept, it had been destroyed as a whole, completely losing its original symbolism and function. The new mirrors produced needed time to evolve, their own areas behind them, connect with the vast mirror world, and become mirrors with complete concepts in mysticism. In other words, for a period of time, these mirror fragments could not be used to reflect enemies, transmit curses, or traverse the mirror world, though this doesn't affect wraiths using them for mirror jumps. Of course, Lumion just destroyed the mirror with the fire of destruction, so the fragments formed had been completely destroyed in a mystical sense and could not evolve areas behind them. This prevented potential enemies from locating and pinpointing Lumion and the other's specific location. Lumion carefully said, "The Oracle's corpse has indeed been carried away by the spatial turbulence of the mirror world. Even angels would find it difficult to delve deep into the mirror world to find and bring it out. Unless they're angels of the door pathway like Madam Magician or Demoness angels, with deep mastery of the mirror world. But doesn't this mean the Oracle's corpse will drift in the depths of the mirror world forever until it's completely torn apart and annihilated by the dangers there? There's a chance that after some time, it could be thrown out of the mirror world by spatial turbulence, emerging from a random mirror. Mr. Fool's dream world is mainly this city. If the Oracle's corpse comes out of a mirror, do we have a way to find it and confirm what problem it had?" Jenna understood what Lumion wanted to express. Lumion smiled. "Yes. Let's wait patiently for now, until spiritual intuition gives us a hint." The corpse of Oracle Danitz was hidden by him and had a close mystical connection with him. Franca nodded, took out her phone, and started browsing trending topics, sometimes laughing out loud and sharing the joy with Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony, sometimes discussing with them whether certain news items had symbolic meaning in the dream or were related to Mr. Fool's current state. By the time Ludwig had finished his 6th bowl of noodles and was also looking at his phone, Lumion, who occasionally showed a smile, raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The Oracle's corpse should have left the mirror world. Quickly use magic mirror divination to confirm its specific location." Franca took out a mirror. Lumion shook his head and chuckled softly. "There's no need to go through so much trouble." He turned his gaze towards Ludwig. Ludwig put his right hand in his mouth, retched a few times, and vomited out a small clump of yellowish hair. "We can directly determine the location using the Oracle's hair with follicles," Lumion explained. "When did you take a clump of hair from the corpse and hide it in Ludwig's stomach?" Frank asked in astonishment. Lumion responded with a smile. "Last night before bed, when Anthony was on night watch. The Oracle died so suddenly and bizarrely, of course I had to guard against his corpse reanimating. Hiding some of his hair in Ludwig's body can counter divination and prophecy." Saying this, Lumion held the small clump of slightly damp yellowish hair and stood up, saying, "Let's go." Almost simultaneously, he burned part of the hair and smeared the residue onto the surface of a mirror. As the residue seeped in, the mirror emanated a dark, watery light, reflecting a scene. There were oil-stained walls, a very spacious area, a floor covered in dust and rat droppings, quite dirty large glass windows, and Oracle Danitz's corpse lying on the ground in front of a glass pane. "Looks like an abandoned factory. The machines have been moved away," Franca commented after a glance. "In the suburbs, less than 10 kilometers from us," Lumion added more information. "Teleport over?" Jenna asked. Lumion could rely on mirror traversal to directly go to another mirror within 10 kilometers that he had located, and he had now locked onto the glass window that had ejected the Oracle's corpse. Even without knowing the position, he could sense mirrors within 500 meters and jump to them in segments. Moreover, his teleportation could still be used, but was restricted to positioning within 1 kilometer. Beyond that, he needed to have been there before or have correct coordinates, with the farthest reach being the edge of the dream world. Lumion nodded slightly, letting his teammates grab onto him, and took them into the mirror Franca had placed on the table. Passing through a dark, illusory tunnel, they suddenly plunged into the depths of the mirror world, falling towards the glass window they had located. Amidst Anthony's dizziness, the 5 figures simultaneously appeared on the dirty glass of the abandoned factory. Lumion didn't linger, quickly sensing other mirrors within a 500-meter range and jumping over. They appeared on the top floor of the office building beside the abandoned factory, left the glass window serving as a mirror, each hiding themselves, and gazed towards the target location. From this angle, they could just see Oracle Danitz's corpse. "Don't chew, just hold it in your mouth." Lumion handed a lollipop to Ludwig to keep him quiet. Franca and Jenna were already carefully examining the Oracle's corpse, finding that because it had been hidden in the mirror world, there were no signs of decay yet. But whether it was the bloodless face, the eyes frozen in fear, or other details, all indicated that the oracle had been dead for over 10 hours. Nothing unusual? Franca muttered silently. Lumion remained motionless, patiently observing. After nearly 5 minutes in their line of sight, the oracle's corpse's fingers suddenly twitched. Damn it, amazing, back from the dead. Franca instinctively admired. In her heart, while being startled, the corpse of Oracle Danitz first moved its fingers, then raised its arm. Finally it slowly stood up, its expression wooden, its deep blue eyes no longer overflowing with any emotion. Really reanimated? Goosebumps rose on Jenna's arms. The reanimated Danitz corpse walked towards the outside of the abandoned factory, neither fast nor slow. It walked all the way out of the deserted factory area towards the roadside, standing there blankly. Before long, an empty green taxi passed by, and Danitz's corpse raised its right arm, hailing it. When the taxi stopped in front of him, he slowly opened the door and sat in the back. Franca rubbed her cheeks with both hands. How does this feel even more horrifying than the real world? Is the death pathway manipulating the corpse? Lumion didn't immediately lead his team members to track the taxi, because the mirror infused with Danitz's hair residue was still showing the current state of the oracle's corpse. Franca and Jenna tried magic mirror divination to determine what was going on with the oracle's corpse reanimation. It's not working. Those beings who know a lot and are relatively safe aren't responding. They're not in Mr. Fool's dream. Franca found she could only do a simplified version, which was asking her own spirituality and magic mirror divination. Jenna confirmed her discovery. Yes, my magic mirror divination failed too. Lumion took a moment to contemplate before responding. In Mr. Fool's dream world, the subjects of inquiry for magic mirror divination, apart from one's own spirituality, should only be those true gods who can directly project themselves in. But we must ensure that the corresponding projection exists at the time of divination, and that the recited honorific name is not wrong. Inquiring of other creatures existing in the local spirit world might be equivalent to asking, Mr. Fool, or that celestial worthy. We might get the best revelation, or we might be directly kicked out of the dream. We also don't have the correct descriptions of those creatures. Who dares to inquire of true gods? Franca said softly. Lumion suddenly grinned. There's still one choice, the one with the most accurate divination results. The major arcana cardholders mentioned it in the information. It's a magic mirror belonging to Mr. Fool. It hasn't come to that point yet, has it? Franca was quite resistant. Lumion tersely responded, his gaze still fixed on the mirror showing the oracle's corpse's situation. After more than 20 minutes, the taxi stopped at the entrance of a hospital with excellent landscaping and a very well-designed building. Lumion and the others immediately saw the hospital's sign. Mushu Hospital. Mushu Hospital. Mushu Hospital. Is the oracle's death related to the mother tree of desire? Franca murmured in confusion. Lumion didn't answer her, watching as the reanimated corpse of Oracle Danitz took out a phone with multiple missed calls from his pocket, scanned a code to pay the fare, and slowly walked towards the outpatient building of Mushu Hospital. As soon as the corpse passed through the gate, Lumion's mirror rippled with waves, emanating darkness, and quickly returned to normal, no longer showing the oracle's current position. I want to teleport near Mushu Hospital. Go in and see where the oracle's corpse will go, Lumion said, withdrawing his gaze. Franca quietly commented. Shouldn't the corpse go to the morgue? Jenna then said to Lumion. You'd better change your appearance before going in. It might be easier to expose yourself inside Mushu Hospital, and we can't affect your current identity. Lie alone might not be enough. Lumion pondered briefly, not wasting any more time. Okay. As he answered, his black hair began to grow longer. Chapter 9:13, A Kind of Symbol. Seeing this, Anthony didn't try to test himself and proactively left the office. In just about 10 to 20 seconds, he heard Lumion's feminized voice. You can come in now. Compared to before, this female voice wasn't as low and subdued, with a hint of clarity added. Anthony pushed open the office door and saw that Lumion had changed into a slightly waist-cinching white shirt bought earlier for the female identity, paired with bluish jeans, accentuating a slender waist and long, straight legs. She also wore deep rose-colored sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. Though these were just cheap street goods, Lumion wore them with a beautiful, radiant and sharp air. Lumion slightly gathered the glossy black hair falling on both sides, covering most of her cheeks, and said to Anthony, "Let's go back to the rental apartment first." Anthony carefully grabbed the sleeve of Lumion's shirt, while Franca and Jenna each took hold of an arm. Ludwig, still with a lollipop in his mouth, chose to tug at his godfather's clothes. The group's figures soon faded and disappeared from this long-abandoned office building without cameras, reappearing in the rental apartment where dishes had not yet been washed. Lumion said to Franca, "You drive to Mushu Hospital and wait for me outside. We may not have the chance to teleport to escape later." This didn't mean he couldn't teleport, but rather that if he used teleport or mirror traversal in front of a large crowd of citizens, it would inevitably become a trending topic and might be directly locked onto by the celestial worthy. "Okay," Franca tossed her lip balm and lipstick to Lumion. "Once inside the hospital, if you need to frequently look in the mirror, pretend you're touching up your makeup." In this matter, a female appearance had a natural advantage, making it less likely for people in the dream to notice anything unusual. Lumion caught the lipstick and lip balm, and based on the location he had obtained, while monitoring the Oracle's corpse with the mirror earlier, he teleported to the plant-filled edge of Mushu Hospital. He walked out from behind several trees and turned into the crowd. His supermodel-like height and the skin condition, contour details and lip curve, revealed between his black hair and sunglasses, made passers-by and patients, even without seeing his exact appearance, look twice. They seemed to want to use their brains to fill in the blanks and reconstruct the possibly world-class beauty hidden behind the sunglasses. Some people accidentally bumped into others, some missed a step and nearly fell. Their only regret was that this tall beauty wearing sunglasses didn't walk gracefully enough, striding fiercely like a man. Lumion gradually slowed his pace, as if trying to recall how Aurora usually walked. After passing through security and entering the outpatient building, he temporarily stopped, took out a makeup mirror and lip balm, and added some shine and moisture to his pale lips. During this process, he found that the mirror that had once been smeared with the Oracle's hair residue could again reflect some scenes. These included Danitz's back, the medicine collection window, passing patients, and family members caring for them. Lumion discerned the direction and walked towards the medicine collection window. He didn't walk fast, his gaze seemingly casually surveying the people around him and the layout of the hospital's first floor. Everything seemed normal, without any scenes of desire outbursts. Vaguely, Lumion had a sense of familiarity. It wasn't that he had been to a similar place before, but it came from the depths of his soul. Lumion pursed his lips, lost in thought. Is it Aurora's memory? Did she frequent this kind of large hospital before her transmigration? Well, everyone gets sick sometimes. Did her soul fragments become a bit more active after I changed into a female form? It must also be because Mr. Fool's dream city is very similar to her hometown, stimulating her soul fragments. Lumion quickly suppressed the emotions in his heart, remembering that he had entered Mushu Hospital to track the whereabouts of the Oracle's corpse and observe the situation here. His gaze swept over faces, some wearing masks, some with hidden worry, feeling that this shouldn't be much different from the situation in a normal hospital. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. It was the male orderly who had mentally broken down last night due to the female corpse coming back to life. This orderly was wearing a mask, pushing a transfer bed as he passed by, with no fear or worry in his eyes, almost identical to the expressions of his colleagues. He still dares to work at this hospital? Lumion's eyebrows twitched slightly. The orderly seemed to have forgotten about his desecration of the corpse, and had also forgotten the horror of the corpse suddenly waking up. It was as if someone had told him that the female corpse wasn't actually dead, and his misconduct had actually helped her escape from a state of apparent death, avoiding cremation, so she had decided to forgive him. Lumion slowly shook his head, took out the lip balm and makeup mirror, and once again tracked the whereabouts of the Oracle's corpse. The scene presented in the mirror was an area with 8 elevators. The back of Oracle Danitz had just passed through the elevator doors, with the outside button lit up with a downward arrow. Is this going to be one? Is the destination really the morgue? Lumion passed by the front of the medicine collection window and turned towards the nearby stairwell. There were patients and family members waiting here. Lumion looked left and right, thinking that he should prepare some masks for him and the other demonesses. This could more effectively conceal their faces without becoming the focus of others' attention. The elevator came rather slowly. It took Lumion 2 to 3 minutes to wait for, an elevator that was continuing downwards. The people inside poured out, leaving only a patient sitting in a wheelchair and an orderly in green clothes pushing a wheelchair. The orderly wore a mask and the patient was quite elderly, with greying hair and beard. Their gazes simultaneously turned to Lumion, with something unsettling hidden in the depths of their deep brown eyes. Lumion, who was about to step in, suddenly stopped. He felt that the elevator lacked light, as if it had become a giant mouth about to close. The elevator's double doors slowly closed, the interior growing darker, as if falling into an abyss. Lumion watched expressionlessly, abandoning his intention to enter. He sensed intense danger, and his spiritual intuition, coupled with the slight activity of Aurora's soul, fragments, made him vaguely aware of what was hidden in the eyes of those two people in the elevator just now. It was an intense desire. It was the intense desire to tear off his clothes and vent their inner cravings. The elevator doors finally closed, the downward arrow went out, and the numbers began to change. Going to B1 to the morgue would be extremely dangerous. Lumion watched for a few more seconds, silently musing to himself. After some consideration, he gave up the impulse to go down the stairs to investigate, and had a new idea. Should I call the police? Just say I saw the missing Danitz enter Mushu Hospital and go down to the basement. Just as Lumion had this thought, his phone began to vibrate. He took out his phone and saw it was from Luo Fu. On the ID card given by Madam Justice, Franca's name was Luo Fu. Lumion answered the phone somewhat awkwardly yet habitually tentatively, saying, "Hello?" Franca, driving the vehicle and wearing earphones, looked ahead and said, "You'd better not delve deeper into Mushu Hospital now. Wait a bit longer, wait for the police to investigate." "Why do you say that?" Lumion didn't think Franca had sensed his earlier thoughts. Franca turned the steering wheel and said, "I was shocked by the Oracle's corpse coming back to life earlier and didn't notice some details. It only dawned on me after getting in the car. When the Oracle's corpse got off at Mushu Hospital's entrance, did it use a phone to scan and pay?" "Yes." Lumion had a very deep impression of the scan-to-pay incident, as Franca had been telling them they could do this and had personally demonstrated several times. Wearing earphones and driving the car, Franca showed a slightly proud smile. "The Oracle has already been classified as missing by the police, and when a missing person's phone account suddenly makes a payment, don't you think it would attract the police's attention and allow them to track his movements? The police should be arriving at Mushu Hospital soon. If you sneak into places with secrets now, you might run into them." "Can it work like that? The efficiency is really high." Lumion muttered softly. Now he didn't need to find a way to call the police. The police in this dream city were far more efficient than those in Trier, able to grasp key clues without his reminders. Lumion held his phone, pretending to have received an urgent call, and left this stairwell. He made his way back to the medicine collection area and hid among the waiting crowd. Before long, he saw Officer Deng and the dream projection of Mr. Starr leading a team of police rushing towards the previous stairwell. Lumion played the role of a spectator watching the commotion, patiently waiting for nearly 20 minutes until the police team returned. They were carrying a stretcher with the person on it completely covered by a white cloth, only vaguely revealing yellowish hair. The Oracle's corpse. Lumion made a definitive judgment using the makeup mirror in his hand. He immediately became puzzled. They found the reanimated corpse just like that? Nothing happened? Back in the car driven by Franca, Lumion recounted what had just happened. Franca also had the same confusion. The people at Mushu Hospital didn't resist the police. Theoretically, Mushu Hospital should be a force formed by the infiltration of the Great Existence, Mother Tree of Desire, or at least operated by a Sequence Zero true God, subordinate to her. Lumion expressed his thoughts. There are two possibilities. 1. Mushu Hospital is not an external projection, but originates from Mr. Fool's impression of the Mother Tree of Desire and her subordinates. 2. This is a symbol representing an external projection. Even if it originates from great existences, it cannot directly confront the main consciousness of the dream. In this city, the official power, the police department, symbolizes the dream's main consciousness. In other words, individual police officers can be targeted and influenced, but confronting the entire police department is equivalent to confronting the dream itself, confronting Mr. Fool, plus that celestial worthy. Chapter 914, Surveillance. After stating his two guesses, Lumion added, I felt earlier that entering the basement of Mushu Hospital would be very dangerous. If the problem there was woven by the dream's subconscious, originating from Mr. Fool's impression of the mother tree of desire and her subordinates, it shouldn't have reached this level. His meaning was that he was more inclined towards the inference that the dream's main consciousness symbol could not directly confront it. Jenna, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at the gradually receding Mushu Hospital and said with a slightly furrowed brow, But the police, represented by Mr. Starr, only found the Oracle's corpse. They don't seem to have discovered any other anomalies existing in Mushu Hospital. This indicates that although the dream's main consciousness cannot confront directly, it has ways to conceal and deceive, Anthony expressed his opinion. There might also be a mole. Franca, who was driving, had read many novels and watched many movies about undercover agents and traitors, muttered. Part of the dream's main consciousness must belong to the celestial worthy. He should be quite pleased to see the force infiltrated by the mother tree of desire doing something, so he deliberately ignored some details. This also shows that regardless of whether it's Mr. Fool or that celestial worthy, they are actually in a state of slumber, their true consciousness blurred, only able to react to a certain extent when directly stimulated. Usually, they only occasionally provide some inspiration based on received prayers or spirituality warnings. Otherwise, we would have been discovered and kicked out long ago when interacting with ordinary people in the dream. Lumion concluded based on various events experienced over the past 2 days and many details mentioned in the materials provided by the major arcana card holders. Franca took the opportunity to warn her teammates. So don't think about live streaming, don't do anything in public that would become a trending topic. If we do that, as soon as the celestial worthy's dream identity scrolls to the corresponding video, he will immediately be stimulated and kick us out of the dream. Well, even if the celestial worthy doesn't scroll to it, his subordinates will notice it. After a brief silence, Jenna asked, What is live streaming? Anthony was equally confused. Will this be seen by many people? Similar to the front page headlines of a newspaper? You guys really haven't adapted as well as Lumion, Franca sighed, and while driving she briefly explained. Open your phones, click on the app with the black background and white pattern I downloaded for you earlier. The hottest thing recently is true death metal. Jenna and the others all became focused and serious, continuing to receive their internet education. Near midnight, Lumion brought Franca through the mirror world to the moon plaza they had, visited at noon, arriving behind a mirror in the surveillance room. Hidden in the area behind the mirror, they saw through the mirror surface a large display screen split into multiple scenes, showing various areas of the mall, and 2 security guards sitting in front of the display screen for night duty. At this time, Moon Plaza had long since closed for business, and many of the scenes shown on the surveillance were pitch black, with only parts covered by clear moonlight. In this dream city, the moon was not crimson but showed a faint silvery white, occasionally tinged with yellow. Franca, both eager and cautious, stretched her right hand out of the mirror surface, grasping a slightly larger makeup mirror. The makeup mirror immediately reflected the large screen, showing different scenes framed in individual squares. Then, the surface of the makeup mirror rippled with illusory light invisible to the naked eye. Mirror maze. The surveillance area seen by the 2 security guards and the images captured by several cameras in the room were instantly replaced by mirrored illusions. Franca had previously imagined being able to use her Beyonder powers after returning home, and now it felt like a rehearsal of her dream. She walked out openly from behind the mirror object, put down the makeup mirror, adjusted its angle, and came to the surveillance console with Lumion. The 2 security guards had no reaction to their actions, as if they hadn't seen them at all. The scenes in their eyes were still the same as before when no outsiders had entered. Lumion turned his gaze to Franca and said in a low voice, "Make haste." He didn't know how to operate this surveillance system, otherwise he would have done it himself. Franca adjusted the mirrored images to ensure they weren't completely static while studying the mall's surveillance system. Thanks to researching information online and making plans beforehand, it only took her 2 or 3 minutes to bring up the surveillance footage of the supermarket area from noon. Soon the image froze on the scene where she and Lumion and others were returning from the supermarket entrance. In the distance of this image, where imported goods were stacked, a figure in a white dress was walking out of the frame. This figure had beautiful features, small and delicate ears, a fair and slender neck, and an aura so clean it seemed untouched by dust. Her hair was loosely tied up, giving a somewhat languid feeling. It's indeed that reanimated female corpse. This is Jay. Franca took out the sketch completed, with the help of dream divination, and carefully compared it. Before Lumion could respond, she added, "This appearance, temperament, and charm are more like a demigod-level demoness rather than a baby Cupid of the Scrooge pathway. How could a demoness be resurrected in Mushu Hospital?" Lumion nodded slightly, refraining from making conjectures for the moment, and instead asked Franca, "Can you find out the entire activity trajectory of this female corpse in the mall?" "Yes." Franca busily operated the surveillance system. Soon, each scene on the large screen showed the figure of that female corpse, corresponding to different scenarios. While searching for the female corpse's traces based on the timeline and scene conditions, Franca had already browsed through these surveillances once. She glanced at Lumion, who was focusing on observing details, and pondered. It feels like she's wandering aimlessly, not buying anything, entering a store for a few minutes and then leaving. It doesn't look like she's following anyone or searching for a specific item. Lumion compared all the passers-by in each surveillance image and didn't find anyone else appearing in all of them besides the female corpse. Is she experiencing and touring a city like this for the first time? Lumion thought of himself and his companions. And then because she has no money, she doesn't dare to buy anything? Franca joked with a smile. Lumion immediately shook his head. It shouldn't be that simple. We almost encountered this female corpse at noon, and after lunch, the Oracle's corpse showed anomalies. The resurrected Oracle corpse went to Mushu Hospital, which is where this female corpse was reanimated. If it's not arranged by that individual, not his script, such a coincidence is enough to indicate a close connection between the two. Franca pondered for a moment and said, "If this female corpse is really a demoness, then I've had similar situations before. When I first became a witch, I received effective revelations from divination about something, but it was only revelations about time and place. So, I aimlessly wandered back and forth in an arcade street in Trier for a day, and finally encountered the thing I wanted to encounter." Lumion, who had just become a demoness for a short time and hadn't had similar experiences, nodded slowly and said, "You mean, the reanimated female corpse received revelations through divination and came to wander in this mall?" At this point, Lumion's eyes became dark. Her game was getting closer to us, discovering clues about which mirror the Oracle's corpse was hidden behind, so that's why the Oracle's corpse showed anomalies right after lunch ended. Is she a subordinate of that celestial worthy, searching for the Oracle's corpse? Are the celestial worthy and the Mother Tree of Desire cooperating, using Mushu Hospital to obtain subordinates they can command to harm certain dream characters? Franca concurred succinctly. The fact that she could indirectly come into contact with us, on the surface it's inspiration from divination, but in reality it should be the law of beyonder characteristics, convergence at work. Only high-sequence beyonders of the demoness and door pathways could possibly influence the mirror world from a distance, causing the Oracle's corpse hidden in the mirror area to show anomalies. That female corpse might fit both situations. Franca meant that the female corpse might be a demigod-level demoness who had received boons from the door pathway. Lumion acknowledged Franca's statement and pondered for a few seconds before, saying, "But the reanimation of this female corpse was definitely not for finding the Oracle's corpse. From what that orderly confessed, she had already been resurrected before the Oracle was killed. She must have a more important role carrying out a key task," Franca hissed and said. In the next few days, besides observing the people and events around Mr. Fool, we need to find a way to locate this female corpse, see if we can eliminate her covertly without the celestial worthy noticing. If this were in the real world, Franca definitely wouldn't say this because she wouldn't be sure whether that reanimated female corpse was sequence 4, sequence 3, or even higher. She would only suggest asking the major arcana card holders for help. But in the Dream City, everyone was currently suppressed to the sequence 7 level. A demigod-level demoness would only have some more special abilities than her, with no essential difference in strength. Lumion was also a demigod-level demoness, and their team had the number advantage capable of ganging up. Lumion thought for a moment and said, "There should be surveillance on the streets outside too, right? Can we find out where this female corpse ultimately went from the surveillance?" "We could, but that would require infiltrating government departments. If discovered, it would be equivalent to confronting the dream's main consciousness." Franca didn't agree with taking such a risk now. There was still so much information they hadn't gathered. Lumion suppressed the impulse in his heart and worked with Franca to restore the surveillance footage, erase their own traces, and retreat back into the mirror object. Then, Franca ended the mirror maze and took away that makeup mirror. The two security guards only felt that the surveillance screens flickered briefly, but they quickly returned to normal. Franca and Lumion returned to the car parked on the adjacent street, meeting up with Jenna and others who were responsible for backup. As the vehicle drove towards the old town, Lumion and Franca, who was driving, told their teammates about the findings from watching the surveillance and their own conjectures. As they were talking, Lumion suddenly fell silent. "What's wrong?" Jenna asked. Lumion said in a deep voice, "We thought of going to the mall to check the surveillance to find that female corpse. Would that female corpse also think of checking the surveillance to see if any women with outstanding appearances had passed by? Those who could hide a corpse behind a mirror were likely to be demonesses too." Franca's expression changed and she blurted out, "The surveillance room. Chapter 9:15, Mysticism must keep up with the times." Moon Plaza inside the surveillance room. Lumion brought Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig back behind that mirror-like object, gazing through the mirror surface at the two security guards and the large screen. Compared to when they left earlier, nothing had changed here. Everything looked normal. Franca pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Has she not come yet? Or has she already been here, ahead of us?" If that female corpse had already checked the surveillance earlier, she would likely have discovered Lumion and the others. After all, the characteristics of demonesses were quite distinctive, and beautiful women plus a handsome man were even more eye-catching. As long as the reanimated female corpse was willing to spend enough time checking segment by segment, frame by frame, with the reminders of spiritual intuition, she shouldn't miss the corresponding footage. In that case, Lumion and the others would have to consider changing identities, modifying appearances, and changing residences. For an already impoverished family, this could truly be an exacerbation. Franca could only pray to Mr. Fool, hoping that the female corpse would come, only at midnight. After all, unlike them, she didn't have a specific time and corresponding location, and couldn't purposefully check the surveillance in just a few minutes, or even tens of seconds to lock onto the people she wanted to find. She would have to check all the surveillance videos covering the entire mall for 10 to 15 minutes before and after. If unlucky, the time spent could be measured in hours. The spiritual intuition of demonesses was also suppressed to the sequence 7 level. That female corpse obviously couldn't rely on this for very precise screening. Both are possible. Lumion stared outside the mirror. Separated by a layer of mirror surface and in different spaces, he couldn't directly see whether there was a mirror maze in the surveillance room at this moment. And the reanimated female corpse indeed seemed very much like a demigod of the demoness pathway, likely possessing anti-divination abilities. Jenna was also observing the situation in the surveillance room and asked puzzledly, "Does the reanimated female corpse also know about things like surveillance and understand how to operate surveillance systems?" She felt that the reanimated female corpse was a projection of some external force, probably similar to themselves, just with a different method of entry. She and Lumion and the others only learned what surveillance was, what it was used for, and how to avoid it after Franca's reminders and explanations. And except for Franca, none of them knew how to operate a surveillance system. If we can't do it, how can a newly reanimated female corpse? Franca pondered and answered. Perhaps the reanimated female corpse is also part of the dream, a demoness that one of Mr. Fool's avatars once encountered. And the celestial worthy, using Mushu Hospital, made this demoness go through a process of death and resurrection, turning her into a completely obedient subordinate, or rather, puppet. As part of the dream, except for those set as children, fools, lunatics or illiterates, everyone, innately, knew the concept and existence of surveillance. Even if she's part of the dream, she wouldn't naturally master how to manipulate surveillance systems unless she was previously engaged in this industry or had studied it in advance like you, Jenna objected. That's true. Franca suddenly had a flash of inspiration and took out her phone, intending to search on apps like Weibo Jihu and various circles to see if there were any similar questions recently. Perhaps the reanimated female corpse was looking at her phone while using currently waiting online rhetoric to urge netizens to answer how to operate a certain company's surveillance system, while trying to bring up the desired video based on the netizens' suggestions. To Franca's disappointment, there was no signal in the mirror world, and she couldn't get online. Lumion then said, "There's another possibility. That female corpse also has a guide like Franca." Franca stuffed her phone back into her pants pocket. She understood what Lumion was saying. A member of April Fools, the not yet dead Loki. Wasn't it said that Loki could have been reborn through possession by an angel of the seer pathway? Well, whether it was Loki or that angel of the seer pathway, they were both subordinates of the celestial worthy. When we checked the surveillance earlier, we didn't find anyone like Loki around the reanimated female corpse, Franca recalled. The faceless ability at sequence 7 level. Lumion had already considered this issue. And this is inside a mall. He could change outfits from time to time. Franca nodded slowly and continued to observe the surveillance room outside the mirror, hoping to wait for the reanimated female corpse and the possible existence of Loki. After watching for a few seconds, she suddenly asked out of curiosity, "Does this kind of screen, this kind of surveillance scenario, count as a mirror world?" From a mystical concept, I don't think so. It's not a reflection or inversion of the current scene. Lumion answered instinctively. Jenna and Anthony were somewhat confused by Franca's question. Mystical concepts also need to keep up with the times to match the social scenarios of the new era, Franca muttered before saying, "Although surveillance is not a reflection or inversion of the current scene, it belongs to the reflection of scenes elsewhere. It has some of the functions and characteristics of mirrors, just with the reflection and display separated in different places." Lumion didn't know how to refute for a moment, and could only directly express his view. "I think it's closer to the world within paintings, perhaps even incorporating the informatized characteristics of the mystery prior pathway at high levels. Then it's a hybrid product of the mirror world, the world within paintings, and the information world." Franca's main energy was on observing the situation in the surveillance room, and she was unwilling to delve deeper into issues that couldn't yield accurate answers at the moment, so she quickly made a guess. Lumion half closed his eyes, sensed for a moment and said, "Indeed, it has a bit of the qualities of the mirror world. We can traverse through it." As soon as he finished speaking, Anthony, who had been silent all along, said in a deep voice, "Don't you think those 2 security guards outside are a bit strange? It's been 2 or 3 minutes, and they haven't moved at all, like they've turned into statues." Statues. Franca's heart stirred, and she took out a mirror, carefully extending it beyond the current mirror surface. She quickly adjusted the angle, and using the reflection of light and the most basic function of the mirror, she saw the side profile of one of the security guards. On the slightly dark makeup mirror, only illuminated by the reflection of the screen's light, that half-face had no expression, partly hidden in the dim environment, partly slightly illuminated, the two intertwining and sometimes changing. His eyes were constantly fixed on the surveillance screen, with a hint of cold grey, seemingly hidden in the depths of his pupils. He looked alive, still with spirituality, but that was all, just alive, just with spirituality. Partial petrification of organs. Franca frowned and whispered. Lumion didn't answer, but looked around. The reanimated female corpse has indeed been here, after Franco and I finished watching the surveillance, and left. I'll go out and search to see if there are any clues left. You guard against unexpected situations. Jenna and the others nodded without objection. Lumion pressed his hand against the mirror surface and walked out as if passing, through a layer of water curtain. In his male form he circled to the front of the two security guards and found that they had both turned into warmth-carrying statues, expressionlessly looking ahead, motionless, which seemed exceptionally eerie in the surveillance room where only the screen's light flickered. Lumion's gaze moved away from the grey-white hidden in the eyes of the two security guards and turned to the large screen displaying dozens or hundreds of scenes simultaneously. There was nothing unusual about that, but the human-machine interface below was frozen on a certain operation. And Lumion remembered that Franca had restored it to its initial state before leaving. Fleeing in a hurry, did that female corpse sense the disturbance in the mirror world and urgently traverse away through the large screen itself? Will she circle back to see who infiltrated the surveillance room? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lumion suddenly turned sideways, looking towards the mirror object he had come out from. Almost simultaneously, on the surveillance footage in a dark corner, a pale but alluring hand stretched out, extending beyond the screen. In the area behind the mirror, while Lumion was investigating the surveillance system, Franca suddenly heard Ludwig making smacking sounds. What is he eating now? Franca instinctively turned to look at the little boy. She saw Ludwig opening his mouth, constantly sucking in air, chewing and swallowing. Franca suddenly felt a bit guilty. "Why are you eating air?" she asked. Ludwig answered with a satisfied expression. "Delicious. There are many things with spirituality." Many things with spirituality in the air? Franca was stunned for a moment, then suddenly had a strong sense of danger. The mystical pathogen of demenesis? Mirror substitution. She called out directly, actively triggering her own mirror. Substitution. After hearing Ludwig's answer, Jenna's spiritual intuition also received a dangerous signal. Without Franca's reminder, she followed and triggered her mirror substitution. Anthony was a second slower than the two of them. At this moment, at the edge of the spiderweb-like illusory tunnel, a figure was quickly outlined. She wore a white dress, had a loose bun, with beautiful features, and a clean aura, clearly the reanimated female corpse. This female corpse held a mirror in her hand, which had already reflected Franca's figure. Her other hand was burning with quiet black flames, quickly covering the mirror surface. Silently, Franca's figure, which had just degenerated into a mirror, burst into eerie black flames from the inside out, quickly losing spirituality, falling to the ground, and shattering into pieces. Seeing that the assassination attempt had failed, and that there were 4 enemies, the reanimated female corpse immediately stepped back and disappeared at the edge of the illusory dark tunnel. This caused the 7 demoness black flames created by Jenna and the frenzy, used by Anthony, to all miss their target. Inside the surveillance room, Lumion suddenly turned around, with a straight sword already condensed from frost in his hand. He swung this crystal-clear straight sword towards the hand reaching out from inside the surveillance screen. That hand suddenly retracted, and Lumion's frost straight sword consequently fell onto the surface of the screen. It bizarrely dematerialized, bringing Lumion along as it melted into the large screen, diving in. Chapter 916, Real and Fake. After the reanimated female corpse retreated into the dark tunnel, Franca's first reaction as her figure was just being outlined was to use the ice amulet that Lumion had remade, bringing Jenna and Anthony to chase after the enemy before she completely left this mirror world. She gripped the crystal-clear charm that she had already taken out of the traveler's bag, but her spiritual intuition made her pause. The destination of the reanimated female corpse's mirror traversal was unknown, and there might be her companions waiting. Rashly chasing after her could likely lead them into a trap. Moreover, chasing after her meant separating from Lumion, making it easy for them to be defeated one by one. Franca gazed for 2 seconds, then immediately said to Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig, who was still eating, "Air," in big gulps. "Leave here, go to the surveillance room." Who knew how long the reanimated female corpse had been hiding at the edge of the tunnel, producing how many mystical pathogens? Staying in this area would lead to increasingly severe infection until they fell ill, and relying solely on Ludwig eating like this mouthful by mouthful. Who knew how long it would take to clear out the mystical pathogens that could continuously reproduce? More importantly, this sealed angel's physical condition had also been lowered to the sequence 7 level. The mystical pathogens he ate wouldn't affect him, but those that invaded his skin, eyes, and respiratory tract could definitely infect him. At that point, it would be a race to see whether Ludwig finished eating the mystical pathogens first, or the mystical pathogens defeated him first. Additionally, Franca and Jenna's demoness black flames were also restricted by the dream, only able to be produced a few at a time, cluster after cluster, unable to burn large areas of surrounding mystical pathogens to create a sufficiently safe environment. However, the dream's restrictions had both disadvantages and advantages. The plaguability of the reanimated female corpse was also suppressed to the sequence 7 level, preventing Franca and the others from becoming infected and falling ill too quickly. Jenna and Anthony didn't question Franca's decision. Only Ludwig was reluctant to leave. He wanted to eat even if he got sick. He wanted to eat even if he died. Jenna grabbed the little boy, forcibly dragging him out of the area behind the mirror, as his physical qualities had been comprehensively reduced to sequence 7. At such an urgent moment, Jenna actually felt another digestion of the affliction potion. "Let me go, let go." Before Ludwig could finish speaking, he had already passed through the mirror surface and arrived in the surveillance room. But they didn't see Lumion. Was Lumion also attacked? Franca quickly looked around with a solemn expression. Or had he gone chasing after an enemy? Just as Franca finished speaking, she saw that every surveillance scene on the large screen had changed. They once again displayed the scenes from noon when the reanimated female corpse had appeared. In those scenes arranged in a crisscrossing matrix, the reanimated female corpses that originally belonged to the surveillance footage either raised their heads or half-turned their bodies, all staring uniformly towards the outside of the screen. Wearing white dresses and loose buns, they instantly had the same expression, changed their fair and delicate hands reaching towards the camera one after another, extending out of the surveillance screen, reaching for Franca, Jenna, and the others outside. They crawled out of the screen one by one, their faces dark, with occasional flashes of light. Seeing this scene, Franca, relying only on spiritual intuition and demoness vision, briefly couldn't distinguish which of these many reanimated female corpses were real and which were fake. For a moment she even doubted whether they were all real or all fake. She took out the cannon gun that had become the inevitable gun, aiming at the surveillance footage, intending to shatter that screen so that the reanimated female corpses that hadn't fully crawled out would be thrown into the depths of the surveillance world. "Dummy have a I may," with the shattering of the area behind the screen, making it difficult to reach reality. Franca's finger was on the trigger, but she didn't pull it. She felt that Lumion's disappearance might be because he had entered the surveillance world, and if she shattered the screen and the surveillance world, then world truly had some characteristics of the mirror world, Lumion would also be swallowed by the turbulent flow, which would be very dangerous. Although Franca couldn't respond in time, she still had companions. Anthony stepped forward, his eyes vertical, tinged with a pale golden color. He immediately emanated a terrifying aura, as if standing at the top of the food chain. Or, he used a range-type ore targeting that surveillance screen, the reanimated female corpses crawling out of the surveillance footage one after another froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. It was as if they hadn't been resurrected, still corpses, naturally not afraid or panicked due to the ore. Jenna quickly turned her head, pointing at those reanimated female corpses, and asked Ludwig, "Which one tastes the best?" The one that tastes the best should be the real body, and judging whether food tasted good or not was Ludwig's specialty. Ludwig swallowed his saliva and pointed to the surveillance footage in the bottom right corner. "I want that one." "That one tastes the best?" Before Ludwig could answer, Franca had already concealed her figure. When he pointed out the food he wanted most, Franca's figure, wearing a black t-shirt and women's pantaloons, quickly outlined at the side of the reanimated female corpse in the bottom right corner. She held the inevitable gun in one hand and the nearly invisible wintry blade in the other, stabbing the latter towards the target that hadn't fully crawled out of the screen, towards the temple next to the delicate ear. Crack, that reanimated female corpse shattered like a mirror, along with the figures of other female corpses, becoming illusory, disappearing simultaneously in front of the surveillance screen. The next second, beside the mirrored decorative item that Franca and the others had crawled out from, the reanimated female corpse with beautiful features, a slender neck, wearing a white dress and a loose bun, silently emerged. She gripped an ice crystal dagger covered in black flames in one hand, suddenly stabbing towards Anthony's chest. After passing through the surveillance screen, Lumion appeared in a dark and silent empty mall. At this time the escalators had stopped running, and all the shops had pulled down their shutters. Lumion quickly scanned around and saw a figure in a white dress flash past the passage leading to the men's and women's restrooms. The black mark on Lumion's right shoulder lit up, allowing him to directly teleport over. As his figure was just being outlined at the entrance of the passage, his left palm had already taken out his phone. Lumion quickly glanced at the phone screen that had lit up and found no signal. This was exactly what he wanted to confirm. Is this an alternate space formed by surveillance footage, an illusory world? It's very similar to the mirror world, and also very similar to the world within paintings. As thoughts flashed through Lumion's mind, he stuffed the phone into the traveler's bag instead of his pants pocket. He was worried that the upcoming battle might damage the phone. For an already impoverished family, this would be a major loss. In Lumion's blue eyes, that female figure in a white dress had already run to the corner. Seeing was believing. Almost simultaneously, Lumion blinked behind the target, thrusting the ice crystal straight sword. Just as the ice sword touched that female figure, the target suddenly wavered like water ripples and disappeared without a trace. An illusion, just an illusion. An illusion created using the mirror of the sink outside the men's and women's restrooms. At this moment, in the dark corner at the entrance of the men's restroom, a vague figure quickly emerged, holding a medium-sized mirror, reflecting Lumion's male form wearing a shirt and trousers. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Lumion's attention was completely on the illusion, this vague figure pressed its hand covered in demoness black flames towards the mirror surface. Black flames suddenly erupted from Lumion's eyes, nose, mouth, and other places, but his figure began to fade inch by inch, gradually dissipating. This was also an illusion. Behind the vague figure in the dark corner at the entrance of the restroom, Lumion's body outlined, his eyes iron black, his right hand clenched into a fist, in a posture of muscles swelling and enlarging, suddenly striking towards the junction of the enemy's neck and back. Cowl plus mighty blow. You can use mirrors to create illusions. So can I. Bang! This punch shattered the vague figure into pieces, scattering around like glass shards. Immediately after, Lumion felt invisible spider silk wrapping around him from all directions, trying to bind his hands, feet, and torso, and intending to interfere with his movements in different ways. Lumion immediately grunted, and bursts of black flames binding madness and danger spontaneously appeared, falling onto several invisible spider silks. The flames of destruction ignited those spider silks instantly, just like real hunter flames, then quickly spread, devouring all the combustibles around, and burning, the mystical pathogens permeating the air. In just the blink of an eye, Lumion had rid himself of the influence of the demoness spiderweb and a hidden plague. And at the entrance of this passage, a female figure clearly appeared in the light of the burning spiderweb. She wore a white dress, had a loose bun, beautiful features, delicate ears, and a slender neck. It was the reanimated female corpse. Inside the surveillance room, as Franca's strike failed to succeed, the experienced Jenna and Anthony changed their positions. The latter thus avoided the ice crystal dagger assassination of the reanimated female corpse, but this also gathered the three of them in a small area within the not-so-large surveillance room. The reanimated female corpse's gaze then turned to the two security guards sitting motionlessly in their positions. One of the security guards immediately broke free from his statue-like state and suddenly stood up. The next second, his body was like it had been filled with a large amount of gas, rapidly swelling into a ball. During this process, the grey-white in the depths of his eyes was tinged with a yellow-green light. Boom! This security guard exploded like a balloon stretched to its limit. His flesh and internal organs were torn into pieces, carrying yellow-green pus, enveloped in the impact storm, sweeping towards every corner of the surveillance room, covering Franca, Jenna, and the others. A virus bomb? Franca's pupils suddenly dilated. That reanimated female corpse was also within the range of the exploding body, but she was prepared, taking a step back and hiding in the mirror decorative item. Chapter 917, Disease Bomb. The flesh and blood oozing yellow-green pus sprayed like sudden rain towards everyone in the surveillance room, accompanied by the sudden explosion. Franca had no time to use the ice amulet, nor to grab Jenna and the others to bring them into the compact mirror in her hand. She could only face the explosion, which wasn't too powerful, and the obviously dangerous flesh, blood, and viscous fluid. Crack, crack, crack. In this situation, the three of them could only actively trigger their mirror substitutions, first being shattered by the impact wave, then being coated with sticky flesh and still writhing yellow-green pus. Ludwig, who had also been given a mirror substitution by each of the three demonesses, didn't use it himself. Instead, he crouched down, hugging his body tightly to minimize his exposed area. During this process, he opened his mouth corners stretched without any restriction, extending all the way to the back of his head. His upper lip pushed his eyes, nose, forehead, and other parts to face the ceiling directly, while his lower lip nearly touched his chest. Splat, splat, splat. The yellow-green flesh mixed in the explosion's blast rushed into Ludwig's enormous mouth, heading straight for his stomach. Unfortunately, Ludwig, enjoying this buffet, only lasted 2 seconds before, involuntarily triggering his mirror substitution, shattering into pieces. This abnormally terrifying giant mouth shape seemed to be all appearance without sufficient strength only at the sequence 7 level. The explosive blast subsided in an instant, and the figures of Franca, Jenna, and the others were re-outlined in the surveillance room, which was now covered everywhere with viscous flesh and yellow-green pus. As demonesses of affliction, Franca and Jenna both instinctively believed that this place was now full of dangerous diseases, rapidly infecting them. Without hesitation, Franca raised her right hand, revealing the ice amulet she was gripping tightly. This crystal-clear charm had been remade by Lumion and could now be used for mirror traversal 4 times. As soon as they saw Franca reveal the ice amulet, Jenna and Anthony immediately moved closer to her, grabbing her arm and sleeve. Ludwig hesitated for a moment but still joined the vile demonesses. The next second, the 4 figures blurred and entered the compact mirror in Franca's other hand. Franca didn't linger at all, bringing her companions to traverse into another metal decorative item with a mirror effect in the surveillance room. Smack! The compact mirror, no longer held by anyone, fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, causing the corresponding area behind the mirror to collapse. These shards would take different amounts of time to become mirrors again in the mystical sense. Without considering other factors, the larger the shard, and the better the mirror effect, the shorter the time needed to regenerate the area behind the mirror. Conversely, smaller shards would take longer, and if too small, they might risk never becoming mystical mirrors again. After transferring to the interior of the mirrored decorative item, Franca spoke, rapidly while remaining vigilant against a sudden attack from the reanimated female corpse. A demoness of despair doesn't have the ability to make people half dead and turn them into plague bombs. Could it be a demoness of unaging? It could also be with help from the Order of All Extinction, or possession of a similar item. Jenna suggested another possibility based on her own feelings. Is Mushu Hospital not just home to the Mother Tree of Desire? Franca suddenly had an inspiration. The hospital as a whole should simultaneously possess the healing abilities related to the Great Mother Pathway, the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway on spirit, desire, corpses, and hospital urban legends, as well as control over diseases and pathogens from the one the Order of All Extinction believes in, or the Demoness pathway. As Franca spoke without any embellishment, she observed the situation in the surveillance room and attempted to use the ice amulet's ability to transmit information through mirrors to send simple intelligence to a certain mirror on Lumion. As long as Lumion hadn't left the current Wafeng district, he would definitely receive it. Jenna guarded against the direction of the illusory tunnel that resembled a spider web, while Anthony said carefully, "That reanimated female corpse is almost unaffected by all, making me feel she's more like a dead person than a living one." Franca's thoughts raced, and she immediately had 2 guesses. Is she an awakened zombie? with the Mother Tree of Desire believer hiding nearby controlling her? Or, didn't we guess earlier that she might have a companion, possibly Loki? Is it possible that she's actually a marionette, with the marionettist hiding somewhere nearby controlling her? Franca had confronted Loki before and had contact with spies from the Bureau 8 of Intis, so she was quite familiar with the antics of marionettists. But according to the information provided by the Major Arcana card holders, even normal marionettists can only control marionettes within a range of about 100 meters. Now, with their abilities suppressed to Sequence 7 level, I believe their maximum distance from the marionettes won't exceed 40 meters. Before we came to the surveillance room, we checked the surroundings and there was no one. Jenna raised an objection. At this point, she suddenly paused. It wasn't that there was no one. In fact, there were two people. Franca and Anthony also realized the issue and simultaneously turned their gaze towards the front of the surveillance screen. There were indeed people within a 50-meter range, those two security guards. One of the security guards had been turned into a plague bomb and had already disintegrated into disease-spreading flesh, but the other security guard was still sitting in his position, his eyes concealing a grey-white deep inside, staring motionlessly at the large screen. Franca and Anthony's gaze fell on that security guard. The security guard seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his body. His clothes were now tattered, his body pitted and uneven, different areas of his face, either missing skin, suffering abrasions, or with flesh split open and festering. These were the aftereffects of being directly hit by the explosion of the other security guard. The security guard, with half his face almost unrecognizable as human, reflected the flickering light from the surveillance screen, curled his lips, and revealed an exaggerated, terrifying, and sinister smile. As his smile bloomed, his body rapidly swelled, becoming a human-shaped balloon like his colleague. Bang! The balloon burst, and countless viscous flesh and yellow-green pus splattered onto the surface of the metal decorative item where Franca and the others were hiding, smearing it into a mess, and preventing Franca and Anthony from seeing the outside situation clearly. "Let's change positions," Franca said, turning to Jenna and Ludwig, seizing the opportunity while they still had a few more mirror traversal charges. In the moon plaza formed by the surveillance footage, Lumion bent his back, drew the Sword of Courage, and sprinted from outside the men's and women's restrooms towards the reanimated female corpse at the entrance of the passage. Behind him, on the wash basin mirror between the two restrooms, a female figure wearing a white dress with a loose bun suddenly appeared. This was a projection created by the Demoness of Despair using the mirror. Although it only possessed a fraction of the original body's power, it was still capable of assassination. It aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Lumion from behind. Almost simultaneously, another figure emerged behind this female figure. That figure had black hair, beautiful features, and a cold expression. It was Lumion's feminized image. This projection, completed with the help of precision, instantly turned into a ball of black flames brewing extreme destruction in silence, completely enveloping the mirror image projection of the reanimated female corpse, causing her to be thoroughly ignited amid painful wails. Thud, thud. The Lumion, wielding the Sword of Courage, continued without any pause, charging towards the reanimated female corpse without looking back. At this moment, in front of the reanimated female corpse, crystal clear but sharp, frost spears suddenly condensed like a beautiful and clean hedgehog showing its spines. Such a forest of ice spears couldn't be accomplished by a Sequence 7 witch. Only a Beyonder who had reached the Demoness of Despair level and gained further control over frost, but was currently restricted to Sequence 7 level, could do this. It was equivalent to the Ice Spear condensation ability evolving into Ice Spear Forest at Sequence 4, but now the Ice Spear Forest was only at the Sequence 7 level. If Lumion didn't stop in time, he would crash into this forest of ice spears, being pierced through and creating multiple bloody holes. At this moment, Lumion's figure suddenly became blurry and distorted, like an image displayed through electromagnetic signals suffering from strong interference. It took only the blink of an eye from becoming blurry and distorted to completely disappearing. Lumion's body quickly outlined behind the reanimated female corpse. He swung the Sword of Courage diagonally, chopping towards the target's shoulder. With a whoosh, crimson flames ignited on the surface of the Sword of Courage. Boom! Lumian's single stroke cleaved the reanimated female corpse into two pieces, exploding her into mirror shards. The reanimated female corpse, having used a substitute, didn't appear immediately, seemingly disappearing into the dark, empty fourth floor of the moor. Lumian's expression didn't change at all as he pressed the sword of courage, downwards in one smooth motion. Boom! Crimson fireballs flew out from the sword, indiscriminately covering this area, collapsing walls and igniting merchandise. The crimson fire hell quickly engulfed nearly half a floor in continuously rising high temperatures. Under such a wide-range, indiscriminate attack, the figure of the reanimated female corpse was affected, forced out of her invisible state, and appeared to Lumian's side and rear. Inside the surveillance room, the reanimated female corpse who had previously fought with Franco and the others left a hiding place in the mirrored object and appeared in the room now, covered everywhere with viscous flesh and yellow-green pus, taking advantage of the opportunity that various pathogens and decay forces were permeating this place, which would quickly infect and affect Franco and the others once they entered. She condensed a long ice spear covered in white frost in her hand and thrust it towards the surveillance screen, which already had multiple dents and was covered with flesh and pus. The power of the two previous disease bombs wasn't strong, mainly focused on spreading pathogens and decay forces, so they couldn't directly destroy the large screen that was at a certain distance from them. Now, the reanimated female corpse wanted to personally destroy the surveillance screen, causing the corresponding alternate space to collapse, making the enemies fighting there, and her other self, fall into the chaotic flow together, to be torn into pieces. Chapter 918, Tacit Cooperation. Just as the reanimated female corpse's frost-covered ice crystal spear was about to pierce the surveillance screen, a gunshot rang out. A bright yellow bullet arrived, first striking the middle of the ice crystal spear and causing it to suddenly shatter and break apart piece by piece. After transferring to another mirrored decorative item, Franca immediately understood the opponent's intentions upon seeing the reanimated female corpse's actions. She quickly took out the inevitable gun, extended it through the mirror surface, and pulled the trigger. Having successfully prevented the ice crystal spear's strike, she immediately moved to withdraw her hands, pretending to traverse to other mirrors with Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig in order to lure the reanimated female corpse in to surround this enemy. However, the reanimated female corpse didn't even glance in her direction. Sharp, frost spears suddenly condensed in front of her body, all thrusting towards the large screen simultaneously. It was like a huge ice flower carved out of ice was blooming. Franca's pupils dilated instantly. Taking advantage of her hands not yet having returned to the area behind the mirror, she pulled the inevitable gun's trigger once, again, bang. The classically styled brass-colored revolver fired an iron-black bullet, which created a small explosion upon striking one of the frost spears. The explosion covered all the frost spears, tearing them apart and scattering them in all directions. Heavy strike. Splat, splat, some ice crystal fragments inevitably hit the surveillance screen, creating multiple dead pixels and areas where colors bled together on the large screen. Franca was nearly scared to death. The large screen had almost been completely damaged. She immediately left the mirrored decorative item and returned to the surveillance room, launching an all-out attack against the reanimated female corpse. In this situation, the best strategy was to use offense to suppress the opponent and prevent her from destroying the surveillance screen. Pure defense wouldn't last long, as the item that needed protection was a relatively fragile technological product. One can be a thief for 1,000 days, but how can you guard against a thief for 1,000 days? There will always be gaps in defenses. Bang, bang, bang. Franca continuously pulled the trigger, firing bullets to force the reanimated female corpse away from the area closer to the large screen. Jenna also left the area behind a mirror, directly guarding in front of the surveillance console to prevent stray bullets from damaging the screen. Almost simultaneously, Jenna felt herself collide with an invisible spiderweb with transparent thin threads constricting her body. Some of these threads bound her limbs, while others stirred up her condition, striving to restrict her movements and interfere with her casting of black magic. Fortunately, Jenna now had relatively rich combat experience. As soon as she left the mirrored decorative item, she condensed several bizarre demonous black flames around herself. Now she immediately let them fall, burning the spirituality of the transparent spider silk and spreading out. The intense feeling of constriction instantly lessened somewhat. Jenna quickly sidestepped, shielding the large screen. Crack. She used a mirror substitution to block both the reanimated female corpse's opportunistic attack on the surveillance screen and the stray bullets created by Franca's continuous shooting. During this process, Franca emptied 6 ordinary bullets, hitting the reanimated female corpse once and consuming one of her mirror substitutions. She then retreated to the front of the large screen, using a special loader to reload bullets, while Jenna instinctively lunged forward, replacing Franca using her own gun, frost, and black magic to attack furiously, suppressing the enemy. With everyone currently at the Sequence 7 level, a short-term reckless outburst was still very effective. In this way, Franca and Jenna continuously rotated, one defending, one attacking, one reloading bullets, the other firing rapidly as if unconcerned about running out of ammunition. They temporarily restricted the reanimated female corpse to the area near the door. However, because the opponent had mirror substitutions and strong spiritual intuition, Franca had not yet used bullets like Impregnating Bullet, or triggered effects like Sure Hit or Certain Death. She was waiting for an opportunity, because a Sequence 7 demoness shouldn't be able to use many mirror substitutions. Even if the reanimated female corpse had once reached the demigod level and gained the characteristic of reduced mirror substitution consumption, allowing her to use a few more mirror substitutions than Franca and the others who were currently at the same Sequence 7 level, it certainly wouldn't be many more. After fighting intensely for dozens of seconds, both Franca and Jenna felt weakened, their lungs like hot bellows continuously exhaling fiery breaths. At the same time, they felt varying degrees of pain throughout their bodies. They were well aware that this was caused by the diseases and decay spread by the 2 plague bombs earlier. Due to the viscous flesh and yellow-green pus covering every part of the surveillance room, the mystical pathogens and decay forces were continuously strengthening. The infection had finally occurred in the 2 demonesses of affliction who had disease resistance, and it was gradually worsening. Neither Franca nor Jenna were willing to immediately use a mirror substitution to resolve the disease and decay. Their mirror substitutions were now very limited in number, and they wanted to conserve them to protect the large screen. What puzzled Franca was that although her inevitable gun was also continuously spreading disease and decay, the reanimated female corpse didn't seem to be significantly affected, only slightly weaker than before. Could she really be a zombie or a marionette, immune to most mystical pathogens, and with strong resistance to decay forces? She only initially affected Jenna with the spiderweb, then abandoned this strategy. Was it because the spiderweb was a flammable object with spirituality, which would cause the demoness black flames, which could only be produced one by one or in small clusters to spread, burning the mystical pathogens and decay forces in the air, slowing down the speed of our onset of illness and the progress of symptom severity? As this thought flashed through Franca's mind, she actively began to create a spiderweb. The invisible spider silk entangled both the reanimated female corpse and Jenna, forcing the former to use her own demoness black flames to evade, and reminding Jenna that she could produce and consume her own, letting this area fall completely into the burning of demoness black flames, thereby clearing out the mystical pathogens and reducing the intensity of the decay forces. Inside Moon Plaza in the surveillance footage, Lumion was suppressing the reanimated female corpse in all aspects, but due to her mirror substitutions, strong spiritual intuition, and rich combat experience, he couldn't achieve a quick victory. By now, the flames had spread, turning most of the 4th floor of the mall into a crimson sea. Lumion released his accumulated spirituality and once again flashed behind the reanimated female corpse. Instead of directly swinging the sword of courage, he pushed his left palm forward. At some point his palm had already been gripping a cheap silver and black bracelet, while his eyes showed a silver-black hue, with what seemed like an illusory long river flowing slowly inside. The reanimated female corpse didn't hesitate. Following the prompting of her spiritual intuition, she was about to actively trigger a mirror substitution. At this moment the toxic thick smoke produced by the burning entered her throat, while the high temperature caused her black hair to start self-igniting. These environmentally induced problems made the reanimated female corpse instinctively shrink her body, slowing her down by a beat. Magnified fate. Lumion had already used magnified fate twice before without achieving satisfactory results. The weakening pathogen he had secretly spread, which could survive for a longer time in high-temperature flames, also hadn't worked as he had expected, only imperceptibly accelerating the rate of the reanimated female corpse's spirituality consumption. Now, taking advantage of the environmental changes brought by the long-burning fierce flames, he finally grasped the opportunity, successfully turning the corresponding stream of fate into the main trunk. As the reanimated female corpse slightly shrank her body, the crimson flames covering the surface of the Sword of Courage suddenly extinguished, revealing the iron-black metal blade beneath. Parts of this blade were smooth and flat, reflecting the silhouette of the reanimated female corpse. In the next second, the black flames of destruction that Lumion had condensed in advance fell onto the metal mirror surface and drilled into it. Unable to use a mirror substitution in time, the reanimated female corpse let out a painful sound. Her body shattered with a crack, re-outlining at the edge of the crimson hell. However, the black flames that erupted from inside to outside, hiding ferocity and terror, continued to burn her, only partially extinguished. Once a demoness of despair's curse succeeded, the characteristic that it couldn't be transferred by substitutes when suppressed to sequence 7 level became a situation where a substitute could only transfer part of the curse damage. Crack. 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 The reanimated female corpse consecutively triggered mirror substitutions, finally escaping Lumion's curse. But at this moment Lumion directly teleported in front of her and asked with a smile, "How many mirror substitutions do you have left?" As he spoke, he had already swung the Sword of Courage. The reanimated female corpse was dazzled by that charming smile, only reacting. When the Sword of Courage was near, she quickly lunged to the side. She had no more mirror substitutions left. She was fast, but Lumion was faster. His wrist paused and the Sword of Courage cleaved the air, creating an explosive sound. Boom! Crimson flames burst open, directly engulfing the reanimated female corpse. Although this explosion only had sequence 7 power, it was enough to severely injure a demoness without mirror substitutions. Bang! The reanimated female corpse was slammed heavily against the wall, her bones breaking and blood spurting from her mouth. Water-like waves rippled over her body, stripping away her beautiful appearance, and revealing an expressionless, ordinary-looking young man. Lumion frowned slightly and swung his sword down again. With a rolling sound, the young man's head tumbled to the side amid a spray of blood. His body, along with his head and the splattered blood, instantly vanished like an illusion, never to appear again. A deep mirror image of the real female corpse. Lumion had seen similar gender-reversed mirror people in 4th Epoch Trier. The special mirror world fragments in Franca and Jenna's possession could also create similar deep mirror images, with strength nearly perfectly replicated and certain special characteristics. Thinking of this, Lumion suddenly raised his head, looking towards the surveillance camera obscured by smoke. He suspected that the reanimated female corpse also had a special mirror world fragment inside the surveillance room. The infected Franca and Jenna were growing increasingly weak, their movements inevitably affected to some extent. Just as the reanimated female corpse was about to seize the opportunity to destroy the surveillance screen, she suddenly felt something leap towards her from the side. It was Ludwig, crouched like a frog. He had emerged from the mirror world at some unknown time. The reanimated female corpse instinctively thrust an ice crystal spear towards Ludwig. Ludwig suddenly opened his mouth wide, his mouth corners splitting to the back of his head. His 2 rows of sharp teeth then closed, biting the tip of the spear. Immediately after, he quickly sucked in a breath through his mouth. He completed a deprivation through the ice crystal spear connecting him and the reanimated female corpse. What he deprived was the mirror substitution. Currently only at sequence 7 level, he could only deprive one ability from the enemy, and only for 1 minute, so Anthony had him choose mirror substitution. Attack with full force. Anthony's voice then sounded in Franca and Jenna's ears. Franca didn't ask why, immediately raising the inevitable gun, aiming at the reanimated female corpse, and pulling the trigger. A dark yellow bullet flew out with a bang. Sure hit. Chapter 919. Certain death. The dark yellow bullet flew instantly, striking the reanimated female corpse. However, it passed right through, merely causing the silhouette to waver, become illusory, and disappear. After being deprived of her mirror substitution, the reanimated female corpse's first reaction was to use the mirrored objects in the surveillance room to create a mirror projection, supplemented by mirror illusions, while she quietly changed her position. So, what Franca had locked onto was just the mirror projection, and what sure hit would hit was also just the mirror projection, not the real reanimated female corpse. Having evaded the fatal strike, the silhouette of the reanimated female corpse immediately became ethereal, projecting onto the nearest mirrored object. She intended to use the mirror world to temporarily leave the battlefield, wait for her mirror substitution ability to recover, and then decide based on the situation whether to wait for the next opportunity, attack Franca and the others again, immediately, or quietly follow them to determine their identities and whereabouts, so they could be directly locked onto and kicked out of the dream. Just as the reanimated female corpse's silhouette became prominent on the surface of that mirrored object, a person suddenly appeared in the void dark area behind the mirror. It was Anthony, wearing a black t-shirt. Anthony held a charm similar to the ice amulet in one hand and the winter is coming revolver in the other, aiming at the reanimated female corpse who was about to enter the mirror surface. He had used the mirror traversal ability in time to intercept the reanimated female corpse. Since Lumion could make his own charms to help Beyonders traverse the mirror world, he certainly wouldn't make just one, only for Franca. Besides himself, everyone in the team had one, and each could be used 4 times. They had relied on Franca's ice amulet to transfer positions earlier, partly because, since everyone was close together, there was no need to waste the uses of the other charms. After all, in the dream, Lumion was restricted to the sequence 7 level, and making similar charms again had a high probability of failure. On the other hand, it was also following Lumion's conspirer approach, and Franca's occasional mutterings after entering the dream about appearing weak when you are strong, deliberately setting a trap for the enemy. By demonstrating that they could only hide in the mirror world and transfer positions by holding onto Lumion and Franca's clothes, they led the reanimated female corpse to believe that the others couldn't perform mirror traversal. So, after evading Franca's attack, the reanimated female corpse confidently used the mirror world to escape. By demonstrating that they could only hide in the mirror world and transfer positions by holding onto Lumion and Franca's clothes, they led the reanimated female corpse to believe that the others couldn't perform mirror traversal. So, after evading Franca's attack, the reanimated female corpse confidently used the mirror world to escape. This led her right into the gun barrel of Anthony, who had forcibly concealed his presence earlier. Anthony pulled the trigger with a calm expression. Another bullet tinged with a dark yellow glow flew out, heading towards the reanimated female corpse who was about to enter this area behind the mirror. Sure hit. Bang. As the gunshot rang out, the reanimated female corpse, who hadn't had time to retract her black flames, frost, and spider silk to protect herself, had blood blossoming on her chest, her flesh and bones splitting. She was truly hit by the bullet, shot out of the mirror surface, and fell back into the surveillance room. Seeing this, Franca aimed at the target once again. Now, she was going to use the certain death bullet. Meanwhile, Jenna still guarded the surveillance screen, having intention to steal credit, to prevent stray bullets from destroying the object that needed protection. She only quietly extended invisible spider silk, intending to touch the blood splattered by the reanimated female corpse, to use it as a medium for curses. At this moment, the reanimated female corpse suddenly raised her head and let out a painful scream. Her hair rose strand by strand, instantly becoming long and thick, like venomous snakes. The tips of this slimy, bizarre black hair were each inlaid with black and white eyeballs and heads that stuck out forked tongues like snakes. Jenna instinctively closed her eyes but still felt her thoughts becoming chaotic, pain and pleasure arising simultaneously, her body inexplicably stiffening as if turning to stone. In this instant, she suddenly understood what the enemy was doing. The reanimated female corpse seemed to have sensed that she was about to suffer a fatal blow, and with no way to avoid it or protect herself by forming a huge cocoon, She actively indulged in her own madness, displaying an incomplete, mythical creature form that only saints should possess. For most saints, displaying an incomplete mythical creature form was extremely dangerous, leading to a loss of control. Unless there were no other options or they intended to drag the enemy down with them, no one would use it. For Beyonders without godhood, directly viewing an incomplete mythical creature form would result in intense corruption and terrible mental shock, likely leading to madness and loss of control. Even if they didn't look directly and closed their eyes, being within range would still cause some corruption. Saints with godhood would still be affected to some degree by the incomplete mythical creature form, and would continue to be affected afterwards while facing the frenzied attacks of the incomplete mythical creature. The incomplete mythical creature form was a saint's most powerful and dangerous state, as the horrifying transformation of the reanimated female corpse reflected in Franca's eyes. She gritted her teeth and resolutely pulled the trigger of the inevitable gun. Bang! A dull green bullet flew from the muzzle, heading straight for the reanimated female corpse's body hidden by the slimy thick hair. Franca then let out a painful cry. She instinctively tilted her head back, her black hair tied in a ponytail and modified by lie broke free from its restraints, becoming wild and distinct, seemingly growing thicker. Her face took on a grayish-white tinge, her chest felt somewhat swollen, and her mind felt as if it had been hit by a storm, all thoughts blown about, becoming mad, twisted, and dark. She felt intense pleasure and also extreme pain. This, combined with her body's state already infected by disease and decay forces, caused her to passively trigger a mirror substitution. With a cracking sound, Franca regressed into a mirror and shattered into pieces. But when her silhouette was outlined in the corner, while she no longer felt the effects of disease and decay, her hair still floated in mid-air, still growing thicker. Her face was extremely pale and twisted to the extreme, yet presenting a strange beauty, her eyes full of madness and malice. Corruption couldn't be transferred by mirror substitution, nor could the tendency towards losing control. At the same time, the certain death bullet fired by Franca hit the mass of slimy, bizarre black hair of the reanimated female corpse. Although the effect of certain death was suppressed to sequence 7 level only, certainly fatal to ordinary people, it was still deadly to the already severely injured, reanimated female corpse. Moreover, the reanimated female corpse's incomplete, mythical creature form was also limited to sequence 7, only possessing defensive capabilities at this level. The bullet, glowing with a dull green light, penetrated through layers of thick hair, entering the brain of the reanimated female corpse in her incomplete mythical creature form. Smack! The reanimated female corpse's head split open, blood and white matter splattering outwards. The slimy, bizarre thick hair with black and white eyeballs fell in succession, returning to their original state to varying degrees. Only then did Anthony dare to jump out from the mirror-like object, turning his back to the corpse with its strange charm and mental corruption. From a not-too-distant position, he began to perform psychoanalysis on Franca, which was essentially throwing a placate her way. Franca's painful and mad chaotic thoughts calmed, and the symptoms of losing control in her body began to subside. Seeing this, Anthony quietly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the reanimated female corpse's incomplete mythical creature form was also only at the sequence 7 level, so the corruption and impact on Franca were at this level. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known if she could be saved. That might have depended on Franca's own willpower. As Anthony began the second placate, Lumion jumped out of the surveillance screen. He instinctively looked towards Franca and Jenna, checking their conditions. Seeing that the problems were all within an acceptable range, Lumion then turned, his gaze to the reanimated female corpse on the ground with its split head and bizarre hair. As a fellow saint, he only experienced a slight emotional fluctuation without any other reaction. Their joint efforts had actually taken down a demoness of despair with mirror. Substitution. Lumion was surprised and quite gratified. He unconsciously looked towards Ludwig, finding that the little boy was staring at the demoness's corpse with blazing eyes, completely unconcerned about possibly being corrupted. Indeed, Ludwig wouldn't be affected by the incomplete mythical creature form. Moreover, the corpse had already left the incomplete mythical creature form, with only some characteristics remaining. while repeatedly creating 7 clusters at a time of deep black flames of destruction to burn the patches of viscous flesh and yellow-green pus in the surveillance room. Lumion took out a mirror, bent down, and put the reanimated female corpse with its burst head inside. They couldn't let this corpse continue to corrupt the surveillance room, affecting Jenna and Franca, who were recovering. During this process, a black, irregularly shaped mirror fragment fell from the corpse. As expected, she has a fragment of a special mirror world. Lumion stuffed the black fragment into the traveler's bag, planning to compare it with Franca's and the others later. By this time, about a third of the viscous flesh and yellow-green pus in the surveillance room had caught fire, and the black flames began to spread to the surroundings, seeking other combustible materials. Phew! Franca let out a long breath, her mental state finally stabilizing, the abnormalities on her body having subsided. Anthony moved to Jenna's side, performing psychoanalysis on her, who had not been much corrupted. After putting the inevitable gun back into the traveler's bag, Franca was about to proudly tell Lumion, "We took down a demoness of despair," when her eyes suddenly caught sight of the several cameras in the surveillance room. She immediately changed her words. "I'll check if our fight just now was caught on the cameras. Couldn't we just completely destroy the surveillance equipment with the flames of destruction?" Lumion thought it wasn't necessary to be so troublesome. What if this mole's surveillance footage is stored on a cloud server? Franca wasn't too sure, but felt it necessary to guard against this possibility. Lumion didn't stop Franca further, because he didn't understand what a cloud server was. Franca quickly manipulated the surveillance system, and after a while said, "It's fine. The reanimated female corpse probably destroyed the cameras in this room when she came to check the surveillance." As she spoke, she used another mirror substitution, because Lumion couldn't make the entire room be engulfed by the flames of destruction. He could only create clusters of flames and burn areas bit by bit, with mystical pathogens and decay forces still lingering in the air. Lumion nodded and continued. "Check if my battle in the surveillance world has become part of the surveillance footage. If there's no problem, let's hurry back for the spirit channeling." "Can it work like that?" Franca said in surprise. This was equivalent to the actions of a dummy in a painted world changing the painting itself. Chapter 920. Like reality. Following Lumion's suggestion, Franca quickly reviewed the surveillance footage from the 4th floor of the mall in the past 3 minutes. During this process, Jenna and Anthony hid in the area being burned by the flames of destruction to avoid the remaining mystical pathogens and decay forces. The former also had clusters of quiet black flames flare up in other parts of the surveillance room, assisting Lumion in eliminating necessary traces, though she could only create 6 to 7 clusters at a time. Taking advantage of the fact that he still had an unused mirror substitution, Ludwig took the opportunity to eat some snacks, the flesh and blood carrying mystical pathogens and decay forces. Soon, Franca pulled up the corresponding surveillance footage. The scene, which should have been dark, quiet, and empty, now showed 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle, with red flames quickly igniting the area and dense smoke billowing up. However, the fighting scene and the original background seemed somewhat out of sync, as if forcibly edited in with outdated special effects technology. Both Lumion and his opponent's figures were quite blurred, showing signs of interference. Your battle in the surveillance world did become part of the surveillance footage, but nothing like that actually happened in the real world. The 4th floor of the mall is perfectly fine. Franca pulled up the current camera feed from the 4th floor to make the comparison. She took a deep breath and said, "W. The surveillance world is clearly not just the mirror world, it has the characteristics of an information world as well. The pathway good at summoning should also have some understanding of parallel spaces and illusory worlds." Franca half-turned her body and said, "This surveillance footage can't be used by the police and celestial immortal subordinates to recreate your image, so we don't need to deliberately destroy the surveillance equipment." Lumion nodded slightly and added, "Our mystical knowledge of parallel spaces and illusory worlds is still quite superficial. The abilities, authorities, and knowledge in this area seem to be scattered across demonesses, mystery priors, apprentices, painters, and other pathways, with apprentices being the main line, and I'm not sure if the painter pathway can match apprentices. The pathway good at summoning should also have some understanding of parallel spaces and illusory worlds." Franca half turned her body and said, "This surveillance footage can't be used by the police and celestial immortal subordinates to recreate your image, so we don't need to deliberately destroy the surveillance equipment." At this point, with Jenna's assistance, Lumion had already erased the various traces they had left in the surveillance room, and Franca also began to use the demoness's black flames to clean up the fingerprints she had left on the equipment. "Let's head back, we need to hurry with the spirit channeling." Lumion withdrew his gaze. "Okay." Franca retracted her hand covered in black flames. Lumion immediately led his teammates back through the mirror world to the rented car, and as soon as Franca fastened her seatbelt, preparing to start the engine, she suddenly shivered. She began to feel cold, as if all the heat in her body had been drained away. Her head became dizzy, her vision occasionally darkening and sparking with golden stars, almost fainting. Franca understood that this was the negative effect of the inevitable gun. If the certain death and sure hit effects were triggered, the user would inevitably fall, gravely ill, and without effective treatment, could even die. Even if treated, the severe illness would persist for some time. Similarly, every time Anthony used the Winter is Coming revolver, he had to find an apothecary or doctor for treatment, otherwise he would contract an intractable disease that low to mid-sequence Beyonders were powerless against. Seeing Franca's face turn nearly transparent, Lumion reached into the traveler's bag and took out 2 vials of healing agents. These were supply resources provided by the Tarot Club, reportedly extremely rare items not sold publicly, produced by the Fool Pharmaceutical Company. For this mission, the Major Arcana card holders had given Lumion's group a total of 25 general-purpose healing agents, with the majority kept with Lumion as the team leader, while Jenna, Franca, and Anthony each carried 2, but Ludwig had none. Children needed supervision, otherwise he would secretly drink them all. Franca's trembling hands opened the cap of the healing agent and gulped it down. The icy liquid slid down her throat and into her stomach. Soon, the chilled feeling rapidly disappeared, and a light sweat broke out on her skin. "Much better," Franca exhaled. Just a bit dizzy in the head. My forehead is a bit hot. My body feels weak." Anthony, who had yet to suffer symptoms, had also finished his healing agent. "I'll drive," Lumion said. "You can drive?" Franca really didn't feel confident in her current state to be driving, but Lumion, who had never learned, made her even more worried. "Should we just take a taxi?" Lumion chuckled. "I carefully observed you driving today. I basically mastered the basic operations. And now it's late at night, there aren't many cars. And, more importantly, I also have the driver's license that Madam Justice gave." "All right, Li Ming." Franca weakly unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed open the door. Li Ming was Lumion's alias in the dream world. As soon as Franca's feet touched the ground, her knees buckled, nearly causing her to fall. Luckily, Lumion was waiting outside the driver's seat and quickly grabbed her arm. "So this is what being severely ill feels like, and this is with the negative effects suppressed to sequence 7. Franca leaned on Lumion as she slowly walked to the passenger seat, muttering while preparing to provide guidance later. Lumion chuckled. "If this were the real world, I'd probably have to carry you." Franca imagined such a scene, and suddenly said, "Let's go with a piggyback ride." Lumion glanced at her but didn't say anything further. Jenna, who had already come out of the passenger side, looked at the two approaching, her gaze slightly dark but also with a hint of relief as she listened to their conversation. After everyone was seated and the doors closed, Franca gave a simple explanation. "This is the steering wheel. You turn it in the direction you want to go. This is the accelerator, to control the speed. This is the brake, to stop the car or decelerate in an emergency. Basically, don't overtake. Change lanes only when there are no other cars, stop at red lights, go at green, turn when you need to. It's very simple, with an automatic transmission." Lumion stepped on the brake, released the parking brake, and shifted the lever to the appropriate gear. The grey sedan slowly started moving, gradually picking up speed. After passing 2 traffic light intersections, Lumion already had a very skilled driving technique. Franca looked at him with her mouth slightly open, weakly saying, "You've learned it just like that? No need for me to guide you on the side?" "It's very simple." Lumion chuckled, using Franca's own words to respond. He then released one hand, pointing to his head. You have to trust the spatial awareness and hand-eye coordination of a hunter. Franca suddenly felt that being the one who could drive in the team was no longer something to be proud of. In this way, Lumion successfully drove the car back to the rented old neighborhood, and then with Jenna's guidance after spending quite some time, finally parked the car, allowing Franca to feel proud again. They had rented an older model car to save money, without any parking assists systems. Back in the rental unit, Lumion led the team into the mirror containing the reanimated female corpse. Except for Lumion and Ludwig, the others didn't dare to look closely, fearing new corruption, but even with just a brief glance they all noticed that a faint dark glow was slowly emanating from the decrepit corpse, gradually converging towards the right eye. Evocation of beyonder characteristics? Jenna blurted out. Franca, being weaker, was a step slower in her reaction, saying in amazement, "This dream is too realistic. Beyonders will also evoke their characteristics." Before Lumion and the others could respond, Franca had a sudden idea. If I obtain beyonder characteristics in this dream, concoct them into a potion, and perform a ritual to drink them, will I be able to successfully advance in the real world? At this question, the area behind the mirror fell into an unusual silence. I can't answer that for you, Lumion pondered for a few seconds. Maybe you should consult the major arcana card holders, or take these beyonder characteristics and exit the dream to see if it follows you to reality. After arriving in this city, Lumion's group no longer needed Madame Justice's help to exit and re-enter the dream. They could simply take the train and use lucky coins to complete the task directly. Frequent entering and exiting of the dream might also draw the attention of the celestial immortal, Anthony reminded Lumion. Lumion offered a curt acknowledgement. There are other ways. Let's try to avoid exiting as much as possible. We'll contact the major arcana card holders early tomorrow morning. Although the major arcana card holders were subject to various restrictions in the dream, with some unable to even enter this place, there were still ways to communicate through the dream. As they were talking, the dark beyonder characteristics had gathered in the reanimated female corpse's right eye, dyeing it a blackish blue hue. During this process, Lumion, Franca, and Jenna, the three demonesses, had already created multiple clusters of black flames to incinerate the corpse, and the mystical pathogens spread from the characteristics. According to the Demoness of Despair's potion formula, Lumion collected the black eyeball, the corpse's bile, and a strand of the coarse, partially restored grey-white hair, and handed them to Franca to put in the traveller's bag. Having endured all this time, Ludwig finally found an opportunity, pointing at the corpse and asking, "Can I have a few bites?" He had already obtained the mirror substitution ability through deprivation, and by eating a few more pieces of the corpse's flesh and blood, he would have a chance to permanently fix this ability to himself. Of course, limited by the dream and the current sequence 7 level of deprivation, he could only use mirror substitution for 2 to 3 weeks, unable to gain it permanently. Go ahead. Lumion nodded. Ludwig excitedly ran over, crouching next to the corpse's head, targeting the delicate, small ear. After her death, the demoness's charm is concentrated in the ear, to the point that even Ludwig is attracted. Lumion had just had this thought when he saw Ludwig lean down and bite off the ear with a crunch, chewing it noisily, his mouth covered in blood. Franca and the others fell silent, turning their bodies away, no longer looking. After Ludwig finished eating both of the demoness's ears, reluctantly returning to Jenna's side, Lumion began to set up the ritual. Due to the lack of a subject to pray to, he could only perform the spirit channeling, in the simplest way, carefully guarding against the strong corruption from the celestial immortal on the target. Soon, the vague silhouette of the female corpse appeared. Lumion asked in a deep voice, "What were you trying to do?" Waking up in the morgue of Mushu Hospital. Chapter 921, Character Script. The pale-faced ghostly figure of the female corpse replied in a wavering voice. To forge a good identity, pass the Intergroup's interview, and become an employee of the company and a colleague of Zhou Mingrui. Interacting with Zhou Mingrui daily, starting off polite and distant, then gradually getting familiar, subtly seducing him in our daily interactions until he falls in love with me. I will become his girlfriend, and in the future, enter the marital hall with him. Through prosperity or adversity, wealth or poverty, health or sickness, whether he is male or female, I will always accompany him, never leaving, forever and ever. Listening with a slightly agape mouth, the sickly Franca gradually felt bewildered. Isn't this character script a bit off? This is neither an urban fantasy nor a suspense horror, it's turned into a pure romance novel. Is this intended to immerse Mr. Fool in a blissful, sweet love life and a peaceful, warm urban environment, unwilling to wake up? Is the celestial worthy being this down to earth? Is this a large-scale Truman show for Mr. Fool, isolating him from reality, when she heard the part about? Whether he is male or female. Franca suddenly snapped awake. There is a conspiracy here. There are sinister plots hidden within with another purpose. Lumion and Franca had similar thoughts, but Franca's mind was more active. Lumion was more concerned about another aspect. The task of the reanimated female corpse did not include inducing Mr. Fool to drink the witch potion. Does this mean someone else is responsible for turning Mr. Fool into a demoness? At this point, Franca quietly said, "The method in the script does seem feasible. To influence Mr. Fool, or Joe Mingrui, a person so cautious and careful, the only way is to work on falling in love over time. Only through the calm, genuine, day-by-day interaction can connections and trust be built. And for this kind of task, the most suitable executor is indeed a demoness. Secondly, a baby Cupid. No wonder they need to revive or awaken this female corpse. Charm can blend into many little details of daily life without being detected. Indeed, following Madame Susie's reminder, we also seem to be able to only gain Mr. Fool's trust through similar means, only we don't need to use charm, but then the risk of exposure would be too great." Jenna weighed her words in agreement. Prolonged, repeated contact with Mr. Fool would easily be noticed by the celestial worthy. Lumion did not respond to Franca and Jenna. He needed to hurry up with the spirit. Channeling. Looking at the floating female corpse illusion, he carefully asked, "Are you a marionette?" Lumion had not experienced the battle with the female corpse's physical body, the two disease bombs explosions, or the discussion about a marionettist with Franca and the others, so at the time he did not search the 30 to 40-meter area around the surveillance room to see if there were any beyonders hiding, until on the way back, in the car, after exchanging details of the battle with his teammates, did he consider the possibility of a marionette. However, not actively searching the 30 to 40-meter area around the surveillance room did not mean he was not wary of other enemies lurking nearby. That was a basic quality of a hunter. At the time, he simply did not detect anyone hiding in the vicinity. This made him uncertain about Franca and the others' suspicions. Their doubts might not be true, just as the reanimated female corpse did not have powers granted by the door pathway. The ghostly female corpse with its sinister black hair replied in a hollow voice, "Yes." "Yes, she's really a marionette." Lumion was stunned for a moment, then urgently asked, "Who is your manipulator, and where are they?" This time, the female corpse illusion did not respond, but slowly raised her head, gazing towards the vast, dark sky of the mirror realm. Lumion and the others may have been influenced by the remnant spirit of the corpse, or perhaps stimulated by the change in the mystical environment caused by this action, and they actually experienced a slight hallucination. Vaguely, they seemed to see ethereal, dense threads emerging from the corpse's body, extending upwards towards the heights, and similar illusory threads floating from their own bodies too, also drifting up into the dark, cloud-shrouded night sky. They also seemed to see the individuals in the city, each of them sprouting numerous dense illusory threads connecting to somewhere in the night sky where the moon and stars were obscured by clouds. Lumion was greatly shocked in both mind and spirit by this scene, but his observational abilities as a hunter still allowed him to notice one detail. The illusory threads emerging from themselves and the female corpse had a fairly obvious difference. Theirs floated and swayed, as if only attracted and drawn, towards some unseen thing high above, without actually deeply integrating into the darkness, while the female corpse's threads were taut, seeming to merge into the unfathomable blackness. As for the threads of the other people in the city, Lumion could only vaguely sense them, unable to see them clearly. Combining the currently available information on the full pathway provided by the Major Arcana card holders, Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony immediately came to the same judgment. The heights represented Mr. Fool as well as the Celestial Worthy, and the resurrected female corpse was the Celestial Worthy's marionette. No wonder we couldn't find the marionettist controlling her in the vicinity. Jenna had just had this thought when she quickly realized a problem. No, that can't be right. If it were like that, we would have already been locked onto by the Celestial Worthy and kicked out of the dream, and even if we weren't kicked out, we would definitely be under restrictions. Shifting gears, Jenna came up with a possibility. The Celestial Worthy is also in a slumbering state, largely in a dazed, unconscious condition, controlling the marionette, only becoming aware of the corresponding situation when stimulated or when the marionette actively reports back. But can an unconsciously controlled marionette exhibit the kind of behavior we saw earlier? Apart from being a bit extreme, obsessed with dealing with us, not leaving in advance, the reanimated female corpse is no different from the real person. At this moment, the female corpse illusion began to fade, about to disappear. The spirit channeling was almost over. Grasping the last bit of time, Lumion asked in an urgent tone, "Who gave you humanity?" Jenna immediately understood that Lumion had the same thoughts as her. He was also very curious about the humanized behavior of the reanimated female. Corpse or marionette? The pale-faced female corpse illusion grew fainter and fainter, only the empty voice echoing. It was Mr. Fool and the Great Mother. Ah? In her weakened state, Franca's self-control slipped, the exclamation escaping her lips. This sounded as if Mr. Fool and the Great Mother had given birth to her, like she was their child. Lumion ended the spirit channeling and turned to his teammates, saying, thoughtfully, "I think I can understand the meaning of that last sentence. She should have previously made contact with Mr. Fool or one of his incarnations, a demoness of despair. Mr. Fool's subconscious would instinctively weave an identity, appearance, and personality for her based on the image in his memory. And with the Great Mother's awakening, or rather giving her new life, she naturally acquired humanity and became a unique marionette capable of autonomous action according to the mission assignment. The Oracle's corpse being sent to the Mushu Hospital morgue is also to create a similar marionette. Does Mushu Hospital not only have the Mother Tree of Desire, but also the presence of the Great Mother?" I knew it. Franca had wanted to clap her hands, but after raising them she had no strength left. Mushu Hospital may also have the power of the Order of All Extinction. Turning his gaze to the tattered yet enchanting female corpse, Lumion observed for a few seconds and said, "No powers from the door pathway dissipating, nor any decay boons dissipating. I don't know how they did it. She didn't show any corresponding abilities in the battle. Were those 2 disease bombs pre-made with some kind of tool? Too bad we didn't get to ask about the marionette transformation of one of the disease bombs." Franca grew increasingly fearful of Mushu Hospital. She didn't even dare imagine what Lumion would have encountered if he had gone down to the B1 of Mushu Hospital. Searching the body, Lumion found no other items, then stood up and said to Ludwig, "If you promise to listen to Jenna's orders from now on, I'll reward you with this corpse." "Okay, I promise." Ludwig had a completely carefree expression, not caring at all about the future. Lumion's true purpose was actually to destroy the body and eliminate any trace, as this was the Celestial Worthy's marionette. It had to be completely destroyed before the Celestial Worthy's intermittent awakening, leaving no evidence to avoid, drawing attention and anomalies. Seeing Ludwig rush towards the female corpse, Jenna supported the sickly Franca, and along with Anthony, quickly exited the mirror realm and returned to the rental unit. Standing beside Ludwig, Lumion asked in a flat tone, "If his corpse is real, would you be able to restore to sequence 4 after eating it?" "No, unless you give me the other one too." Ludwig looked at Lumion with longing. He was referring to Voisin Sanson's body. A few days ago, he had received an arm as a reward for his good performance in studying, exams, and homework, so he had fully recovered to the sequence 5 to Preva level before entering the dream. Ignoring Ludwig's plea, Lumion asked instead, What is your sequence 4 called? Ludwig began gnawing on an arm, answering in a muffled voice. Sea monster. The next morning Franca found that her severe illness had not yet recovered. Her forehead still felt feverish, her body weak, and she almost couldn't get out of bed. Lumion used the simplest magic mirror divination method to confirm that this was just the lingering effect of the negative effect, and she would be ill for about half a day, not because the healing agent had not worked as it should. He then told Jenna, "We'll take turns. You take care of her and Ludwig in the morning, I'll do it in the afternoon. Now I'll drive with Anthony to contact the major arcana card holders." Okay. Jenna had also been somewhat corrupted the night before and needed more rest as well. Downstairs, getting into the car, Lumion, mimicking Franca, placed his phone on a specially bought holder and opened the navigation app. Then, under Anthony's gaze, he used voice input to enter the destination. Stardring Provision Store. Chapter 922, News. In the rental apartment. Jenna cleaned up the table, picked up the soy milk and meat buns she had specially left for Franca, and said to Ludwig beside her, "You can start studying now." Ludwig's expression changed a few times before he argued. "What's the point of me studying? If you want to gain knowledge, eat scientists. If you want to gain abilities, eat beyonders." Jenna smiled faintly and said, "Studying may not be important for you, but it's very important for us that you study." Ludwig, already inarticulate, was left completely speechless by Jenna's frankness. After some consideration, Jenna added, "Although we don't know the exact process, and you've probably forgotten too, the fact that you are sealed by the Church of Knowledge is as solid as steel." "And what's the biggest difference between you and the clergy of the Church of Knowledge? Is the attitude towards learning." Ludwig was left feeling a bit confused. Reluctantly but resignedly, he sat down at the table and opened his textbook. Jenna returned to the master bedroom, casually closing the door behind her. Franca struggled to sit up halfway, stuffing a pillow behind her back, and said in a low voice, "You're deceiving Ludwig again. Trying to defeat the Church of Knowledge through studying is like competing against them on their home turf, under their favorite rules. How can we win that way? The best approach is to play to our own strengths." Hey, demonesses are indeed supposed to be good at deceiving people. Many demonesses had experienced deceiving others' feelings to digest the witch potion, and some of them even became emotionally invested themselves, ultimately having to force themselves to separate. So they also had their share of pain. Jenna laughed. "We have to give him some reason, and he's just looking for a reason too." Jenna paused, then said thoughtfully, "Besides, I think studying does have an effect on Ludwig. You saw him during last night's battle. He was completely monstrous, but in our daily interactions I feel that, apart from his ability to eat, love of eating, and need to eat, he's just like a normal little boy in every other way. This is partly due to the Church of Knowledge's seal, but it's also likely because he's learned rules, morals, and common sense about human society through studying." As she spoke, Jenna brought the plastic cup of soy milk to Franca's lips, letting her take a sip, then handed her the meat bun, watching as she bit into it until she reached the filling. Franca had never enjoyed such treatment before, and her heart was instantly filled with warmth. She nodded thoughtfully. "You mean studying is one of the ways for Ludwig to integrate into human society? That studying has given him some humanity?" "Yep." Jenna continued to feed Franca her breakfast while casually chatting with her. At the end, she even used a wet wipe to clean Franca's mouth and washed her face. After finishing these tasks, Jenna took the trash and left the master bedroom. After bustling about for several dozen seconds, she sat down next to Ludwig, as if supervising a child's study. After watching for a while, she took out 2 packages from the traveler's bag and placed them on the table. They were 2 bags of simply packaged Rice Crisps. As Ludwig looked over in surprise, Jenna said with a smile, "If you can pass my test later, these will be yours. Do you prefer spicy or original flavor?" "I like both." Ludwig lowered his head again, his gaze unusually focused. "I prefer the original flavor." Jenna tore open the packaging and popped 2 pieces into her mouth, chewing. Ludwig's head snapped up to look at her, his mouth half open, expression bewildered. "Isn't this my reward?" I'll eat a bit while you're studying. Don't worry, I'll save some for you, Jenna said with a smile. Franca, lying on the bed in the master bedroom, couldn't help but laugh when she heard this conversation. She suddenly realized that although Jenna usually seemed very mature, she was actually just a girl fresh out of college by her real age. It was perfectly normal for such a girl to enjoy snacks, and now she finally had the opportunity. The smile on Franca's face gradually softened as new dialogue drifted in from the living room outside. This is a corn soup-flavored puffed snack. These are cucumber-flavored potato chips. These are chocolate wafer cookies. These snacks aren't plentiful because they're not as cheap as staple foods, but they're all prepared for you as rewards for studying hard and doing well on tests. You eat less. I'll work hard. Leaning against the pillow, Franca slowly developed a strange feeling. She was the sick father, and outside were the gluttonous, study-averse child and the mother, supervising the child's homework. If one ignored phrases like, "The corpse's finger is also your reward for today," it was really such a warm and beautiful day-to-day life for a family of 3. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of horns blared constantly behind and beside the grey sedan, urging Lumion to drive faster, but Lumion remained calm and completely ignored the noise around him, keeping the vehicle moving steadily at the lowest speed allowed on the current road section. As a new driver, safety first, Anthony sat in the passenger seat, constantly scrolling through his phone, looking at local news. "What are you looking for?" Lumion glanced at his companion out of the corner of his eye. Anthony shouldn't have reached the stage of being addicted to the internet yet. After all, he had only just learned how to use it. Anthony turned his head and said solemnly, "I still feel that several details from last night's battle seem increasingly odd the more I think about them." "Such as?" Lumion focused on driving. Anthony said carefully, "The second security guard who self-destructed, his state before the explosion was very similar to that of a marionettist himself, but he just exploded like that. The ability to swap positions between a marionette and its master. You suspect that there was indeed a demigod-level marionettist assisting the celestial worthy's marionette at the scene." Lumion understood what Anthony was trying to express. "But we were aware of the situation within a range of several dozen meters and found no traces. Could it be that this demigod-level marionettist was in a state where we couldn't see, hear, or touch them? That's the most terrifying part. And if there really was such a marionettist present, why didn't he save the reanimated female corpse afterward, and why hasn't he spread information about our appearances and characteristics since then?" Anthony returned his gaze to his phone. Lumion nodded slowly and replied, "Is scrolling through reports and private rumors related to last night's incident, checking if any of our information is leaked?" "Yes," Anthony said, his finger constantly sliding across the screen. "The current circulating story is that workplace conflicts led one of the security guards to bring in detonators, killing his colleague and himself in the explosion." Anthony stopped mid-sentence. He frowned slightly. "I've come across a strange local news item. This morning, a madman was found near the garbage collection point close to Moon Plaza, a completely irrational madman, unable to communicate. Then, he was sent to the hospital for treatment." "Near the mall? A madman?" Lumion also noticed the oddity of this news and keenly asked, "Which hospital was he sent to? Could this madman be the marionettist who was hidden last night? Did he not intervene in the later battle because something happened to him? What happened? Why did something happen? The news doesn't say." Anthony continued scrolling through reports on this matter. Lumion maintained his speed and took another 10 minutes or so to reach their destination. After finding a parking spot and struggling to park the car, he and Anthony walked toward Star Dream Provision Store located at the corner of the street. The shop had no lights on and it was narrow and dim inside. The moment Lumion entered, it felt like he had gone from morning to night. He glanced at the tall, long shelves on both sides filled with peculiar goods and walked to the cashier counter at the very back. Behind the counter sat a woman wearing a black dress. She leaned against the wooden cabinet behind her, head lowered as she played with her phone. In front of her was a tablet playing a TV series. Lumion politely said, "Hello, I'd like to send a letter." He was actually saying he wanted to send a letter in a provision store. The woman in the black dress playing with her phone didn't find it strange. Without raising her head, she asked, "Where to, and to whom?" "To the Cathedral of Serenity, to high-ranking Deacon Leonard Mitchell." Lumion took out the letter for the Major Arcana card holders. The woman in the black dress still looked at her phone, her voice gentle and calming as she said, "There's a silver-rimmed black mailbox on the third shelf to the right. You can put your letter in there. Come back tomorrow to collect the reply. Thank you." Lumion quietly sighed in relief and turned towards the shelf. What caught his eye wasn't a toy mailbox but a brass-like book and a silver mirror, with black pupil-like orbs on both sides. Lumion quickly scanned the shelves and also found classic quill pens, various strange dice and other items. If it weren't for the shop owner being on her phone and watching a tablet, he would have thought he had returned to the real world, back to Trier. The style of these items was quite different from the Dream City, more like things from the northern continent. After placing the letter in the silver-rimmed toy mailbox, Lumion turned to the side and asked the shop owner, "May I look at the goods here?" The shop owner's voice carried a hint of amusement. "These are all for sale." For sale. As a demoness, Lumion first picked up the silver mirror with ancient patterns and a black gem on each side. In the mirror, Lumion's face quickly appeared. Light blue eyes, clear and deep, a slightly thin face almost perfect, lips neither thick nor thin, pale in color yet moist, with a hint of radiance. This was his female form. It directly shows my demoness state. This mirror indeed has magical properties. Just as Lumion had this thought, he saw the surface of the mirror, ripple like water, outlining rows of blood-colored words in ancient Fasak. "I am the great Arades. I can answer any question you ask, but you must also answer an equal number of questions from me in the presence of at least one witness. If you refuse to answer, or if you lie, you will face punishment." Arodes, the great Arodes? Lumion knew this name. Franca had mentioned it before. This was Mr. Fool's magic mirror, most accurate in answering questions, but each of its questions would cause the diviner to suffer. Social death. Mr. Fool's magic mirror is actually in this provision store in the dream? What does this represent? What does it symbolize? Lumion couldn't help but glance again at the shop owner, the woman in the black dress playing with her phone. After brief consideration, Lumion calmly said, "My question is, regarding the matter of awakening, Mr. Fool, what do you want to warn us about?" Chapter 923, Prices. The surface of the magic mirror claiming to be Arodes rippled with aqueous light, and the surrounding darkness became hazy. One by one, ancient Fasak words that seemed to be dripping blood quickly appeared on the mirror. "Beware of the night." Beware of the night? Lumion repeated this answer while instinctively looking outside the Star Dream provision store. At this time, the August sunlight was bright and brilliant, reflecting golden light off many glass windows across the street, unconsciously making people feel certain and secure, while also instinctively dreading the heat. Lumion quickly recalled his experiences of the past 2 nights, realizing that neither night had been peaceful. The first night, the dream image of Oracle Danitz was murdered, and the orderly at Mushu Hospital revived the corpse of a demoness of despair. The second night, they encountered the reanimated female corpse in the monitoring room, a fierce battle ensued, and they nearly made the local news headlines as a major case involving guns, explosives, and biochemical toxins. Fortunately, to avoid causing panic, the police did not disclose specific details and only launched a secret investigation. In comparison, nothing major had happened during the 2 daytimes. The only anomaly was the revival of the Oracle's corpse, which had walked into Mushu Hospital without causing much commotion. Daytime is relatively safe, while night is more dangerous. During the day, Mr. Fool's power is dominant, while at night, the celestial worthy's consciousness is more active. Lumion briefly analyzed the answer from the magic mirror Arodes. At this point, the blood-colored words on the silver mirror's surface twisted and writhed to form new content. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. Lumion nodded fearlessly, while Anthony beside him remained silent. On the magic mirror, new words began to form one by one. Regarding your sister Aura, Lumian's eyebrows suddenly twitched, and at the same time, the words on the mirror's surface suddenly blurred, rearranging into new content. After becoming a demoness, do you want to be fucked by men? No. Lumian answered briefly and decisively. No punishment appeared. Lumian murmured in confusion. The question is so simple. First, it suddenly changed the question, then asked one that he currently had a clear conscience about. How could this create social death? On the mirror's surface, waves of light floated, and several lines of ancient Fasak, words that seemed to be dripping blood, appeared. The Great Arad is very friendly to everyone who enters the dream and wants to awaken, Mr. Fool. I see this magic mirror is very loyal. Just as Lumian finished this thought, he saw the words on the mirror change. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. That also counted as a question. Lumian hadn't expected his mutterings to become a question. He hadn't even demanded that the magic mirror Arod's answer. On the surface of the antique silver mirror, a bloody question appeared before Lumian's eyes. What does it feel like to wear women's underwear? Still quite friendly indeed. Lumian answered expressionlessly. Constricting, a bit tight, not very comfortable, but it gives a sense of stability and security. Considering that the magic mirror Arades had only answered, beware of the night. For the first question, Lumian felt that asking more questions now wouldn't yield much more information. So he put the antique silver mirror with black eye-like gems on both sides back in its original place. He thoughtfully looked towards the cashier counter and asked the shop owner, "How much is this mirror?" If the price was right, perhaps he could buy it. As Mr. Fool's personal item, the magic mirror might provide important information at crucial moments later on. The shop owner in the black dress finally raised her head. For some reason, Lumian felt the sunlight outside suddenly dim a little, as if large clouds had drifted by. The interior of Star Dream Provisions store became even darker. In this environment, Lumian, with his night vision, could still clearly see the shop owner's appearance. Her eyes were a rare pure black, her face extraordinarily beautiful, but she didn't look like a local. The shop owner smiled and answered Lumian's question. 5 million. How much? Lumian blurted out, and even Anthony's expression changed. Slightly. 5 million. The shop owner repeated the price. I have to think twice even about spending 50 now, and you're quoting me 5 million. Lumian abandoned the idea of buying the magic mirror Arades. He knew that this price was actually very cheap. This was Mr. Fool's personal item, the Great Arades, its true value definitely worth 5 million, or even far exceeding this price, but one had to allow those without money to grumble a bit. With an attitude of gaining knowledge, Lumian pointed to the brass-like book. How much is this? 9 million. The shop owner answered politely. Lumian couldn't ask further. He now only knew one thing. This brass book was more valuable than the magic mirror Rhodes, the shop owner added with a smile. Most of the items in the store are antiques and related to mysticism, so they're not cheap, but you can choose to rent them, calculated by the day. Rent? Lumian pointed at the magic mirror. Arades in surprise. How much to rent for one day? 2,000. 1,000. The shop owner's voice was as gentle as a serenade. 220,000. This isn't much different from buying it for 5 million. We can't afford it either way. Lumian first grumbled to himself, then based on his rich dream experience and a demoness's spiritual intuition, he muttered softly. Saving up 5 million to buy the magic mirror and saving up 220,000 to rent it for a day both have corresponding symbolic meanings. The shop owner didn't seem to expect Lumian to rent or purchase and lowered her head again to focus on her phone. Lumian indeed didn't have the ability to rent or buy now, so he and Anthony walked towards the door of Stardream Provision Store. After a few steps, he suddenly thought of something and turned back to ask, "Has anyone rented the magic mirror before?" The shop owner raised her head again, a smile appearing on her beautiful face. Yes. Lumian's pupils suddenly dilated. "Who?" Someone really rented the magic mirror Arades in the Dream City. What did they use it for? The shop owner answered with a faint smile. It's my duty to keep my client's privacy and secrets. In Lumien's mind, thoughts flashed like lightning. He finally didn't pursue the question further and turned to walk out of Stardream Provisions store. Just as they approached where they had parked, Lumien and Anthony saw a foreign man with brownish-yellow hair crouching beside the grey sedan their team had rented, looking left and right, occasionally taking a photo. Seeing the car owner's return, this foreign man slowly stood up. He was about the same height as Lumien, wearing a pair of plain glasses on his nose bridge, with some light yellow stubble on his face. His chest muscles were developed, his arms were thick, stretching his blue shirt to near bursting point. He wore faded jeans and carried a black travel backpack on his back. "Why are you photographing our car?" Lumien asked cautiously. He now had a kind of illness where he felt that every person in the dream had a corresponding identity and symbolic meaning. The foreign man said, "Such a vintage car is rare to see. It fills a gap in my knowledge." "Knowledge?" Lumien asked puzzledly. "Is this guy studying cars?" The foreign man smiled and said, "I'm an international student, studying at the university here. I really like this city. I like everything here, so when I don't have classes, I carry my bag and phone, walk around and take photos everywhere, recording every detail that makes up this civilization." "I see." Lumien felt this guy was a bit strange, but as he was still in the first stage of observation, he didn't want to have too much contact with him. At this point, Anthony suddenly asked, "What's your name?" The foreign man glanced at Anthony and smiled as he answered, "Astiano. What about you guys?" "Li Ming?" Lumien gave his fake name for the dream city. Anthony also introduced himself, Anaruid. After chatting for a few more sentences, Stiano, this foreign man, continued to wander aimlessly with his backpack and phone. Once in the car, Lumien fastened his seatbelt and looked at Anthony. "Why did you ask for his name?" Anthony rarely took such initiative. Anthony thought for a moment and said, "It gives me a strange sense of familiarity. I'll use hypnosis to ask my subconscious later to see where this sense of familiarity comes from." Lumien nodded and started the car. Halfway through the drive, Anthony suddenly came out of hypnosis and said to Lumien, "I've found the source of the familiarity. I get a similar feeling every time I enter a Church of Steam cathedral." He was originally a Steam believer. The corresponding dream image of a high-level figure in the Church of Steam. Although Lumien had disguised himself as a Steam believer before, he had hardly ever entered a Church of Steam, so he didn't have the same feeling as Anthony. Maybe? Anthony wasn't too sure. At noon, in the rental apartment, Lumien said to Jenna, who was supporting Franca as she came out to eat, "This afternoon, you and Anthony take Ludwig to check out dream tutoring classes in person. I'll stay home to take care of Franca." According to the information provided by the major arcana cards, Mr. Fool also enrolled in this tutoring center. This is one of the best ways for us to naturally and normally come into contact with Mr. Fool. Moreover, we can observe the impact of the Oracle's death on this tutoring center. Franca spoke up. "It seems a bit strange the Oracle, as an adult man, was reported missing after just one night of not returning." Janet thought for a moment and said, "Maybe Mr. Fool's subconscious thinks this matter is urgent. There might be other reasons." Lumien glanced at Ludwig, whose face had soured upon hearing about the tutoring center, and said, "Jenna is responsible for communication and probing, Anthony for observation. I'll leave this matter to you guys." Chapter 924, Tutoring Class. Unable to drive, Jenna and Anthony chose to take public transportation with the child to dream tutoring classes. They made a comprehensive travel plan and prepared spare change for unexpected situations, rather than relying solely on mobile payments. After they left, Lumien helped Franca back to the master bedroom and glanced at the large ice blocks in 4 basins, chuckling. "This isn't much worse than air conditioning." The only issue was needing to refreeze the water periodically, which consumed some spirituality. But for demonesses, creating frost was an ability that used very little spirituality. Plus, it effectively solved the problem of limited refrigerator space. "Yeah, air conditioning is so expensive." Franca leaned against the pillow and sighed sincerely. I never imagined being a demoness would be so practical in daily life. Lumion sat on the edge of the bed and casually asked, "How are you feeling now?" "Much better. This morning I was so weak I could only walk slowly," Franca answered honestly. "Since becoming a Beyonder, this is the first time I've been so seriously ill, as expected of the negative effects of a demigod-level item." Lumion tossed. "But I heard from Jenna that she had to feed you breakfast, and when you needed to go to the restroom, you called her to support you." Where was the slow walking? Franca wasn't embarrassed at being exposed, and chuckled. "Can't I enjoy being carefully looked after as a patient?" Lumion pressed his hand to his own forehead, then felt Franca's. "Your temperature has indeed come down, but you can continue enjoying being cared for until you're fully recovered." "Does that mean I can boss you around?" Franca suddenly got excited. She recalled her university days, when every day a lucky roommate would be ordered to get food for the whole dorm, and she was the luckiest one. Seeing Franca's eager expression, Lumion smiled and took out a yellow peach from the traveler's bag. "Didn't you say yesterday that you missed the taste of yellow peaches? I happened to pass by a fruit wholesale market on my way back and bought a bag." "I just mentioned it casually." Franca was a bit surprised, her eyes curving slightly. Lumion formed a small fruit knife from frost and swiftly peeled the yellow peach clean over the bedside trash can. He then cut off a piece, skewered it with the ice knife, and held it to Franca's lips. Looking at the juicy and tempting flesh, the crystal-clear fruit knife, and Lumion's slightly smiling face, Franca suddenly felt the atmosphere was different from when Jenna cared for her in the morning. The morning felt like a sick father watching a gentle mother urging a gluttonous child to study, while now it feels like a sick wife. "You're not eating? If you don't eat it, I will." Lumion appeared to take back the piece of peach and put it in his own mouth, with the attitude of brotherly interaction. Franca snorted and quickly opened her mouth to bite the piece of peach. She chewed and swallowed, then said rather nostalgically, "It's a taste from my memories." As she ate the peach Lumion fed her, she brought up their previous topic. "What do you think is hidden in B1 of Mushu Hospital?" Lumion considered carefully before saying, "My contact with neighbor Disley and other devils left me a deep impression of one sentence. The entrance to the abyss is not only in some place in the real world, but also in everyone's heart. We can all fall into the abyss and become devils, not on the devil pathway. So I suspect the mother tree of desire, standing at the top of the devil, wraith and baby cupid pathways, is using her control over the abyss to turn Mr. Fool's psychological dark side into Mushu Hospital. Then, the Great Mother and the deity worshipped by order of all extinction use the psychological dark side to infiltrate a bit of their power, gradually eroding the dream. The influence of the abyss is from bottom to top, from the depth of the heart to the surface. Reflected in the specific symbol of Mushu Hospital, this means remodeling from the underground floors to the ground level." "You mean the underground floors of Mushu Hospital have become a small-scale abyss, a more complex and terrifying abyss?" Franca swallowed the peach in her mouth and asked thoughtfully. Lumion nodded, skillfully cutting another piece of peach and bringing it to Franca's lips. "Currently, we can see the power of the Mother Tree of Desire, the Great Mother, and that deity of order of all extinction. The others are unknown for now. These evil gods should only be able to influence part of the dream. It seems they intend to help the celestial worthy." Franca bit the piece of peach with her teeth and asked puzzledly. Lumion considered for a moment before saying, "That's how it is now, but it may not be the case later. Madam Magician told me privately that these evil gods don't actually like the celestial worthy that much. If given a choice, their instinctive desire is to use the celestial worthy to pass through the barrier, but not let the celestial worthy truly awaken. Perhaps in this dream battle, if Mr. Fool is strong, they will definitely help the celestial worthy. If the celestial worthy gains a big advantage, they might secretly sabotage the celestial worthy's plans. Moreover, they themselves are chaotic and insane, and may do things we can't understand at any time. The marionettist who should have appeared last night didn't truly show up, perhaps for this reason. In short, what the evil gods would most like to see is both Mr. Fool and the celestial worthy continuing to sleep, indulging in this dream city. Hearing this, Franca was suddenly moved. She cast her gaze towards the window filled with brilliant sunlight, towards the distant high-rise buildings, and said in a low voice with self-mockery, "If my dream was like this, if the people I care about were all here, I might also indulge in it, not wanting to wake up." At dream tutoring classes in front of the reception desk, Jenna held Ludwig's hand and handed the flyer given by Oracle Danitz to the dark-skinned male receptionist. "I'd like to know more details about your courses." The dark-skinned male receptionist's eyes lit up, and he put on a smile. "Ma'am, what does your child want to learn? Could you first introduce all the courses?" Jenna hadn't decided yet what class to enroll Ludwig in. The male receptionist was stunned for a moment, then muttered, "Before, I would introduce first, then ask the customer what they wanted to learn, but I was criticized by several customers. They told me to ask about their needs first, then give targeted introductions. How is this wrong again?" Without needing Anthony's observation results, Jenna began to feel this receptionist wasn't very bright, and seemed a bit stupid. She pondered for a moment and said, "Our child only has time on weekends. Please introduce the weekend courses." According to the information, Mr. Fool had enrolled in this tutoring center's weekend business English course. The male receptionist breathed a sigh of relief, took out some materials, and began detailing the weekend courses his company offered. After listening for a while, Jenna found that only the beginner English class had a similar schedule to the business English class. She turned her head to look at Ludwig's pained expression, then picked up the beginner English class materials and said, "It's still 6,600 after the discount. Can it be cheaper?" Even at just 6,666, it was a very large expense for Jenna and the others. They had borrowed some more money through another app yesterday to scrape together enough without affecting their daily lives. "Well, only our principal has the authority to give further discounts. I'll get her." The dark-skinned receptionist hurriedly went down the hallway to the office to fetch the principal. She was a beautiful woman with dyed brown hair, an oval face, and clear blue eyes like spring water. She wore an elegant women's blouse paired with a dark pleated knee-length skirt, exposing her fair, long and straight calves. Principal A is exceptionally learned, talented. Not only is she good at English, but also French. She can also paint, appraise antiques, play various musical instruments. The dark-skinned receptionist went on and on with his introduction. Jenna could see that Principal I was a bit embarrassed and uncomfortable with the praise. At the same time, she noticed Ludwig's expression change, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. "You want to take the beginner English class?" Principal AI interrupted the receptionist's introduction and turned her gaze to Ludwig. "Yes." Jenna nodded sincerely. Principal I looked at Ludwig and said, "Starting at this age has already missed the best phase for language acquisition. But as long as you're willing to learn, any time is a good time. It's never too late." 5,000. The lowest cost price. We can't delay the child's education. This should have been a sales pitch to get people to enroll, but Jenna actually heard sincerity in it. She felt Principal AI was genuinely considering the child's education. As expected of an Archbishop of the Church of Knowledge, former treasure hunter, and Pirate Admiral, Jenna recalled the contents of the file and nodded painfully. "All right, we'll enroll in the class at this time slot." Seeing what Jenna was pointing at, Principal I couldn't help but frown. "Anderson's class?" "Is there a problem?" Jenna asked curiously. "Anderson is very suitable for teaching young children, but he tends to let them develop bad study habits. If we weren't short-staffed, I wouldn't let him teach the beginner class." Before Principal I could finish speaking, a man turned into the hallway. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a white shirt and black vest with his hands in his pockets. He smiled at Principal I and said, "Edwina, did you just mention my name?" In the Dream City, Edwina was Principal I's English name. Principal I composed herself and pointed at Ludwig. "This little friend wants to enroll in your beginner class." "Is that so?" Anderson walked up to Ludwig and squatted down without concern, for his image, questioning his potential student. "Do you like learning English?" "No." Ludwig shook his head quickly. Anderson continued asking, "Then do you like learning French?" "No." Ludwig continued shaking his head. "Oh!" How about Mauritian Creole? Anderson persisted. Ludwig shook his head again. No. Then, do you like learning to paint? Anderson changed the question. Ludwig shook his head without hesitation. No. So what do you like? Anderson wasn't upset at all. I like eating. Ludwig was very honest. Anderson smiled and stood up, saying, How about this? Study cooking with me, and at least you can be a chef in the future. If it were someone else, they would definitely think Anderson was mocking their child for having no talent for studying. But Jenna just wanted to say he had a keen eye, immediately seeing Ludwig's essence. You know how to cook? The dark-skinned receptionist asked very hostilely. Anderson laughed. I'm very good at roasting rabbit. Danitz originally wanted me to teach him, but... At this point, Anderson sighed. He's the Oracle's roommate, the first to discover the Oracle's disappearance. Jenna's spirits suddenly lifted. Chapter 925. Hidden Meaning. Jenna, holding Ludwig's hand, deliberately fixed her gaze on Anderson's face. I heard that Mr. Da, who gave us the fly, has gone missing. Is there any news? Principal AI, whose English name was Edwina, suddenly looked gloomy. He was killed. Oh my goodness, did something really happen to him? Jenna had already rehearsed how she should react when inquiring about such matters, and even used the catchphrases popular among ordinary people in the Dream City. Before leaving home, she had deliberately applied makeup to make herself less attractive, to avoid becoming the focus of passers-by. The dark-skinned receptionist nodded gravely. We went to the police station to identify the body. Although he liked to show off, was a bit impulsive, and loved attention, he was truly a very, very good person. Why would someone murder him? Robbery? Jenna offered a guess. His phone and valuable belongings were still on him. Principal I denied this possibility. Let's wait for the police investigation results. Hopefully, the murderer will be brought to justice soon. Her expression was a bit sorrowful, obviously not wanting to discuss this matter further. The foreign teacher, Anderson, then said, The night before last, before he went out, he told me he'd asked me how to pursue girls when he got back. I waited for him until dawn, sent him messages, but he didn't reply, called him, but he didn't answer. I thought at the time he shouldn't have had a romantic encounter unless he paid for it, but he was very stingy and saved all his money, saying he wanted to buy a house. He felt something was wrong, so you called the police? Jenna showed a look of sudden realization. At the same time, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly, even though you're talking about a sad event. Why do I feel like you're mocking the deceased? Is this really Anderson Hood, once the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea? The information provided by the Major Arcana cards mentioned that the principal of Dream Tutoring classes, Nana, corresponded to the pirate Admiral Vice, Admiral Iceberg Edwina from a few years ago, and the foreign teacher Anderson Hood corresponded to Anderson Hood, the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea in reality. Of course, this title was now disputed, with Louise Berry having quite a few supporters. Anderson nodded. Yes, reporting to the police must be timely. If he really encountered problems, the police might have been able to save him in time. If he was indeed just fooling around with paid women, the police could have caught him in bed. Who knew? Sigh? Are you really concerned about the Oracle, or do you have a grudge against him? Jenna couldn't tell for a moment whether Anderson was joking or not. Moreover, it's not appropriate to joke about such a tragedy. Jenna asked a few more questions indirectly, roughly confirming that Anderson had reported to the police less than an hour after the Oracle's death, and the police had taken it seriously, not dismissing it with the usual. Adult males must be out of contact for 48 hours. Excuse. They had started searching near the late-night food stalls just after midnight. This is close to what we speculated. Mr. Fool's subconscious probably considered this matter very important, or in his subconscious, the Oracle was quite important, so the police acted unusually and started the investigation immediately. Jenna didn't dwell on the Oracle's death and began paying and filling out forms to enroll Ludwig in the weekend beginner English class. She knew that in such scenarios, one should avoid touching on or asking about others' sorrowful matters, especially those involving death, unless the other person was willing to talk about it. After leaving dream tutoring classes, on the way to the bus stop, Jenna looked at Anthony, who hadn't said much and seemed to have gone unnoticed by Principal, AI, Anderson Hood, and others. Did you observe any unusual details? The key figures at dream tutoring classes basically match the descriptions in the file, and their attitudes towards the Oracle's death are normal. Anthony had prepared his thoughts. But I felt that some of Anderson Hood's words just now were a bit over the top, hiding some subtext, as if he wanted to tell us something. Before Anthony could finish, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. I heard you mention my name. Jenna and Anthony turned around simultaneously to find that Anderson Hood had somehow also left dream tutoring classes, and was only 4 or 5 meters away from them. Jenna thought for 2 seconds and deliberately said, "We were discussing how you don't seem to be very sad about Mr. Da's death, and even seem to be mocking him." Anderson smiled and looked around before saying, "Because I feel that the people around me have been acting a bit strange lately." "Strange?" Jenna asked puzzledly. Anderson lowered his voice. "Don't you suddenly have this feeling at some point? The people around seem to be acting out different scripts to cooperate with you, but occasionally they overdo it, or are not meticulous enough, making you notice something is off, making you feel terrified like it's not real enough. Before, they all performed very well, but recently the flaws have increased significantly. Where has Anderson Hood perceived the essence of this dream city? But he's just a dream image, not a real person's projection. The major arcana card holders said that the real Anderson Hood doesn't have any special items or connections, so he can't enter Mr. Fool's dream. He now seems like a character in a book who discovers that he's just a character in a story." Jenna was shocked and found it incredible. Seeing Jenna stunned, Anderson laughed. "You believed it? Looks like the story I made up isn't bad, and my acting isn't bad either." After saying this, Anderson waved his hand and walked towards the nearby convenience store. Behind him, a group of students who had finished class poured out of dream tutoring classes. Jenna and Anthony exchanged glances, neither angered by Anderson's prank, but rather feeling that he really had something unsaid. This person, who should only be a dream image, seemed a bit special. Looking at the students leaving the building where dream tutoring classes was located, Jenna withdrew her gaze and continued walking towards the bus stop. While waiting for the bus, she curiously asked Ludwig, "You seemed a bit scared when you saw Principal I," Ludwig mumbled. "She was one of my former teachers." "Ah, Ludwig's teacher from the Church of Knowledge, no wonder," Jenna suddenly understood. In the rental apartment. After listening to Jenna and Anthony's account, Lumion considered for a moment and said, "Currently, we're still in the observation stage of key figures. Don't further contact Anderson for now. After we finish the observation phase, we'll find an opportunity when there are no other teachers or students from dream tutoring classes around him to probe him." Franca, who had recovered her health, also regained her normal thinking ability. "You suspect that Mr. Fool enrolling in dream tutoring classes caused problems for some of the teachers and students there, and the Oracle's death is a continuation of these problems rather than the beginning. And Anderson also became suspicious because he noticed some small inconsistencies. This possibility is quite high." Lumion stood up and said, "I'm going to cook now." He walked towards the kitchen, and Jenna naturally followed to assist. Lumion had already steamed a pot of rice in the rice cooker. Now, he put the rice into several large bowls and added spicy sauces like Lao Gan Ma. After Ludwig finishes these, he'll be about 70–80% full, and then he can eat dinner normally with us." Lumion casually said to Jenna. Jenna helped carry 2 bowls of rice, nodding seriously. Yes, the food for Ludwig should be divided into 2 types, one for filling his stomach, and one for tasting delicious flavors. It can't just be for filling his stomach. You seem quite concerned about him." Lumion picked up the remaining bowls and chuckled. Jenna laughed, self-mockingly. "Feel a bit guilty, I guess." After delivering these bowls of rice to Ludwig, Lumion washed the rice cooker clean and steamed another pot for himself and the others, using the quick mode. "When we have money, we should buy another rice cooker," Lumion muttered as he took out vegetables and meat from the refrigerator. Jenna took them over, washed the vegetables under the tap, and used her demoness powers to control frost to defrost the meat. She washed one item and passed it to Lumion, who used knives formed from frost to chop and slice. The two chatted casually, occasionally falling silent to listen to how Franca was, teaching Ludwig to watch cartoons in the living room without slowing down their food preparation. Jenna glanced at the sky outside, tinged with golden red afterglow, and said, "We probably won't go out at night for now. What's the plan for tomorrow?" During the observation phase, they had to be extremely careful. Since the magic mirror Arodes had hinted that there were problems at night, they wouldn't go out after dark for now. While quickly slicing with his ice knife, Lumion looked down at the increasing pile of shredded meat and said without hesitation, "In the morning, we'll go to Stardream Provision Store to get the reply from the major arcana card holders and observe the police station nearby while we're at it. In the afternoon, we'll observe one of the most important targets. Mr. Fool's friend, Peng Dan?" Jenna knew who Lumion was referring to. Peng Deng was a very special person in the Dream City. He was a good friend of Mr. Fool, that is, Zhou Mingri, but there was no corresponding person for him in reality. Following the logic that characters closer to Mr. Fool should be more important, Peng Deng should have a high status and position in the real world. However, the major arcana card holders and other coin holders had never found out who he represented or symbolized. At the same time, they hadn't found any problems with Peng Deng in the dream. Lumion nodded and continued. "Based on my experience, a character in such a position must have a strong symbolic meaning. We just haven't found the approach or method to interpret it yet. One reason why Mr. Star became a key focus and was kicked out of the dream by the Celestial Worthy might be his strong connection to Mr. Fool's Angel of Time, a decryption expert. If he truly came into contact with Pengdan, he might see something." "Right." Jenna finished washing all the vegetables, shook her hands, and let the water droplets turn into frost and float down. The next morning at the entrance of Star Dream Provisions Store, Franca, feeling a bit fearful yet somewhat expectant, followed Lumion inside. The magic mirror Arodes had indeed left some psychological trauma on her, but she was also quite curious about the brass book, which was much more expensive than the mirror, and the true identity of the shop owner. Chapter 926, Turning Fantasy into Reality. At first glance, Franca noticed that Star Dream Provision Store really did resemble an antique shop from the northern continent, with very obvious mystical elements added. The only things that didn't fit this style were the shelves themselves and the mobile phone the shopkeeper was fiddling with, along with the tablet placed in front of her. "Good morning, ma'am. We're here to pick up a reply," Lumion said very politely as he approached the counter. The shopkeeper, dressed in a black dress and fiddling with her phone, pulled out a letter from under the counter and placed it on top. "Thank you," Lumion said as he took it, without opening the letter on the spot. Franca then pointed to the brass book. "Ma'am, may I flip through that book?" "Go ahead," replied the black-dressed shopkeeper without looking up and without cautioning Franca not to damage the antique. Franca walked briskly to the shelf on the right and picked up the book that looked as if it were forged from brass. The cover was cold and hard to the touch, clearly made of metal. Franca quickly flipped through it, finding that the inside pages were still paper, but completely blank. "Nothing special," Franca muttered to herself. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than she suddenly saw lines of text appear on the blank pages. But these words vanished in an instant, too fast for even a demoness's eyesight to capture the specific content. "Am I seeing things?" Franca patiently waited for 20-30 seconds, and again saw new text appear in the brass book. But she still couldn't make out a single word before the corresponding content disappeared. In this situation, even the dream divination method couldn't be used afterwards to recall the specific images. "There's definitely something strange about this," Franca thought to herself as she returned the brass book to its original place. At the same time, out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed a dark greenish-black figure flash by behind the shelf. It was a snake that had grown white feathers and small wings. Franca was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back, turning to warn the shopkeeper. "Ma'am, there's a snake in your shop. Be careful." "No need to be afraid." The black-dressed shopkeeper raised her head, revealing her beautiful face. "That's my pet." "I see." Franca let out a sigh of relief. Along with Jenna and Anthony, who were browsing around the store, she followed Lumion out and back to the grey sedan, parked nearby. They used frost to forcibly lower the high temperature inside the car caused by the sun. After sitting in the driver's seat, Franca frowned slightly and said, "The snake I just saw looked a lot like a feathered serpent from the death pathway. Well, a miniature harmless version." The shopkeeper couldn't be keeping a mythical creature from the death pathway as a pet, could she? A complete mythical creature would represent an angel level, Lumion calmly said as he opened the letter in his hand. "It's not impossible. Besides those with special items and connections, those that can enter the dream are at least true gods." Were we just dealing with a true god? And she even answered my question? As Franca was still in shock, she saw a person carrying many bags walk up to the driver's side and knock on the window. "Can I help you?" Franca cautiously rolled down the window. The person had an ordinary appearance and wore a smile, holding out what was in his hand to Franca. "Want to buy something? The latest models of bugs and pinhole cameras." Franca's mouth twitched. "Bro, that's illegal." The man tried to continue his sales pitch, but Franca put on a stern face and firmly refused. After closing the window, Franca started the car, while Lumion began examining the reply from the major arcana card holders, mainly written by Madame Magician. At this point, Franca suddenly paused. "Don't rush. Let's first make sure there are no bugs or pinhole cameras installed in the car." With everyone suppressed to sequence 7, relying on the demoness's spirituality, and divination could indeed effectively prevent mystical eavesdropping and peeping, but they had completely overlooked the scientific aspect before. Lumion and Jenna could understand what bugs and pinhole cameras were used for. One relied on a hunter's observation skills to quickly search for unusual traces, while the other used magic mirror divination to check on the situation by questioning her own spirituality. "There aren't any," Jenna reported her divination results. "That's good," Franca breathed a sigh of relief. "From now on, we must remember to guard against scientific methods. It's fortunate that the dude selling contraband items reminded me, otherwise we might have been caught off guard at some point." At this point, Franca turned her gaze to the rearview mirror. She saw the man who had been selling bugs and pinhole cameras turn a corner at the end of the street and disappear. Could he be an ally, deliberately coming to warn us? Franca mused, perceptively. Lumion pondered for a moment before stating, "Probably." "Who could it be?" Franca asked, focusing more on driving as she looked at the road ahead. Soon she parked the car in a roadside spot diagonally across from the police station. Lumion created a medium-sized screen out of frost and displayed the reply from the major arcana card holders on this mirror for easy viewing. After confirmation, the Demoness of Despair. Beyond the characteristics, related materials, and special mirror world fragments you obtained are all real. Don't get excited yet. This doesn't mean every Beyonder in the Dream City can produce Beyonder characteristics. It must be someone like you, whose consciousness directly enters. In other words, if you die in the Dream City affected by fooling, your bodies in the real world will also die, producing Beyonder characteristics. This feedback to the Dream City will then draft the Beyonder characteristics onto the recipient, achieving the effect of turning fantasy into reality and reality into fantasy. You should already understand my meaning. The resurrected female corpse is roughly equivalent to a real consciousness entering. As for her name and background, you should ask Ludwig. I'll just briefly explain that she was once equivalent to the celestial worthy's marionette, so she still is now. Don't ask why. Don't ask about high-level matters of the seer and marauder pathways. In any case, through this connection and through the identity, misdirendation. Full subconscious woe for her in the dream, she entered this dream and was given new life by the Great Mother, gaining humanity and consciousness that are unlike a marionette. Back to the issue of the Beyonder characteristics. If you use it to concoct potions and perform rituals to advance to demigod in the Dream City, your bodies in the real world will also become demigods. Remember, under the influence of abilities like fooling, false dreams may become true reality, and what you consider real may become false. Moreover, the Dream City is currently restricted to Sequence 7, so the mental effects of potions and the minimum requirements for rituals will also be suppressed to this level. For example, a plague that originally needed to infect 30,000 people and bring them pain and despair might now only need 300 infected. Taking a risk in B1 of Mushu Hospital might be enough to complete the ritual. Doesn't this make you think that works? But I must tell you, a prize has already been exacted for what fate bestowed. Advancing to demonescent despair through this method carries extremely large hidden dangers. Subsequently, extremely great difficulties will need to be overcome to truly count as a Sequence 4 demigod. Think about it. In the Dream City, all the various problems brought about by consuming a demigod potion are actually restricted to Sequence 7, so they can be endured relatively easily, and Sequence 7 level rituals can be used to assist advancement. But upon leaving the dream and returning to reality, those problems suppressed to Sequence 7 will break free from the fooling and instantly return to Sequence 4 levels. At that time, the corresponding person will likely lose control immediately. Of course, this is not unsolvable, just very difficult. Not as simple as performing a complete ritual in reality. The only method we can think of now is to fully digest that Sequence 4 potion before leaving the dream, before this dream is no longer maintained. This digestion will be grafted onto reality, allowing the vast majority of hidden dangers suppressed to Sequence 7 to be resolved in advance. When the person returns to reality, there will be a Sequence 4 demigod in good condition. Reality will have been truly fooled at this moment. The difficulty with this method lies in the fact that how long the dream can be maintained and when you will be locked onto by the celestial worthy and directly kicked out are not things you can decide for yourselves. It's full of unknown risks and it's extremely difficult to obtain a good opportunity and enough time to digest the potion. Reading to this point, Franca, Lumion, and the others looked at each other, speechless. Is that even allowed? They had originally thought that using false angel qualifications and sealed angels to simply act out roles and quickly digest potions was already the limit of exploiting rule loopholes. Who knew that after reading all these words about fooling and grafting, they felt their brains had been fooled? You can really truly advance in the dream, the potion can be fooled, the ritual can be fooled, the mind can be fooled, even the boundary between fantasy and reality can be fooled. Of course, it's also possible that only we ourselves are fooled, believing we've truly completed the advancement and become demigods, when in reality we've just developed a mental disorder. Haha, everyone's been fooled. Everyone's been fooled. Franca couldn't help but go a little crazy in her mind. Is this the terrifying aspect of great existences? Jenna took a small breath. Lumion chuckled. Many things we consider unbreakable and unchangeable may just be playthings for great existences. They can make them round if they want, or flat if they want. Franca mumbled along. Through this letter they truly and concretely felt what it meant to be a great existence. They continued reading the letter displayed on the ice crystal screen. After reading the previous part, haven't you had this thought, well, in the future, after Mr. Fool wakes up, couldn't we ask him to use similar dreams to help lower the difficulty of rituals and advancements, allowing those in need to become demigods and giving them enough time to digest potions in the dream? First, we must be clear that Mr. Fool alone would find it difficult to accomplish this, because such a real dream, a dream that allows fooling to blur fantasy and reality, comes from other domains. Second, not every demigod will eventually be able to digest their own potion. They will live their entire lives in a dream, and if the dream cognition is not restored to Sequence 4 levels, their lifespan will also be suppressed to the corresponding mid to low sequences. But if the dream cognition is restored to Sequence 4, those problems hidden by fooling will erupt again. Third, is it really appropriate to cause Mr. Fool to sleep for several years, over 10 years, or even centuries to help one beyond or advance? Finally, the acting out of many potions will tend towards evil. If you really want to create a large-scale plague in Mr. Fool's dream, not to mention how easily the celestial worthy would notice, Mr. Fool would be the first to kick you out. Why do I feel like Madam Magician is hinting at me? I really hadn't thought of that. This dream is just like reality, not at all like a game. How could I have antisocial thoughts? Even in games I only stopped being humane after getting bored with normal gameplay, Franca muttered to herself. Chapter 927, Misfortune. After discussing matters related to the reanimated female corpse, Madame Magician affirmed Lumion and the others' current strategy. She said one major reason why previous gold coin holders failed to find a way to awaken Mr. Fool was that they were too eager to contact the target person, resulting in being locked onto by the celestial worthy and kicked out of the dream, or fully restricted, only able to make some contributions in accumulating intelligence. At the end of the letter, Madame Magician told Lumion and the others that some gold coin holders could still enter this dream city, but they could not communicate with Mr. Fool or intervene in any events. However, they could act as human cameras, helping to collect information on certain occasions. The content displayed on the ice crystal screen ended here. Lumion flicked his wrist, burning the letter, and turned to Ludwig. The background of the reanimated female corpse. Ludwig was staring longingly at a snack shop on the street, and reluctantly recounted the information he obtained from the corpse. Panatia, a member of the demoness sect, nicknamed Nation of Despair Nightingale, was one of the perpetrators of the Great Smog of Backland incident. She became the marionette of Antigonus, a great noble of the Tudor Empire, in a secret town on the way to the nation of the Evernight. At that time, Antigonus was in a state of madness, mentally closer to the celestial worthy you guys talk about. For the top level of the Marauder pathway, the Despair Nightingale is indeed equivalent to the celestial worthy's marionette. Lumion nodded slowly after carefully listening to Ludwig's statement. His gaze turned to outside the car window, watching people coming and going at the entrance of the police station, and he said as he pondered, "Fooling, grafting, dreams, reality. I don't fully understand these concepts, so I can only trust Madame Magician's explanation for now. What puzzles me is why the celestial worthy had to bring the Despair Nightingale marionette into the Dream City rather than using her virtual image here. It couldn't be just to give us beyond the characteristics and special mirror world fragments, could it?" Indeed. Franca agreed, also finding the celestial worthy's choice in this matter incomprehensible. Since Panatia was the celestial worthy's marionette, her corresponding dream image should also easily become the celestial worthy's marionette again. In her subsequent tasks, the role she played did not require her to be a real demoness, judging from Panatia's reenacted script alone. An illusory demoness belonging to the Dream City could equally fulfill the corresponding responsibilities. The celestial worthy chose a more complicated method over a simpler one, which had to imply hidden reasons. These reasons might be crucial. Anthony, sitting in the back, followed up with his analysis of the character's psychological state. If the description in the information and Madame Susie's reminder are correct, Mr. Fool's dream image is very cautious and careful, so sending a demoness to approach him with reasonable excuses and in a gradual manner, cultivating feelings through daily, moderate interactions to dissolve unfamiliarity and wariness might not be the best choice. Because demonesses are too beautiful, it would instinctively make someone who considers themselves ordinary draw a line in their heart, feeling that it's not something they could obtain. Lumion, Jenna, and Franca, the three demonesses, all looked at Anthony simultaneously. Anthony paused for 2 seconds before continuing. "If I were to arrange it, I would find a way to turn one of Joe Mingrui's current female colleagues into a marionette. That colleague should preferably be very ordinary, not a beyonder, and not particularly pretty, but still have her own charm from certain angles or expressions. After she becomes familiar with Joe Mingrui, arrange for her to drink the assassin potion, gradually and unobtrusively enhancing her charm, allowing love to develop slowly." Lumion's eyes flickered a few times, but he remained silent. "You spectators." Franca sighed sincerely. Indeed, better at writing scripts than the celestial worthy. She had just seriously thought about it, and felt that if it were her former self before transmigrating, she definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Then why did the celestial worthy have to bring his own demoness marionette into the Dream City, and even use the power of the Great Mother to give her new life? Jenna repeated Lumion and Franca's previous confusion. After a brief silence in the car, Lumion thoughtfully said, "Don't you think there are too many demonesses appearing in this matter?" "What do you mean?" Jenna vaguely guessed what Lumion wanted to say. It was the dream symbolism he had been emphasizing several times every day, recently. Lumion slightly curled his lips. As a team coming to the dream to awaken Mr. Fool, the number of demonesses among us is abnormally high, exceeding half. And the main opponent abandoned the simple approach, chose the complicated one, and even brought a demoness marionette belonging to himself here. The major arcana card holders have said that Mr. Fool has authority over fate, and the celestial worthy must have it too. The lucky coins ultimately gathered in our hands, bringing us to this dream city. Doesn't this symbolize the choice of fate, symbolizing that it will be a demoness who awakens Mr. Fool? Similarly, it will also be a demoness who helps the celestial worthy achieve victory. I had previously felt that the pathways chosen by the lucky coins this time were too monotonous, and the appearance of the reanimated female corpse deepened my suspicion. Then why must it be a demoness? And why must it be an external demoness with real consciousness? Jenna mused along this line of thought. Perhaps figuring out this question would reveal how to awaken Mr. Fool. Lumion chuckled. For now, I can only think of two reasons. First, a real demoness symbolizes real calamity, and real calamity will bring great changes to the dream city. Where there's change, there's opportunity, maybe good, maybe bad. But this doesn't explain why there aren't as many hunters, as hunters are also symbols of calamity. Second, some crucial thing, a path leading to Mr. Fool's awakening can only be completed by a demoness of a not low sequence. It could be both reasons, Franca said, while worrying about the air conditioning costs and considering switching to ice blocks for cooling, but also concerned about being detected by beyonders in the police force. She continued observing people, entering and leaving the police station. Thus they observed and discussed intermittently until noon. During this process, Lumion and the others saw Officer Deng and his fiancée Daly leave hand in hand to find a restaurant for lunch, and also saw key figures like Old Neil, who bore the title of Interpol officer. Their observations largely matched the descriptions in their information. Didn't see Mr. Starr. Franca withdrew her gaze, preparing to drive onto the road. Is probably out investigating the case at the mall surveillance room. Lumion had noticed this information while scrolling through his phone earlier. Franca didn't say more and drove the car to the new urban district, full of high-rise buildings and a modern atmosphere, parking opposite a building over 100 meters tall. Their next observation target, also a key suspect, Peng Deng, worked here. Just as Franca parked the car, Lumion and the others saw the target approaching from a distance. He was a young man with an unremarkable appearance, holding an iced coffee and looking down at his phone. Every time Jenna thought he would bump into pedestrians or obstacles on the road, Peng Deng, without raising his head, would skillfully maneuver around them. Almost simultaneously, Peng Deng's information flashed through Lumion and the others' minds. Peng Deng, 24 years old, from the same hometown as Zhou Mingrui, classmate from kindergarten, elementary school and middle school, schoolmate in high school, currently an interior designer, living in Heron community next to New City Garden. He has a girlfriend named Ni Jin, living in the high-tech zone, planning to move in with Peng Deng after their current lease expires. Currently sharing rent with a foreign worker named Grisha, who has an eccentric personality, is paranoid, and has crude manners. Lumion carefully observed Peng Deng, who was wearing a light-colored shirt with sweat seeping through the back, not missing any of his movements or facial expression details. Only after Peng Deng walked back into the building did Lumion withdraw his gaze and ask Anthony, "Did you notice anything?" Anthony shook his head. "That's normal. If it were that simple to discover problems, the major arcana card holders would have had results long ago." Lumion wasn't disappointed. He said to all team members, "We're not sure if Peng Deng will go out in the afternoon. Let's go observe his girlfriend and his roommate for a while first. Tomorrow is the weekend, and there's a possibility of contacting Mr. Fool at the tutoring class in the afternoon. We need to quickly go through all the listed personnel that need observation." Jenna and the others had no objections. Franca tried to start the car but couldn't complete the ignition no matter what. The rumbling sound failed to transform into a steady hum. "Damn it!" The car broke down. Franca slapped the steering wheel, unable to hide her frustration. At this moment, only one thought appeared in Lumion and Jenna's minds. "We'll have to pay for repairs immediately after." Lumion furrowed his brow. Isn't this too coincidental? The car breaks down right after we observe Pondun. Indeed, there were no signs of trouble before. Franca also began to find this suspicious. Would approaching Peng Deng with ill intentions lead to misfortune? But the major arcana card holders who had previously observed Peng Deng hadn't mentioned any similar situations. This is an anomaly. Let's record it, Lumion said to Anthony. He opened the door and got out of the car, habitually wanting to check it himself, to see if he could repair it. But after standing in the sun-scorched area, he remembered that he had no understanding of the structure of internal combustion engine cars. The only thing he could do was bang on the hood a few times, hoping that vibration and luck might somehow make the vehicle fix itself. "I'll call the car rental company," Franca said, picking up her phone from the holder. Just then, an enthusiastic voice came from the roadside. "Hello, Lee and Anne, what's wrong?" Lumion and Anthony, who had also gotten out of the car, looked towards the street and saw it was Stiano, the foreign exchange student they had met yesterday, who was suspected to be the dream image corresponding to a high-ranking member of the Church of Steam. The car broke down. Lumion pointed at the grey sedan. Stiano, carrying a travel backpack, brightened up. "Maybe I can help you fix it." Chapter 928, Adding a Friend. When Stiano volunteered to help, Lumion's thoughts raced. He smiled and said, "Thank you so much." Stiano took off his backpack and, like a magician, pulled out one car repair tool after another. He opened the hood of the grey sedan. Seeing this, Franca couldn't help but wail inwardly. No, it was only going to cost 1,000 or 2,000 to fix before, but now it might cost several thousand after he's done. She could guess why Lumion was willing to let Stiano help. The information provided by the major arcana card holders didn't mention this high-ranking Church of Steam member's projection in the Dream City. He didn't seem very important or related to Mr. Fool's awakening, yet he had encountered the team twice by chance. This indicated either an arrangement of fate or that he himself harbored something special. Observing him more at this stage might provide useful guidance at a crucial moment in the future. For the Demonesses, this was both a conclusion from logical reasoning and a prompt from spiritual intuition. Never mind, this is just a dream, not reality. As long as Mr. Fool believes that the Church of Steam and Machinery's high-ranking members are good at repairing machines, then Stiano should be able to fix the car. Franca comforted herself, quietly producing ice cubes to dispel the heat invading the car. Soon after, Stiano raised his face, with traces of light yellow beard, avoiding his oil-stained palms, and used the back of his hand to push up the plain glasses, perched on the bridge of his nose. He said to Franca inside the car and Lumion outside, "It's fixed." "Really? Don't lie to me." Franca tried it and found that the vehicle could indeed start again, very smoothly. Lumion took out a bottle of mineral water filled with Hunter Demilis branded boiled water, and provided a stream of water for Stiano to wash his hands and tools at the roadside sewer opening. After the other party had cleaned his hands and put away his tools, Lumion expressed his thanks again and took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and said, with a smile, "Let's add each other on WeChat. If you need any help in the future, you can always find us. Ha ha, as long as it's within our capabilities." Stiano looked at Lumion seriously, then smiled and said, "Okay." He then took out his own phone, allowing Lumion to add him as a WeChat friend by scanning the code. After scanning, Lumion found that the other party's nickname was Electric Power, Energy and Information Technology. Feels weird. Lumion waved goodbye to Stiano, returned to the grey sedan, and showed this gentleman's WeChat to Jenna and the others. Franca glanced at it and said amusingly, "This nickname sounds like a university course. Check out his moments." This was the first non-team member friend Lumion had added on WeChat, completely forgetting that Franca had mentioned they could look at moments too. Gather information. He quickly tapped on Stiano's avatar and then went to his moments. Today, the professor's understanding of the concept of information is rather biased. Information is also energy, and energy also contains information. One of the essences of each existence is the aggregation of corresponding information. Yesterday found an old car, The mechanical aesthetics fascinated me. August the 13th, I created a wonderful machine. Only 3 days of moments are visible. A wonderful machine, Lumion murmured puzzledly. How wonderful can it be? As a local in the Dream City, no matter how wonderful the machine he creates, it shouldn't be able to exceed the limitations of the dream itself. He does indeed seem like a high-ranking member of the Church of Steam, and also shows a state of striving to learn and think after coming into contact with more advanced civilizations. This should be the underlying logic when Mr. Fool's subconscious wove this image, Franca casually said as she drove the car back onto the road. In the time that followed, they observed key targets such as Peng Deng's girlfriend, Ni Zhen, Peng Deng's roommate Grisha, Zhou Mingrui's roommate Mobed, and others. As it was nearing the end of the workday, they returned to the building where Peng Deng worked, patiently waiting for him to finish his day's work. Peng Deng appeared just after 6 p.m. and chose to take the subway back to Herun, community where he rented. Franca drove the car with Jenna and Ludwig to wait at the destination in advance, while Lumion and Anthony followed into the subway station. Along the way, many women cast glances at Lumion, seemingly struck by his handsomeness, even though Lumion had made himself look a bit uglier before. Going out. Of course, a few men were also sneaking peeks. Meanwhile, Peng Deng was focused on his phone, not caring at all whether there were any beautiful women around, let alone someone of the same sex who was merely charming. A normal level of handsomeness isn't enough to be approached or attract too much attention. Unless there's an added gimmick, it won't become a trending search or headline. Lumion felt a bit relieved. Anthony beside him was naturally ignored by those around them. Thanks to the hunter's tracking skills and the demoness's ability to hide in shadows at any time, Lumion easily followed Peng Deng to the vicinity of Heron community. The latter didn't go home immediately but turned towards Ankang North Road, walked to near New City Garden, and entered a restaurant called Yuzhou, Small Dishes. Lumion looked left and right and saw Franca roll down the car window and wave to him and Anthony. After they got in the car, Franca asked with concern, "Did you gain anything?" Lumion first shook his head, then muttered puzzledly, "Now I'm more curious about what's on his phone, that he can keep looking at it constantly." He was looking at it while riding the subway, while on the escalator, and even while walking. "You don't understand," Franca sighed. Jenna, looking at the Yuzhou, Small Dishes restaurant, recalled. "This is the restaurant where Mr. Fool and Peng Deng often eat. If we wait a bit longer, Mr. Fool might come too." "Should we observe their interaction?" Lumion glanced at the sky outside. "We can." It wouldn't get dark until after 8 p.m. in this Dream City's summer, Jenna tersely acknowledged. "Then I buy a roast duck for Ludwig, so he stops complaining about being hungry." She'd already found dinner for Ludwig earlier at a fruit wood roast duck shop on the same side as the car, with a paper sign saying 30 yuan each. Lumion looked at Ludwig, whose mouth was dripping with suspicious liquid, and said with a smile, "Make it 2, we'll try some too." Time ticked by minute. Lumion and the others had tried the roast duck and eaten steamed buns, but they still hadn't seen Mr. Fool's dream incarnation, Zhou Mingrui. Meanwhile, Peng Deng had finished his meal and was returning towards Heron community. Maybe Mr. Fool wanted to try something different tonight. Franca dipped the last piece of duck meat wrapped in pancake into sweet bean sauce and brought it towards her mouth. Gulp. She heard a clear swallowing sound. Glancing at Ludwig's face full of desire, Franca sighed and handed over the food in her hand. Lumion withdrew his gaze from outside the window. "He might have gone to do something else. I didn't see him return to New City Garden." "Should we continue tailing?" Jenna pointed at Peng Deng's retreating figure. Lumion shook his head. "It's getting dark. If we keep following, something unexpected might happen," Franca said in an agreeing tone. The Major Arcana card holders also mentioned that one of the most likely signs of Peng Deng being problematic is that he has never met with Mr. Fu, that is, Zhou Mingrui, after dark. They're childhood friends, so it's very normal to have a late-night snack together or watch a movie. Mr. Fool has initiated invitations many times, and Peng Dung himself has also invited Mr. Fool, but they never managed to meet up in the end. Every time it was because Peng Dung had something come up, either his girlfriend wouldn't allow it, or his girlfriend suddenly got sick, or his roommate broke the door lock and they had to wait for a locksmith to come open the door. But when they choose to have meals or go out during the day, they always succeed, and that girlfriend who always obstructs Peng Dung occasionally participates too. Combined with the magic mirror's hint to beware of the knights, these details seem very strange. Lumion nodded, back at the rented apartment. Seeing Lumion staring at the increasingly dark sky outside and falling into deep thought, Franca asked curiously, "What's on your mind?" "I'm thinking of going out tonight, to move around like ordinary people, to see if we encounter any more anomalies or problems," Lumion said consideringly. He wanted to test the boundaries of the not problem a bit before officially contacting Zhou Mingeri tomorrow afternoon. They hadn't gone out last night, and everything was normal. Like ordinary people. Franca's eyes twinkled slightly, and she said to Lumion and Jenna with a smile, "Let's go watch a movie." Lumion and the others already knew the concept of movies and were curious about it, so Franca's suggestion was unanimously approved. Franca immediately smiled like a fox who had stolen a hen. "Let's go to a different mall. We can also scratch some more lottery tickets, then we'll have money for tonight's movie tickets and popcorn, right?" "We can't go to the same place. It would attract attention." Hearing the word popcorn, Ludwig, who had been uninterested before, suddenly brightened up. In another mall, Franca, satisfied with winning over 2,000 in prizes again, led her teammates towards the cinema on the 4th floor. Passing by the 3rd floor, they saw a long queue forming at the entrance of a very artistic-looking bookstore. A book signing event. Franca, who was curious about everything and interested in everything since coming to the Dream City, pulled Jenna over to see which author it was. Romance novel queen, Salted Fish Without Dreams, author of the original Great Pirate series novels. Franca read out the key words on the pull-up banner. "That pen name is so strange," Jenna expressed her feelings. Franca smiled and said, "This is only ordinarily strange. Later, I'll help you download an app and show you how the pen names of those web novel authors are, each stranger than the last." As she spoke, Franca tried hard to stand on tiptoe to look at the author who was signing books. Lumion walked to her side, and also cast his gaze into the bookstore. A few seconds later, as the author raised her head, Lumion and Franca's expressions froze simultaneously. "What's wrong?" Jenna noticed their abnormality. Franca answered with a strange expression. "I don't think my eyes are playing tricks on me." "How can she be a romance novel queen?" "Who?" Jenna asked puzzledly. "Madam Magician," answered Lumion in a suppressed voice. Chapter 929. Movie. "What?" Jenna was shocked by Lumion's answer. Madam Magician's image in Mr. Fool's dream is the romance novelist. Salted Fish Without Dreams. Although Jenna had previously seen characters like Emperor Roselle as a company CEO, in news reports, and Vice Admiral Iceberg as a cram school principal, she had never actually interacted with those famous figures in reality. But Madam Magician was someone she had truly met, talked to, and sought advice from. How could such a powerful angel, a holder of a major arcana card, and one of Mr. Fool's followers, be a romance novelist here? This suddenly highlighted the absurdity, distortion, and ridiculousness of the dream. Jenna's position didn't allow her to see through the crowd to the author's appearance, so she turned her gaze to the inside of the bookstore's glass wall, where the silhouette of the person signing books was faintly reflected. Jenna's eyes, disguised as deep brown by lie, instantly became profound, as if hiding mirror after mirror within. Through the mirrors she clearly saw the author's figure, long, slightly curled hair dyed brown, wearing a colorful spaghetti-strap dress with layered fabric, tassels, and batik, exuding a strong exotic style. Combined with her beautiful face, it gave off a free and casual aura. It was unmistakably the major arcana card holder, Madam Magician. "It really is her," Jenna whispered. Lumion stepped back a few paces, distancing himself from the crowd queuing for autographs. Hiding a mirror in his hand and speaking in a low voice, he muttered as if to himself. Based on our observations and the information provided by the major arcana card holders, when Mr. Fool's subconscious weaves dream images, it significantly references the characteristics of the corresponding real-world figures. Emperor Roselle was the ruler of a country, so in the Dream City, he became the boss of a large company. Vice Admiral Iceberg is a demigod of the Church of Knowledge, fond of teaching, and long-educated pirates on the Golden Dream. So in the Dream City, she became the principal of a cram school. Are you suggesting that Madam Magician's real identity is more or less related to being an author? Franca, also in the mirror maze, quickly understood what Lumion was trying to express. Lumion's gaze swept across the banners reflected in the mirror maze, stopping on a description. He asked Franca and Jenna in a low voice, "What is the Great Pirate series about?" "I'll search it up," Franca said, taking out her phone and tapping on the screen. As she searched, Franca's expression gradually became strange. Jenna, suppressing the urge to search for related content on her own phone, asked, curiously, "Got anything?" The Great Pirate series is about legendary pirates active at sea. Each volume has a different theme. The volume of the third part is Crazy Adventurer, and the story takes place between the adventurer Gehrman Sparrow and three beautiful female pirates, Admiral of Stars, Vice Admiral Iceberg, and Vice Admiral Elmont. Franca summarized the key points to her companions with complex emotions. Jenna was stunned upon hearing this. Although Lumion had some guesses and suspicions before, he couldn't help but interrupt Franca. "Isn't this part of the content of the Great Adventurer series?" "Apparently so," Franca agreed. Lumion looked again at the banners reflected in the mirror maze and the queuing crowd, saying as if in thought, "Mr. Fool's subconscious has woven Madam Magician's dream identity as the original author of the Great Pirate series, specializing in romance. The Great Adventurer series from the real world is partially reflected in the Great Pirate series in the dream. The Great Adventurer series has a strong romantic element, with the interactions between Gehrman Sparrow and the female pirate admirals described rather ambiguously, but left unclear. The Great Adventurer series has turned many famous pirates into comic characters or protagonists of sensational rumors, and even includes introductions to mystical knowledge and the privacy of two oracles. Yet the author Four's Wall has never been visited by any pirate or warned by the church." Hearing this, Franca had already drawn a conclusion and said softly, "How would the pirates dare?" Seeking out the Angel of Stars for an explanation would be like delivering oneself for a bounty. Madam Magician is Four's Wall, the author of the Great Adventurer series. Jenna asked herself incredulously, then answered her own question. "I always thought she didn't do book signings for fear of exposing her whereabouts and being revenged upon by pirates." Jenna suddenly turned to Lumion. "Didn't you say Madam Magician was an angel from the early 5th epoch, over 1,000 years old? Why would she suddenly decide to write novels?" "That was just my guess. Perhaps Mr. Dorr lived long enough and only perished in recent years, and Madam Magician was his youngest student," Lumion said, finding this both shocking and strangely amusing. He continued carefully. "Also, haven't you noticed, because of the popularity of the Great Adventurer series, Mr. Fool's avatar Gehrman Sparrow has gained a large number of worshippers. To use a term I heard before, Gehrman Sparrow has acquired many anchors. Was the Great Adventurer series written by Madam Magician at the behest of the Church of the Fool, as a form of evangelism?" Franca had a sudden realization. Lumion nodded. "And perhaps Madam Magician's current sequence requires her to play the role of an author." "It's possible," Franca suddenly became excited. "Next time we meet Madam Magician, we should ask for her autograph. Wow, would an angel's signature have some special effects?" Before she finished speaking, Franca and Jenna simultaneously turned to Lumion and asked in unison, "What about those letters from before?" Lumion said with considerable regret. "I burned them." Jenna shared his regret but said with anticipation, "When we return to the real world, we can ask Madam Magician about the future developments of The Great Adventurer, when the next book will be out, and if Frank Lee, the first mate of the Admiral of Stars, is really that exaggerated." As they chatted, Lumion dispelled the mirror maze. The three of them glanced at the long queue for the book signing. then turned with Anthony and Ludwig to the nearest escalator and went up to the 4th floor. What movie should we watch? Franca scanned the promotional posters, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Let's watch The Great Pirates 3. All right. Lumion agreed immediately. It would be a good opportunity to see what Gehrman Sparrow looks like in Mr. Fool's Dream. Franca, who had just won a significant amount from lottery tickets, generously bought 5 seats in a row, 3 buckets of caramel popcorn, and 5 cups of iced cola. Ludwig had a bucket of popcorn to himself, Franca, Jenna, and Lumion shared one, and Anthony and Ludwig shared another. After entering the cinema and finding their corresponding seats, before Franca could allocate, she found that Lumion and Jenna had left a space between them for her. I thought Lumion would sit in the middle himself. Franca sat down happily between Lumion and Jenna. Ludwig sat right next to Lumion, with Anthony on Ludwig's other side. Crunch, crunch, Ludwig kept tossing popcorn into his mouth, occasionally sipping his iced cola, completely ignoring the images on the screen. After a few minutes, the opening credits began. Howling winds, a dark sea surface, waves sometimes rising high enough to seemingly touch the sky, sometimes sinking into huge maelstroms. Jenna's gaze was immediately captivated, as if she herself were in this terrifying scene showcasing the power of nature. The special effects are not bad. Franca commented briefly. She wasn't as impressed as Jenna, because she had seen many blockbusters before, her transmigration. Moreover, during the marriage of the sea ceremony in Port Santa, she and Lumion had personally witnessed and experienced an even more exaggerated maelstrom than a shipwreck, which was beyond comparison to these special effects. Lumion's gaze focused on the 3 pirate ships sailing out of the storm and the female pirate standing at the bow. That Vice Admiral Iceberg looks about 70 to 80% like Principal I from Dream Tutoring classes. Jenna recognized one of the female pirates as she seemed to be modeled after Principal I Nana from Dream Tutoring classes. Hearing Jenna's words, Lumion slightly furrowed his brow. The Vice Admiral Iceberg in the movie looked very similar to the demigod he had seen in the dungeon of the Church of Knowledge. Was that the former Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina? Lumion suddenly realized. The casting for this movie is quite true to the original. Franca sighed. Then her gaze froze, and she pointed at another female pirate, saying in a low voice, "Who do you think she resembles?" Lumion fell momentarily quiet before responding, "Ma'am Hermit." Ma'am Hermit's true identity is the Admiral of Stars, no Queen of Stars Catlia. No wonder the latest installment of The Great Adventurer described the event between her and Gehrman Sparrow so cautiously. Jenna murmured. They all fell into silence again. At this moment the scene changed, and a man appeared amidst the storm and lightning. The man wore a black trench coat and a half-top hat, standing on the surging waves, slowly raising his previously lowered head. In Lumion's eyes, this man seemed to be carved from Zhou Mingri as the original prototype, but sharper and colder. Even wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he could make people involuntarily close their mouths. Gehrman Sparrow, the protagonist of this installment of the Great Pirate series. Gehrman Sparrow. With this, the opening credits ended, and the main feature began. The initial close-up focused on a fish being roasted, with various spices being sprinkled on it. Ludwig, who had spared a glance at the movie, suddenly raised his arm, pointing at the roasted fish on the screen, and said to his godfather, "I want to eat that." "Heh, ordering a meal now?" Lumion chuckled, grabbed a few pieces of popcorn, and stuffed them into Ludwig's mouth. Chapter 9:30, Weekend arrives. Not bad. A qualified popcorn flick. Franca remarked sincerely after exiting the cinema, savoring the experience for a few seconds. Beside her, the dispersing crowd poured into the now closed mall, walking towards the still operating elevators under dim lighting. Jenna remained silent for a moment, then said with a mix of longing and dejection, "With movies now, will anyone still watch plays?" Understanding why Jenna would say this, Franca replied in a comforting tone. "People still watch them. Plays and operas have different characteristics and charms compared to movies and TV shows. A large portion of people will still appreciate them, they just won't be the mainstream of society anymore." Besides, Franca deliberately lightened her tone. "Theater actors are actors, and TV and film actors are actors too. Jenna immediately fell into contemplation. That's true, but the performance setting has changed, and many acting techniques need to be altered, otherwise they'll seem exaggerated. As the dispersing crowd thinned out, Lumion thoughtfully said, "If the power of the Mother Tree of Desire can penetrate Mushu Hospital, wouldn't actors be easily influenced?" Franca hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "Ha ha ha ha. It's possible. Some of them live lives of debauchery and overflowing desires." Lumion nodded, holding Ludwig's hand as he followed the audience ahead, towards the elevators still operating for cinema-goers to leave after the mall's closure. Along the way, Franca found the environment very dim, with the few lights still on, only illuminating the path and obstacles enough to prevent tripping and collisions. It has the atmosphere of a bizarre story. Franca hadn't forgotten that their outing tonight was to test the boundaries of the phrase, "Beware of the night." From the information provided by the major arcana card holders, she knew that sequence 4 of the seer pathway, which was also the full pathway, was called Bizarro, sorcerer, so she deliberately used bizarre to describe the story rather than ghost. Hearing this, Jenna, already highly alert, became even more vigilant. Lumion, acting as if nothing was wrong, led Ludwig into the elevator. But when Franca and Jenna followed, he kept pressing the door open button and turned to smile at the others in the elevator. "Sorry, I still have a companion who hasn't come in yet." The departing audience instinctively looked outside the door, finding the elevator lobby empty and no footsteps approaching from afar. Their hearts suddenly suspended. Lumion released the button and smiled at everyone. "All right, he's in now." The gazes of others in the elevator suddenly froze. They hadn't seen anyone enter the elevator. Slap. Franca patted Lumion's shoulder, saying amusedly, "Feeling happy about playing a prank, aren't you?" After entering the dream city, influenced by online information and daily environment, she gradually recovered the tone and manner of speaking of a local. After the playful scolding, she quickly apologized to the others in the elevator. I'm sorry, my friend's brain often has spasms. Please forgive his poor mental state." The initially angered audience members, seeing such a beautiful woman sincerely apologize, felt embarrassed to make a fuss, but still turned their gaze towards Lumion. He should apologize himself. Lumion immediately bowed slightly. "I'm sorry, my joke went too far." The people in the elevator looked over Franco and Lumion, some feeling sorry that such a flower had found a mentally unstable young man, others thinking the young man's face was wasted and wanting to crowdfund treatment for his brain. At this moment, the elevator doors slowly closed, descending. Suddenly, the lights inside the elevator started flickering. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Franca and Jenna were reminded of the phrase, "Beware of the night," while others recalled Lumion's prank earlier. Fortunately, the flickering lights didn't affect the elevator's operation. Some audience members left on the first floor, while others, along with Lumion's group, went to the underground parking lot. Back in the rented grey sedan, Franca didn't remark that everything was still normal. It was just an interlude within an interlude. She firmly resisted any behavior that might raise flags. She turned to Lumion and asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly pull that prank earlier?" Lumion chuckled. At that moment, I suddenly thought, what if Anthony's psychological invisibilities became uncontrollable? Wouldn't something similar happen? So I tried it out. Hearing Anthony's name, Franca and Jenna quickly turned to look at the back seat. Seeing Anthony, they both quietly sighed in relief. Thank goodness he did get in the car. I remember him getting in. Lumion continued. Besides, a not too excessive prank like that in a relatively enclosed environment like an elevator, combined with the night factor, might allow us to experiment with some things without drawing too much attention. Did you find anything? Franca pressed. I'm not sure if the subsequent flickering of the elevator lights was a product of the experiment, Lumion replied thoughtfully. Does that count? Jenna felt it was just a simple mechanical failure that didn't lead to anything unusual afterward. Lumion chuckled. Don't you think the elevator light flickering made it feel more like a bizarre story? The prank I'd pulled was also intentionally developing in the direction of a bizarre story. Franca, who had driven the car out of the parking space, suddenly realized. Is this based on the description of bizarro sorcery in the materials, to see if it could trigger the instincts of the dream subconscious and bring about certain controllable changes? This is more likely to happen at night, which belongs to the more evil and unpleasant side of the dream. Lumion had similar thoughts before going out. They didn't dare to do more experiments and returned to their rented community by car, fearing to stimulate the celestial worthy and draw his gaze. Nothing happened along the way. Back in the rental apartment, Lumion looked around and said, "Preliminarily, it seems that if we don't interact with Mr. Fool and important dream figures or investigate mystical issues, it doesn't seem likely for us to encounter anomalies even if we head out at night. Of course, this is just the result of one night's experiment and can't be turned into a conclusion yet. It needs to be repeated multiple times for verification." Franca and Jenna sighed in relief, their spirits less tense. Ludwig's face showed joy. "Does that mean we can go out for barbecue now?" Franca glanced at the naive little boy and grumbled inwardly. "The main reason we don't take you out for barbecue at night isn't. Beware of the night. Beware of the night. It's poverty. Weekend, in the rental apartment." A blackboard formed of frost was attached to the wall, its surface pinned with sketches and photos, each surrounded by sticky notes of different colors with words and descriptions. These sketches and photos corresponded to different target personnel. White sticky notes contained the squad's observations, and for comparison, relevant content from the materials provided by the major arcana cardholders was excerpted and recorded on light green sticky notes placed adjacent to the white ones on the frostboard. Having his Conspirer ability suppressed to sequence 7, Lumion stood before this frost blackboard in order to reduce the burden on his brain, rubbing his chin and looking back and forth, trying to find potentially problematic details that the major arcana card holders might have missed. No particularly valuable findings except for that unfortunate incident. Franca shook her head after reviewing 7 or 8 times. Anthony nodded in agreement. Jenna looked at her phone and said, "We should go to dream tutoring classes now." Ludwig, who was watching cartoons and constantly ordering based on the cartoon content, immediately looked crestfallen. Lumion withdrew his gaze and stuffed the frost blackboard into Jenna's traveler's bag. After parking the car diagonally opposite dream tutoring classes, Lumion led Ludwig out of the car. He said to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, "From now on, keep your distance from me and Ludwig. Don't call, don't send messages. Ludwig and I won't be coming back tonight either. We'll regroup with you tomorrow morning after confirming there are no issues." Franca and the others nodded solemnly, without objection. This was because Lumion might soon encounter Mr. Fool's dream image, Joe, Mingri, at dream tutoring classes, and have a brief exchange, which could potentially be discovered by the celestial worthy and result in being kicked out of the dream. Therefore, the team had to split up to avoid one person's ejection, affecting the entire team. Each person could only be kicked out of the dream 3 times, absolutely no waste allowed. After closing the car door, Lumion held Ludwig's hand as they crossed the street at the pedestrian crossing and entered dream tutoring classes. "Welcome, Lilu," said the dark-skinned receptionist, recognizing Ludwig. He didn't have a strong impression of the little boy, but rather of his mother. Ludwig's face darkened, and he didn't respond. The dark-skinned receptionist turned to look at Lumion. "He needs to sign in. You are?" "I'm Lilu's father." Lumion replied calmly. The dark-skinned receptionist was stunned. It's one thing for Lilu's mother to look young, but how is his father also so young? Early love, early marriage, early childbirth, right? After signing in, Lumion was led by the receptionist to the door of the beginner English class. The foreign teacher Anderson was already standing at the front of the classroom, a handkerchief covering his left fist, smiling at the room full of children. "Guess what I can make appear? A flower. A ping-pong ball. A panda." The children happily played along. Anderson removed the handkerchief, revealing nothing. "I made air appear," he announced loudly. The children let out mocking sounds, but Anderson remained smiling. He saw Lumion and Ludwig at the door and walked over, saying to Lumion, "Are you here for the beginner English class too? Although you're a bit old and your brain might be set, it doesn't matter. Wanting to learn is always a good thing. Of course, good things don't necessarily lead to good results. I'm Lilu's father. Lumion pointed at Ludwig, not at all provoked. He took the opportunity to say, Mr. Anderson, can I add you on WeChat? If Lilu doesn't behave well, you can contact me anytime. Anderson looked at Lumion for a few seconds, then smiled. Okay. Through scanning the code, Lumion added Anderson Hood's WeChat. The foreign teacher's WeChat name was a name that leaves a deep impression on you. Chapter 931, Inquiry. Lumion stepped back 2 paces and sat down on the waiting bench outside the classroom across the hall. His fingers moved deftly as he accessed Anderson Hood's Moments feed. Yesterday, other people's failures are my successes. August 14, everyone has different talents. Some have a talent for language, some for art, some for being ordinary. August 13, my roommate really died. He got game over in this game called Life. August 12, love is also a kind of war. Hunters can also cull. Tendencies. August 11, as long as you don't get angry, others will get angry. August 2, friend, you really scrolled down this far. Respect my privacy a bit. Lumion continued scrolling down expressionlessly with no further content afterwards. Then, he saw a familiar yet slightly different prompt. Only 30 days of moments are visible. Lumion chuckled, brought the phone close to his mouth, and sent Anderson a voice message, briefly introducing himself to see if Anderson would respond and whether his reply might have a hidden meaning. After sitting for another 2 minutes, he saw someone approaching from the direction of the reception desk. The person was wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and light-colored sneakers. His short black hair was neatly combed, and he had deep brown eyes behind a pair of half-rimmed light gold glasses. His facial features were gentle with a hint of handsomeness. He was carrying a black shoulder bag and was the main target of Lumion and his team's journey into the dream, Zhou Mingri, the dream manifestation of Mr. Fool. Lumion looked up as if he had just noticed the footsteps, directing his gaze towards Zhou Mingri. He realized that the current Zhou Mingri was more distinct from Gehrman Sparrow. Both had originally come from the same Zhou Mingri, but their paths had diverged significantly, one leaning towards a gentle and handsome style, the other emphasizing sharpness and coldness. Zhou Mingri noticed Lumion's gaze and looked in his direction. Lumion smiled and nodded slightly. Zhou Mingri paused, unsure why this stranger was greeting him, but he politely nodded back. Lumion withdrew his gaze and refocused his attention on the still dark phone screen. He noticed that while his reflection could still be considered handsome, it no longer had the kind of allure that would attract a celebrity scout's attention. He had adjusted his appearance with lie, toning down his looks to blend in more naturally. Zhou Mingri gave him a puzzled glance before turning and entering the business English class. After a few more minutes, Nana, the principal of dream tutoring classes, entered the business English classroom with her lesson plan, while a man wearing a floral bow tie went to the beginner English class to assist Anderson Hood. Lumion glanced at the camera on the ceiling, then, like most of the parents waiting in different areas of the hallway, he spent time on his phone. A few of the parents who knew each other chatted. My Zihan can have conversations in English now. Really? Ours started beginner classes too late, still working hard on it. Look at that kid, he hasn't stopped talking. Probably his first day of class. It happens. My Zihan was a bit unsettled at first too. This is when parents need to step in more. Lumion paid no attention to these conversations, focusing intently on the photos he had taken of the frost-covered blackboard, once again immersing himself in the conspiratorial world of analyzing details. Occasionally, he also checked local news and trending videos to stay updated on major changes in the Dream City. The beginner English class took 2 breaks, during which Ludwig took the opportunity to come over and replenish his food supplies, soothing his wounded spirit. The business English class only took 1 break, but Lumion didn't approach Zhou Mingri, merely watching him from the corner of his eye as he briefly went to the restroom and returned. The business English class ended 10 minutes earlier than the beginner class, and Lumion quickly stood up, blocking Zhou Mingri's path. With a smile, he said, "Hello, how do you find the business English class? I'm curious." Seeing the confusion on Zhou Mingri's face, Lumion explained further, I'm here for my kid's beginner English class, but after listening in on your business English class from outside, I thought it was pretty good. I'm considering joining too, so I won't waste time waiting. Here with your kid. Zhou Mingri instinctively questioned. No matter how he looked, this man appeared much younger than him, like a college student. And he already has a kid. Yes, my son. Chamin alta I, greater. Lumian replied with a smile. Son, a son old enough for a beginner English class. Zhou Mingri resisted the urge to twitch the corner of his mouth. He had been out of college, and in the workforce for 2 or 3 years now, and he didn't even have a girlfriend yet. Meanwhile, this guy who looked like a college student already had a 4 or 5-year-old son. Did he have a high school romance that led to a child? Indeed, good-looking people have all the luck. Zhou Mingri sincerely replied. Principal I is highly skilled, but the business English class itself requires a certain foundation. He suspected that this young man across from him might have dropped out of high school to get married and never attended college, so he kindly reminded him that the business English class required some background knowledge. I see, Lumian nodded thoughtfully, then sincerely said, Thank you. He took a step back and didn't ask Zhou Mingri anything else. For a first encounter, moderation was key. Then he would observe any subsequent developments. Zhou Mingri was curious but wasn't one to pry into others' private lives. He stood at the doors of different classrooms observing. After a while the beginner English class ended and Lumian quickly handed Ludwig a lollipop, taking his hand and leading him out of dream tutoring classes. Ludwig looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. If Zhou Mingri saw him, he would definitely be left with a deep impression, an 8-year-old son with a father who seemed to be in his early 20s. Someone in this family must have broken the law, leaving a deep impression on Mr. Fool's dream manifestation wasn't part of Lumian's plan today. It wouldn't help in ruling out options. After buying a bunch of steamed buns and pickled vegetables to fill Ludwig's stomach, Lumian had a proper dinner with the boy and then checked into a cheap hotel. He turned on the TV for Ludwig, randomly picked a cartoon, and scrolled his phone, his thumb hovering over Anderson Hood's WeChat avatar. Ultimately, he didn't send another message to this foreign teacher, who seemed to perceive the true nature of the dream, opting to see if Anderson would take the initiative to contact him and provide any clues, in the rental apartment. Franca was leaning against the bed, scrolling through her phone, but her thoughts weren't entirely focused on it. She was worried about how things were going on, Lumian's end. Formally engaging Zhou Mingri could bring about unwanted changes. Jenna felt the same, pacing back and forth in the room from time to time. Suddenly Franca sat up straight, frowning. I keep feeling like I've forgotten something. Is this my spiritual intuition reminding me? The next second, without needing divination, she quickly remembered what she had forgotten. Right. Today's the day for the double color ball lottery draw. I completely forgot. She hurriedly checked the results, her mouth slowly opening in disbelief. We won? Jenna asked, both curious and excited. We won! We won! Franca was first dazed, then overjoyed. We won the second prize, which had 20 bets, with a total prize of more than 150,000 yuan. She then rubbed her face. Do I really have this kind of luck? No. Could Lumian's ability to influence fate still have this effect? Over 150,000? Jenna was stunned. These past few days of living frugally had made her quite content with even a few thousand yuan, and now all of a sudden it was in the tens of thousands, with 2 digits in front of those zeros. Franca got off the bed and started pacing. If we save a bit more, we could rent some of those intriguing items from Stardream Provisions store. Shouldn't we first think about paying off the microloans? Jenna reminded Franca. We haven't reached the due date yet. Franca's excitement was tinged with worry. Winning such a large sum at once won't attract the lottery department's attention, or even the celestial worthy's gaze. Before Jenna could respond, Franca continued speaking to herself. It's only a little over 100,000. What is that? The person who won the first prize had made more than 30 bets, each worth 5 million. We're just nibbling on the crumbs that slipped through someone else's fingers. In Binji Hotel. After supper, Ludwig had fallen asleep on the other bed, while Lumian lay awake, leaning against the pillow, silently watching the dark screen and the room faintly illuminated by moonlight. So far, Anderson hadn't sent him any messages, and directly interacting with Zhou Minggui hadn't led to any noticeable abnormalities. His actions were unrestricted, and he hadn't been ejected from the dream. As time ticked by, Lumion suddenly heard a booming thunderclap and saw the night sky outside the curtains briefly illuminated by a flash of silver lightning. The thunder rumbled continuously, and rain poured down all night, only easing at dawn. Lumion stayed awake the whole night, greeting the daylight with a clear mind. He checked his phone and saw numerous reports of flooding and waterlogged areas, with some subway lines suspended for the day. Is this symbolic? And if so, what does it symbolize? After stuffing Ludwig with a bunch of steamed buns, Lumion took him out for noodles nearby. He ordered pea paste noodles for himself and tomato and egg noodles for Ludwig. The peas were stewed until soft and tender, absorbing the sauce, making the noodles fragrant and flavorful. Lumion ordered 2 small bowls, ate 1.5, and left the remaining half for Ludwig. After breakfast, he leisurely took public transportation back to the rental apartment with Ludwig. Seeing that Lumion and Ludwig were fine, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony sighed in relief. Lumion smiled and said, "The preliminary result of the experiment is that simple daytime contact with Mr. Fool's dream manifestation, Zhou Minggui, without leaving a strong impression, doesn't attract the celestial worthy's attention, result in being ejected from the dream, or impose restrictions. Of course, maybe I've been deceived, and the celestial worthy is deliberately not targeting me, waiting for me to regroup with you before kicking us all out of the dream." Chapter 932. Dreamscape Tendencies. Hearing Lumion's words, Franca and the others couldn't help but tense up slightly, as if they were already witnessing the arrival of something terrifying. Lumion pulled up a chair and sat down, casually scanning every corner of the room. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he said, "I wonder what it feels like to be kicked out of a dream. The major arcana card holders didn't provide any details. Will it be like leaping out of the deep sea, or getting booted into an endless spiral tunnel?" He mused about how he might be ejected from the dream, his tone light, as if he was simply describing what he had for breakfast. Franca suddenly felt a bit sentimental. "Are all you hunters like this? Facing danger without fear, and even joking about it?" "Of course, I'm scared, but what good is pure fear?" Lumion chuckled. "No matter how frightened I am inside, I'll act like it's no big deal, and I certainly won't let my word betray any weakness." Franca laughed. "No wonder they say the toughest thing about a hunter is their mouth." Both Lumion and Jenna turned to look at Franca without saying a word. Franca froze. "Damn it, I didn't mean to make a crude joke," she quickly added. "In this dream city, they say that those who can keep their composure amid great turmoil are worthy of being generals." Lumion's light-hearted comments eased the tension in the group. Then Lumion smiled again. "Getting kicked out of the dreamscape isn't scary. We can try again. What's frightening is, if the celestial worthy restricts us, sends his subordinates, and kills us in the dream, then there's nothing left." Jenna pondered his words and asked, "So you're saying that if things really go wrong, we should leave the dream early?" "Pretty smart." Lumion leaned back in his chair, took out his phone and swiped the screen twice before stopping, staring at it for a long time without moving. Franca glanced at the screen and noticed it displayed the WeChat friend request interface. "Thinking of adding Mr. Fool's QQ and WeChat with an alternate account?" she guessed immediately. Lumion smiled wryly. "Yeah, but I can't think of a good reason. I'd be rejected instantly. Maybe I should use, 'Do you want to learn the truth about the world and the secrets of supernatural powers?' as a request. Mr. Fool, or rather, Zhou Minggui right now is just an ordinary person who's recently taken the assassin potion. He's felt the allure of supernatural power but doesn't know much about mysticism. He desperately needs guidance." Anthony, who had also taken a seat, shook his head. "If Zhou Minggui discovers on his own that you can teach him real occult knowledge, even if it costs him money, he might add you. But if you actively and enthusiastically try to guide him, it'll have the opposite effect." "Exactly." Franca nodded emphatically. "He might block you immediately. He could even call the police like, 'Hello, officer, there's someone here promoting superstitions, might be a cult member.'" Lumion fell silent, deep in thought, muttering to himself. Maybe I should create a mystery-themed video account, build a reputation, and wait for Shaman to come to me. But that would risk exposure to the celestial worthy's gaze. If the account gets too popular, we'll be targeted. If it's too obscure, Mr. Fool won't notice, unless we use targeted ads. Franca twitched slightly. This guy's adapting to the dream city and online society faster than I expected. She spread her hands. I don't have the technical know-how. Lumion continued brainstorming. Maybe we could stage a minor mysticism incident involving Mr. Fool's friends or colleagues, then solve it ourselves. Word would get back to German through them. It's also a way to test the celestial worthy's surveillance patterns. But we'd need to prepare for the person responsible for this to be detected and targeted. We should have them move out in advance and maintain contact with us using more discreet methods. It's feasible, worth a try. Instead of assigning a specific team member to carry out the plan, Lumion turned to Franca. Time to submit our resumes to the Intis group. Okay? Franca pulled out her phone. She'd already prepared the resumes. She applied for an administrative role, while Lumion applied for security. Among the four of them, Franca was the only one with formal qualifications, but her field was far removed from Zhou Mingri's, so she couldn't apply to the same department. She had to choose a position that would allow frequent contact with him. The other three, Anthony's cover was that of a retired soldier, Jenna was an arts student majoring in drama, and Lumion was a high school dropout who had learned some martial arts. It wasn't that Madame Justice didn't want to forge academic credentials that could be verified online. Even if she did, they'd be exposed during the interview. They wouldn't be able to answer professional questions, and they might not even understand the questions. For that reason, Franca chose to apply herself instead of sending Jenna, who, in theory, would have a better shot at an administrative position as an arts student. After submitting the resumes, Franca looked at Lumion with a smile and asked, "I've got some good news. Can you guess what it is?" "Stop. No eye color changes," Lumion pondered for a few seconds. "Did we win the lottery?" There weren't many things that could be considered good news and could be shared in front of Anthony, so it had to be that. "Guess how much?" Franca wasn't disappointed that Lumion had guessed it right. Away. Lumion couldn't help but laugh. "Miss, you bought so many tickets with the same number, and I've already looked up the minimum for the second prize. What do you think? Can I guess how much you won?" Franca smiled sheepishly and said, "That's not the point. The point is, didn't you notice anything strange? When we fought the revived corpse, the hidden marionettist didn't intervene. When we were outside Stardream Provision Store, someone warned us about technological methods of eavesdropping like devices and hidden cameras. And now, we've won a lottery ticket we staked 20+ times on. What's this called? Some force is helping us." Jenna, who had already discussed this with Franca, added, "We think it's an expression of Mr. Fool's subconscious tendencies within the dream. It's symbolic. Neither he nor the celestial worthy holds absolute dominance right now. During the day, he's stronger. At night, the celestial worthy is more powerful. But even at night, he's not entirely powerless." Lumion nodded slowly. "I did notice that Fate Thread was special, but didn't think it would lead to a lottery win. Maybe special itself was the hint from Fate." He found nothing in Franca and Jenna's theory that needed correction. "Praise the fool." Franca stood up abruptly, placing her hand over her heart in a gesture of sincere reverence. She continued, "Who's going to claim the prize today?" She had already looked up the prize collection process online. Lumion and Jenna both looked at Anthony, who nodded calmly. If it were the three demonesses, they would have to put on more disguises, but Anthony didn't need any. Anthony nodded calmly. "I'll go." At 10 in the morning, when none of them had encountered any abnormalities, Lumion headed to the bedroom to catch up on sleep. Franca drove the grey sedan, with Jenna, Anthony and Ludwig in tow, following the navigation to the lottery center in the Dream City. As she drove, Franca gradually grew agitated, muttering, "Why do we hit a red light at every intersection?" Jenna, in the passenger seat, pondered for a moment. Could this be the celestial worthy's dream tendency manifesting, symbolizing that our actions won't go smoothly? Franca calmed down, focusing more intently on her driving. She even relied on her demoness's spiritual intuition to avoid accidents on the way to the lottery center, determined to avoid a misadventure on the way. Due to the unfortunate timing of red lights and traffic jams, they arrived nearly half an hour later than planned. Before Franca could hand the lottery ticket to Anthony, she saw a figure leap from the rooftop of the lottery center and crash onto the ground with a sickening splat, blood pooling everywhere. Was that really necessary? All I won was the second prize? Franca was dumbfounded. Anthony got out of the car and mingled with the crowd to find out what had happened. He returned shortly after and reported what he'd learned to his companions. The person who jumped was the head of the lottery center. 15 minutes ago, the anti-corruption department showed up. To stop me from claiming the second prize, they sacrificed the head of the lottery center? Franca didn't know what expression to make. Undeterred, Franca sent Anthony into the center with the lottery ticket, but the staff informed him that prize claims were suspended for the day and to return tomorrow. Back in the grey sedan, after a brief silence, Franca gritted her teeth. I was this close to winning big, and now they won't let me cash in. We'll bring Lumion tomorrow. Maybe we'll need to influence fate. When they returned to the rental apartment, Lumion was already awake. After Franca recounted their ordeal, she asked concernedly, "Why are you at the forenoon? Shouldn't you sleep a bit longer?" Lumion chuckled. "I was woken up by a phone call." "Wow, you just got this number a few days ago and you're already getting spam calls?" Franca joked knowingly. Lumion shook his head. "No, it was from the Intis group. They want me to come in for an interview tomorrow morning." "An interview call this quickly?" Franca blurted out in surprise. "Why haven't I gotten one yet? My resume is way better than Lumion's." Lumion took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and handed it to Franca. "Maybe this is why." Franca took the phone curiously, only to find a news article on the screen. During last night's thunderstorm, a car was struck by lightning, leaving 1 dead and 3 injured. The deceased and injured were all security personnel from the Intis group. Chapter 933. New Residents. What the hell? Can it really be this much of a coincidence? Franca blurted out, after extracting the key points from the news article. Yesterday afternoon, Lumion made his first contact with the dream manifestation of Mr. Fool, Joe Mingri, and last night, during a thunderstorm, the Intis group's security department suddenly lost 4 people. Was this a chain reaction caused by the contact, or was someone pulling the strings behind the scenes? "I wonder if this is a good sign or a bad one," Jenna whispered worriedly after reading the news. Lumion was quite composed. "Whether it's good or bad, becoming employees of the Intis group and Joe Mingri's colleagues is something we have to do. If there's no problem, we go. If there is, we still go." Since the interview with the Intis group was imminent, Lumion and the others went out after lunch to find a real estate agent and started looking for a new place to stay. According to their plan, the next steps would involve working individually or in pairs to avoid interference and minimize risk. That way, if one of them was compromised, the others wouldn't be dragged down. During the observation phase, the risks were minimal, so they could act together. However, once they entered the contact and probing stages, every move could draw the celestial worthy's attention. This time, Lumion and his team chose Dechuang Garden, a community district 3 bus stops away from their current location. Only 5 years old, the complex had new facilities, and the area boasted a mix of well-known brands and trendy stores. They picked this place because the information provided by the Major Arcana card holders indicated that Luo Shan, an employee in the Intis Group's administrative department with a real-world counterpart, lived here. She was also a target for contact and probing. The lobby of the community district had a clean, bright, and slightly luxurious feel, with sunlight reflecting off the marble floor and a few grey sofas arranged tastefully. A 1-bedroom apartment cost $2,000 a month. Jenna grumbled, heart aching after the real estate agent and landlord left. That's nearly as much as what they were paying for their current 3-bedroom unit. The rent differences between various locations and building ages were staggering. "It's expensive, but we have to rent it." Franca gritted her teeth. "Tomorrow we must claim that lottery prize. This will be another $6,000 in expenses. Although both the landlord and the real estate agent were men, Jenna hadn't used charm during negotiations. Instead, she relied on lie and makeup to make herself appear more ordinary. With only a bit of help from her instigation ability, she managed to negotiate $200 off the rent and a prepayment of 1 month. Lumion nodded slightly, agreeing with Franca's attitude. In his view, as long as it was within their abilities, any necessary expenses should be made. No matter how much it hurt, they couldn't be stingy. As his gaze swept the lobby, he noticed a vending machine in the corner. The bottles inside had a particularly sleek design. Recalling the hints in their information, Lumion walked over and saw that aside from a few displayed bottles, the rest of the items were in gacha boxes, and the names of these new drinks were all too familiar. Seer, Assassin, Bard, Sleepless. They're all potion names. Franca followed him over, inhaling sharply. Do you think they're the real thing? She also recalled the dossier's mention of the fully automated vending machine and fully automatic wishing machine. Lumion studied the vending machine for a few seconds, then chuckled. The highest is only sequence 7, and the selection isn't vast. If there was something like War Bishop or Demoness of Unaging, I'd be tempted to empty this machine for a few thousand. Even if they were available, you couldn't digest them. Franca pulled out her phone, ready to scan the QR code on the screen. She eagerly said, "Let's see what I get." Based on the law beyond the characteristics convergence, you'll probably get something related to Demoness or Hunter, Jenna calmly reminded her. Franca laughed. The point isn't what I get, but pulling one out to test on a rat to see if it's a real potion. As she spoke, Franca completed the scan and paid 5 yuan. With a click, a gacha box was ejected into the pickup slot. Franca retrieved and opened it, revealing a bottle with a deep black surface and raised areas outlining a snarling wolf's face. Sleepless. Huh, one from the Ebonite pathway, Franca was surprised. It's neither Hunter nor Demoness. She quickly figured out the reason. My sequence isn't high enough, nor do I possess godhood. The convergence effect isn't that strong. After storing the sleepless drink in her traveler's bag, Franca suddenly burst into laughter. You know, a sleepless drink could probably be made with enough caffeine and theophylline. The group didn't linger by the vending machine. They crossed the lobby and headed towards Building 5, where their new apartment was located. Before leaving the lobby, Lumion had a sudden impulse and instinctively glanced back at the vending machine. The corner it occupied was now empty. The vending machine that sold potion beverages had vanished. As expected. He wasn't surprised at all. Franco and the others followed his gaze and shared the feeling that the inevitable conclusion had finally arrived. In the evening, after settling into the Shun Garden, Jenna sat in the lobby of Building 5, patiently waiting for their target to appear. She didn't know how long it took, but eventually through the glass entrance, she spotted the figure she'd been observing earlier. Jenna stood up naturally, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. She paced back and forth until a 20-plus girl walked in. She had brown hair and a pleasant face, wearing a light green dress and carrying a white handbag. Jenna, coincidentally, found herself face to face with her and asked, feigning a shy and surprised expression, "Hello, do you know how to get to the activity room in this district?" The girl in the green dress was indeed Luo Shan, Zhou Mingri's colleague and an employee of the Intis Group's administrative department. She kindly pointed in a direction. "Go out the east gate and it's on the left." "Thank you." Jenna expressed her gratitude sincerely with a slight smile. She had removed her previous makeup and used charm, suppressed to a sequence 7 level, to enhance her appearance. The smile, like a bloom of flowers, caught Luo Shan's eye. Luo Shan blinked, showing an expression of admiration. "You're so beautiful." Before Jenna could modestly decline, Luo Shan asked enthusiastically, "Would you model for me?" "I'm learning to paint in my spare time, and I'm pretty good at it. I especially love painting beautiful people and landscapes." "I'll pay you?" Painting Jenna's temples throbbed, stirring unpleasant memories. To her, painter, was a terrifying occupation. She had once killed her painted self in a painting world. Has Luo Shan in this dream been corrupted or influenced by that evil god of the Fantasy Association? Jenna instinctively shook her head. Sorry, I'm not interested in modeling at the moment. That's such a shame. I'm pretty good, you know. I'll show you my work sometime, and maybe you'll change your mind. Luo Shan pulled out her phone, smiling as she asked, You just moved in, right? I've lived here for years and never met anyone as beautiful as you. Can I add you on WeChat? Jenna had planned to find an excuse to add Luo Shan on WeChat, but not this quickly. Moving this fast seemed off. After a few seconds of deliberation, she said with hesitation, I'm just a tenant. So what? I was a tenant too. Luo Shan didn't mind. All right. Jenna deliberately made herself appear a bit meek, someone who wasn't good at rejecting others' kindness or enthusiasm. When adding her on WeChat, Jenna selected the chat only option. This was to make it seem like she wasn't too willing to add strangers, avoiding giving the impression that she was actively seeking out Luo Shan. After taking a walk around the activity room outside the east gate and grabbing a meal at a nearby restaurant, Jenna noticed that it had grown dark. She returned to the 23rd floor apartment and locked the door. For the next day or two, she would be staying there alone. After turning on the star-shaped main light, Jenna's gaze swept over the grey and orange sofa, the minimalist yet stylish decor, the metallic sheen of the window frames, and the bed with light-colored sheets just visible through the bedroom door. Compared to the 3-bedroom unit Lumion and the others were renting, this 1-bedroom apartment was obviously newer, better furnished, and simpler in design, yet still elegant. Jenna walked towards the window, her fingers brushing over the white dining table, the textured wallpaper on the walls, the artistic table lamp, the tall vase with plastic flowers, and the cold edge of the window. She gazed outside. Buildings of varying heights dotted the crisscrossing roads, with most windows glowing warmly, blending with the lights from the endless stream of cars on the streets below. How beautiful! Jenna admired the view from above with heartfelt appreciation. She returned to the sofa area, her steps a little lighter. When we have more money, let's rent a place like this for Lumion, Franca, and the others. Jenna sat down, peacefully waiting for any anomalies that might arise from her contact with Luo Shan. Time ticked by as she scrolled through her phone. She came across a review of the movie The Great Pirate 3. 3 beautiful female pirates surrounding him, each with some history of flirtation, yet he only took the dumb sailor with him. What the hell? I want my money back. Jenna was momentarily puzzled by the comment. She didn't see anything wrong with that scene. From the start she knew how it would end. German Sparrow was an incarnation of Mr. Fool, his oracle, who naturally met up with Mr. Fool's other oracle, Danitz, before leaving together. Wasn't that the logical conclusion? Besides, in reality, German Sparrow didn't end up with any of the 3 female pirate admirals. Jenna felt the real flaw in that scene was how Danitz, the oracle, didn't play a significant role, as if he were a mere side character. After spending nearly 2 hours on her phone with no sign of anything unusual, Jenna checked the time and stood up, heading towards the bathroom to freshen up. As soon as she switched on the bathroom light, a buzzing sound suddenly filled the room. The entire apartment was plunged into darkness. All the lights went out. Chapter 934, Guardian. Faced with the sudden darkness, Jenna's first instinct was to conceal herself or hide in the shadows. But ultimately, she controlled herself and refrained from immediately displaying her beyonder powers when an anomaly occurred after nightfall. Utilizing her acting skills, she pretended to be an ordinary person. Despite being a ball to see clearly, she groped her way out of the bathroom and towards the window. Upon reaching the living room, thanks to the light pollution seeping in from outside, the outlines of the coffee table, sofa, and other furniture became visible. Jenna immediately quickened her pace, reaching the window in seconds. Looking outside, she found that not only were the distant buildings of varying heights still brightly lit, but the other buildings in the same complex had not been completely engulfed by darkness either. Jenna glanced downwards, feeling that the other floors seemed to have their lights on as well. Is it just my place with the problem? A power outage. Jenna took out her phone from her jeans pocket, intending to call Franca to ask how to handle this situation. She then remembered that she was supposed to act independently for these 2 days and couldn't contact her teammates. So instead of making a call, she decided to search online. Somewhat clumsily, she used voice-to-text to input the phrase, "What to do if there's a power outage at home?" and pressed the search option. Then, remembering Franca's advice, she skipped the first few search results and went straight to the ones further down. First, check the fuse box during a power outage. The steps are as follows. Jenna read for a while, her brow gradually furrowing. This is so difficult. These were all areas she didn't understand. As she scrolled, she came across an answer. Contact property management. Jenna was stunned. You can do that? She had registered with property management when she moved in that afternoon and added their number to her contacts list. She tried calling, reported her room number and the issue. The on-duty property management staff immediately said that an engineering department employee would come to address the problem right away. Soon after, the doorbell rang. The property management staff from the engineering department arrived on this floor, carrying a toolbox. Upon seeing Jenna, the staff member's eyes lit up, and his attitude became quite enthusiastic. Jenna, extremely vigilant, let him into the room. She remained on guard for any anomalies. After a quick inspection, the property staff said, "It was just a tripped circuit breaker." With that, he flipped the switch, and light was instantly restored to the room. That simple? Jenna didn't let her lack of knowledge show. After seeing off the property staff and closing the door again, she couldn't help but remark, "Life in this dream city is so convenient, just that the property management fees aren't cheap." Jenna quickly washed up and lay down on the bed, falling asleep like an ordinary person would, but that string in her spirit remained taut, never relaxing. In her hazy state, her spiritual intuition brought a warning. She suddenly became alert and found herself floating above the residential complex in her spirit-body form. Many spirits were wandering around, seemingly residents of Teacup Garden. Layer upon layer of storms were frozen in the high air, completely enveloping this area, forming a semi-transparent barrier around the perimeter. Near the barrier stood a figure. It was Luo Shan, wearing her light green casual dress with dyed brown hair. In front of Luo Shan, strange figures emerged one after another from the depths of darkness, constantly lunging at the frozen storms and semi-transparent barrier, trying to enter the residential district. Residential district. Some of these figures were half human, half snake, with the upper body of an alluring woman and the lower body a thick python tail covered in slick scales. Some looked like miniature humans embedded between an owl's wings, growing sharp talons. Others were young, naked women with long hair, freely displaying their voluptuous figures. Facing the invasion of these strange creatures, Lu Shan took out a rather thick oil painting brush and quickly began sketching patterns on the semi-transparent barrier. She was drawing suns surrounded by flying birds. As soon as this simple painting took shape, the suns within lit up with a golden, brilliant radiance, causing all the monsters to simultaneously close their eyes. Then, each of the birds burst into golden flames, flying out of the semi-transparent barrier towards different monsters. Seeing this scene, Jenna was shocked and deeply puzzled. The current situation was quite different from what she had imagined. Luo Shan seemed to be fighting against those strange creatures, preventing them from entering the spirit world corresponding to Teacup Garden. She looked like a guardian, but the abilities she displayed clearly belonged to a painter, which was a boon from that evil god of the Fantasy Association. Luo Shan should be cooperating with those strange creatures to invade the spirit world of the residential district, so why is she protecting the barrier instead? Moreover, back at Shinhong District, neither I, Lumion, Franca, nor Anthony discovered anything like strange creatures invading. Is this a change brought about by Lumion's formal contact with Mr. Fool's dream manifestation, or does Teacup Garden itself have some special properties? Amidst her confusion, seeing that Luo Shan was guarding steadily enough, Jenna suppressed the idea of offering help and pretended to wander aimlessly within the barrier like the astral projections of other residents. This continued until daybreak. At Shinhong District, in a rented apartment, Franca, who had woken up early out of concern for Jenna, saw Lumion, who had been on night watch, bring a small cage from atop the shoe cabinet to the dining table. Inside was a grey and white rat. Ludwig's presence had eradicated rats, cockroaches, and other such creatures from the apartment. To test the effects of the potion beverage, Lumion and the others had specifically wandered around the complex before dark yesterday and finally caught one. Franca sat down and watched as Lumion put on gloves and grabbed the rat, which was cowering in fear under Ludwig's predatory gaze, and began to pour the sleepless beverage into it. The rat only took one sip before the rest of the drink flooded into its body, completely disregarding whether it could contain that much. In the blink of an eye, the rat suddenly swelled up, its short grey-white fur, standing on end like a hedgehog's quills, and turning black. In its armpits and across its chest and belly, flesh writhed as if new limbs were about to sprout. As it lost control, this thought flashed simultaneously through Lumion and Franca's minds. Ludwig opened his mouth in delight and swallowed the mutated rat in one gulp. Chew, chew, chew. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Is it okay to eat it like that? Franca looked at Ludwig with some concern. This food has beyonder characteristics, Ludwig replied with a muffled voice. No problem. Digesting characteristics for now, just storing them. Lumion nodded, picking up the now empty sleepless drink bottle and said, This really is a potion. Franca sighed emotively. Whew. It's only at times like these that I truly feel this is a dream. Everyday life is too real. Looking up at the morning sky, Franca carefully asked Lumion, You'll go for the interview in the morning, and we'll go claim the lottery prize together in the afternoon? You go claim it in the morning, Lumion said with a smile, cutting off Franca before she could voice her question. But I'll keep the lottery ticket. Franca was enlightened. You mean the bad luck of difficulty in claiming the prize, or rather, the dream's resistance to this, is focused on the ticket itself, not on us. That makes sense. If the celestial worthy's resistance could precisely target us, we'd have been kicked out of the dream already. I see. Anthony and I will go to the lottery center without the ticket, as if we're just visiting. When we get to the step where we need to provide the ticket, you'll send it over through the mirror world, completing the claim before any resistance event occurs. Exactly, and this is also to verify whether your speculation about the dream's tendencies really exists, and if it does, what are the rules of its operation? Lumion nodded lightly. After breakfast, Lumion changed into a white shirt and black trousers, took the resume and other documents he had printed out yesterday, along with the lottery ticket, and took public transport to the tech building where the Intis Group was located. Franca drove Anthony and Ludwig to the lottery center. In front of the tech building, Lumion looked up at the somewhat old-fashioned 16-story building, mixed in with the white-collar workers heading to work, and walked in openly. His journey had been smooth, with no accidents like bus breakdowns or traffic. Jams due to carrying the lottery ticket, his destination was in the opposite direction from the lottery center. Lumion didn't rush to go up for the interview. He came to the display board showing information for different floors and surveyed the company composition of this building. The property rights of this building belonged to the Intis Group. The 1st to 5th floors were allocated to some subsidiaries of the Intis Group. The 6th to 9th floors were rented out to other companies. Half of the 10th floor belonged to the Intis Group's headquarters, while the other half was leased to Aurora Company. The 11th and 12th floors were also rented out. The 13th to 15th floors were other departments of the Intis Group's headquarters. The 16th floor was exclusively for Mr. Huang, the dream manifestation of Emperor Roselle. It's indeed, as Franca said, this building has obvious issues. The Intis Group could have recalled some departments and subsidiaries to occupy all 16 floors, so why rent out some of them? Moreover, the headquarters' administrative and technical departments actually share a floor with the Aurora Company. In Franca's words, it's not right, a 120% chance of things being not right. Lumion pondered seriously. When she got the information about this tech building, Franca had sensed the abnormality after just one look. This didn't quite match the situation in her memory. Lumion mulled it over for a dozen seconds, then silently said to himself, Is this a symbol? Does this building symbolize the Intis Republic, with some floors being rented out, symbolizing the infiltration of cults and different forces into the Intis Republic? Is this Mr. Fool's impression of the Intis Republic? Lumion didn't linger too long. He withdrew his gaze and walked into the elevator area. He occasionally glanced at the mirrored metal surface, waiting for Franca or Anthony to ring his phone a few times. As the numbers indicating the elevator's floor slowly changed, someone else joined Lumion. It was a very handsome and trendy middle-aged man with chestnut-dyed hair. Mr. Huang. Lumian caught sight of the figure from the corner of his eye and recognized who it was. It was the dream manifestation of Emperor Roselle, the boss of the Intis group, Mr. Huang Tao, who often chose not to use his private elevator and instead joined the crowds in the employee elevator. Chapter 935, Interview. Lumian didn't try to greet Huang Tao, still looking ahead until one of the elevators opened its doors. The rush hour had already passed, and only a handful of people were waiting in the elevator area, entering in sequence. Today, Lumian only wanted to succeed in the interview, hoping for no other incidents. He didn't plan to observe Mr. Huang or make further contact, so he chose the position furthest from Huang Tao, only politely nodding when their eyes met. Mr. Huang was a celebrity among celebrities. It was impossible for those working or planning to work in this building not to recognize him. The others in the elevator had already greeted him in various ways, so Lumian couldn't completely ignore him. Huang Tao, hands in his pockets, was casually chatting with a middle-aged man, who seemed to be a department head from the Intis Group headquarters, showing no air of authority as a big boss. As the elevator ascended, the others, including Lumian, got off at their respective floors, while Huang Tao went to the 16th floor. His CEO office was actually near the administrative department on the 10th floor. The 16th floor had been arranged as a luxurious club for entertaining VIP guests and for his own relaxation. There was even an indoor swimming pool there. The beautiful secretary standing guard at the private elevator turned and said with a helpless smile, "Mr. Huang, why are you competing with the employees for the elevator again?" The 4 employee elevators generally couldn't reach the 16th floor, but Huang Tao could make them go up using card swipes, fingerprint recognition, or facial recognition. Huang Tao didn't speak, smiling as he looked at the mature and beautiful female secretary, his gaze sweeping over every detail of her face. The female secretary's heart trembled, and her voice lowered as she asked, "Mr. Huang, is my makeup not done well?" Huang Tao smiled. "Beautiful things are worth appreciating." Without waiting for the secretary's response, he walked directly towards the swimming pool, silently saying to himself, "My aesthetic taste hasn't changed, yet I actually thought a man looked quite good just now." Parking lot attached to the lottery center. Franca, who was 5 minutes late due to traffic, turned to Anthony and said, "No accidents so far." She didn't say things like, "This time it's really going smoothly," or, "We should be able to claim the prize successfully today." It's not too late to be happy when the money is in the account. Anthony, who had been repeatedly educated by Franca about the prize claiming process 7 or 8 times, nodded, opened the door, got out of the car, and walked towards the lottery center. Franca, feeling a bit uneasy, tossed a lollipop to Ludwig. "You wait for me in the car. Don't go anywhere." Ludwig bit down on a lollipop, first gnawing off the outer wrapper and swallowing it. Franca left the vehicle in a running state to ensure the air conditioning continued to work. She got out of the car, muttering, "This is not good behavior. Parents, please don't learn from this. Don't leave children alone in the car. It's dangerous if you take out the key, and even more dangerous if you don't." But with Ludwig left in the car, it wasn't the child who was in danger, but the car and the surrounding pedestrians. Franca then used the shadows cast by the morning sun to sneak into the lottery center, hiding behind an obstruction not far from Anthony. She listened intently to the conversation between Anthony and the staff member, holding her phone, ready to call and correct his statements at any moment. The staff member said to Anthony, "First prize can't be claimed yet, but other prizes can be." "Is it really possible? The method of separating the ticket from the person really works. Or maybe the dream's tendency is actually targeting the person who won the first prize." Franca, hiding in the shadows, felt a surge of excitement as she listened. After a few more exchanges, when the staff member asked for the lottery ticket, Anthony pretended to have something to do and took out his phone to call Lumian. 10th floor of the tech building, Intis Group headquarters, outside the West Logness conference room. Lumian sat on a chair with 3 other job applicants waiting for the interview. Suddenly, his phone rang, seeing that the caller was Ruid. He rejected the call and put his right hand into his trouser pocket. There was a mirror about half the size of a palm and the second prize winning lottery ticket. Lumion first wrapped the ticket in layers of spider silk, then formed a layer of frost on the outside of the silk, and finally ignited flames of destruction on the surface of the frost. After quickly completing these preparations, he pressed the ticket into the mirror. The lottery ticket immediately fell into a tunnel of void darkness, plummeting towards the corresponding mirror. Along the way, the quietly burning black flames, constraining destruction, slightly, illuminated the depths of the mirror world, as if warning all unknown entities that dared to set their sights on the lottery ticket. When the ticket reached the mirror carried by Anthony, the flames of destruction had already extinguished, melting the frost and the spider silk. The intact lottery ticket emerged from inside the mirror, just as Anthony's extended hand pressed against it. Anthony took out this lottery ticket and handed it to the staff member. After receiving it, the staff member's hand retracted slightly, and he muttered to himself, "It's been kept in a fridge all this time." 10th floor of the tech building, outside the West Logness conference room. Lumion quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems now that the dream tendency interfering with our prize claiming indeed comes from the celestial worthy. If Mr. Fool thought this matter was problematic, and wanted to prevent Franco from claiming the prize, with the lucky coin for positioning, he wouldn't have been bypassed so easily. After a while, Lumion's phone vibrated a few times. He picked it up and saw that a friend with the WeChat name, True Hidden Blade, had sent several messages in a row. Successfully claimed the prize. We're rich now. Oh, by the way, the first prize can't be claimed yet. First prize can't be claimed yet. Lumion suddenly felt puzzled. Is the first prize winner an ally or an enemy? Does the dream's obstructing tendency come from the celestial worthy or Mr. Fool? His previous deductions suddenly became less certain, because it was also possible that Mr. Fool was obstructing Franco's prize claiming, but the purpose was to affect the person who won the first prize. He and his team were just caught in the crossfire. Today, whether the lottery ticket was separated from the claimer or not, it would have succeeded anyway. As Lumion pondered from the corner of his eye, he saw Zhou Minguri passing by from afar, but Zhou Minguri didn't pay attention to the interview here, engrossed in discussing something with Luo Shan. Next, Li Ming? The interviewer called Lumion into the conference room at this time. Lumion entered calmly, politely greeted the two interviewers, one male and one female, and sat down in the chair designated for interviewees. After asking a few routine questions, the female interviewer, about 30 years old, looked Lumion over. "Why did you drop out of high school?" "Puppy love," Lumion answered without any shame. "Puppy love shouldn't lead to dropping out, right?" The male interviewer, who had also experienced puppy love, asked puzzledly. "We had a child," Lumion calmly added. The two interviewers were momentarily speechless, both lowering their heads to write down a paragraph about this with their pens, for later evaluation reference. Lumion's eyes suddenly took on a silver-black hue. He discreetly extended both hands, touching and amplifying the streams of fate, favorable to him. The two interviewers then wrote down similar words. Decent image, height exceeds standard, young and strong, married and had a child early, needs to support a family, values money quite highly. After writing this, the female interviewer further asked, "How old is your child?" 7 years old, Lumion answered truthfully. 7 years old? Aren't you only about 22? The male interviewer blurted out in surprise. Didn't you say you had puppy love in high school? I only said I dropped out of high school because of puppy love, not that the puppy love started in high school, Lumion explained seriously. I had a child in the 3rd year of junior high. By the 2nd year of high school, both my parents had passed away, and I needed to support myself, my girlfriend, and our child, so I had to drop out. The two interviewers looked at each other, not knowing how to evaluate this situation. After about 10 seconds, the male interviewer asked, "Have you learned martial arts?" "Do you need me to demonstrate?" Lumion inquired sincerely. As he asked, his whole demeanor became slightly sharper. "No need, I can sense it." The male interviewer felt that the applicant looked quite capable of fighting. After asking about expected salary and other questions, the female interviewer said to Lumion, "That will be all. Wait for our notification. If you don't receive a call in the next day or two, it means you haven't passed." She spoke very frankly because this young man seemed approachable, Although he had dropped out of high school and had puppy love and a child early, he was very polite and had the looks for the job. Lumion, who had lightly used charm, stood up and politely said goodbye. La la la, la la la, I'm a little newspaper seller. Franca hummed the nursery rhyme cheerfully as she drove. She had received the prize money of over 156,000 yuan, and because each bet didn't exceed 10,000 yuan, no tax was required. Now, the team temporarily had no financial worries. Next, apart from contacting and probing relevant individuals, they would find ways to earn more money to rent 1 or 2 items from the Star Dream provision store. However, the idea of buying similar lottery tickets would have to be postponed for a while, as the hidden struggle behind winning and claiming prizes seemed quite intense. Of course, they could continue to buy scratch cards, but they would have to frequently change lottery stores. While envisioning the future, Franca's phone suddenly rang. Wearing earphones, she chose to answer. The call was from the Human Resources Department of the Intis Group, asking Franca to come for an interview tomorrow morning. Haha, when things go well, everything goes smoothly, Franca muttered to herself, extremely happy. Later, she would have to use lie and makeup techniques to make herself moderately less attractive, to avoid catching Mr. Huang's attention and being forced to resign and leave, unable to complete the task of contacting Zhao Minggui. But making herself less attractive didn't mean becoming truly ugly, just reducing her beauty to a certain extent. Otherwise, if the appearance-focused Mr. Huang happened to wander into the administrative department one day and felt this employee wasn't good-looking, he might fire her on the spot. What then? Dechuang Garden, Building 5, 23rd floor. Jenna, who hadn't encountered any abnormal situations all day, leaned against the window, watching Luo Shan return to her residence wearing a women's shirt, pencil skirt with stockings and high heels, change into a casual dress, and leave the building again carrying a white handbag. Chapter 936. Contradictions. Jenna didn't follow Luo Shan, knowing she would call a ride-hailing service. Whether using shadow stealth or invisibility, Jenna couldn't keep up with a car by running for long, unless the target encountered repeated traffic jams. In this respect, demonesses excelled at bursts of speed but lacked endurance. As for taking a taxi herself and having the driver follow the target, leaving aside whether a taxi would happen to pass by or if a booked ride could arrive within a minute, the biggest problem was finding a reasonable excuse. Jenna believed that if Franca were here, with her understanding and familiarity with the Dream City, she could easily find a convincing reason. But Jenna herself couldn't yet. She might say the wrong thing and cause the driver to call the police on the spot. Of course, this problem could be solved using charm, but after she got out of the car and the effect gradually faded, the driver would recall what happened and likely feel something was off, possibly reporting it to the police. Jenna couldn't repeatedly charm someone over such a small matter, making them fall in love with her for an extended period. Leaving the window, Jenna made a bowl of noodles and enjoyed eating it, completely drinking all the soup. When night truly fell, she took out the ice mirror charm made by Lumion and held it in her palm. As she uttered the word, mirror, in ancient Hermes the mystical charm carved, from frost lit up with a somewhat dim glow. Jenna placed her hand on the mirror she had put on the coffee table earlier. Her entire body suddenly dematerialized and entered it. Using the ice mirror charm's ability to sense surrounding mirrors, she quickly locked onto a mirror-like object in Luo Shan's home and traversed through a dark, illusory tunnel. She wanted to take advantage of Luo Shan being out to search her home from within the mirror, seeing if she could discover anything. The reason she didn't do this while Luo Shan was at work during the day was that such probing had to be gradual. She first needed to confirm whether last evening's level of contact with Luo Shan would attract the celestial worthy's attention or provoke investigation by hostile forces. After waiting a day and night, she now tentatively confirmed it wouldn't, so she could proceed with further contact and investigation. Jenna didn't leave the dark, illusory area behind the mirror. Through the hard, cold glass, she surveyed Luo Shan's home. This apartment was also a one-bedroom, with the same layout as the one she rented. She was currently positioned at the living room window, immersed in the night. Above the window, Jenna's face faintly and indistinctly appeared, her gaze sweeping over the coffee table, TV, refrigerator, and other items. She quickly noticed easels, canvases, paper, palettes, paint tubes, various brushes, and small palette knives scattered in different places. Paintings hung on the walls, vibrant oil paintings, pencil sketches, and black and white freehand landscapes. Jenna's gaze suddenly stopped on one of the oil paintings. It depicted a strange half-human, half-snake creature, the upper body a voluptuous woman, the lower body a giant snake with lifelike scales. The monster I saw last night. Jenna's heart tightened as she successively recognized other paintings depicting bizarre creatures she had seen invading the spirit residential district, woven from psychic energy during her astral projection last night. Almost simultaneously, she noticed a common element in these paintings. All the strange creatures were confined in iron-barred cages. What does this represent? Does it symbolize these monsters being kept out of the world? This is close to the scene I saw during my astral projection walk last night. Did Luo Shan paint the iron-barred cages, while the monsters came from someone else's hand? Or did Luo Shan paint these monsters but then lock them up? As Jenna pondered seriously, her gaze fell on a sketch. It was Luo Shan's self-portrait, her face smiling, eyes spirited, quite charming. For some reason Jenna felt the Luo Shan in this self-portrait was intently observing the dark living room. This made her abandon the idea of leaving the window glass and truly entering the room. As Jenna continued observing, the fingerprint lock on the front door made a sound, and Luo Shan returned home carrying her white handbag. After placing the handbag on the dining table, Luo Shan walked lightly to her sketch self-portrait and looked at it for a few seconds. Then, she picked up a brush, dipped it in some silver paint, and walked towards the living room window. Jenna had retreated a bit before the door opened, allowing the glass window reflecting the night to return completely to normal. Luo Shan stared at the glass window for a while, then raised her brush and outlined a simple door on its surface. In the area behind the mirror, Jenna suddenly saw a silver light shine on the hard glass surface, forming a very real, strange door connecting reality and the mirror world. She immediately left a few demoness black flames to burn away any residual traces, then traversed the illusory dark tunnel herself, returning to her rented place and emerging from the mirror. Where Jenna had originally been hiding, the not quite real silver door was pushed open, and Luo Shan entered the area behind the mirror. The girl in a casual long dress looked around with a gloomy expression, finding nothing unusual in the area. Luo Shan gazed at the dense spider web-like tunnels in the mirror, unable to think of what to paint to utilize them. After 2 or 3 minutes, she exited the area behind the mirror and wiped away the silver door outlined on the glass window's surface with her palm. 23rd floor, room 3. Jenna sat on the sofa and silently muttered to herself, Luo Shan is indeed a beyonder of the painter pathway. Has the deity worshipped by the Fantasy Association also infused some power? Is he also at Mushu Hospital, or does he have his own stronghold? Did he give Luo Shan beyonder power to control this colleague of Zhou Minggui and contact Mr. Fool's dream image? Just as she thought of this, Jenna's phone on the coffee table began to vibrate. Jenna picked it up and saw that Luo Shan had sent her a message with an image. This girl, whose WeChat nickname was always wanting to go on vacation, said with a smiley face emoji, "This is my work, you can take a look." The content of that image was precisely the sketch self-portrait Jenna had seen earlier in Luo Shan's home. Jenna opened the image and suddenly had the illusion that Luo Shan had come to life on her phone screen. She had an idea and just left her phone on the coffee table without locking the screen. Then, she stood up, walked to the bathroom, and closed the door. As soon as Jenna sat on the toilet, she immediately turned her gaze to the vanity mirror. Using a demoness's mirror magic and the mirror on the coffee table, she peered at her phone situation. A few seconds later, Jenna saw the sketch portrait displayed on the screen seem to make a tiny movement. The Luo Shan outlined in pencil lines tentatively reached out a hand beyond the screen, then withdrew it. As expected, Jenna pressed the toilet's flush button, washed her hands amid the rushing sound, and exited the bathroom. She picked up her phone again, closed the image, and used voice-to-text to reply to Luo Shan. It looks so lifelike. She hadn't checked Luo Shan's moments last night because they were set to chat only. Want me to sketch you too? Luo Shan quickly replied to Jenna's praise. I wouldn't dare let you painters draw me, Jenna silently muttered, using voice input to respond to Luo Shan. No need, no need. She quickly changed the subject. You might not believe this, but I had a very strange dream yesterday, and you were in it. You seemed to be guarding the neighborhood, fighting a group of monsters, while we couldn't help at all. If a man had said something similar to her, Jenna would definitely think he was trying to flirt, feeling their relationship was too shallow for such intimate talk, clearly inappropriate. But now, relying on the fact of both being women, she dared to probe a little. Did I leave such a deep impression on you? Luo Shan sent a smug emoji. After a few seconds, she sent a second message. Your dream is very interesting. I'm also very happy to play such a role in your dream, really, extremely happy. Just as Jenna was about to reply, Luo Shan sent a third message. Because my father was a true guardian, as were his colleagues. Jenna suddenly recalled the background introduction of Luo Shan in the files. In reality, Luo Shan's father was a Nighthawk of the Church of Evernight, goddess who died in an accident brought about by a mystical case. His father's colleagues included the Nighthawk team Captain Dunn, corresponding to Officer Deng, Officer Deng's fiancée Miss Daly, Old Neil from Interpol, and others. They all died in disasters brought by Beyond the Powers, but also protected their corresponding cities. One of Mr. Fool's incarnations is Klein Moretti, a member of that Nighthawk team back then. So when Mr. Fool subconsciously wove his dream image, did he add a similar background to Luo Shan, making her admire and aspire to the spirit of protection? Although Luo Shan has now been influenced by that evil god of the Fantasy Association and received an illusory boon, has the protective obsession deep in her heart not been completely erased by the contamination? Is this the reason for her many contradictory behaviors currently? Painting strange creatures on one hand, wanting to make them real, while adding cages to these invaders on the other, constantly creating monsters on one hand, while guarding at the barrier on the other, not letting those monsters in. Could this be considered Mr. Fool's subconscious projection onto Luo Shan fighting against the corruption of that evil god of the Fantasy Association? If this is really the case, in a sense, this is a confrontation between a small part of Mr. Fool's subconscious and that evil god of the Fantasy Association. Jenna pondered with some understanding how to reply to Luo Shan. After about 10 seconds, she used voice input to say, Have you ever created any paintings with a protective theme? It took Luo Shan 20 to 30 minutes to reply to this message. Not yet. Failed. If you haven't, then why did you fail? This answer is too contradictory. Jenna's pupils suddenly froze. Chapter 9:37. Another night. Jenna held her phone, wanting to reply to Luo Shan several times, but not knowing what to say. Although she felt she should respond with something, to avoid appearing impolite, her spiritual intuition told her that saying the wrong thing at this moment could lead to unexpected consequences she didn't want to face. In the end, Jenna put down her phone and watched TV, pretending not to have noticed Luo Shan's new message. She alternated between immersing herself in a TV drama story and instinctively criticizing some of the actors' performances. This continued until 11 o'clock, when Jenna took a shower and washed her hair. She froze her wet hair with frost, then let the frost crack and fall to the bathroom floor, quickly drying her thick long hair this way. Finally, she used a hairdryer to make her hair a bit fluffier, lay down on the bed, turned off all the lights, and slowly drifted off to sleep. She wasn't used to falling asleep quickly through cogitation. She preferred to let her thoughts wander freely before sleep, allowing them to fly unrestrained, to reminisce, to imagine. In the dark room, Jenna's breathing finally became long and gentle. The screen of her phone placed beside her pillow suddenly lit up. The lit screen showed no incoming calls, messages, or system updates to run. It only lit up for 2 or 3 seconds before going dark again, not triggering Jenna's spiritual intuition. Not long after, the phone screen lit up again, still without any information displayed. After alternating between lighting up and going dark 3 or 4 times, Jenna's phone returned to normal, with no more unusual activity. Jenna's astral body once again saw the layers of frozen storms and the semi-transparent barrier formed by the storms. She saw numerous human shadows wandering in the virtual image of Teacup Garden District and strange creatures trying to enter this Spirit World residential district. Like last night, Luo Shan guarded the semi-transparent barrier, sometimes using painting to create different supernatural effects to repel invaders, sometimes creating totem-like objects combined with strange chanting to directly affect various strange creatures. After a while, the strange creatures retreated into the darkness. Luo Shan sighed in relief and flew to the area where Jenna and other astral bodies were wandering. Jenna tensed mentally, employing her acting skills to make her eyes show obvious bewilderment, losing their proper focus. She allowed herself to be guided by spirituality, drifting about like a kite. Luo Shan quietly observed her for 20 to 30 seconds, then descended beside her, following her unconscious. Wandering, and said casually, "The monster, with a human upper body and a python lower body, is called Lamotte. They prey on humans, feeding on human spirits, internal organs, and blood. The monsters that look like offspring of owls and humans are called Morna. They like to kill children, especially human children. Those naked women and men are also monsters, subordinates of the spirits of lust, who like to suck the energy and life force of the opposite sex. Those spirit bodies also murder humans because they particularly love to cook and eat human internal organs." After introducing them one by one, Luo Shan's voice became low, as if talking to herself. "Don't ask me why I know these things." Jenna maintained her performance but took note of these words. Luo Shan exhaled slowly and deeply, with a sense of relief from finally speaking out some of the things weighing on her heart, no longer as tormented as before, and not having to worry about revealing her own secrets. She flew back to the barrier, waiting for a possible second wave of invaders. At Xinhong District, in a rented apartment, Franca looked at Ludwig, who had changed into bare pajamas, and asked, curiously, "What abilities did you gain after eating that sleepless mouse?" Ludwig yawned. "I can see things clearly in pitch darkness, sense dangers hidden in the dark, and my spirituality and strength have increased." "You didn't gain the ability to be energetic with only 2 hours of sleep each day?" Franca asked for confirmation. Ludwig shook his head. "No." That's good. Sleepless hunger sounds terrifying. Not sleeping and being bored, you can only eat well. You could also preview, study, review." Franca sighed in relief without hiding it, then said thoughtfully to Ludwig, "Because you haven't digested the Beyonder characteristics and truly completed the absorption, your utilization of the Beyonder characteristics is still very rough, with great limitations." Ludwig nodded. "That should be the case. Then do you think you'll still have these changes when you return to reality?" What Franca really wanted to ask was whether the dream potions, represented by the sleepless drink, contained real Beyonder characteristics that had been grafted over. Ludwig answered honestly, "I don't know." "If you get kicked out of the dream, remember to confirm this point." Lumion reminded Ludwig. The authenticity of potions was related to some of their subsequent strategies. Ludwig reluctantly agreed. Lumion thought for 2 seconds and asked again, "If I don't force you, compel you to stay in this dream, would you want to leave now, and would you be willing to enter again if you were kicked out of the dream?" Ludwig hesitated for a moment and said, I quite like it here. Your attitude wasn't like this before, especially after knowing you still have to study, do homework, and take exams constantly in the dream," Franca grumbled, inwardly. "What do you like about this place?" Lumion asked with interest. Ludwig pondered seriously and said, "The food tastes good, and some of it is real. I can also watch cartoons, and all of you have become a bit nicer to me." As if we were terribly abusing you before Franca didn't say this out loud. After Ludwig entered the second bedroom and lay down on the bed, Lumion turned his head towards Franca and chuckled. "Still not asleep at this time?" "Can't I be nervous? Tomorrow is the interview, the first real interview in my life, and I can't fail." Franca paced back and forth anxiously, muttering, "Normal makeup won't do, but looking too ugly won't work either. How do I strike the right balance? When to use charm during the interview, shallow charm or full charm, then have Anthony find a chance to hypnotize the interviewers to make them forget about it." Thinking about all this keeps me awake, Lumion chuckled in response. It's not a big deal if you fail, you can find other opportunities. Besides, if you're already thinking about having Anthony hypnotize the interviewers to make them forget about being charmed, why not have Anthony directly induce the interviewers to choose you? Wouldn't that make me seem useless? Franca mumbled quietly. After Lumion's consolation, thinking about how her companions would back her up, she finally calmed some of her anxiety and nervousness. She clenched her fist and cheered herself on. It's just a try, no big deal. It doesn't matter if I fail. Failure is the mother of success. Seeing Franca's behavior, Lumion suddenly recalled his younger self. He stood up, walked in front of Franca, and gave her a hug. Hey! Franca was startled. Lumion said with a smile, his voice slightly low. Aurora used to often tell me, just go for it, whether you succeed or fail, I'll give you a hug. Franca's expression changed. She opened her mouth, then closed it. After 2 seconds, she smiled and said, Shouldn't I, as the older sister, no, older brother, be saying these words to you? She broke away from Lumion's embrace and chuckled. Next time, when you're nervous, I'll say this to you too, and I'll give you a hug. A hunter's nervousness won't show. Lumion shrugged. Duh. Franca made a disdainful sound and entered the master bedroom. Rest well to face the interview. The next morning on the 10th floor of the tech building outside the White Maple conference room, Franca found that nearly 20 people had come for the interview, each a stylishly dressed, attractive female urbanite. Of course, with a demoness's beauty, even at just sequence 7 level, she was much more beautiful than these women. But today Franca wore slightly old-fashioned, black-framed glasses, hiding her bright eyes, and had let down her ponytail to fall, naturally, appearing less carefree. She also used the lie earring, combined with makeup techniques, to modify some details of her features, making herself look like a conservative, average-level beauty. Next, Luo Fu. Hearing her name, Franca straightened her fitted white women's shirt and loose-legged grey trousers and walked into the White Maple conference room. Inside the conference room were 3 interviewers, 1 man and 2 women, with an impressively beautiful woman sitting to the side. That woman wore azure-colored contact lenses, her slightly curled long hair dyed chestnut brown. Her features had a somewhat exotic feel. She appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old, her face showing a hint of youthfulness, like a freshman or sophomore college student, yet she had an air of long-standing authority. Princess Bernadette, Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter. No, now she's Miss Wang Bebe. Why has she come to observe Intis Group's interview? What does she want to do? What does she dislike? What does she like? As thoughts raced through her mind, Franca decided to abandon her plan to naturally charm the interviewers later. She answered the interviewers' questions normally according to her background, setting without standing out in any way or revealing her true personality. After all candidates had been interviewed, the male interviewer looked towards Wang Bebe and asked flatteringly, Young miss, do you have any preferred candidates? Just call me Miss Wang, Wang Bebe said in an even tone. Some of those interviewees were too showy, some dressed too revealingly, some put all their energy into makeup and dressing up. How can they work like that? But Mr. Wang likes that the male interviewer didn't dare say this out loud. Wang Bebe continued. I'd choose the most conservative one, Luo Fu. Done it. The interviewer didn't dare oppose Miss Wang. Even if Mr. Wang himself were here, he would say, Right. My daughter has such good judgment. Chapter 938, Salary. At noon, Zhang Qing, the deputy director of the administrative department who had overseen the earlier interview, walked out of the tech building, heading to a nearby mall to meet a friend. Inside a grey sedan parked by the roadside, Franca turned her body slightly and nodded seriously at Anthony, her expression stern. Anthony immediately got out of the car, mingled with the crowd, and hurriedly approached Zhang Qing from the side. Bump. He, accidentally, bumped into the man in his 30s, causing Zhang Qing's phone to fall to the ground. Sorry? Anthony apologized repeatedly, bending down to pick up the phone. He wiped it on his clothes a few times before handing it back to Zhang. Qing, Zhang Qing, with a dark expression, angrily scolded Anthony. Are you blind? How can you walk like that? Sorry, really sorry. Anthony responded sincerely with an attitude full of remorse. Zhang Qing stared into Anthony's eyes, which had been adjusted to a deep brown color using the lie earring, as if trying to determine whether the apology was genuine or just a perfunctory excuse. After a few seconds, he took back his phone and suddenly felt a moment of confusion. Zhang Qing shook his head and carefully inspected his phone, finding no significant damage. Forget it, just watch your step next time. The deputy director of the administrative department of Intis Group's headquarters, showing some class, waved his phone dismissively, no longer pursuing the matter. Really, I'm sorry. How about I buy you a nice coffee to make up for it? Anthony suggested, pointing to a coffee shop in the corner of the tech building's first floor. Zhang Qing's expression softened. No need, I'm in a hurry. You look around my age, be more careful in the future. Zhang Qing added, before heading towards the mall at the intersection, braving the scorching sun. Anthony noticed that there was a long line at the coffee shop, so he quickly ran into the convenience store next to the tech building's main entrance and bought a canned coffee. Holding the coffee, he jogged to catch up with Zhang Qing. I'm really sorry about earlier. This is to show my apology. He handed over the coffee. Zhang Qing glanced at Anthony with some suspicion, met his eyes for a couple of seconds, then took the canned coffee and said, You're pretty considerate. Zhang Qing didn't intend to drink the beverage from a stranger, but he felt it was acceptable to accept the apology. Just as he took the coffee, Zhang Qing had another brief moment of confusion. Then, he felt that Anthony's apology was incredibly sincere, and with his proactive actions, combined with the fact that they seemed to be around the same age, Zhang Qing suddenly felt a sense of closeness. Seeing this, Anthony felt a bit of relief. This was his second attempt at hypnosis, and it finally succeeded. The first attempt was when he returned Zhang Qing's phone, but unfortunately, it failed. After becoming a Sequence 6 hypnotist, Anthony's psychological cue, or hypnosis, no longer required the assistance of candles, extract, or other mediums. He only needed the target's attention to be genuinely focused on something, especially his own eyes, to open the door to their body of heart and mind. If the process involved actions of giving and receiving, the effect would be even better, and the success rate would be higher. Later, when Anthony advanced to Sequence 5, his application of hypnosis improved even further. But now, he was suppressed to Sequence 7 in the dream, so while he could still perform hypnosis without the help of candles, extract, or pocket watches, the success rate was much lower. It was rare for him to fail when hypnotizing an ordinary person, so he had to urgently make up for it. I just finished an interview and was in a hurry to get to the next one, so I was rushing, Anthony explained further. Just finished an interview? Zhang Qing, who had been influenced, smiled and said, I just finished one too, but I was the interviewer. Are you with Intis Group? Anthony pretended to be curious. 70% of the office workers coming out of the tech building were likely from Intis Group. Yes, with the headquarters. We were hiring for an administrative position. Zhang Qing, for some reason, felt unusually relaxed and ended up saying what was on his mind. We've chosen someone, but I don't know if Mr. Huang will reject it later. Although hiring for an administrative role doesn't require a report to him, the HR director can decide, but he likes to visit the administrative department. At this point, Zhang Qing suddenly shut his mouth, realizing he shouldn't be gossiping about Mr. Huang in front of an outsider. Your boss, Mr. Huang, he's well known nationwide, Anthony said, pretending to suddenly realize. Zhang Qing smiled. Yes, well, the person we hired this time doesn't quite fit Mr. Huang's aesthetic, mainly in style, though her figure is up to standard. But since Miss Huang personally selected her, it's a done deal. Actually, this is a good thing. Half of the employees in the administrative department spend their days focused on makeup and gossip, waiting for Mr. Huang to drop by. Sometimes, I feel like a head eunuch, no, the assistant to a head eunuch managing the emperor's harem, like something out of Empresses in the Palace. But now, with a capable person joining, my stress will be much less. Otherwise, I consider that slacker Luo Shan a model worker. Talking about these things, Zhang Qing was full of complaints. Anthony played along perfectly, letting Zhang Qing vent a bunch of frustrations, making him feel completely at ease. After a while, Zhang Qing checked his watch. "I have to go, I'm in a hurry." He hesitated whether to add Anthony on WeChat, thinking it was rare to meet someone he could chat with so effortlessly at this stage in life. In the end, Zhang Qing decided not to, out of a sense of self-importance. Anthony hesitated as well. Adding Zhang Qing on WeChat could provide significant convenience for Franca and Lumian's operations within Intis Group. But in the end, Anthony refrained, feeling that it was unwise to tie all their connections to Intis Group, as it might be easier for the Celestial Worthy or his subordinates to catch them all at once. After parting ways with Zhang Qing and waiting for him to walk away, Anthony turned and walked towards the grey sedan parked by the roadside. He didn't get in, but as he approached the car, subtly raised his right hand and made an "okay" gesture. Then he walked past the grey sedan and headed towards another intersection. From now on, he would have to stay alone until tomorrow. This was because he had closely interacted with Zhang Qing and used Beyonder powers on him. And Zhang Qing was someone close to the dream manifestation of Mr. Fool, even if not directly. Seeing Anthony's gesture, Franca slowly nodded, then calmly drove the grey sedan onto the road. Once they were far from the tech building, she allowed herself a satisfied smile, and feeling triumphant, said to Lumian in the passenger seat, "The moment I saw Miss Huang in the conference room, I knew we had to scrap all our original plans. In a flash, I figured out exactly what to do." "What do you call that?" "Quick thinking, the ability to adapt." After Franca finished boasting, Lumian chuckled and said, "Maybe that was the real Princess Bernadette, who entered the dream specifically to help you infiltrate Intis Group." Franca quickly adjusted her mindset and said doubtfully, "Can Princess Bernadette actually enter the dream and control Huang Bei's dream manifestation? How many times has she been kicked out?" "The major arcana card holders are unsure. They only know that she was kicked out once after commissioning Zhou Mingrui to investigate the quality of dream tutoring classes. Whether she had been kicked out before that or how many times, she hasn't told anyone," Lumian recounted from the data. "What is certain is that the major arcana card holders have synchronized our situation with her and believe she's trustworthy and willing to help." Franca concurred succinctly. "I hope it's true. If Mr. Huang really has an eye for talent and comes to bother me, I can ask her to rein her dad in." Neither Franca nor Lumian had any faith in Emperor Roselle's or his dream manifestations restraint when it came to women. Xinhong District in the rented apartment, afternoon. Lumian received a phone call. After finishing the conversation, he turned to Franca with a smile and said, "I got the job." "Eh?" Franca exhaled in visible relief. With this, even if her own job offer ended up being vetoed by Mr. Wang, they could still move forward with their plan to access the dream manifestation of Mr. Fool, Zhou Mingrui, through the Intis Group, though it would be more challenging. Franca, now curious, asked, "What's the salary?" "It's 3,500 yuan a month during probation, and once confirmed, it's 4,500. For now, it's just rotating between guarding the front and back entrances of the building, patrolling different floors, and monitoring the surveillance cameras. If I get assigned to a more important post in the security department, the pay will go up significantly," Lumian repeated the details from the call. "Plus, the job comes with 2 uniforms. The Intis Group is quite generous. Given the salary standards in this city, that's decent for a security job," Franca said, feeling happier now that their team would have a stable source of income. Before she could start worrying about her own offer, her phone rang. After listening for a few moments, Franca's smile slowly blossomed. She raised her free hand and gave Lumian a thumbs up, signaling success. Her offer had come through too. Yes, no problem." After a series of confirmations, Franca's smile suddenly froze. After she hung up, Lumian, who had heard the conversation clearly thanks to his, Hunter's hearing, remained silent, waiting for her to speak. With a wooden expression, Franca said, "The probation is also 1 month, with a salary of 6,000, and once confirmed, it's 7,000, plus an allowance for clothing. The Intis Group is indeed generous. But..." She paused, her lips moving slightly, her expression turning a bit dazed, before continuing, but there's a dress code. Summer attire requires a blouse, skirt, stockings and heels. Can you opt out of that? Lumion asked, keeping his laughter in check. No, Franca shook her head. This must be one of Mr. Huang's rules. After a moment of silence, she quietly asked, Can I not go? Maybe Jenna can apply instead. Do you think she'd get the job? Lumion countered. Franca thought for a few seconds and said, No. Immediately, she gnashed her teeth. I can't let Mr. Huang harass her. Dechuan Garden, Building 5, 23rd floor, Room 3. Jenna stood by the window contemplating whether to sneak into Luo Shan's room tonight for a more thorough search. She hesitated for a while before deciding to wait. Luo Shan's current state was odd, still retaining her role as the neighborhood's guardian. Jenna worried that her actions might provoke Luo Shan, shattering that balance and causing her to lose her protective instincts entirely. Even though Luo Shan was merely a dream image, Jenna couldn't bring herself to destroy the last traces of goodness within her. That dedication to protection had touched her. Maybe she can still be saved. Maybe as long as she doesn't advance further and endure more severe pollution, she can retain her sense of self. Having a boon from an evil god doesn't necessarily mean turning bad, just like Lumion Jenna mused as these thoughts crossed her mind. Chapter 939, Virus. Jenna left the window and sat back on the couch, temporarily pushing thoughts of Luo Shan out of her mind. If the interview went well today, Lumion or Franca would move in with her, and their group would proceed with subsequent actions in pairs. Ludwig was, temporarily, an accessory. Sometimes Jenna hoped it would be Lumion, other times she prayed it would be Franca. During their time in the Dream City, she wanted to spend more time with Franca, to encourage her, treat her better, and show how much she valued her, making her feel needed, not alone. Though Jenna hadn't explicitly discussed this with Lumion, she felt they shared an unspoken understanding, as some of their daily behaviors were very similar. As her thoughts wandered, Jenna suddenly chuckled at herself. Actually, the best option would be for Lumion and Franca to live here together. That way, Franca wouldn't lack the feeling of being needed, Lumion could do more, and Jenna would inevitably find herself wondering what Lumion and Franca were talking about, how they were interacting, whether they had grown closer, or if their relationship had evolved. This made her feel a little bitter, a bit uncomfortable, but it also helped her further digest her affliction potion. When it came to causing others pain, Jenna's potion digestion was progressing rapidly thanks to Ludwig's presence. It wouldn't be long before she completed it. But when it came to her own pain, she still had a long way to go. She murmured softly, Imagination and suspicion are more painful than reality, and they eat at the soul even more. This was a principle she had developed for her role-playing, more refined than causing others pain, or causing herself pain. If she were an evil demoness, she could use this principle to subtly manipulate someone, appearing normal on the surface while fostering jealousy in their wife or girlfriend, gradually driving them both into a pit of pain. Of course, she also hoped that Lumion and Franca's relationship would improve, that they could save each other to some extent. She was all for it, as long as she wasn't left out. Jenna gradually reined in her thoughts, unlocked her phone and opened her photo gallery. She looked at the sketch of a self-portrait Luo Shan had sent her yesterday, zoomed in on it, and selected the delete button. She felt that keeping a painter's artwork on her phone was risky. She hadn't deleted it yesterday because she wanted to see if anything would happen, but nothing did. However, she couldn't stay on alert about the picture on her phone forever. She still needed her phone to contact Lumion, Franca, and Anthony. After deleting the photo, Jenna idly scrolled through her phone, flipping through news stories, novels, funny videos, and shopping tips. Time passed quickly. Jenna straightened her back slightly and stretched without moving her hands. She felt it might be a good time to message Franca and check on their situation. But before that, she cautiously checked her phone for any strange apps or statuses. Suddenly, Jenna froze. She found Luo Shan's sketch still sitting quietly in its original spot in the gallery, lifelike, with a smile on its lips and eyes full of spirit. For a moment, Jenna felt uncertain. Did I really delete it earlier? Was I influenced and hallucinating? Jenna quickly calmed herself down and deleted the photo again. She spent the next few minutes staring at the gallery, watching to see if Luo Shan's sketch would reappear. After a while, the phone screen naturally dimmed and Jenna quickly reached out to reactivate it. The photo with Luo Shan's sketch was back in its original spot. Jenna confirmed there was a problem but didn't know how to solve it. She didn't even dare to use her phone to search for a solution online. At that moment she heard the doorbell ring. Startled, Jenna quietly stepped behind the door and looked out through the peephole. She saw Lumion and Franca. With a sigh of relief, Jenna opened the door. During this process, she remained somewhat cautious until Lumion and Franca appeared vividly before her eyes, with no warning from her spiritual intuition. Perfect timing, Jenna said in a hushed voice. Franca immediately showed concern, slipping the key card into her loose pants pocket as she walked into the room and asked in a serious tone, "What's going on?" The elevator in the Dechuang garden required a card to access, and the landlord had provided 2 cards. Jenna kept one, and Franca had the other. Once Lumion closed the door and set up the bottle of fiction, Jenna carefully recounted everything about Luo Shan. She concluded, "I remember the purifiers telling me that one of their colleagues once encountered a painter undergoing mental treatment. The painter always claimed to spirit body walk at night, entering a space similar to but distinct from the spirit world, where they fought monsters and enemies trying to invade reality from that space, protecting the peace of their neighborhood. This is very similar to what I saw with my astral projection when I was asleep." "You mean Luo Shan's protective actions might just be another aspect of her corruption by the boon?" Franca understood what Jenna was getting at. Jenna tersely acknowledged, "That was my initial guess. But after talking to Luo Shan and hearing her describe those monsters to my astral projection, I think she genuinely holds a belief in protection. This likely stems from Mr. Fool's subconscious perception and expectations of her." "So you think Luo Shan's protective behavior is not only a requirement of the boon, but also a reflection of her humanity and will, a result of Mr. Fool's subconscious clashing with the Fantasy Association's evil god's influence?" Lumion's gaze flickered as he made the connection with his own experience. Jenna nodded. "What I'm worried about now is that if our investigation agitates Luo Shan, it might push her into complete corruption, plunging her into the abyss. And that could also signify a small defeat for Mr. Fool in this particular matter. The loss is minor, but if enough minor losses accumulate, it could irreversibly tip the scales." Lumion agreed. "Our priority now is to delete that photo." "Right. If it stays on your phone, it's like a ticking time bomb," Franca said as she took Jenna's phone and focused on trying to delete the sketch, but it stubbornly reappeared. Franca frowned. "Do we really need to use one of those nuclear option antivirus programs?" Lumion glanced at the gallery on the phone, reached out, and tried to enter the screen to see if he could find Luo Shan's sketch in the world behind the screen and destroy it in both physical and mystical senses. At that moment, Franca stopped him. "Hold on, even if you can enter the phone's internal world, that would be like facing Luo Shan's sketch head-on. It would likely alert Luo Shan, agitate her, and confirm our suspicions." Franca then smiled. "Didn't you add the Shano on WeChat? Since he's a dream manifestation of a high-ranking member of the Church of Steam, and his WeChat nickname has Information Technologies in it, and he's studying at a university, maybe he knows how to delete a mystically infected photo. I'll ask." Lumion nodded thoughtfully. He dismissed the bottle of fiction and had Jenna send Luo Shan's sketch to his WeChat. Then Lumion messaged Stiano. "Can you help? My phone has a weird virus." Within seconds, Stiano, whose nickname was Electric Power, Energy and Information Technology, replied, "Send me a screenshot." He responded quickly. "Does that mean he's interested in this kind of thing?" Franca muttered. Lumion opened the photo, had Franca take a screenshot, and sent it to Stiano. "This photo won't delete. It keeps reappearing." A moment later, Electric Power and Information Technology sent back a compressed file. "There's a small program inside. Use it to load the image and delete it, and you should be fine." Is there really a way to solve this? Franca and Jenna both wondered as Lumion followed the instructions, extracting the file and launching a program called Information Shredder. He used the program to load Luo Shan's sketch, pressed the built-in delete button, and then exited the program, locked his phone for a couple of seconds and reopened it. He saw that the photo was gone from the gallery, not reappearing. After testing it several times, Lumion sent the compressed file to Jenna. Jenna also successfully deleted Luo Shan's sketch without it returning to her gallery. He's really an expert, Franca said, gazing at Lumion's WeChat contact. Electric power and information technology? With genuine admiration, Lumion used voice input to thank Stiano. Electric power and information technology, replied. This virus is worth studying. If you encounter similar problems again, feel free to contact me. Only with similar problems? Lumion mused as he sent a nodding emoji in response. Finally, Jenna relaxed. Suddenly, Franca hissed. In one society, or rather, in the Dream City, some sequences and beyond the powers have become even more terrifying and harder to guard against. As we've seen, if a painter's artwork has mystical powers, then the corresponding photo can carry some of that too. And if it spreads online, seen and downloaded by thousands, how horrifying would that be? Even the surveillance world we encountered before isn't something we'd face in reality. Before Lumion and Jenna could respond, Franca had another idea. Computer viruses and phone viruses are still viruses. Can they be controlled by a demoness? Probably not, but a higher sequence of the mystery prior pathway should definitely be able to. Chapter 940, Repaying the Loan. Lumion and Jenna could deeply relate to Franca's concerns. They had encountered a pixie in reality before, a higher sequence beyonder of the Pater pathway, but they had never imagined that something as simple as a photo, sent through the information network, could carry such terrifying supernatural power. Yes, Jenna nodded. Gay! We need to think more about what different pathways of Beyonders can achieve in the Dream City that they couldn't in reality, and prepare accordingly. Though the Dream City suppressed all Beyonder powers to the level of Sequence 7, its unique characteristics and the details of its social functioning had brought about possibilities that exceeded their previous expectations. Of course, Lumion and the others had already begun to discuss how certain Beyonder powers from the Demoness and Hunter pathways could interact with the Dream City in unexpected ways. However, they had yet to thoroughly explore the potential changes other pathways might undergo as a result. Their current conclusions were, the Hunter and Demoness pathways, which symbolized calamity, could exploit the unique features of the Dream City positively, like using the abundance of mirrors to set up mirror mazes and cast different mirror spells at any time and place, or utilizing screens as a medium to access previously unreachable or non-existent surveillance worlds and other dimensional spaces. On the negative side, there were many more uses, which, as Franca put it, involved actions that would violate criminal laws, and not just any violations, but those that would warrant severe penalties. Examples included using the internet to seduce others and spread pleasure, amplifying the destructive power of a pyromaniac by triggering natural gas explosions, or leveraging the dense buildings and population to better and faster spread diseases, among others. There were countless other more detailed and everyday uses as well. After discussing this for a while, Lumion said to Jenna, "For now, Franca will stay here for a while. She can observe Luo Shan during the day and approach her as a colleague." Jenna had already had a hunch, and she looked at Franca with a delighted expression, asking, "Have you joined the Intis group?" Franca smiled nonchalantly. "Of course." She then recounted how she had prepared for the interview and how she had adjusted her plan upon seeing Miss Huang also participating. "When do you both start officially?" Jenna asked with concern. Franca replied with a hint of pride, "I have 3 days to sort out my affairs. Lumion has to report tomorrow." The identity that Madame Justice had created for Franca was that of a 25-year-old white-collar worker with 3 years of experience, someone who had changed fields right after graduation and no longer worked in her original profession. Franca had been worried that the work experience on her resume might be an issue, since it was fabricated. However, when she pretended to be a background checker from a certain company and made a phone call, she was surprised to find that there really was someone named Luafu, who matched her profile closely. This led her to suspect that the company might be secretly connected to Madame Justice or other major arcana cardholders in the Dream City. Alternatively, before Madame Justice was expelled, she might have used her ability to weave the dream and pre-embedded some identities that could be utilized. After identifying the bearer of the 5 lucky coins, she might have painstakingly and time-consumingly altered the names, appearances, and other information. Anything you need to prepare? Jenna asked, intending to find out if she could help in any way. Franca's expression suddenly fell. I need to buy a skirt, stockings, and high heels. It had been a long time since she had consumed the witch potion, and the most she had worn was a skirt-pants combination. She had never actually worn a skirt, let alone the other items. Is Pa the dress code? Lumion explained on her behalf. Jenna understood Franca's reluctance and, with a flicker of her eyes, said, Have you forgotten the acting method? Forgotten the roles you've played before? This is just another form of acting. It's not about digesting the potion this time, but about getting close to Mr. Fool's dream manifestation and secretly dealing with the lurking subordinates of the celestial worthy and the evil god's followers, thwarting their schemes. Remember, you're just acting. Franca had already made up her mind, and now she was just finding more reasons to justify it. So Jenna's instigation easily worked, and Franca's expression softened. Jenna looked at her and smiled slightly. I'll wear the same kind of outfit as you. If we're all dressed the same, there won't be any awkwardness or shame. Franca's eyes lit up. Sure. Since she had decided to make this sacrifice, getting some perks was a welcome bonus. Lumion stayed silent, letting Franca and Jenna continue their conversation, wary of being roped into making a similar promise. He checked the time on his phone and reminded the 2 demonesses. Even though we didn't confront Luoshan's sketch directly, the fact that we managed to delete that kind of photo itself is suspicious. If Luoshan notices it's gone, she'll likely test us again, or even take more drastic action. You 2 need to stay vigilant. I was thinking the same thing just now. Franca and Jenna responded almost in unison. Lumion waved them off and left. Once he was gone, Franca plopped down on the couch, relaxing as she smiled at Jenna. Let's go shopping for clothes tomorrow. We have money now, the lottery winnings are in. Jenna visibly breathed a sigh of relief at this news. She cautiously suggested, Should we pay off those microloans first? She had seen many people in Quartier du Jardin Botanique and the Marché du Quartier du Gentleman who borrowed from loan sharks, only to eventually destroy themselves and their families, dragging down the ones they loved most. So, even after entering the Dream City, she was always extremely cautious when it came to taking out microloans. I was hoping to save up some money to rent those good items from Stardream Provisions Store. Franca hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, Fine, let's pay off the loans first. This might even increase the credit limit, which could come in handy at critical moments when we need to go all in. Before transmigrating, she had seen many cases of people borrowing microloans and having their lives ruined as a result. Now, as a fairly experienced beyonder, she knew that money could be used to rent the magic mirror Arades, and she understood that in the Dream City, money was likely a symbol representing valuable resources. The offense, defense, battle that occurred during the prize redemption process further solidified this theory. From this perspective, carrying outstanding microloans indeed seemed risky. While it could serve as an emergency solution in the short term, dragging it out over a long period or relying on them to sustain daily life was not a wise choice. Jenna also sat down on the couch and urged Franca to repay the online loan on the spot. She then transferred some money to her teammates to help them repay their loans as well. Only 100,000 left. Franca sighed. Jenna changed the subject, and the 2 of them chatted about their recent experiences, sharing their thoughts on daily life. In the end, Jenna couldn't help but ask again, How exactly can we awaken Mr. Fool? They had discussed this question many times before, but still had no concrete ideas. They could only observe and make contact, hoping to find clues and inspiration. Franca shook her head and sighed. I don't know. The major arcana have tried everything they could think of, from directly reminding him of the existence of beyonder powers to filming a movie that fully depicted his experiences in the hope of triggering his memory. None of it worked, and they were quickly expelled from the dream as a result. She hadn't known before, but now she understood that the movie they shot was The Great Pirate 3. It seems like no one has tried directly telling Zhou Mingrui the truth, Jenna recalled. We're not sure if that would work, but it would certainly lead to being expelled from a dream quickly, Franca replied with a self-deprecating smile. Still, if we have enough attempts left, we could isolate someone and let them give it a shot. Late at night, the two demonesses washed up and went to bed, each occupying a pillow. They had already discussed how to deal with any probes Luo Shan might carry out. Next, now without saying much, they exchanged a glance and tacitly pulled up their blankets, closing their eyes in the cool air brought by the air conditioner. Using ice to cool the room would be too easily detected by any potential watchers, as an indication of beyonder powers. Once again, Jenna's astral projection ventured out and saw many spirits, wandering around along with the blurry illusory buildings, the frozen storm, and the semi-transparent barrier. She didn't immediately check on Luo Shan's situation. Instead, she kept her eyes unfocused and her gaze blank, floating and moving back and forth naturally under the guidance of her spirituality. During this process, she saw Franca, who was also in a similar state. Finally, Jenna's body turned toward the semi-transparent barrier adjacent to the deep darkness. There was no one there. Luo Shan wasn't there fighting off the monsters trying to invade. Jenna's heart tightened, but she maintained her previous state, continuing to wander in her astral projection. After a while, her gaze naturally rose, and she saw Luo Shan. Luo Shan, dressed in a pale yellow skirt-pants combination, was floating high up, quietly watching her and Franca with deep eyes. It was impossible to tell how long she had been watching. Jenna's nerves instantly tightened, but thanks to her acting skills, she showed no signs of abnormality. Franca remained just as natural. After a long, intense stare, Luo Shan flew toward the area where strange creatures were attempting to invade. From behind the semi-transparent barrier, she blocked their attacks and drove them back repeatedly. Neither Franca nor Jenna let their guard down. Like background characters, they dutifully repeated simple actions and irregular movements. Suddenly, both felt a sense of danger and woke up instantly from their sleep. They smelled a sickening foul odor and saw a pair of brown-yellow eyes staring at them from the night, clinging to the ceiling. In the darkness, a pair of wings covered in brown feathers, like those of a giant owl, spread out. Chapter 941, Recognition. It was a human being seemingly embedded within an owl. His eyes were perfectly round, with pupils that gleamed in brown and yellow, filled with undisguised malice. Anyone who made eye contact with those eyes would inevitably experience a jumbled mind, tense emotions, and a soul-deep fear. The half-owl, half-human abomination flapped its wings and, with a foul stench, swooped down toward Jenna and Franca, who were lying in bed. Its mouth opened, releasing nearly tangible sound waves. The sound waves struck the two demonesses, passed through them, and hit the bed sheets, dispersing in all directions. The bed was now empty. The air conditioner panel screen, the glass top of the bedside table, and the dark glass embedded in the wardrobe doors all flickered with a dim, eerie light. Behind the half-owl, half-human abomination, Franca's figure sprang up, clutching an almost invisible wintry blade and stabbing at the target with the speed of a gust of wind. The transparent triangular spike pierced the abomination's body with precision, freezing it in an instant as if it had encountered an icy spell. At the bedroom door, Jenna's figure appeared, holding a mirror that reflected the enemy's now stuttering movements. With her other hand, she ignited a silent black flame and quickly ran it across the surface of the mirror. The half-owl, half-human abomination ignited with an evil black flame from the inside out, but due to the wintry blade's effects, it couldn't even let out a wail or scream. Soon the abomination burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. A type of spirit creature. Franca understood that a demoness's black flame mainly targeted spirituality and life, making it difficult to ignite a physical entity. She gently descended from midair, as weightless as a feather. Jenna quickly and quietly said, "That was a mourner, the creature from Luo Shan's painting, and the invader. Luo Shan has been fighting." "Luo Shan's aggressive probe?" Franca responded without hesitation. "We need to go to Luo Shan's room now, and try to subdue her as soon as possible, or we might be kicked out of the dream." Jenna had clearly considered this as well. She nodded and said, "You head to Luo Shan's room. I'll go to that spirit world-like space." If necessary, I'll take Luoshan's place and guard the barrier to prevent those invaders from getting through. She thought Luoshan might not be in her room and could still be at the semi-transparent barrier. She was also worried that without Luoshan's protection, the invaders might break through the defense line and cause a disaster. Franca didn't waste time, and with a slight nod, slipped to the other side of the curtains, opened the master bedroom window, and jumped down to the 15th floor. She didn't use the ice amulet to cross through the mirror world, fearing that Luoshan, who had sensed Jenna's previous probe, might have set some traps afterward. Franca's body was as light as a feather, yet the wind didn't push her off course. She landed precisely on Luoshan's bedroom windowsill and pried open the window with a thin layer of frost. Franca didn't rush in. Using the faint pre-dawn light, she quickly scanned the room. The bed was empty, and paintings of various subjects hung everywhere. Hiding? Franca pulled out a mirror from the traveler's bag. She intended to divine the level of danger and create an illusion of herself using the mirrors inside and outside the room to see if she could lure Luoshan into making a move. In the spirit world-like space shrouded by the frozen storm, Jenna's astral projection emerged and immediately looked toward the nearby semi-transparent barrier adjacent to the deep darkness. Luoshan wasn't there. Mourners and other bizarre creatures were attacking the barrier, gradually thinning it, and causing the frozen storm to show signs of disintegration. Jenna looked around, scanning up and down, but still didn't spot Luoshan. She sighed inwardly and floated to the area under heavy assault by the monsters. Dangerous black flames and crystalline ice spears formed around her, shooting outward and smashing many of the invaders. After holding the line for 15 minutes, the monsters retreated into the depths of the darkness, their attack fully repelled. After a while, sunlight began to filter into the area, and both the frozen storm and the wandering spirits and illusory buildings faded away. Jenna's astral projection also returned to her body. Morning had arrived. Franca had already returned, her expression serious as she told Jenna. I couldn't find Luoshan. She either hid early or left. Could she have hidden inside one of the paintings? Jenna quickly suggested a possibility. Franca gently shook her head in response. I checked all the paintings. None of them had any human shadows, but the sketch portrait you mentioned is missing. There's a painting of a bridge that stretches from the edge of a cliff near the foreground over a bottomless dark abyss to another cliff in the distance, where there's a black forest. I suspect Luoshan entered the painting and escaped into the black forest via the bridge. I couldn't pursue her, and I have a strong sense of danger about that painting. It probably wasn't painted by Luoshan herself. Jenna was about to say something when she suddenly realized. We haven't been kicked out of the dream. Nor have we been restricted, Franca noted, having kept an eye on this matter. She mused. Luoshan was corrupted by that evil god from the Fantasy Association, not controlled by the celestial worthy. While that evil god might assist the celestial worthy in some matters, it certainly has his own agenda and won't help with everything. Perhaps he wants us to stay in the dream to hinder the celestial worthy at a critical moment, so it's concealing this matter. This is what Lumion meant when he said that the goals of the evil gods and the celestial worthy sometimes align, but sometimes they don't, Jenna agreed with a nod. She then added, it's also possible that Luoshan hasn't been completely corrupted and hasn't fully fallen, choosing to deal with us on her own without informing that evil god. Struggling and resisting? Franca sighed before saying, oh, let's wait a bit longer and see what happens. After waiting for more than an hour, the two demonesses saw Luoshan leave Building 5, dressed in the standard Intis Group Administrative Department uniform, heading off to work as usual. It seemed as if everything that happened last night had been just a dream. Franca and Jenna still hadn't been kicked out of the dream, nor had they faced any restrictions. She must have hidden in that painting with the bridge, Franca concluded, withdrawing her gaze. I'll send a message to Lumion, letting him know what happened last night, and that we might be at risk of being kicked out of the dream soon. When they get him kicked out too. Jenna worried that contacting Lumion now might leave a hidden danger. Franca let out a soft laugh. Isn't there that little app Stiano gave us, the information shredder? I figure WeChat messages are also information, so they should be shreddable without leaving a trace. I'll shred the message when sending it, and Lumion will shred it when receiving it. Although I can't be sure the information shredder will definitely fool the celestial worthy subconscious tracking, I think it's worth a try. If it really works as we hope, we'll have more room to maneuver in certain situations. Jenna pondered for a moment and then said, "Okay." Franca immediately composed a WeChat message detailing Luo Shan's probe, her and Jenna's response, and the subsequent developments, finally reminding Lumion to use the information shredder to delete the chat record. At the entrance of the tech building, Lumion stood in the lobby, casually reading the message from Franca. Then he made his way to the first-floor restroom, entered the men's section, and found a stall where he activated a bottle of fiction. He then brought his phone close to his mouth and whispered, "You can try more probes. Franca should also start work as early as possible and get in touch with Zhou Mingdui. We can't rely entirely on Luo Shan's struggle or the selfishness of that evil god from the Fantasy Association. They could change their minds in half a day or a day, so you need to gather more information before that happens to prepare for the second or third time we enter the dream." After sending the message, Lumion waited a few seconds before pulling up the information shredder app and selecting the chat history with Franca and Jenna, then clicked delete. Once he finished, he terminated the bottle of fiction and took the elevator to the 13th floor, where the Intis Group's security department was located. After completing the necessary paperwork, he was led into the security department, chief's office. The office was large, almost the size of a private gym, with space for practicing boxing. The security department chief was a foreigner with black hair and blue eyes, of medium height, and a muscular build that seemed understated but exuded power. His name was Grim. According to the major arcana cardholders, he had been one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse who served Emperor Roselle faithfully. He died early before he could witness Roselle's great achievements, and this was his dream manifestation. "Have you practiced martial arts?" Grim asked in broken local dialect. "Yes," Lumion nodded sincerely. "Then let's have a sparring match." Grim pointed to the boxing ring on the other side of the office. Still not in his security uniform, Lumion didn't refuse. He entered the ring and waited for Grim to approach. Grim took off his light suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of Lumion. Suddenly he threw a punch, the wind whistling as it cut through the air. Lumion, appearing nonchalant, seemed to have anticipated the move. He side-dessed, avoiding the punch. Snapping his waist back, he swiftly closed in on Grim, unleashing a barrage of attacks with his elbows, fists, knees and toes in a relentless onslaught. Grim maintained a tight guard, blocking Lumion's fast but underpowered strikes without allowing them to break his defense or land on his body. Bang! Bang! After a few dozen seconds of furious assault, Lumion suddenly stepped back, panting heavily as he raised his hand in surrender. "I'm out of strength." Of course, he couldn't knock out his department head on his first day at work. It wasn't just a matter of workplace etiquette. He was concerned that revealing his combat prowess would expose him as a beyonder. "Not bad." Grim nodded. He walked straight to his desk. As he passed Lumion, he suddenly lowered his voice as if not wanting the others, waiting in the office to overhear, and said, "Give my regards to the mother." Mother Lumion's pupils dilated. Grim then added in a hushed tone, "I've recognized you, honorable child of God." Chapter 942. Storm in a Teacup. Child of God, has he sensed the Amabella bloodline in me? This dream of a great existence is truly remarkable. Even capturing the smallest details, Lumion had now realized the truth, and he gently nodded in response to Grim's greeting. He turned and took a few steps, then said to Grim, "Director, I'll be heading out first." Grim's full title was Director of Security for the Intis Group. Grim's face broke into a satisfied smile as he gave a barely perceptible nod. "I'm quite pleased with your fighting skills. You should now follow Team Lead Shu to familiarize yourself with the different positions and procedures in the security department." This was his way of subtly indicating to Xu Xinyang, the current team lead of Security Team 2, who was also in the office, that he valued this young man and did not want Xu to give him a hard time. "Yes, Director." Lumion responded with a slightly excited tone. As he followed Xu Xinyang out of the office, his expression gradually settled and thoughts about Grim flashed through his mind. As one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse who served Emperor Roselle, Grim had died on a primitive island in the Fog Sea, but later seemed to have been corrupted by the power of the Great Mother, and his corpse had been revived. In a strange state, the Umabella bloodline in me can only be sensed by those directly created by the Great Mother, or obtained her boon, and they would have to be ones that lack the necessary intelligence to mistake me as a child of God. The Grim in the Dream City is constructed based on Mr. Fool's subconscious perception, so the Great Mother's corruption hidden within him is understandable. But why did he mistake me for a child of God? Is it because, as a dream manifestation, he fundamentally lacks the necessary intelligence? I wonder if the Great Mother has truly covertly corrupted the Dream Grim and is using this connection to have him help with her own matters. Lumion found the situation somewhat amusing. He truly was like a detonator for calamity, having triggered some issues that the major arcana card holders had been unable to uncover, and he had only been here for a few days. After changing into the navy blue security uniform, Lumion was assigned by Security Team 2's team lead Xu Xinyang to guard the main entrance, with the primary duty of maintaining order in the lobby, preventing suspicious individuals from entering the building, and stopping delivery personnel from taking the elevator, instead directing them to leave packages in the drop-off area. Lumion and two colleagues replaced the previous security guards responsible for these tasks, standing at the entrance with their backs ramrod straight. At this time it was still before the official start of the workday, and employees from various companies were still arriving. Some of them had a surprised reaction. The new security guard is quite good-looking. Is he new? With that appearance, he shouldn't be a security guard. He should go do live streaming auditions or be an extra in movies. Soon, a male employee from an MCN company on the 7th floor and a female employee from an Intis Group subsidiary company consecutively walked up the stairs and headed toward the entrance. The latter's eyes suddenly lit up. The security guard at the door is so handsome she picked up her phone, intending to take a photo and share it with her best friends. The former, on the other hand, immediately became excited. A handsome security guard, not at all sleazy handsome security guard, that's great material. It might even become a hot topic and miraculously attract eyeballs. While a level of handsomeness that would only be considered average or slightly above average for regular people, when contrasted with identities in the lower strata of society, such as security guards, beggars, farmers, herdsmen, delivery workers, or construction laborers, it had the potential to generate a lot of attention, online. The MCN company employee quickly grabbed their phone intending to record a video. Sensing their actions, Lumion stepped forward, blocking their phones with his hand, and said sternly, "Please don't take photos of me without permission. Please respect others' privacy." The man and woman were both taken aback, not expecting to be stopped. The male employee blurted out, "I think you have the potential to go viral, and I want to post a video online." "No need." Lumion stopped them, not wanting to become an internet celebrity. The MCN company employee was dumbfounded. Who doesn't want to go viral these days? Lumion said seriously, "Did you happen to take any photos just now? If so, please delete them." Hearing his words, Lumion felt the surrounding office workers all looking towards them, and the man and woman's faces flushed red, feeling a bit indignant. "What right do you have to tell me to show you my phone? If you got the guts, call the cops." The woman retorted angrily. The male MCN company employee suddenly had an idea and began shouting, "The security guard is beating me up. The security guard is trying to take my phone. I'll make you go viral in another way." Lumion seemed amused by their actions, a smile appearing on his face. This smile immediately calmed the man and woman, making them feel guilty for having yelled at someone so pleasant. Maintaining his charm, Lumion said sincerely, "I appreciate that you want me to go viral, but I really don't need that. Could you please delete the photos or video?" The man and woman, forgetting about the people around them, dazedly showed Lumion their phones and deleted the photo and video in front of him. "Thank you." Lumion kept smiling. The man and woman reluctantly left for the elevators, glancing back at him every few steps. Once they entered their own company and gradually regained their composure, one felt the security guard was handsome and cool, as well as polite, while the other suspected they might have awakened some remarkable inclination. At the lobby entrance, many white-collar workers were looking towards Lumion due to the recent incident. Lumion spotted Zhou Mingri, who had changed into a dark polo shirt and was carrying a black briefcase. Zhou Mingri also seemed to recognize him, with a hint of surprise on his expression. Lu Mian gave him a slight smile and gestured towards his security uniform. Zhou Mingri composed his expression and politely nodded. Beneath his calm exterior, his heart was racing with shock and suspicion. Why is it him, that young man who had an early romance and became a father at a young age? How did he end up as a security guard at my company? I only saw him a couple of days ago, and now he's a security guard. Isn't that too coincidental? Is it because of the incident with the vending machine? After becoming an assassin, I feel like there's been someone secretly observing me. Is this person trying to investigate my anomaly? Zhou Mingri maintained his usual expression as he stepped into the elevator, waiting for it. He began to feel like he should resign and move away from his current residence, completely escaping the hidden observers. The reason he hadn't done so before was that his acquisition of Beyonder powers had not been discovered, and the Intis Group's salary was quite plush, at the top tier in Yangdu. If he resigned, it would be very difficult to find a similar good job. I'll observe for a little longer. If there really is a problem, I'll have to resign and move. If that doesn't work, I'll go look for jobs in Beijing or Shanghai. Will it implicate my family and friends? Thinking of this, Zhou Mingri shuddered, not daring to imagine the worst-case scenario. He could hide, but his family and friends couldn't. And without any evidence, even calling the police might not do any good. Reaching the 10th floor, Zhou Mingri, still carrying his black briefcase, did not immediately head to the tech department, but instead turned towards the administrative department across the hall. He wanted to find Luo Shan, the administrative staff member he was most familiar with, and ask about the new security guard. Luo Shan was not at her desk, seeming to have gone to the restroom. After greeting a few other administrative staff, Zhou Mingri made an excuse and stood by Luo Shan's desk, waiting for her. His gaze swept over her desk, finding some familiar items but also a sense of unfamiliarity. In addition to the cute decorations she had before, there were now strange paintings adorning the divider, the surface of her water cup, and the outer layer of her snack bags. Next to the computer screen was an empty bottle of a beverage that seemed to have been kept as a decorative item due to its attractive design. Zhou Mingri's gaze landed on that beverage bottle, looking past the colorful and diverse abstract packaging to the two words that stood out. Painter. Painter. Zhou Mingri's eyes narrowed slightly. What are you looking at? Luo Shan's voice suddenly came from behind him. As an assassin, he had failed to sense her approach in advance. Zhou Mingri quickly put on a smile and turned to face Luo Shan, acting casual. I have something to discuss with you. I saw a new security guard downstairs just now, and he was arguing with two people, saying they were taking photos of him without permission. Zhou Mingri recounted the situation he had observed without adding any speculation. Finally, he asked, Is he one of our company's security guards? Yes, he just started today. Luo Shan had a look of sudden realization. I heard from Feifei in HR that they hired a really handsome security guard, and I was thinking of finding an excuse to go check out the security department. Lowering her voice, Luo Shan continued, I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else. That security guard is only 22 years old and already has a child. I know that. He looks younger than his actual age, Zhou Mingri murmured inwardly. Luo Shan continued, Guess how old the child is? 7 years old. 7 years old? Zhou Mingri doubted if he had heard correctly. 7 years old. A junior high school student with a child. Tisk, tisk. Luo Shan clucked her tongue. Having a child at 15. So he did that at 14. He's right on the edge of being illegal and criminal. I don't know how old the mother is, Zhou Mingri suddenly felt. The new security guard might not be after him. If he had some scheme, why would he expose such an earth-shattering and attention-grabbing background? How would he be able to carry out his covert operations? That doesn't fit the logic of trying to be discreet. Luo Shan rambled on, finally saying, But he has a very ordinary, average name. Li Ming. Li Ming. Why not Li Hua? Zhou Mingri muttered as he left Luo Shan's desk and headed towards the exit of the administrative department. He didn't look back, because he felt Luo Shan might also have some issues. She might have already become a pater. Zhou Mingri remembered Luo Shan previously bringing a bunch of beverages for everyone to draw, and at that time, he had drawn Instigator and fed it to the mushrooms, while Luo Shan had drunk Reporter. Back then, he hadn't detected anything unusual about Luo Shan or the other colleagues who had drunk similar beverages in the office. Now, the painter beverage and the paintings that had appeared on Luo Shan's desk were making him suspicious. Chapter 943, A New Fabrication. At 4:30 p.m., Lumian gathered his personal belongings, changed out of the security uniform, and prepared to leave work. This job surprisingly had an 8-hour shift system, but he would have to take turns on night shifts later. It had to be said that Mr. Huang Tao was not too strict in his treatment of employees and was quite generous with the pay, even if some departments did require frequent overtime, for which Mr. Huang still provided overtime pay and at a fairly high standard. If the overtime was too late, there were also reimbursements for late-night snacks and transportation. So, although Mr. Huang was notorious for his womanizing, and some of the company's policies were not very friendly or respectful towards certain female employees, there were still many who were eager to join the Intis group. Today, Lumian had been stationed at the main entrance, not assigned to patrol the floors or monitor the security cameras. He had only encountered Zhou Mingri once in the morning and had not seen him since. He was not disappointed about this, nor was he impatient. The pace was just right. He walked towards the bus stop, braving the scorching sun, and along the way he took out his phone to send a voice message to Franca. I think I've left a rather strong impression on Zhou Mingri today. Although I didn't notice any obvious changes in his expression, if I were in his shoes, I would certainly suspect that it's not a coincidence that I just happened to meet him at dream tutoring classes and then immediately started working at the Intis group, that I must be tracking him with some hidden, sinister purpose. Given Zhou Mingri's caution and prudence, he will most likely think this way. Since he has formed such a deep impression, I won't be going back to Xinhong District tonight. I'll find a cheap motel to stay at and see if there are any developments at night, whether it might lead to me being kicked out of the dream. Ludwig is being taken care of by Anthony soon, True Hidden Blade replied. Doesn't this risk Zhou Mingri resigning? That's bound to be a contingency plan for such a cautious person. I haven't even started the job yet. I've already bought several sets of clothes and spent quite a bit of money. Sensing Franca's concern about the money potentially going to waste, Lumian chuckled and replied, It shouldn't lead to that for now. I deliberately didn't go and tamper with my background information or try to forge a fake identity before the interview so that my personal life would be outrageous enough to not seem like I'm coming to investigate. Sometimes, a moderate degree of high-profile behavior can actually reduce others' suspicions of you. And even if Zhou Mingri does end up resigning, you can still join the company normally. There's no rule that says Intis Group employees can't investigate Zhou Mingri's movements after work. Plus, the Intis Group has a lot of issues hidden, like Luo Shan and Grimm. If we can uncover them, it might give us some inspiration to find a way to awaken Mr. Fool. He had informed Franca and the others about the problem with Grimm earlier that day. Finally, Lumian added, Remember to use the information shredder to delete the chat log. He reached the bus stop and carried out the operation to eliminate any traces. Soon, the bus arrived. Since it was not the usual rush hour, there weren't many passengers. Lumian relaxed a bit. When he had taken the subway earlier, there had been an incident where a man had tried to grope him in the crowded environment, nearly having his wrist twisted off by Lumian. He wasn't afraid of such things. He just found it annoying and a waste of his time and energy. If he was experiencing this as a male, what would happen if he switched to his demoness state? Dechuang Garden. Franca played Lumian's voice message so that Jenna could hear it. As Jenna was using the information shredder to delete the chat log, she was either folding the new clothes one by one or hanging them directly in the closet. They had gone to the garment wholesale market again that morning, but this time they chose higher quality and more expensive items, spending nearly 2,000. After washing, baking dry, and ironing, the clothes were now ready to wear. I've already applied to start work tomorrow, Franca said contemplatively as she helped fold the clothes. In her previous life, she hadn't even finished university, never getting the chance to experience work. After her transmigration, she had lived off the original body's savings for a while, then by chance became an assassin, bidding farewell to a regular job. Jenna smiled. Just remember that you're going there to investigate the issues and interact with Mr. Fool's dream manifestations, not because you actually want the job. Then you won't care about how others view your work performance. I wonder when Jill Mingrui will resign, Franca chuckled. I hope I can at least get 1 month's salary. After tidying up the clothes, the two demonesses leaned against pillows on the bed and started scrolling on their phones. After browsing for a while, Franca clicked her tongue and said, Mr. Huang really does have a lot of rumors surrounding him. Huang Dao himself rarely posted anything on social media, but it was impossible to avoid the many ex-girlfriends he had had, numbering in the hundreds of all kinds, from famous actresses and singers to wannabe internet celebrities who wanted to gain attention by sharing their love stories with the big company president, and even some who staged and acted out their own stories, despite having no real connection to Wang Tao. So no matter what Franca and the others browsed, they would come across stories about Mr. Huang and his women every now and then, reinforcing the impressions they had formed from Roselle's diary and the corresponding legends. However, Franca still wanted to say that Mr. Huang was truly generous with his money and would not set traps to reclaim the gifts he had given or have the women thrown in jail. It was precisely because Huang Tao's many mistresses were verifiably from the administrative department of the Intis Group that Franca had discovered during her job interview that not many people were applying for the positions for the sake of the job itself. Of course, she herself was not applying for the sake of the job either, but to get close to Mr. Fool's dream manifestation. Before Jenna could respond, Franca sighed again. I can't even imagine what the state of the administrative department at the Intis Group must be, and for Mr. Huang to be able to manage such an administrative department and still have the company thrive, he must be really capable. Jenna also shared some of the other rumors she had come across about Mr. Huang, and by 11 o'clock at night, the two demonesses put down their phones, turned off the lights, and fell asleep. They once again found themselves in a strange space shrouded by a frozen storm, seeing Luo Shan, now in casual attire, floating at the edge of the semi-transparent barrier, having just pushed back the invasion of the bizarre creatures into the dark depths. Luo Shan turned and looked at them. Franca and Jenna's planning had anticipated this scenario, so they did not immediately make a move, but instead returned Luo Shan's gaze. Their eyes met, and Luo Shan's low voice spoke. Are you also people with beyond their powers? Are you here to investigate me? Her expression was full of wariness. Yes and no. Franca responded in an ambiguous way. Jenna used a touch of charm and smiled amiably. You haven't left, and you're even willing to meet with us. Luo Shan was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Last night, I hid away and discovered that you had taken my place, guarding the barrier and dealing with those monsters. I feel that you must be a good person and perhaps we can talk. Before Jenna could respond, Luo Shan pressed on. What do you mean, yes and no? Franca organized her thoughts and said seriously, we want to approach you, to figure out the issues with you and eliminate the hidden dangers, but we are not here to deal with you. The real target is not you. Luo Shan became a bit confused. Franca further explained. We are from the future, using a time machine to return to the present in order to find that Messiah. Messiah? Luo Shan was bewildered. What the hell are you talking about? Franca nodded solemnly. In the not-too-distant future, humanity is under attack by evil forces and is on the verge of extinction. That's when a Messiah suddenly appears and rescues us, mitigating the dire situation. The evil forces, through some means, have created a time machine and sent some monster-disguised creatures to the present in the city, trying to eliminate the Messiah while they're still weak. Fortunately, the future Messiah detected this and found a way for us to also utilize the time machine. He exhausted the machine's last bit of power to send us back here so that we can find and eliminate those monsters and help the young Messiah overcome the interference and obstacles, truly awakening them. Our contact with you is actually to get closer to the young Messiah. Jenna listened to Franca's narrative and was momentarily dumbfounded. Although they had briefly discussed the general storyline beforehand, she never expected Franca to be able to present it so convincingly. The story seemed to align quite well with the actual situation, yet there was a fundamental difference. Luo Shan's expression fluctuated for a while, finding Franca's story too far-fetched to be true yet strangely familiar. As her thoughts raced, she suddenly recalled something and blurted out, "Is that future Messiah Joel Mingrui?" Franca was not startled. She had fabricated this story precisely to probe how much Luo Shan knew and what information she had access to. She didn't expect Luo Shan to readily accept the ridiculous plot, but to accurately guess that the target was Zhou Mingrui, knowing she needs to deal with Mr. Fool's dream manifestations, but not understanding why. Jenna pondered and nodded, while Franca countered, "Why do you think so?" Luo Shan's expression suddenly twisted in anguish. That voice made me give Zhou Mingrui the real instigator beverage. That was the first time it made a clear demand, and promised to reward me with the painter beverage afterwards. I felt having beyond her powers was great at the time, and thought if Zhou Mingrui could also obtain them, it might not be too bad. At this point, Luo Shan's voice suddenly choked up. I didn't mean to harm him, I really didn't." Franca tensed up. "Did Zhou Mingrui drink the instigator potion? Beverage?" The information provided by the major arcana card holders did not mention Luo Shan giving Zhou Mingrui the instigator beverage. I don't know." Luo Shan shook her head. "But there was some incident at the neighboring company that day. I'm not sure if it's related to this or not. I'm not sure." Seeing Luo Shan's mental state becoming unstable, Jenna changed the subject. "How many times have you had those beverages?" Chapter 944, Shaman. As Jenna asked the question, she glanced at Franca. Franca nodded slightly. Luo Shan recalled her past experiences, her emotions calming a bit. "Twice. When and where was the first time?" Jenna asked in a friendly manner. Luo Shan cast her gaze towards the slightly ethereal buildings around them, seeing the glass windows representing each household glimmering in the faint light from the frozen storm. It was in the lobby of the apartment complex. A vending machine suddenly appeared there, filled with beautifully designed beverages. Like so random one, and it turned out to be... Seeing Luo Shan suddenly pause, Franca, floating in front of a building, took a step forward with an eager expression, wanting to probe further. Several spirit bodies of the apartment residents were wandering beside her, some wearing glasses, some with beautiful watches, some with shiny accessories on their clothes. Jenna grabbed Franca's arm, giving her a look to not be hasty, and asked softly herself, "What did you get?" "Shaman," Luo Shan named the beverage. "Shaman, what abilities did it give you?" Jenna asked casually. Luo Shan's mood lifted a bit. "It allows me to choose an area and, by setting up totems and performing rituals, establish it as my domain. Then I can communicate with the sky, earth, water, trees, and creatures there, borrowing power from their spirituality to cast various spells." That sounds so powerful. It's more impressive than any Sequence 9 I know of, almost on par with some Sequence 7 pathways, Jenna thought in amazement. She curiously asked, "Can a shaman only fight within their fixed domain? Can't they change territories?" "They can change, but it requires a complex process and takes a long time, about 3 days," Luo Shan explained enthusiastically. "Outside their domain, a shaman's power rapidly weakens, becoming weaker the further they are from their territory. There are still significant limitations. Is the personal domain a manifestation of spatial authority?" Jenna further inquired. "You guard the barrier to prevent those monsters from invading because they would destroy your domain." "That's part of it," Luo Shan sighed. "Another aspect is that a shaman's power allows me to sense different spaces, higher worlds, letting my spirit make initial contact with them. This causes my soul to be noticed by the monsters, becoming a target for their invasion. This place you're in now is a unique space formed by the fusion of my spiritual world, the shaman's domain concept, and the corresponding spirit world of Dechuan Garden. Those monsters want to use it as a stepping stone to invade reality, while also attacking my spirit and mind. If the barrier is breached, my soul will be controlled or even replaced by them. A Sequence 9 has such high risks. No wonder Shaman sounds so powerful. Xinhong District doesn't have this issue while Dechuan Garden does because a shaman lives here. Does Shaman essentially act as a beacon for those monsters to invade reality? Jenna roughly understood the basic situation of the shaman sequence. Luo Shan added with a self-deprecating smile, I'm no longer just a shaman. Now, even if this barrier is breached, it won't affect me much. The only problem is that everyone living in Daishuang Garden would be killed in their dreams, their abdomens torn open, their internal organs ripped out. As she spoke, Luo Shan fell silent. After several seconds she whispered, This is my doing. I have to take responsibility. If this wasn't a problem you brought about, and you encountered this situation, would you choose to guard the barrier in place as the Beyonder who fled? Jenna deliberately used this question to reinforce Luo Shan's sense of guardianship. Luo Shan's lips moved slightly. I don't know, maybe, probably. Jenna didn't press Luo Shan for a definite answer, instead asking with concern. You have to guard the barrier every night and still work during the day. Isn't it too exhausting? No, you can think of this as my mind world or my dreamscape. Being busy here doesn't affect my physical rest. I just need to take a nap during the day. Luo Shan smiled. This state made her feel like the protagonist of a novel or comic, saving humanity, in an inner world at night while continuing to be a corporate drone during the day. Jenna exchanged another glance with Franca before asking, What was the name of the second beverage you drank? Was it also from the vending machine? The second one I drank was Reporter, Luo Shan recalled. Once, after being injured while guarding the barrier, I woke up feeling like I had a bad cold, coughing severely. I took a day off and went to Mushu Hospital. The doctor prescribed cough syrup, but the pharmacy gave me the Reporter beverage instead. I suddenly felt it must be the follow-up beverage to Shaman, so I didn't tell the pharmacist they'd given me the wrong medicine. Later I drank Reporter again, but that one was fake. Among that batch of drinks, only the instigator for Zhou Mingrui was real. I shouldn't have listened to that voice. Mentioning this incident, Luo Shan's expression twisted, seeming very regretful. Jenna didn't immediately inquire about the origin of that voice, instead discussing less sensitive matters. What are the abilities of Reporter? Observing, investigating, and uncovering the truth of the world, along with extreme speed. Luo Shan's mood became low again, speaking vaguely without giving specific examples. She slowly raised both hands to cover her ears, mumbling as if in a trance. After drinking the Reporter beverage, I sometimes felt I had changed. I began to hate this world, hate the details that didn't match my imagination, hate the people and things I was dissatisfied with. I wanted them all to explode, wanted to remake them, make everything here conform to my fantasies. And to remake these things, I had to pray for help from the truth of the world, from the true world above. Then, I heard that voice. Jenna pursed her lips, changing the subject once again. After Reporter is painter, what comes after painter? After painter should be literature enthusiast, someone skilled in imagination. I haven't gotten that one yet. Luo Shan briefly answered Jenna's question, then moved her hands up to pull at her hair. That voice made me malicious, fierce, cruel. As she spoke, Luo Shan suddenly burst out, crying as if her heart was being torn apart. I don't want to be like this. I'm not this kind of person. Crystalline tears were already streaming down her cheeks. Seeing this, Jenna floated closer and said in a gentle voice, I know you're not that kind of person. That kind of person wouldn't continue to guard the barrier, preventing monsters from invading Daishuang Garden and killing the adults and children here. No, many of these monsters were drawn by me. Originally, they weren't so powerful. Luo Shan was still in painful self-reproach. She tugged at the collar of her shirt, seeming unable to breathe. Jenna moved in front of her and continued. Everyone makes mistakes. The difference between good people and bad people is that good people know how to make amends. Suddenly, Luo Shan raised her head. The top two buttons of her shirt were undone, clearly revealing the painting on her neck and chest. The painting looked like a tattoo, a vibrant, colorful flower. The flower suddenly enlarged, opening its petals in a spectral form, revealing dense teeth and hidden pus inside. The invisible scent it had been emitting, combined with the manifestation of its true form, made Jenna freeze, too dizzy to control her body. The colossal flower suddenly enveloped Jenna's body. Seeing this, Luo Shan's face showed a cold smile, silently mouthing, "That fool is just right for making people like you let your guard down." Just then, there was a cracking sound, like a mirror shattering. Luo Shan's expression changed slightly. She was about to attack Franca and find out where the real Jenna was, when her body suddenly stiffened, as if frozen. Stuttering, her astral projection quickly faded, leaving this space. In reality, in room 1502, Franca stood by Luo Shan's bed, thrusting the wintry blade into the sleeping Luo Shan's shoulder. She had already actively left that spirit world-like space earlier, when Luo Shan answered that she had drunk the beverage 3 times. The version of her before and after that moment was created and manipulated by Jenna using mirror magic, utilizing the surrounding glass windows, eyeglass, lenses, and other mirror-like objects. Upon realizing that Luo Shan's mental state was truly unstable and that she had acted against Zhou Mingri, Franca and Jenna decided to initiate their contingency plan, one creating illusions to occupy Luo Shan, the other returning to the real world to find Luo Shan's body and fundamentally control her. This might also eliminate the risk of them being kicked out of the dream. After stabbing Luo Shan with the wintry blade, Franca immediately took out her phone and called Anthony. "Come to Dechuan Garden, Building 5, Room 15002 now. We need you to treat someone with personality alteration due to corruption. Remember to bring Ludwig." Although the current plan was for Jenna, Franca, and Lumion, Anthony to operate in 2 separate groups with minimal contact, deleting chat and call records with the information shredder at all times, urgent situations called for flexibility. Anthony was the only person they could trust to treat Luo Shan now. Of course, Franca or Jenna could use repeated charm to make Luo Shan fall in love with them for a period of time, following their will and do the same to her altered personality, thus controlling the stability of her mental state. But with other options available, there was no need for such distortion, which might lead to a "the disease is cured, but the patient died" outcome. After Anthony replied, "Understood," Franca sighed in relief and used invisible spider silk to bind Luo Shan, who was struggling to wake up. Then, she removed her hair tie, letting her long hair cascade down and strangely extend, touching Luo Shan's body. This brought about a stone-like rigidity at the points of contact. Chapter 945, New Hostel. After a while, Jenna also came to room 1502 by climbing through the window, and saw Luo Shan controlled by 3 methods. "Were the invading monsters driven back again?" Franca asked with concern. Jenna tersely acknowledged. "By the time dawn breaks, they should attack again." She then summarized the key points of what Luo Shan had said after Franca left that space, hearing that becoming a shaman would cause one's own psyche to sense another space and higher realms, thereby attracting all sorts of strange creatures to invade. Franca couldn't help but mutter, "What kind of extraterrestrial demons is this?" Jenna could understand every word Franca said, but did not grasp the specific meaning. However, she was already accustomed to Franca occasionally blurting out some strange words, especially after entering the Dream City, so she did not ask further and continued to relay the information she had gathered from Luo Shan. As soon as she finished, the doorbell rang. Jenna walked to the bedroom door and cautiously, without approaching the main entrance, took out a hand mirror to reflect the view outside the peephole. It was Anthony and only Ludwig's head visible in the image. Jenna then opened the door, pointed to the bedroom, and said in a low voice, "The patient is inside." Anthony had driven himself to Dechuan Garden after a few days of observation. He had learned how to drive to some extent. Then, he persuaded the patrolling property management to help with parking and card swiping and pressed the button for the 15th floor. As Anthony walked towards the bedroom, Ludwig's gaze fell on the paintings Luo Shan had done. "Can I eat them?" He licked his lips, looking at Jenna with longing. Jenna hadn't seen the child in several days, and seeing him still the same, she felt a warm affection and smiled. "These are just paintings, but they still represent a certain reality." When it came to eating, Ludwig was always mature. Jenna thought for 2 seconds and replied, "Okay?" She felt that these paintings were done by Luo Shan previously, and Luo Shan's condition at the time was unknown. There might be some contamination or hints left on the paintings, if Anthony managed to help Luo Shan recover, but the patient then saw some of her old paintings and the problem resurfaced. It would be a waste of her companion's efforts. With the permission granted, Ludwig cheered and crumpled the unframed paintings, stuffing them into his mouth. Will eating these give you different qualities or abilities? Jenna asked curiously. Ludwig replied with a muffled voice. I can temporarily acquire them, but the duration is very short and I don't have anyone to deal with right now. Eating these is mainly to increase my spirituality limit. Jenna nodded in understanding, then looked at the back of Ludwig devouring the paintings and asked lightly, How have your studies been these past few days? Ludwig's back suddenly stiffened for a second. Inside the bedroom, Anthony had learned the full situation from Franca, lit some candles and dripped, on some pure dew. After completing all the preparations, he signaled to Franca that she could retract the wintry blade. Franca, who had been holding the almost invisible triangular spike for too long, had lost a lot of body temperature, and her lips were even a little pale. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly put the weapon back into the traveler's bag. Of course, she was still far from becoming an undead. The negative effects of the wintry blade were also suppressed to sequence 7 in the dream. As the wintry blade was put away, Luo Shan's eyeballs rolled slightly under her, the eyelids and slowly opened. She quickly recalled her ordeal, her expression twisting into an extremely hideous grimace. Then she saw a pair of deep brown eyes, like a deep lake, and the flickering yellowish candlelight reflected in them. At the same time, she smelled a soothing aroma. Luo Shan immediately became calm. Seeing this, Franca clicked to enlarge the words she had previously written on a memo and showed them to Anthony. Do not try to guide or suppress the corruption hidden in the patients beyond their powers. Trying to completely eradicate them is unrealistic and very dangerous for us now. What you need to do is treat the patient's mental problems, resolve the personality alteration, or reduce the impact of the personality alteration. If the patient relapses later, we will still handle it according to the current plan, until we find a way to thoroughly solve the corruption problem or find help. Anthony gave an almost imperceptible nod and began to communicate with Luo Shan's mental self. Franca stood by, ready to intervene if anything went wrong with Anthony. After Ludwig finished eating even the paintings in the bedroom, leaving only the one with the bridge, precipice, abyss, and dark forest, Anthony finally completed the treatment, extinguished the candles, and led Ludwig out of the bedroom, leaving room 1502. After another dozen seconds, Luo Shan's long eyelashes fluttered, and her gaze gradually recovered its normalcy. She looked at Franca and Jenna, her expression a mix of bewilderment, and as if she understood everything, and said, I feel like I've just woken up from a long nightmare. We found a professional doctor and cured the problems caused by the corruption in the potion beverage you had to some extent. Of course, this is just the end of the first treatment course, and whether there will be more courses will depend on the situation. Franca explained vaguely, retracting her long hair and releasing the invisible spider silk bindings. I knew you guys would help me even if you can't cure me. You'll deal with that demon properly. Luo Shan's spirit and mind had returned to the lively state before. She drank the reporter beverage. She smiled at Franca and said, Actually, I noticed at the time that you seemed to have become less real, but I suppressed that feeling and deliberately didn't look at you again, so that she wouldn't find out. Luo Shan had already started referring to the altered personality as Che. That altered personality also called her that. The situation seems to be more serious than we had anticipated previously, but at least we managed to control her and provide treatment in time. Franca nodded with relief. Jenna then asked curiously, You could tell that, Luo Fu became a mirror illusion, relying on the reporter's ability to observe, investigate, and uncover the true world, right? They had not fully understood the Pater pathway beforehand, and their plan almost failed. Yes, Luo Shan quickly nodded, looking at Franca. Your name is Luo Fu. It's so beautiful, even nicer than my name. You're all so beautiful. We all have the surname Luo. Maybe we were from the same family 500 years ago, Franca joked. Jenna thought for a moment, looking at Luo Shan. Why do you go out every evening? Sometimes I go to find tasty food to treat myself, sometimes I go shopping with friends, and sometimes, at this point, Luo Shan's expression changed slightly. Sometimes I go to a hostel that's still under renovation and hasn't opened yet. That's the latest demand of that voice. It said that after the hotel officially opens, it will bestow the literature enthusiast beverage on me. Hearing that the voice demanded opening a hotel, Franca and Jenna simultaneously thought of a term, hostel. For that evil god of the Fantasy Association, the concept of a hostel has strong symbolic meaning. Reflected in the dream it's wanting to open a hotel, Franca asked, "Is there money for opening the motel from you, or is there another source?" "I put in part of it, spending all my savings. Fortunately, I had already bought this apartment before, so the remaining money wasn't much. But lately, I've been seriously considering mortgaging the house to get a loan and get the hotel open as soon as possible." As she spoke, Luo Shan had a look of lingering fear on her face. Money opening a hotel requires money. That evil god of the Fantasy Association didn't directly give money, but made the bestowed offer it themselves. In Mr. Fool's Dream City, money indeed has a strong symbolic meaning, and the evil gods have to worry about it, Franca asked thoughtfully. "You only put in part of it. Who provided the rest?" "It's people similar to me, but I haven't met them. Different people go to oversee the hotel renovation every day, not contacting each other, and they're not even on the shareholder list. I'm not on it either. The hotel is owned by someone called Anderson." "Anderson? Anderson Hood?" Franca and Jenna asked in unison. "How do you know?" Luo Shan was surprised. Franca laughed. "We know a lot more than you think." She asked for the name of the hostel, opened her phone, searched it, and then saw the name, Colorful Hostel, with Anderson Hood's name clearly listed as a shareholder. This was too direct and conspicuous, making Franca feel that the other party was challenging or boasting about a successful prank. This needs to be told to Lumion. Let him probe Anderson. Speaking of which, he hasn't had an excuse to communicate with Anderson. The hunter hasn't been sending messages either. Jenna took out her phone, hesitating whether to contact Lumion now. She was afraid of waking the other party. After a brief consideration, Jenna still chose to step out of the bedroom and use the text input method to report the information about the colorful hostel to Lumion. She couldn't let the softness in her heart hinder the communication of key issues. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before dawn, and she and Franca would be kicked out of the dream. Luo Shan followed and came to the living room. She looked around and asked, "Where are my paintings?" "We've taken care of them all," Jen honestly expressed her previous concerns. "Okay." Luo Shan nodded in agreement, then pointed to the remaining painting and said, "What about this one? It's the most dangerous." Seeing Franca and Jenna both looking at her, Luo Shan's expression changed a bit, as she said, "It's not a painting I did. Soon after I drank the reporter push, I suddenly received this painting. I don't know who sent it. I feel that the other me, in my heart, is also in the dark forest in this painting. Conventional methods can't get rid of it." Jenna did not hide anything from Luo Shan. Frank had changed the subject thoughtfully. "What about the self-portrait? When you deleted all the photos, it self-combusted, so I knew you had a problem." Luo Shan said, worried and curious. Franca immediately became eager to try, pointing to the painting with elements, like the dark forest, precipice, and bridge, and asked Luo Shan, "Have you tried taking a photo of this painting? Did anything unusual happen at the time?" If she could take a photo and the abnormality wouldn't immediately manifest, they could consider using the information shredder to handle it. "I couldn't. The photos would turn out blank. I even tried throwing it away, but it mysteriously came back." Luo Shan shook her head. As expected, Franca was not too surprised by this. She pondered and said, "Can you give us this painting? We have a way to deal with it, but we'll have to wait until morning." Chapter 946, 5-star rating. After returning to room 2303 with that painting, Jenna asked Franca, "Should we have Lumion contact Stiano? He should be very interested in how to deal with this kind of painting." The previous self-portrait sketch of Luo Shan could be photographed but not deleted, while this precipice bridge painting couldn't be photographed at all. Franca pondered for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "That's one of the backup plans, but not the first choice." We currently only know that Stiano is interested in mystical photos that can spread online and can't be deleted. We're not sure if he has the desire to research paintings that can't be uploaded to the internet. Besides, always owing favors to someone or owing too many may not be a good thing. You'll have to be repaid eventually. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It's similar to taking out microloans. Do it appropriately and moderately, and be prepared to repay from the beginning. With the analogy of microloans, Jenna immediately accepted Franca's reasoning. Then how do we deal with it? She asked. Franca's smile widened. Wait until dawn, then take this painting to the Star Dream provision store after the morning rush hour. Jenna couldn't quite follow Franca's train of thought. Franca, who had read extensively before her transmigration, always had a broad perspective. She chuckled softly. When you get to the Star Dream provision store, ask the shopkeeper if she'd buy items with mystical elements and how much she would offer. If she's willing to buy it, this painting probably won't be able to come back on its own. Can it be done like this? Jenna thought carefully and found it quite feasible. Based on the premise that only true gods could enter Mr. Fool's dream. Besides, those who possessed medium items or had special connections, as well as details like contacting the major arcana card holders by sending letters to the Church of the Ebonite Goddess's high-ranking deacons through the Star Dream provision store and the dim environment of the store itself, Lumien's team could actually guess the shopkeeper's identity in reality, but they tacitly agreed not to mention it. If the shopkeeper agreed to buy this strange painting, it meant she definitely had a way to control the corresponding anomalies and truly transfer ownership to her hands. Moreover, wasn't it normal for a provision store focusing on mystical elements to purchase items with mystical elements? After pondering for a few seconds, Jenna asked, "What if the shopkeeper doesn't want to buy it? Then ask if we can put this painting in her store for consignment. We'll pay a storage fee and give her a cut of the final sale. It's equivalent to paying her to handle the anomaly," Franca said with a smile. "If she still doesn't agree, we'll contact Stiano through Lumien. If Stiano doesn't accept, you can take advantage of the daytime to find an opportunity to throw this painting at the police station. Remember to hide your identity well." At this point, Franca's expression suddenly turned serious. "My spiritual intuition and mystical experience tell me that your process of dealing with this painting won't be very smooth. There will be dangers. If the danger is too great, you should actively exit the dream. We still have 2 more chances later. There's no need to risk your life now." "Understood." Jenna nodded solemnly. Afterwards, she and Franca entered that strange space again and found Luo Shan once more guarding by the semi-transparent barrier, in quite good condition. Franca revealed her identity as a colleague and started chatting casually with Luo Shan, learning more details about Zhou Mingri's situation and which employees in various departments of the Intis group were worth noting. The results of the conversation left Franca and Jenna very satisfied, feeling that saving Luo Shan was not only a choice of emotion and stance, but also a very correct decision in the course of completing their mission. The information obtained from Luo Shan might have taken Franca and Lumian 1 or 2 months to slowly collect on their own. "Later on, we'll need your help to convince Zhou Mingrui that he is the future Messiah," Franca said to Luo Shan with a flattering smile. "We can't directly tell him the truth. He definitely wouldn't believe it." "He absolutely wouldn't believe it. No normal person would. They would just think it's a prank or a scam," Luo Shan nodded, then added in a small voice, "I don't fully believe it myself now." Franca pretended not to hear Luo Shan's mumbling and changed the subject. When dawn broke and they automatically left that strange space, Franca got out of bed and took out the clothes she was going to wear today from the wardrobe with a heavy expression. Before Jenna could speak, she took the initiative to say, "There's a good chance you'll encounter danger and anomalies today, so it's better to dress in a way that allows for easier movement." Jenna nodded lightly, not refusing. Franca quickly finished washing up, took off her pajamas, and while slowly changing her clothes, she muttered, "After I became a witch and adapted sometimes when walking on the street, I would feel pleased and happy with people's gazes, thinking how charming I am. This might be a manifestation of a demoness's narcissism. But there's a difference between enjoying it yourself and being forced by others. And if you're not used to it yourself, you definitely won't like it. It's like when I was in school, they always required us to wear uniforms on Mondays, and there would always be some rebellious kids in each class who didn't want to, preferring to accept punishment instead." Franca rambled on as if trying to distract herself and reduce the sense of embarrassment. She bent over, clumsily putting on the most conservative flesh-colored stockings, stepped into brand-new low-heeled shoes, then stood up and, using the full-length mirror embedded in the wardrobe, adjusted her blouse and light grey skirt that reached just above her knees. Looking at herself in the mirror, Franca pursed her lips, feeling quite complex. Jenna watched the whole time without saying a word. After applying makeup that made her look a bit less attractive, tying up her long hair, putting on glasses, and picking up a high-quality branded replica handbag, Franca walked steadily towards the door. Just before leaving, she turned back and smiled at Jenna. "Thank you for not saying you look beautiful in this outfit, or this really suits you. However, you seemed a little bit amazed just now." That made me feel a bit better." "Yes," Jenna returned with an affirming smile. Franca waved and walked out the door. She really is someone who's good at self-regulating her emotions and staying optimistic. Jenna sighed inwardly, turning her gaze away and patiently waiting for the morning rush hour to pass. Close to 9 o'clock, she carried the painting and left Building 5, coming to the residential district's lobby. She chose to take a ride-hailing car to the Star Dream Provision store instead of taking the subway and then switching to a bus. She was afraid that the painting's anomalies might affect more people. If that happened, the latent dangers might not do much to her, but the widespread commotion could bring about more serious problems. After a while, Jenna walked out of the lobby and came to the roadside, seeing a white sedan already waiting for her. After opening the car door with one hand, she glanced towards the driver's seat, confirming that the driver wasn't wearing a monocle and had no other obvious features. It was someone she didn't recognize and didn't trigger her spiritual intuition. Jenna sat in the back, placing the painting on her lap and holding it to her chest. After verifying the last digits of her phone number, the driver started the vehicle. Jenna was highly focused, vigilantly guarding against possible accidents. Suddenly she felt her breathing become difficult while there was no anomaly around her. It was as if another her was being pushed into the sea, and the feeling of drowning was transmitted through a mystical connection. Without hesitation, Jenna took out a mirror, plucked 2 strands of hair, trying to stick them to the mirror's surface and burn them with the demoness's black flames. She was attempting to cast a black magic related to the mirror substitution, actively trying to transfer that mystical connection to the mirror. At this moment, Jenna had a hallucination. She saw gently swaying emerald green waves and her own hands flailing uncontrollably, as if struggling to swim to the surface. However, there was a force pulling at her legs, trying to drag her to the bottom of the sea. Almost simultaneously, a pale, swollen hand reached out from nowhere and covered her mouth. Glug, glug, glug. Jenna showed obvious signs of drowning, her nose, respiratory tract, and lungs becoming extremely uncomfortable. She wanted to use her substitutes but couldn't sense those mirrors. She seemed to be separated from them in different worlds, even the mystical connection cut off. Suddenly, silent black flames flowed out from Jenna's eyeballs, nostrils, mouth, ears, and other places. These black flames burned her body from the inside out, burning all the invisible things trying to influence her. Outside the black flames, frost condensed, encasing Jenna in a thick ball of ice and snow. On the surface of the sphere, countless invisible spider silk retracted, wrapping, layer by layer, forming a huge cocoon. Jenna finally no longer felt the agony of nearly drowning, but she still couldn't sense her body or substitutes. The next second, she found herself walking on a bridge. On the other side of the bridge was a steep cliff and a dark forest at the far end of the cliff. Have I entered that painting? Jenna tried to turn around and return to the starting point of the bridge to escape the world inside the painting from the entrance, but she couldn't control her body and watched helplessly as Shinny continued forward along the bridge. At this time, 2 people walked out of the dark forest. One was Luo Shan with a malicious face, and the other was Jenna herself, a Jenna with a seductive smile. Crack! The bridge suddenly broke, and Jenna fell towards the dark abyss whose bottom couldn't be seen. Great fear and despair invaded Jenna's mind, her consciousness rapidly blurring, unable to save herself. She seemed to already see the image of herself smashed into bloody pieces. Taking advantage of her consciousness not yet completely falling into darkness, Before the unimaginable pain arrived, she mustered her last clarity, about to actively exit the dream. But it didn't work. It didn't work. Useless. Jenna's gaze suddenly froze. She didn't give up. She was still trying to save herself, gritting her teeth, struggling to regain control of her body to use the demoness's featherfall technique. At this moment a ray of sunlight shone into the dark abyss, illuminating the cliff high above. All the scenes before Jenna's eyes instantly shattered and fragmented in the brilliant sunlight. She suddenly opened her eyes and found herself still sitting in the car, hugging that painting. "We've arrived." The driver turned halfway, reminding Jenna. "I arrived so quickly?" Jenna felt as if she had been walking for an entire morning in a stuffy environment, her clothes soaked with sweat. She looked out the window somewhat bewilderedly and saw the Star Dream provision store. Jenna instinctively pushed open the door and got out of the car, wanting to rush into that shop to avoid other possible anomalies that might come later. "Remember to give me a 5-star rating." The driver called out to her retreating figure. Jenna unconsciously turned her body sideways, looking back at the driver. The driver had a smile at the corner of his mouth and somehow produced a crystal monocle, putting it on his right eye. Chapter 947. Equivalent Exchange. Ammon. Jenna, standing beside the car, was stunned. She vaguely understood why she had been able to arrive at the Star Dream provision store early and escape that deadly hallucination at the most critical moment. In this matter, Ammon had provided help, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. She and Franca had already estimated the risks to the greatest extent possible, but they still hadn't anticipated that the real situation would be so terrifying that she wouldn't even have a chance to exit the dream. This was even with her being a demoness, with survival abilities and life-saving skills among the top of same-sequence beyonders. Indeed, Ammon and his father are on the same side as us in awakening Mr. Fool, just with different desired paces of progress, so he only provided help once until now. This help was aimed at that evil god of the Fantasy Association. If I had failed my mission today and died, would the painting have returned to Luoshan on its own, leading to developments that Ammon and his father don't want to see? In an instant, Jenna thought of many things, not even having time to feel fear, in hindsight. "Please help close the car door." Ammon, with the monocle clasped in his right eye socket, reminded Jenna with a smile, just like a real ride-hailing driver. Only then did Jenna return to normal, closing the car door with her free hand. Watching the white sedan drive smoothly away from the street, Jenna, hugging the precipice painting, rushed into the Star Dream provision store without any regard for her image. Feeling the light suddenly dim considerably, Jenna immediately relaxed. Only then did she feel a surge of confusion. How could Ammon accurately accept my order? How did he know we had obtained this painting and were going to send it to the Star Dream provision store today? With everyone being suppressed to sequence 7, it's impossible to be so precise, with prophecies and divinations. Could it be that true gods are a bit more special in the Dream City, subject to different restrictions than us? So did Ammon. Coincidentally, save me with the help of his father? This could also explain why this painting was so difficult for me to resist, not even giving me a chance to save myself. If we were all at the sequence 7 level, it shouldn't have been like this. Or perhaps I actually had a chance to break free from its influence. But being my first encounter with this type of attack, I made mistakes in my response and failed to notice details that could have been utilized. Jenna looked at the oil painting in her arms, suppressing her thoughts, and walked to the cashier at the very back of the Star Dream provision store. This could also explain why this painting was so difficult for me to resist, not even giving me a chance to save myself. If we were all at the sequence 7 level, it shouldn't have been like this. Or perhaps I actually had a chance to break free from its influence, but being my first encounter with this type of attack, I made mistakes in my response and failed to notice details that could have been utilized. Jenna looked at the oil painting in her arms, suppressing her thoughts, and walked to the cashier at the very back of the Star Dream provision store. "Do you buy items with mystical elements?" Jenna politely asked the shopkeeper, who was playing with her phone. The shopkeeper slowly raised her head, and the blazing sunlight outside suddenly appeared to be obscured by clouds. "Yes, we do." she said with a slight smile at Jenna. They really buy them. Jenna's heart leapt with joy, and she quickly placed the oil painting on the counter. Could you take a look and see if it meets your requirements? How much is it worth? The shopkeeper reached out a hand, bringing the painting in front of her, and after looking at it for a few seconds, said, 30,000. Dumb bro. How much? Jenna instinctively doubted her ears. It wasn't that she thought this bizarre oil painting had no mystical value or wasn't worth $30,000, but rather that for her and Franca, this painting was a burden, a danger, something they would pay to get rid of. If the shopkeeper had said she would take the painting for 30,000, Jenna thought that after discussing with Franca they would grit their teeth and pay. As thoughts raced through her mind, Jenna considered a possibility. The shopkeeper of the Star Dream Provision store was clearly an ally, and her current behavior was to provide more funds for their team, and money had a very important symbolic meaning in the Dream City. Not giving it directly, but using this opportunity of buying mystical items as the method. Is this because certain rules of the Dream City have to be satisfied? Rules that even gods can't violate? Equivalent exchange? If that's the case, it must have been quite difficult for the major arcana card holders to provide 2,000 in startup funds for each person. As Jenna pondered this, she subconsciously thought about whether she should haggle and try to raise the price a bit. Since they were allies, they should be happy to see such behavior, as it meant they could provide more help. After brief consideration, Jenna abandoned this idea. The person across from her was the manifestation or projection of a true god. The price she quoted must have been carefully considered to be the most suitable, appropriate, and least likely to cause anomalies. In terms of dream consciousness, every item has an estimated price. If the transaction price is too high, it would be considered problematic and might involve illegal activities, inevitably leading to reactive changes later. Thinking of this, Jenna responded to the shopkeeper. All right. When the shopkeeper actually transferred 30,000 yuan to her, she suddenly regretted letting Ludwig eat all the other paintings. Those might have been worth some money too. However, those were just painted by Luo Shan, probably not worth much maybe, just equivalent to Ludwig's late-night snack fee. Thank you. Jenna thanked the shopkeeper again and turned to walk out of the Star Dream Provisions store. The bright and brilliant sunlight from high above fell on her, finally giving her the feeling that the danger had completely passed. Only then did she begin to feel fear in hindsight. She still had many things she wanted to do, and several people she couldn't bear to part with. At the entrance of the tech building, Franca, wearing low-heeled shoes, carefully ascended the steps. Her current attire was something she had never worn before, instinctively giving her a sense of insecurity and embarrassment. This also made her more sensitive to the gazes and appraisals around her. She felt that the admiring ones were still acceptable, but those she previously considered impolite and a bit disgusting seemed to have increased, or perhaps she just noticed them more. Some people hurried past her, then turned back to look after taking a few steps, thinking they were being discreet, revealing slightly disappointed expressions. This seemed to be because her makeup, attire, and appearance didn't quite match what they had imagined after seeing her figure and clothes. Why are you being disappointed, asshole? Franca secretly gave the middle finger and cursed under her breath. She finished climbing the stairs and looked towards the security guard at the entrance, but didn't see Lumion. I thought we could communicate with eye contact at the entrance, pretending not to know each other on the surface, just like in some spy dramas, Franca muttered silently, entering the lobby and walking towards the elevator area. Inside the surveillance room, Lumion sat in front of several large screens divided into multiple scenes, carefully scrutinizing each image from a not-so-short distance. Yesterday's minor incident had given the security director Grimm an excuse to arrange for him to watch the surveillance cameras and patrol floors on rotation, no longer needing him to guard the main entrance. Lumion quickly noticed Franca in the elevator area. Although she had deliberately made herself less attractive, wearing old-fashioned black-framed glasses and clothes she had never worn before, he still recognized her. It's a pity that line now only equates to top-level makeup skills and can't adjust height and figure to a certain extent, otherwise the disguise effect would be better. As it is now, it's still too eye-catching, Lumion commented inwardly. Seeing him watching so intently, the security guard sitting next to him rolled his eyes and said, clutching his stomach, Lee, my stomach hurts. I'm gonna take a dump. Keep an eye on things yourself. Is this what they call getting paid to poop online? Lumion chuckled inwardly and said, Okay, this couldn't be better. Maybe there's even a chance to check yesterday's surveillance footage and see how Joe Mingri reacted to my employment in private. What he did, after his colleague had really gone to the bathroom outside the surveillance room. Lumion saw that Franca had finally managed to squeeze into an elevator after 2 failed attempts. Suddenly on the big screen, several images showing the situation inside the surveillance room went black. Lumion didn't move. Just 2 or 3 seconds later, there was an additional person beside him. It was Security Director Grimm, wearing a thin blue suit. Grimm, looking at the big screen, said in a seemingly casual manner, "Be careful of Huan Tao." Be careful of Huan Tao? What relationship could Mr. Huang have with me, a male security guard? Lumion was puzzled and asked calmly, "Why?" Maintaining his posture of watching the surveillance footage, Grimm explained briefly. He has betrayed Mother and is no longer Mother's child. No longer he was before, but not now. Madam Magician mentioned that in the Vortex event, although Emperor Roselle perished, he also severely injured the strongest broker, breaking free from the corruption of the Great Mother and retaining hope for resurrection. This and Ammon obtaining Mr. Fool's consent to reborrow power from his past self are different components of the same event. So Mr. Fool learned about Emperor Roselle's status, his subconscious cognition changed accordingly, causing Huang Dao in the Dream City to no longer secretly harbor the corruption of the Great Mother. Lumion preliminarily sorted out the logic. This also made him realize a problem. Previously, he only knew that accidents and encounters in the dream might reflect in reality, bringing about real death or problematic advancements. But at this moment, he believed that changes in reality could also affect the dream, provided that Mr. Fool truly perceived it. The dream and reality are not one way, they can interact, Lumion remembered. This discovery then turned to smile at Grimm. Don't you find it strange that as a child of God, I'm not female? Grimm showed a confused expression. Mother's children can be of any gender, or even genderless, or multiple genders. These are not important. What's important is the ability to procreate and bring new life. Child of God, why do you ask such a question? Grimm's brow furrowed slightly. Of course, it's to test you. Lumion laughed inwardly in response. He was testing whether Grimm only sensed that he was a child of God, or if he knew more specifically that the current child of God was Omabella, like hand, bro. If Grimm knew that he was Omabella, he would be confused about the gender discrepancy. Otherwise, it would indicate that he indeed lacked the necessary wisdom, and was more like an NPC, as Franca had said, but influenced by the Great Mother. This also proved from another angle that there was a big problem with Handbro being able to call out the name Omabella. Lumion smiled and said to Grimm, I thought Mother Dory let you know my true identity. As he spoke, his hair gradually lengthened, and the lines of his face quickly softened. Chapter 948, New Employee Orientation. Grimm's eyes suddenly reflected an indescribably beautiful face, but it vanished in an instant. Like an intoxicating yet elusive dream, Lumion had already transformed back into his male state, his gaze returning to the surveillance screens. After a few seconds, Grimm remarked with some emotion, When I was looking at the files transferred from HR, I was thinking that a 22-year-old with a 7-year-old son would be very suitable to be Mother's child and could definitely be developed. I didn't expect, truly worthy of being a child of God. I didn't alter my background information, and it still had this benefit. Who could have imagined this before Lumion had to admit that some things were beyond even the conspirers' expectations? Suddenly, Grimm stood up and left the surveillance room. In just a few seconds, the cameras inside the surveillance room resumed their normal operation. Not long after, the security guard who had gone to defecate came back swaying and sat down next to Lumion. He asked in a low voice, The team lead didn't come, did he? This referred to Xu Xinyang, the team lead of Security Team 2. No. Lumion answered honestly. Simultaneously, he silently added, The team leader indeed didn't come, but the director did. Just then, Lumion's phone vibrated. He turned his body, facing away from his colleague, discreetly took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and looked. The vibration was caused by a WeChat friend request. The applicant was Intersgroup Grim. After Lumion accepted, he took the opportunity to look at Grimm's moments. The most recent post from this Intersgroup security director was, "Children are more important than money, offspring are more important than work." This was accompanied by 9 photos, each with a different child. Lumion quickly scrolled down and found that Grimm's moments had only one theme, which was sharing about his children. As expected of mothers chosen, Mr. Fool's subconscious cognition is still too conservative, only giving Grimm 9 children. While it also has to conform to the daily situations of the Dream City, Lumion locked the screen, put the phone back in his pants pocket, and thought about how to use Grimm's connection in the future. He planned to inquire about what Grimm had been doing recently, and how well he had been doing it, under the pretext of a superior's assessment next time. 10th floor Intersgroup Administrative Department, in a separate small office. Franca, led by an HR employee, met Zhang Qing, the deputy director of the administrative department. He was also one of the interviewers at the time. Zhang Qing looked Franca over a few times and actually felt somewhat amazed. Of course, this was based on her state during the interview as a reference. He could only say that her figure was indeed very good and suited this outfit well. While feeling slightly amazed, Zhang Qing also started to feel a headache coming on. He worried that this new employee, Luo Fu, might be blindly arrogant and set her sights on Mr. Huang. He hoped she would honestly and diligently do her job and share the work between himself and the others. Thinking of this, Zhang Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was his daily state, facing beautiful women of various styles every day. As a man, it was inevitable to have some emotional and desire fluctuations, but, thinking that any of these beauties might become Mr. Huang's mistress at any time, he had to restrain himself and not show any abnormality. Moreover, these beauties would occasionally quarrel and fight, coming to his office crying to complain, requiring him to spend a lot of energy mediating. This made him physically and mentally exhausted every day, feeling a sense of spiritual impotence. Namo Amitabha. After Zhang Qing muttered to himself, he began to explain the daily work and precautions of the office to Franca according to the procedure. Finally he said, "I'll find an experienced employee to guide you. Your position will be arranged near that experienced employee." Franca took the initiative to say, "Can you ask Luo Shan to guide me? I live very close to her, we knew each other before, and it was she who made me full of longing for the company." Before officially starting work, Franca had already thought about what image she wanted to establish in the Intersgroup, a newcomer without much scheming, rather frank and cheerful, sometimes speaking without thinking. She felt that as long as she didn't deliberately think about problems, following her daily life state, she could play this role well. Zhang Qing nodded slightly, his expression relaxing considerably. "All right." He stood up, led Franca out of the small office and introduced her to other employees in the administrative department. Franca saw a series of beautiful women, all striving to highlight their own characteristics. There were innocent ones, glamorous ones, and those going for the pure and sexy look, giving a feeling of 100 flowers blooming. These women were all alert at first glance of Franca, but after their gaze fell on her face and scrutinized for a few seconds, they relaxed. Some of them perfunctorily greeted her, then picked up their makeup mirrors to touch up their makeup, while others enthusiastically chatted with Franca, thinking about dumping some of their work on this newcomer later. Franca, having managed a large number of dancers before, was not at all unfamiliar with such occasions, and naturally and appropriately followed Zhang Qing around the administrative department. Seeing this, Zhang Qing imperceptibly nodded. Indeed, she has 3 years of work experience, and the evaluation from her previous job is also very good. Well, after seeing so many star-like beauties, she shouldn't have any unrealistic thoughts, right? Franca noticed that about half of the employees in the administrative department were working seriously, and among them were also many good-looking women. Some of them were purely attracted by the high salaries of the Intersgroup, not very interested in Mr. Huang, and had no hope for possible favor. Rather than becoming Mr. Huang's mistress, they wanted to develop in their careers and prove themselves. Others planned to establish the image of a capable woman, thinking that maybe Mr. Huang liked this type recently. After introducing Franca to the employees of the administrative department, Zhang Qing stopped near Luo Shan's position and nodded slightly. Luo Shan has gone to the foreign trade department and will be back later. Since you already know each other, I don't need to introduce you. Well, Mr. Ed is currently entertaining distinguished guests and is not in the company. I'll take you to meet him later. Mr. Ed referred to Edward, the vice president of the Intis Group, in charge of administration and business. Entertaining distinguished guests? Zarathustra mentioned in the information from the major arcana card holders. This person is most likely a subordinate of the celestial worthy, suspected to be a seer pathway angel who is currently possessing Loki. Franca pondered as she replied to Zhang Qing. She then sat down at the desk not far from Luo Shan's position, hiding her legs under the table. This gave her back a sense of security, and the faint shame subsided. After Zhang Qing left, Franca sat in her position, looked around the bright and clean administrative department, and silently exclaimed, "So this is what working is like." During the time after her transmigration, when she lived on the original body's savings, she naturally thought about not eating away at his savings. But she didn't understand the skills the original body knew, and the original body had no education. So she could only find jobs like waitressing and kitchen helper. Then, because she couldn't stand the conscience of those merchants and was unwilling to make counterfeit goods or help deceive innocent people, she couldn't last more than a few days before being fired, either voluntarily or involuntarily. Almost no job lasted a full month, and there were a few times when she was almost beaten up. In her view, this was no different from doing internships or summer jobs during college, and now was her first real job, especially in a dream city very similar to the world she transmigrated from. While observing naturally, Franca saw those paintings on Luo Shan's desk. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Luo Shan's paintings at home have been cleaned up, but there are still some here. After some consideration, Franca stood up, walked to Luo Shan's seat, tore down all the paintings that could be torn down, and threw the ones that couldn't be torn down into the trash can, along with the items. Just as she finished doing this, she felt someone watching her. She quickly turned around and saw a young man standing in the aisle near Luo Shan's position. The man wore plain glasses and a plaid shirt interwoven with 3 colors. His appearance was slightly handsome with a very clear chin. It was Zhou Mingri. Damn, I've directly encountered Mr. Fool's dream image. Seeing Zhou Mingri's confused expression, Franca quickly explained. Luo Shan asked me to help deal with it. Zhou Mingri looked at the paintings and items in the trash can and said as if talking to himself, "Luo Shan asked to throw them away?" He then glanced at Franca's heel height and muttered in his heart, "With such low heels, she's still a bit taller than me." Franca nodded repeatedly. "Yes." Zhou Mingri withdrew his gaze and smiled politely. "Where did Luo Shan go? I have something to discuss with her." "She went to the foreign trade department to coordinate something," Franca repeated Zhang Qing's words. "I see," Zhou Mingri then asked. "Are you transferred from another department to the administrative department? I don't think I've seen you before." "I just joined," Franca answered honestly. Seeing Zhou Mingri's gaze unconsciously move towards Luo Shan's seat, Franca controlled her inner nervousness and smiled naturally. "Luo Shan and I are neighbors. We knew each other before. Before she went to handle something, she asked me to help her throw away all these paintings. She doesn't want them anymore." "Doesn't want them anymore?" Zhou Mingri repeated this sentence softly, then asked Franca with a colleague's attitude, "Did Luo Shan give you an internal recommendation?" "No," Franca said with a slight pride. "I relied on my own abilities." Then, she said in a teasing tone, "Maybe the administrative department has been busier recently and needs more people who can really get things done." She didn't want Mr. Fool's dream image to think she was a gold digger. Zhou Mingri exchanged a few more pleasantries, left the administrative department, and returned to the opposite side. Franca sat back in her position and quietly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'd been well trained in front of the Demoness of Black. Mr. Fool, Zhou Mingri shouldn't have noticed that I was a bit nervous just now, right? It's normal to be nervous, after all, being caught throwing away a colleague's belongings behind their back. In the security department, Lumion took the opportunity of going to the bathroom to take out his phone and clicked on the dialogue box with Anderson Hood. The chat interface was still on the initial greeting message. Chapter 949. Action Outline. Lumion waited until the Dream tutoring classes opened before sending a WeChat voice message to Anderson Hood. "Mr. Anderson, does your tutoring school have painting classes? A friend of mine wants to know." Late last night, after receiving Jenna's message, Lumion had been thinking about how to probe Anderson Hood, based on the premise that Luo Shan had been controlled and her personality alteration had been initially resolved. He felt this matter was not urgent. There was no need to screenshot the legal representative and shareholder information of Colorful Hostel and send it directly to Anderson. Teasing him about having other businesses on the side, then observe the subsequent reactions and wait for any unexpected developments that might result. He planned to start with the painting issue, making initial probes, preferably without alerting Anderson. Anderson didn't immediately reply to Lumion, and Lumion didn't linger in the bathroom. After putting his phone in his pants pocket, he walked back to the surveillance room. Looking at the large screens in front, his mind flashed through some experiments he had done and needed to do. 1. Observe Mr. Fool's dream manifestation, Zhou Mingri and the people around him. 2. First contact with Zhou Mingri during the day, leaving a certain impression. 3. Contact people close to Zhou Mingri, divided into multiple stages, eliminating the suspicion of one target before contacting the second, and so on. 4. Contact Zhou Mingri again during the day, leaving a deeper impression. 5. Establish a relationship with Zhou Mingri during the day where they can chat, hinting at the existence of Beyonder powers and his goodwill, to Zhou Mingri at night. 8. Based on the results of previous experiments and information gathered, formulate an official awakening plan. This was the action outline for Lumion's team. Currently, the first 4 parts had been completed, without any members being kicked out of the dream or restricted. The third part was spread throughout all subsequent steps, and team members responsible for contact had to self-isolate for a day and night before continuing to advance. The danger gradually increased in the later parts. Lumion didn't think about avoiding it, because determining the degree and source of danger was one of the purposes of the experiment. Only by knowing what could be done, what couldn't be done, what would lead to immediate expulsion, and what would take time to explode, could their team officially enter the 8th part of the action outline and formulate a targeted, awakening plan. At this stage, Lumion wasn't worried or afraid of failure. He was worried, and afraid of not being able to find the reasons for failure. With this mindset, he approached many things with a testing attitude, including whether the information shredder worked, whether Stiano was trustworthy, what relationship Anderson Hood had with the painter pathway, whether Grimm had become one of the Great Mother's tools to influence the dream, and so on. After obtaining the test results, they would contact the major arcana card holders to compare accounts, which might reveal some interesting and useful details. If they had consulted the major arcana card holders from the beginning, forming preconceived notions and fixed thinking patterns, they might not have tested some things, and thus wouldn't have obtained their own results. Their minds would only have the conclusions given by the major arcana card holders, which might cause them to miss key information. As Lumion was pondering what to do next, he noticed an extra person in one of the surveillance footage on the 10th floor. The camera was aimed at the entrance of Aurora Company, and a person wearing a black robe with a wide, deep hood, completely out of place among the nearby white-collar workers, walked out. Suddenly, a bunch of things fell out from inside the person's robe, landing on the floor. The person quickly crouched down, the hem of the robe covering the fallen objects. When he stood up, the ground was clean again, without any items. After watching this person walk out of the surveillance frame and seeing him enter the elevator through the elevator surveillance, Lumion silently said to himself, the corresponding image of a certain Aurora Order Mister in the Dream City. The security guard sitting next to him followed his gaze and laughed. "It's fine. Those clowns from Aurora Company are like that. It's nothing. It's nothing. I thought it was some kind of performance art," Lumion said as he saw Luo Shan walk out of the elevator and enter Intis Group. In the administrative department, large office. Luo Shan stood confused next to her position, seeing her desk with fewer items. "I helped you throw away all those paintings." Franca walked up to Luo Shan and explained with a smile. Luo Shan suddenly realized. I'd forgotten about that, I'll draw some new ones later. She paused, looked around, and asked in a lowered voice. Can I still paint later? Yes, it doesn't affect your ability to use your power. Franca comforted her quietly, then raised her volume. Director Zhang asked you to familiarize me with the work process. Zhong Qing's full title was Deputy Director of the Administrative Department of Intis Group. All right. Luo Shan pulled Franca over and openly chatted about various rumors within the company. Finally, Luo Shan said, I forgot to tell you last night, there's a very fierce young security guard recently. He even dares to confront those MCN company people. He's really handsome, but don't tell anyone. He already has a 7-year-old son, and he's only 22. Theoretically speaking, I am the child's mother. One of them. Franca's mouth twitched slightly as she echoed with emotion. Doesn't that mean he had a child in middle school? After chatting about this for a while, Franca returned to her seat and entered work mode according to Luo Shan's guidance. After familiarizing herself with the office system, she rotated her chair and stood up, wanting to help Luo Shan share some work. She saw Luo Shan holding a pencil, focused on drawing on a white paper. What is she drawing? Franca softened her steps and silently walked to Luo Shan's side. She found that Luo Shan was sketching her own portrait, with the Luo Shan in the drawing having hollow eyes, a cold expression, and a curled mouth. Franca's eyes focused, and she immediately reached out her right hand and patted Luo Shan's shoulder. What are you drawing? Luo Shan was startled and quickly stopped drawing. She turned her body, and seeing it was Franca, she visibly relaxed and pressed her chest, saying, You scared me. I thought old Zhang had caught me slacking off. As she spoke, Luo Shan glanced at the sketch on the table, and her expression quickly became terrified. Why would I draw this? Franca pondered for 2 seconds and showed a smile that made Luo Shan extremely reassured. Don't worry, you can finish the last few strokes. I'll handle it. Luo Shan, uncertain and frightened, leaned forward again and added the last few strokes, making the portrait more lifelike. As soon as she finished drawing, the Luo Shan in the sketch presented a state as if about to come alive. Franca grabbed the drawing, and black flames burned discreetly in her palm. The expression of Luo Shan in the drawing immediately became painful, full of resentment and hatred, as if she was being burned by flames. In the blink of an eye, the drawing curled up, showed signs of spontaneous combustion, quickly turned to ashes, and fell into the trash can. While completing this, Franca used the mirror maze through the transparent screen on the side of the desk, Luo Shan's phone screen, and the mirror being used by a nearby colleague for makeup touch-ups to deal with the camera surveillance, not leaving traces of beyonder powers in the corresponding footage. Luo Shan stared blankly as Franca dealt with the portrait, and after a few seconds said, I feel like my whole being is much lighter again. My mood is better. Franca nodded and said, You can treat it as another release of negative emotions and desires. She considered for 2 seconds and added, Currently, we can only treat your symptoms, not solve the root cause of the problem. Simply put, we can only treat the symptoms, not cure the disease. So, you need to be vigilant about your own state, do self-examination from time to time, and if you find something wrong, immediately come to us for a new round of treatment. Don't delay, otherwise behavior like just now will happen again, and the consequences are unpredictable. Power is a double-edged sword. It can harm others, and also harm oneself. This will accompany us for life. Luo Shan listened quietly, remained silent for a moment, then lowered her head and smiled. I understand what you mean. I hope I can hold on for a few more years, preferably until I retire. No, let me enjoy life for 5 more years after retirement. Seeing Luo Shan smile, Franca suddenly felt it was a bit dazzling, making her eyes ache. She comforted in a gentle voice. If you can hold on, you must hold on. It's like some diseases that were terminal in earlier years, but if you actively cooperate with treatment and try to prolong life as much as possible, with the development of technology, they can now be cured or better controlled. In the future, we might become stronger, or we might meet stronger people who have ways to solve the problem of power corruption. Luo Shan nodded slowly and smiled at Franca. I'll try hard, and you should work hard too. Let's all work hard. Franca remained silent for a moment, deactivated the mirror maze, and returned to her own seat. She picked up her phone and found that Jenna, with the nickname Nana and Lily, had sent her a message describing the dangers encountered on the way to deliver the painting to Star Dream Provision Store, the help received, and the final result. Franca felt a wave of fear reading it, quite regretful that she hadn't accompanied Jenna. She had anticipated great danger but thought that Jenna, who could actively exit the dream, would at most waste one opportunity. She didn't expect that the power representing the Fantasy Association's evil god could prevent them from returning to reality. Jenna had almost really died. Fortunately, Amon and his father are on our side. Jenna's experience also provided us with important intelligence. In the future, when encountering people and objects of the Pater pathway, we need to be careful about not being able to exit the dream. Franca, thinking of Lumion about to or already probing Anderson Hood, quickly forwarded Jenna's message to him and reminded him to remember to delete it using the information shredder. After confirming that Lumion was currently fine and had received the warning, Franca glanced sideways at Luo Shan, roughly understanding why her condition had suddenly relapsed earlier. It coincided with the time when that painting appeared abnormal and Jenna nearly died. Inside the surveillance room, after deleting the messages from Franca and Jenna using the information shredder, Lumion pinged Anthony. He continued to watch the surveillance, looking for potentially abnormal people and events. At this time, Xu Xinyang, the leader of Security Team 2, entered the surveillance room and patted the shoulders of his two subordinates. After work this afternoon, let's go visit Old Wang and Old Ding together. They're out of danger now. After visiting the hospital, let's gather with all the folks who aren't on shifts. It's also to welcome little Li to our team. Old Wang and Old Ding? Lumion could guess who the team leader was talking about, but still had to put on a confused expression. Xu Xinyang, with his burly build, square face, and very tanned skin, said with both amusement and helplessness, "Didn't you see the news? Several of our folks were struck by lightning. Fortunately, it wasn't people from our Team 2 who died." "Damn, how did they get struck by lightning?" "Oh, I remember now," Lumion then asked. "Which hospital are Old Wang and Old Ding in?" Xu Xinyang answered simply, "It's you." Mushu Hospital. Chapter 950, Dinner Invitation. It's really Mushu Hospital. Lumion wasn't surprised at all by Xu Xinyang's answer. He grunted in acknowledgement. "All right, team lead." He had thought about it. As an important base for evil gods to influence the Dream City, and with some degree of cooperation with the celestial worthy, Mushu Hospital might be unavoidable for many things to come. It wasn't a matter of cautiously avoiding it or not entering, pretending it didn't exist. So rather than that, why not take advantage of the daytime, while their actions hadn't yet reached a critical stage, while he still had another chance to enter, and while he had a reasonable and legitimate excuse to go take a look and investigate in person. Of course, the underground floors that likely represented the abyss and Mr. Fool's psychological dark side still couldn't be recklessly entered. After seeing off Xu Xinyang, Lumion stayed in the surveillance room until almost noon. He and his shift partner Old Xia waited for their colleagues to relieve them, then went downstairs together to the Intis Group staff cafeteria located in the annex building of the tech building for lunch. They didn't get meal allowances, and the cafeteria wasn't free, but it had a wide variety of dishes, and the prices were kept quite cheap through company subsidies. So whether from headquarters or branch offices, employees in this building all liked eating in the cafeteria. Even Mr. Huang himself would come eat there, occasionally to check the quality of the food. The only problem was that during the lunch rush, the cafeteria was packed. Higher-income employees preferred to order takeout or dine at nearby malls. As security guards, when they could go to the cafeteria depended on when their colleagues came to relieve them. Everyone tacitly agreed to come a bit earlier to avoid the peak hours. Lumion got steamed eggs with minced meat, stir-fried yellow chives and meat, with pickled peppers, fried chicken leg, cucumber and pork soup, and a big bowl of rice. He found a corner spot with Old Jia and listened to him chat about the antics of the Aurora Company folks while eating. Old Jia clicked his tongue and said, "Their boss is an exhibitionist, or the M&S&M, often with wit marked on his body. Say more, slander some more, I love hearing it." Lumion nodded along while inwardly muttering, Suddenly his phone vibrated twice. He picked it up and saw a message from a name that leaves a deep impression on you, which was Anderson Hood. "Is that friend you mentioned actually yourself?" Lumian smiled and replied using voice input. You could interpret it that way. He felt that in conversations between hunters, whoever got anxious first, whoever got angry first, whoever felt guilty first, would lose. Only by adjusting oneself to a state where nothing mattered could one stand, undefeated. After about 20 to 30 seconds, Anderson replied, "Painting requires talent. I hope you have it. Our tutoring school doesn't have painting classes, but I know a decent studio, that's where I learned. If you're interested, tomorrow night at 7, meet me at the entrance of Jingshu Dongfang Community on Sifang Street, and I'll take you for a tour." "At night?" Lumian pondered for a moment before replying, "All right, thank you." He remembered that colorful Hostel was on Sifang Street, but the interior renovation and decoration hadn't been completed yet. In the administrative department, large office, Luo Shan stretched lazily, walked over to Franca's desk, and asked with a smile, "What are you eating for lunch? I don't want to join the crowd at the cafeteria." Without waiting for Franca to respond, she lowered her voice and said, "Other departments all find time to have team dinners to welcome new employees, only our administrative department doesn't. Mainly because those ladies don't want to or think little of us, which is fine, but the worry is that they'll insist on going, wanting to find some free helpers. Tesk, can you imagine how that would develop? Sarcasm and veiled barbs are the norm, with people crying, arguing, or even wanting to get physical not being uncommon. It left a bunch of trouble to deal with afterward, so all Jiang simply stopped organizing departmental dinners. Those who get along well just gather privately, however they want." Franca listened with relish and said, expectantly, "I wonder when Mr. Huang will next come to the administrative department." The scene then would surely be spectacular. She wanted to witness it. Demonesses inevitably tended to have a bit of a chaos-loving inclination, which was very justifiable when it came to watching drama. Mr. Huang probably won't come in the next few days. He has VIPs to entertain, and even if he comes to the company, he'll go to the 16th floor. Luo Shan disclosed Mr. Huang's whereabouts. Zarathustra? Franca was very attentive and serious about this matter. Besides the items listed in the action outline, they also had to guard against the celestial worthy and evil gods doing bad things to Zhou Minggui in the Dream City. They needed to discover and prevent it early. Moreover, this could also accumulate inspiration to help them formulate an awakening plan, how the celestial worthy's subordinates did it, and they could try to do the opposite. "What a pity," Franca said with a look of regret. She then asked curiously, "Will Mr. Huang bring the VIP to tour the company?" "He has before." Luo Shan suddenly paused, her voice becoming even lower. "That day Zhou Minggui happened to be on sick leave. Franca, could that long-named VIP be the destroyer you mentioned, sent from the future to the present by evil forces? Was Zhou Minggui's sick leave arranged by your people?" Apaita's spiritual intuition is quite strong. Franca smiled and said, "Is that VIP called Zarathustra?" Luo Shan nodded solemnly. "Then it is." Franca confirmed her earlier guess. Luo Shan was silent for a few seconds, then her eyes lit up and she said, "Why don't I ask Zhou Minggui to have dinner with us? That way you'll have a chance to meet and chat with him." Holy crap, so fast, so direct. Franca felt a bit shocked. She had thought it would take her and Lumian a week or two to naturally contact Zhou Minggui through work matters before reaching a point where they could add each other on WeChat or have casual chats. Who knew that on her first day of work, Luo Shan would invite Zhou Minggui to have dinner together? It's too fast. This progress is too advanced, I'm not ready yet. Seeing that Franca hadn't answered, Luo Shan smiled and said, "Zhou Minggui owes me several meals. Every time he asks me for information, he says he'll treat me to a meal next time, but so far he's only done it once. Welcoming my bestie to the company is a good reason." As she spoke, she picked up her phone and started tapping out a message to Zhou Minggui. After a while, Luo Shan waved her phone and said, "He agreed, but said it would be dinner tomorrow, because he has to work overtime tonight, and tech people have too little lunch break time to go eat something nice." He agreed just like that, no stress reaction, no excuses. Franca suddenly recalled an old saying, the best way to get close to someone is to know the people around them. Helping Luo Shan was indeed the right choice. This is karma rewarding kindness. Franca pondered for a moment, then said to Luo Shan, Zhou Minggui seemed a bit concerned about those paintings you had on your desk before. He didn't refuse your invitation but agreed to it. Maybe he also wants to confirm or probe something. Without waiting for Luo Shan to respond, Franca added, If that's really the case, it's a good thing. The only question is, does dinner count as nighttime? This goes against the plan in the action outline and could lead to confusion and ambiguity in the experimental results. It shouldn't count if it's not completely dark, right? At 4:30 in the afternoon, after another round of patrolling the floors, Lumian and old Xia came to the underground parking lot of the tech building. They saw team lead Xu Xinyang sitting in a dark grey SUV, reaching out from the passenger seat and waving at them. Over here? Lumian and old Jia walked over and sat in the spacious back seat. Just us few? Old Xiao looked out the window. Xu Xinyang laughed. Who goes to visit patients at a hospital in a big group? The nurses wouldn't let us in. Just the four of us. Zhao is driving. The others all wait directly at the dinner place. Zhao was the young man sitting in the driver's seat, looking a bit chubby from the side. At this time, the roads were still fairly clear. Before 5 o'clock, Lumian and the others had arrived outside Mushu Hospital. 2 young men each carrying a box of fruit and a bag of nutritional supplements, followed behind Xu Xinyang and old Xia as they walked in. The lobby of Mushu Hospital was no different from when Lumian last came. Ordinary, with people coming and going. Only occasionally could one notice certain orderlies with indifferent gazes and slightly mechanical movements. Lumian withdrew his gaze, confirming that his spirituality gave no warning, and there were no abnormalities around, then entered the elevator going up and arrived on the 12th floor. Exiting the elevator area and turning into the ward, after pushing open the door, what met his eyes was a quiet nurse's station and a corridor extending into darkness. The light at the end of the corridor seemed to be broken, not yet repaired. Led by a nurse who looked very normal, they entered a double patient room where old Wang and old Ding were. Before Lumian, Zhao and old Xia could get a clear look at the patient's condition, 2 bedside family members rushed in front of Xu Xinyang, speaking one after another. Team lead Xu, this is definitely a work-related injury for our old Wang. Boo-hoo, Team lead Xu, our old Ding almost died. Look at him, who knows how long it will take to recover. Xu Xinyang finally found an opportunity and pressed his right hand down. Ladies, this will definitely count as a work injury. Mr. Huang said that not only will there be compensation according to national standards, but the company will also give an additional sum, as well as cover all medical expenses beyond insurance and continue to pay normal wages until old Wang and old Ding fully recover and can return to work. We won't let one of us bleed, sweat, and cry. While Xu Xinyang was comforting the family members, Lumian and the others turned their gaze to the hospital beds, seeing the 2 patients wrapped from head to toe in white bandages, with only their eyes, noses, and mouths exposed. Old Jia couldn't help but lean close to Lumian and say in a low voice, I don't mean to be unkind, but they really look funny like this. I thought only TV shows wrapped people up like this. Didn't expect to see it in real life too. Lumian didn't respond to old Jia because he thought of mummies that were said to have close connections with the Wraith pathway, controlled by the mother tree of desire, and this was Mushu.